What are you doing? Is this still China? In the pure white little house, Suyi looked at the boundless starry sky outside the window, and was completely stunned. Space-time trading platform. Could it be true? He is a buyer at a food processing factory, and has been working there for 3 years since graduation. He is quite satisfied with this job. The salary of 5,000 yuan a month is not high, but being in a purchasing position, there are always some other incomes, and it is still a comfortable life. In addition, the original head of the purchasing department is old and about to retire, so he is the boss of the department, which is really great. But just last month, the boss's brother-in-law, who had just returned from studying abroad, suddenly became the head of the purchasing department and became Suyi's immediate boss. It was nothing more than a replacement of a boss who didn't care about things, and he would get the benefits. However, Suyi never thought that this new boss seemed to have that serious illness. As soon as he took office, he said that the surge in international grain futures would inevitably lead to an increase in domestic grain prices, and that the factory must stock up a batch of grain before the price rises. After all kinds of dissuasion failed, Suyi was urged by him to purchase 1,000 tons of flour and 500 tons of rice as raw materials for the food processing plant. Then of course the grain did not rise. After all, this is Jizhu. What does the rise in international grain futures have to do with this place? Even this month, the purchase price dropped by 20 cents, and the factory lost hundreds of thousands of dollars. What Suyi didn't expect was that this guy didn't admit what he had done and put the blame on him. Yesterday, the boss personally told Suyi that he had to dispose of this batch of grain at the original purchase price within a week, otherwise he would pack up and leave. Now the employment situation is severe, and he naturally doesn't want to lose such a good job. After gritting his teeth and looking around and finding no one willing to take over, he opened some online trading platforms to try his luck and see if there are any fools. As a result, there are really some. A person with the ID Spacetime trading platform contacted him and said that he could buy the food in his hands at a high price. He had nothing to do, so he chatted with the other party for a few words. As a result, the more they talked, the more outrageous it became. The other party claimed to be a cross-world trading platform and could help him sell things to other worlds. Suyi was not stupid, so of course he didn't believe it. Then he came here. Suyi let out a long breath and calmed himself down. After looking around, he walked to the long table in the middle of the room and opened a booklet on it. Registration notice for Spacetime trading platform. 1. This platform is committed to connecting the multiverse and allowing people in different worlds to exchange what they have. 2. All transactions on this platform must be based on good faith. The goods traded between platform members are strictly prohibited from being counterfeit, inferior. Once discovered, the member's license will be revoked. 3. This platform adopts a member points system. You can trade with all members who have reached a long-term trade agreement for free once a week. Each successful transaction will earn a certain amount of trading points. Depending on the traded items, the final right of interpretation belongs to the platform. 4. Using trading points, you can trade with the same member multiple times within a week. Additional transactions can also earn trading points. At the same time, trading points can also be used to redeem special props in the platform Points Mall. 99. Please read the above terms carefully and make sure you have fully understood the above content. If you have no objection, sign in the signature area below to become the only member of this platform in the blue star area. After becoming a member, you will receive a novice member gift package. If you refuse to become a member of this platform, the platform will send you back to Blue Star and erase this memory. Party A. Spacetime Trading Platform. Party B. Suyi carefully read this registration notice several times. There is no word game in it. The rules of the Spacetime Trading Platform are basically written clearly, and these rules are not harsh. He couldn't think of any reason to refuse to sign. And this reminded him of some of the contents in the novels he had read before. What a bottle of water for nuclear fusion, a stone placed in another world is an extremely rare treasure. If this is true, then it will spiral off on the spot? Congratulations, you have become a registered member of the Spacetime Trading Platform. Your novice member gift package has been issued, please check it. The moment Suyi signed his name, the booklet in front of him turned into a stream of light and split into two. One of them flew to the ceiling and didn't know where it went, and the other fell on Suyi's wrist and turned into a strange symbol, which was quite good looking. The words that should have been on the booklet also appeared in his eyes, just like the system described in the novel, very magical. At the same time, the things given in the novice gift package also appeared in his eyes. Storage space, primary life transaction permission card ×1, universal language card ×1, intermediate matching card ×1. Storage space, you have a private space with a volume of 100 cubic meters, which can store any items. At the same time, you also have an infinite space that can be used to store items on the trading list with other members, except living things. Primary life trading permission card, you can use this card to exchange creatures from other worlds with other members. Plants, microorganisms, etc. do not need to use this card. Thousand Worlds Language Access Card, after using it, you can become proficient in the trillions of different languages recorded in this platform from billions of worlds. Intermediate Matching Card, after use, you will be randomly matched with a member who has complementary advantages to you. Hey, they are all good things. Suyi couldn't help but his eyes lit up when he saw these things. There is no need to say much about the storage space. Although only 100 cubic meters are available for other uses, it is still a lot. The Life Transaction Permission card has not yet seen much value, so we will not discuss it for now. The All Worlds Language Access card is amazing. With this thing, Suyi can say that he will never have a language barrier again. As for mid-level matching cards, there is an article in the platform rules about this. Matching cards are required to match other members. The primary matching card is completely random. It is hard to say which transaction object will be matched, and it may be completely worthless. As mentioned in the introduction, the mid-level matching card has a high probability of being matched with a member with complementary advantages, and then both parties can conduct transactions, or even sign a long-term trading contract, and obtain platform points. As for the high-level matching card, it is even more powerful. It can be 100% matched to a high-level world that is willing to support other worlds. If something leaks out of someone's fingers, it's enough to take off in the ordinary world. Suyi currently does not have a primary matching card, which means that this is his only initial matching opportunity. If it fails, you will have to wait until next year. In order to take care of new members who have just joined the platform and have no fixed trading partners and no membership points, the platform will give members a junior matching card on a fixed date every year during the first 100 years of membership. Use the language cards and then directly use the matching cards. It's already here, so it's better to choose the right day than to hit it. Suyi was not a hesitant person. After figuring out the operating mode of the trading platform, he knew that even if he went back, he would not be able to prepare anything in advance. Simply start matching directly. Wanja Voice Access Card 1, the language module has been loaded. Intermediate Matching Card 1, searching for trading partners with complementary advantages across time and space. Matching successful? As the prompt sounded, the scene in front of Suyi suddenly changed. He left the room in the starry sky and appeared in a simple and solemn grand hall. In front of him was a table carved with complicated textures. He knelt and sat in front of the table. Opposite him was a woman who was also kneeling in front of another table. An incredibly beautiful woman with red hair and a gorgeous golden skirt. Are you my trade partner? The woman's red eyes stared at Suyi, with an inquiring look in her eyes. Her accent was very strange. Suyi was sure that it was not any language known on Blue Star, but it was unexpectedly very pleasant. It should be me. Suyi shrugged, stood up and cupped his hands far away and said, "My name is Suyi. I come from the Blue Star world. What would you call me?" The woman glanced at him for a few times, then stood up and performed a ritual similar to that of a knight, and then said seriously, "The fourth princess of the Blazing Sun Empire in the Dawn world, the leader of the Red Flame Knights, the Thornflower of the Empire, the leader of the Unyielding Will, the Lord of Mengchuan City, the ally of the Elves, the Dragon Slayer, the Goblin Suppressor, the Eternal Burning Sword, Bloody Rose, Lord of Unicorns, the youngest Great Magician and the strongest Starlight Knight, Vivi Blazing Sun, greets you. Suyi." He glanced at the empty hall with only 2 tables and wanted to say that there were too many people to sit down. But considering the preciousness of the mid-level matching cards, I still resisted the urge to complain. "Nice to meet you, Miss Weiwei. Time is precious. Can we talk about the transaction now?" "Can. So what do you need?" "Food." Suyi looked at her carefully. "The clothes are gorgeous and exquisite, and the face is pretty and rosy. This doesn't look like being short of food or clothing. Seemingly sensing his doubts, Wei Wei explained. My city-state is currently experiencing a war. In order to fight against the evil invaders, we have been fighting each other for 3 full years. Although the city is impregnable, there is not much food stored in the city, so I need food. Lots of food. Got it? Su Yi smiled and said. We can provide you with a batch of no less than 500 tons of grain within 3 days. If you give me more time to raise money, I can give you more. So, beautiful Miss Wei Wei, what can you give me? It would be easy to get food. Is this an intermediate matching card that can match trading partners with complementary advantages? How cool! 500 tons. Wei Wei's eyes lit up. This amount of food is enough for her soldiers to consume for half a month, which is enough to meet their urgent needs. But then she thought about it and said, what about vegetables, fruits, and meat? Can you provide them? These are rare items, and distributing them to soldiers can greatly boost their morale. After thinking for a while, without waiting for Su Yuhu's words, she took out an exquisite glass bottle from her personal storage space, which contained some light green liquid, which should be about 500 ml. This is the water of life in the Elf Moon Lake. Is it feasible to exchange it for your food? As she spoke, she pulled out the cork. Su Yi immediately smelled a refreshing fragrance. In the past few days, I had been staying up late worrying about work, which had caused me to feel a little depressed. At the same time, introductions to related items also appeared in the trading system. Water of life, spring water that contains rich vitality. Drinking it directly can cure all diseases, prolong life, and enhance physical fitness. Long-term drinking can also promote the evolution of the human body. Please explore more effects by yourself. What a good thing. Su Yi couldn't help but his eyes lit up. Not to mention anything else, just because it can cure all diseases, this water of life is enough to be sold at a sky-high price in Blue Star. However, the system does not mention the usage and dosage of the water of life. The value of this bottle of water of life is hard to determine. And when talking about business, you should naturally try to maximize your own interests. So after pondering for a while, Su Yi stared at Wei Wei, or at a certain accessory on her head and said, if you need fruits, vegetables, and meat, I can provide 10 tons, but I'm afraid it will take some time to prepare. As for the value of this water of life, I can't determine its value at the moment. I prefer to trade it with other items, such as gold. This bottle of water of life, I can exchange it for 50 tons of grain. Of course, if after trying it I am sure that its value far exceeds the grain, I will definitely compensate you in the future. You can write this into the transaction contract. Gold. Wei Wei frowned slightly, but she didn't feel displeased. The two worlds are completely different. The process of trading is a process of testing each other's bottom line. She doesn't have a glassy heart, so she won't fall out if others question the function of the water of life. What's more, the water of life she gave was indeed fishy. It was not the original life liquid of the Elf Moon Lake, but a blended product. In her opinion, the effect was only average, and it was really not worth so much food. After some thought, combined with the value of gold in her world, Wei Wei quoted a price that was contrary to the spirit of chivalry. 1 kilogram of gold can be exchanged for 10 tons of grain. As for this bottle of water of life, it will be used to trade for the additional 10 tons of fruits, vegetables, and meat. After saying that, she stared into Su Yi's eyes and said very seriously, that's my bottom line. When Su Yi heard this, he couldn't help but breathe a little heavier. Based on the current gold price of more than 550 yuan per gram, the market price of 1 kilogram of gold is not less than 550,000 yuan. Even if it is sold through special channels, you can get at least 450,000 yuan, and the price of 10 tons of grain. Their food processing factory only purchases some old grains. The purchase price of flour is less than 2,500 tons, and the rice is even cheaper, less than 2,000 yuan per ton. 10 tons of rice can be sold for as much as 20,000 yuan. This change of hands is a profit of more than 20 times. It is a bloody profit? Make a deal. Su Yi nodded decisively. Of course, he could probably guess that since the other party could give such a price, it meant that gold might not be rare in her world. At least more than on Blue Star. Although Wei Wei said verbally that this was the bottom line, as long as he continued to lower the price, he should still be able to earn more. But when it comes to business, You just have to make whatever you have. The current price is already an extremely terrifying profit for him, so there is no need to continue to lower the price. He is not greedy enough to exploit his partners in order to obtain more benefits for himself. Everyone can make money, which is a healthy development model. Wei Wei was also visibly relieved when she heard this. As a princess of the Blazing Sun Empire and a genius in magic and martial arts, she is really not very good at negotiating business. Seeing that the other party agreed so quickly, he felt a little more favorable towards Suyi and decisively took out the gold that he had already prepared. This thing is also valuable in her world. She has made complete preparations before starting the transaction, so she will naturally bring it with her. Boom! A heavy wooden box appeared on the table. These are the trophies I once obtained in the dragon's lair. They are all gold with very few impurities. As she spoke, she opened the box. There was a pile of golden coins inside, which almost blinded Suyi. Of course, because gold is denser, 50 kilograms of gold sounds like a lot, but it actually doesn't look like much. Even this small wooden box is not full. Suyi glanced at the information displayed on the trading platform. It was indeed gold, and it was pure gold with a purity of over 99.99%. But looking at the gold coins, he couldn't help but think of another question. The gold is all in the form of gold coins, with some intricate reliefs carved on them. If he takes it back like this, how to sell it is a big problem. He can't buy a set of equipment to melt all the gold, right? After thinking about it, Suyi directly expressed his concerns to Wei Wei. There is nothing to hide. The existence of the trading platform is definitely the biggest secret in their respective worlds for members like them. After Wei Wei got the food from him, she had to find a way to conceal the source of the food, so she understood the problem he mentioned and said immediately, "This is simple, you can make them whatever you want." As soon as the voice fell, her red eyes seemed to, not as if, but really ignited a flame. Suyi only felt a terrifying breath bursting out of her. The next moment, the hot flame appeared out of thin air, and in an instant, the pile of gold coins melted into a ball of gold water, which was bound by an invisible force and floated in the air. The trading platform does not allow mutual attacks, and there are very strict contract terms and restrictions. But it does not prevent members from using their abilities in the space. When Suyi heard Wei Wei talking about the elves and the water of life, he could probably guess that she was probably from a fantasy magic world. But when he saw this supernatural power with his own eyes, the shock he felt was still indescribable. Awesome. After the shock, he could only give a two-word evaluation. Wei Wei tilted her head and asked, "What kind of gold is easier to sell there?" Suyi came back to his senses and quickly described the appearance of the gold ingot to her. He thought Wei Wei should have some similar magic that could control the gold water to become what she wanted. Unexpectedly, after figuring out what the gold ingot looked like, Wei Wei actually put her slender hands directly into the suspended thick gold water and quickly rubbed out a solid big ingot for him. "Suyi, what kind of ruthless iron hand is this? When you were learning magic, didn't anyone tell you that you were not allowed to use magic in front of muggles?" Until he left the trading platform and returned to his little nest in Blue Star, Suyi looked at the still heated gold ingot in the box, and everyone was still confused. The melting point of gold is not considered high among metals, but it must be over 1,000 degrees. If a normal person touches the molten gold water, his bones will probably be burned to ashes. Is it scientific to rub gold water directly with your hands without even breaking the skin? Is this reasonable? What the hell? Suyi secretly cursed for being nosy, and then looked at the 10 gold ingots in front of him with his heart beating wildly. One is a full 5 kilograms, a total of 50 kilograms. According to the current gold price, the total price of this box of items exceeds 27 million. Even if he sells through abnormal channels, he can still get at least more than 20 million. The work problem that had troubled him for a while was finally solved. Wait, work? Why do I need to work when I have so much gold? After we finish this job and get the food, we will fire this idiot boss and superior. Suyi already has a plan. First go and exchange some of the gold for money, and then use the money to buy this batch of grain that the factory cannot use at all. It is difficult to handle large-scale grain transactions without qualifications, but now the factory is eager to get rid of this batch of grain, and he is the person in charge of this matter, so there is too much room for maneuver. Fortunately, he has this relationship, otherwise Suyi would not dare to say that he would be able to supply Weiwei's large demand for food. But the premise of everything is that he must first cash out the gold. The state has relatively strict supervision over gold trading. A small amount is fine, but a large amount may mean you have to go in and drink tea. That's sloppy. She should be asked to rub Jin Yuanbao into a smaller size. Looking at the large gold weight weighing 5 kilograms, Suyi couldn't help but scratch his head. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't come up with a good solution, so he had to go out temporarily and buy an angle grinder. I didn't care whether some gold chips would be lost during the cutting process, so I picked up a gold ingot and cut it into pieces. It was directly cut into 8 gold nuggets ranging in weight from 500 grams to 1000 grams. The next step is how to deal with it. It is actually feasible to take it directly to a gold store to sell it. If he spreads out more, he shouldn't be targeted even if he shoots a few kilograms. It's passed down from our ancestors, so it's no problem if my ancestors are rich, right? But if you want to go one step further and sell more, formal channels like gold shops will definitely not work. I don't know if Lao Lu can eat this. Looking at a number on his phone, Suyi hesitated whether to call and ask. As a factory purchaser, there will naturally be some suppliers who will give him some small gifts from time to time. These small gifts may not be useful to him, but they are certainly valuable. Suyi usually chooses to take action. Most of the time, things will be delivered to this old Lu. As far as he knew, Lao Liu's business was quite big, and he occasionally produced a bottle or two of wine or some tea. For Lao Lu, he can only be regarded as a scrap customer. Some big clients will come to him to sell luxury goods, cars, and even antiques, calligraphy and paintings worth hundreds of thousands or millions. Of course, Lao Lu was not an underground gangster, and Suyi couldn't get in touch with such a person. He is an intermediary who specializes in this business, and there are other people behind him. Although intermediaries are often criticized for being too dark, they can indeed help laypeople avoid a lot of trouble in many cases. Ask first and then tell. Suyi called directly, and the call was quickly connected. After a brief greeting, he went straight to the topic. Old Lu, I have some gold in my hand. I wonder if you can take it. Gold. Old Lu on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment. He obviously didn't expect Suyi, a small factory purchasing manager, to have such a good thing in his hands, but he still said quickly, "What's the origin?" Heirloom. Understood. Old Lu chuckled. Don't worry, Xiaosu, gold is hard currency. I'll handle it for you no matter how many brothers you have. 3 kilograms. Suyi reported a number that he had thought about for a long time. Hiss, brother Su, you have made a fortune. 3 kilograms, can be eaten, but the price must be slightly lower than the price of gold on the market. Let's see if you can accept it. Old Lu was not too surprised when he heard this. Normally, a few hundred grams or even a kilogram of gold can be sold directly through the regular procedures of a gold store. Where is the use of his method? The two discussed it carefully and finally agreed to meet at a high-end business club in the center of Zhongsheng City within an hour. This kind of place has enough confidentiality and is located in a downtown area, so it is not afraid of special circumstances. Of course, the most important thing is that 3 kilograms of gold is a lot less, but it is actually not a lot more. Even based on the gold price on the market, it is only over 1.6 million Kyushu coins. The business Lao Lu and the others are in is no different from other industries. It is a huge profit in itself. The credibility and reputation are more important than some petty profits, and they will not lose their own brand for these 100 million. After hanging up the phone, Suyi began to settle accounts. The price Lao Lu gave him was about 450 Kyushu coins for 1 gram of gold. Of course, this was a preliminary estimate. Professionals would check the purity of the gold at that time, and the specific price would depend on the purity. According to the price of 450 yuan per gram, Suyi could get 1.35 million yuan by selling 3 kilograms of gold to Lao Lu. If the first batch of 500 tons of grain promised to Weiwei was all rice, the price of 500 tons of old rice in the factory was less than 2 yuan per kilogram, and it could be done within 1 million yuan. With more than 300,000 yuan left to purchase some fruits, vegetables, and frozen meat, there would be no problem to collect 10 tons. This batch of gold was enough for him to complete his first transaction. He immediately picked out 3 pieces from the pile of cut gold bars, weighing about 3.4 kilograms, stuffed them into his backpack and went out. The rest were all put into his private space. At about 7 o'clock in the evening, Suyi arrived at the business club he had agreed to meet before and found Lao Lu in a very hidden private room. Involving a transaction of millions, Lao Lu, the intermediary, naturally could not make the decision. At this time, there were already 4 or 5 people Suyi did not know waiting in the private room. There were also some tools placed around. The transaction process was simpler than Suyi had thought. He took out the gold, and Lao Liu's people took out professional equipment to check it and quoted a price of 470 per gram, which was higher than the previous estimate. A total of 3,439.257 grams of gold, a total price of 1616450.79. Lao Lu took the initiative to round up the total for him, a total of 1.62 million, and transferred the money in person. The account for the transfer was a foreign trade company, and the note was the virtual asset transfer fee. The tax issue would be solved there, and the money Suyi received was a clean personal income after tax. He carefully checked the process and confirmed that there was no problem, and the transaction was successfully completed. The other party did not ask about the source of the gold throughout the process, and even except Lao Lu and Suyi chatted a few words, no one else said a word. This is called professionalism. After politely declining Lao Liu's proposal to treat him to a meal, he was politely sent out. Just like I guessed before, people who do this kind of work won't do the trick of cheating for a few 100,000. Looking at the extra 1 million in the card, Suyi breathed a sigh of relief. I felt that the world was wide open. He then looked around and prepared to find a place to have dinner. But just at this moment, a phone call came in. It was the brother-in-law of the factory owner, Suyi's new stupid boss, Lu Sheng. Calling at this time, it's obvious that this guy wants to ask about the batch of grain. If it was a few hours ago, it would be a bit difficult for Suyi to answer the phone. If he didn't answer it, he was afraid that he would lose his job. If he answered it, he would probably be scolded and become someone's punching bag. But now the situation is a little different. Suyi sneered and answered the call directly. Hello, who is this? I'm Lu Sheng, you are? Oh, it's Xiao Lu, it's a bit noisy. I'll hang up first, wait a moment, I'll call you back when I'm free. Beep beep. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Lu Sheng looked a little confused. If he heard it right, Suyi just called him Xiao Lu. After a long pause, he finally reacted and slapped the desk. Tian Gang? Tian Gang. He then dialed the phone again. However, this time he didn't even hear Suyi's voice, and the phone was hung up directly. Lu Sheng was so angry that he almost smashed the computer in the office. Suyi looked at the continuous calls and directly marked Lu Sheng's number as a harassing call and blocked it in one go. After that, he found a restaurant and had a quiet dinner. As for the furious Lu Sheng, he didn't bother to pay attention to him. Now he wanted the batch of grain in the factory, but it didn't mean that he had to lick Lu Sheng. Anyway, he didn't plan to take this job after finishing this job. It was an hour later when he was full and satisfied. At this time, the boss Li Wenyuan called as expected. Suyi chose to answer the call. Is that Xiao Su? I heard that you didn't even answer the call from your supervisor. Is there something urgent? Apparently, Lu Sheng, the idiot, went to complain to his brother-in-law after being blocked by Suyi. Suyi felt a little funny and said nonchalantly, it's urgent, I'm having dinner with the customer. Li Wenyuan's eyes lit up. To be honest, as the boss of the factory, he has been under a lot of pressure recently. His wife's idiot brother did such a heaven-defying operation as soon as he entered the factory. When the shareholders knew about it, they were very dissatisfied and asked him to give an explanation. But what explanation could he give? He couldn't kick his brother-in-law out, right? Do you still want your wife? Helplessly, he could only listen to Lu Sheng's advice and let Suyi, who had always performed well in the purchasing department, take the blame. When Suyi couldn't bear it anymore and resigned, his lucrative position would be vacant and he could naturally arrange his own people for other shareholders to appease the dissatisfied shareholders. Yes, Li Wenyuan didn't think Suyi could handle this batch of grain. He was asked to do this just to force him to leave. But now, from what Suyi said, it seemed that he was talking about business with customers. This made Li Wenyuan feel a little hopeful. What if? If Suyi could really do it, not only could he be proud in front of the shareholders, but he wouldn't have to fire Suyi, who was capable of doing things. In this kind of privately run small factory, All the key positions were filled by the cronies arranged by the factory's senior management. They were not good at doing things, but they were good at making a living by doing side jobs. There were only so many people who could work. If it wasn't for the last resort, Li Wenyuan really didn't want to fire Su Yi and replace him with a completely ignorant idiot. No, I eat alone. Su Yi's answer shattered the glimmer of hope that Li Wenyuan had just raised, and his face suddenly turned cold. After a moment of hesitation, he turned to ask, "How is the grain issue handled?" He was ready to give the employee who was about to be forced out by him a warning. Su Yi said indifferently, "I contacted a boss and the negotiation is almost done. The first batch will only take the 500 tons of rice, and the price will be based on our previous purchase price, but the freight will be paid by the factory. If Mr. Li thinks it's okay, we can arrange the loading tomorrow morning, and pay on the spot." Li Wenyuan was stunned for a moment, and then hurriedly said, "Is it really done? Which boss? Where do you want to transport the grain? If it's too far, I'm afraid the freight will have to be discussed carefully. It would take at least 10 semi-trailers to transport all the 500 tons of grain. If it is sent thousands of kilometers away, the freight will be hundreds of thousands, which is more than the loss of the grain itself. Of course, I have to ask clearly first. The boss is a relative of mine. He asked me to take full charge of this matter. The place should be a warehouse in the suburbs of Zhongcheng, which will not exceed 100 kilometers. Li Wenyuan quickly calculated the freight fee in his mind, and then said, Okay, the factory will pay for the freight. I will arrange the car now. The grain factory is not big, with less than 200 people. As the largest shareholder and boss, Li Wenyuan has a net worth of about 50 to 60 million. In a place like Zhongcheng, it can only be considered as not as good as the rich but better than the poor. But no matter what, the loss of a few 100,000 in the factory is nothing to him. He can fill this hole for his brother-in-law. But rich people like him who are neither good nor bad are often more stingy than ordinary people, and naturally don't want to pay to fill the hole. And Su Yi's move not only allows him to not pay to fill the loss, but also makes the shareholders shut up. It is undoubtedly the best result for him. After talking for a while, Li Wenyuan hung up the phone happily. Su Yi sneered. He had worked in the food processing factory for 3 years and was very familiar with the situation there. This kind of small private factory had a lot of problems, whether in terms of hygiene or production process. Although he wanted this batch of grain, it could be considered a win-win cooperation with Li Wenyuan and Lu Sheng. But these two wanted him to take the blame first. Su Yi was not without temper. It was impossible for him to help them deal with the trouble and then just leave. Laugh, you will soon stop laughing. After saying that, he turned and dialed another number. As a factory purchaser, he was very familiar with the business of renting temporary warehouses. He immediately rented a small warehouse in a logistics distribution center in the suburbs of Zhongcheng to store grain tomorrow. Early the next morning, Su Yi rushed to the factory. It is estimated that Li Wenyuan knew that Lu Sheng and Su Yi had conflicts, so Lu Sheng, the nominal head of the purchasing department, did not show up today. Li Wenyuan came to see it himself and left. So Su Yi was both the person in charge of selling grain on the factory side and the person in charge of receiving grain on the other side. Under his deliberate leniency, many unimportant things were naturally omitted. No one even asked whether the buyer of grain was an individual or a company, and what the purchase was for. Signing contracts, loading grain, and paying money. All in one go. Su Yi arrived at the factory at 8 in the morning, and before 11 in the afternoon, 10 semi-trailers loaded with grain had arrived at the suburban warehouse he rented. Before 2 in the afternoon, all 500 tons of grain had been moved into the warehouse. After treating the driver and the porter to a meal, the first batch of 500 tons of food was all in hand. He only had more than 600,000 of the more than 1.6 million Jizhu coins he had obtained yesterday. There was no rush for the remaining 10 tons of fruits, vegetables, and meat. After everyone else left, he carefully checked the interior of the warehouse and confirmed that there was no surveillance or anything like that inside. He directly put all the food into the storage space dedicated to trading items. Then he went straight to the trading platform and contacted Wei to come and collect the goods. When she saw Su Yi transfer 500 tons of food through the trading space, Wei's red eyes flashed with surprise that were difficult to conceal. I actually raised so much food so quickly. Thank you so much. Is 500 tons of grain a lot? In fact, for Wai Wei, an imperial princess from another world, not much. Even for her city-state, which had run out of ammunition and food, it was not much. There are more than 30,000 soldiers and more than 300,000 civilians in her city-state. The 500 tons of grain placed in her place, even if strictly distributed to ensure that no one in the city starved to death, would only be enough for 3 days at most. What really surprised Wai Wei was the speed at which Su Yi raised food. In less than a day, 500 tons of grain were raised. In her opinion, bulk grain is a strategic material no matter where it is, and it is absolutely impossible for ordinary people to obtain so much grain in a short period of time. So Wai Wei guessed that Su Yi was definitely a big shot with a high status in his world. Having such a person as her first partner on the trading platform is definitely a good thing in her opinion. When she saw the grain, Wai Wei already had plans to establish a good relationship with the other party and make long-term transactions. Even Wai Wei's eyes flashed and she thought of something. After all, people cannot understand things beyond their own cognition. It is still a bit difficult for a feudal lord from another world to understand how abundant basic materials are in modern society after industrialization. Su Yi didn't know what the princess in front of him was thinking. After hearing her thanks, he just said politely, "That's right. Miss Wai Wei is too polite. 10 tons of fruits, vegetables, and meat should be given to you tomorrow. If you need it, I can raise 1,000 tons of food in 3 days. There are still 1,000 tons of flour that have not been processed in the factory, and that stuff is the biggest money loser. It is definitely easier to buy than this batch of rice. 1,000 tons? Of course it is necessary." Wai Wei's eyes suddenly lit up and she said quickly, "Is it still these rice?" "That's not true, it's a batch of flour. The products in different worlds may be different. The wheat and rice on Blue Star may not be available in Wai Wei's world, and she may not necessarily know how to use them. But the great thing about the trading platform is that after Su Yi proposed what he wanted to trade, the platform would use an incomprehensible way to let Wai Wei know what it was, how to use it, and what its use was. The reverse is also true. The cost of understanding is greatly reduced. After understanding what flour is, Wai Wei naturally will not let go of these 1,000 tons of flour. Considering that the calories provided by rice and noodles were about the same, she proposed the same price as yesterday, or 1 kilogram of gold for 10 tons of grain. However, Su Yi didn't really want gold anymore. The main reason is that he still doesn't know how to sell the more than 40 kilograms of gold left on his hands. If he dared to ask that old Lu to sell so much gold at once, he was afraid that his body would appear in the river tomorrow morning. People don't want to smash signs because of small profits, but dozens of kilograms of gold of unknown origin are not small profits, enough to make people take risks. Although it only costs tens of millions, gold, a hard currency, still has no origin and cannot be traced. For some wealthy people, the actual value is much higher than the tens of millions in regulated cash. He thought for a while and said, "I wonder if Miss Wai Wei has the kind of props that even people who don't know magic can use? Just something that can be used for self-defense. If anything, it's better to trade this." With force at his side, he also had the confidence to use the remaining gold on hand without fear of being cheated. Hearing his request, Wai Wei raised her eyebrows, then showed a playful smile. "I do have magic props that ordinary people can use. But if Mr. Su Yi is worried about safety issues, I have a better suggestion here." As she spoke, a card appeared in her hand. Su Yi knows this thing because he also has one. Elementary Life Transaction Permission Card. "Miss Wai Wei, what do you mean?" Su Yi narrowed his eyes. "Nothing else, 1,000 tons of grain. How about I give you a powerful elf warrior with both magic and martial arts skills?" Wai Wei said with a smile. There seemed to be some impatience in the smile. "How strong?" "Probably a little better than me." Wai Wei spread her hands. "Of course, I also have some conditions. If I give her to you, she can be responsible for your safety. You must also ensure her basic living needs and meet some of her reasonable needs, and you must not force her to do anything other than protect your safety. Other than that, she doesn't want to do anything. In case you really can't get along, or her strength can't protect your safety, then I can issue another elementary life transaction permission card to redeem her. These all need to be written into the transaction contract." Wai Wei didn't know much about Su Yi's situation, so naturally she didn't know the level of the person she wanted to send to Su Yi. I can only use myself as an example. After all, her strength has been demonstrated in front of Suyi before. Suyi pondered for a moment after hearing the words, mainly thinking about whether it would be difficult for a gangster from another world to move around in Blue Star's Kyushu. After a moment he nodded and said, "Can." As for whether a person from another world will be obedient after going to Blue Star, he does not need to consider it. Trading creatures through the primary life trading permit card is limited by the trading platform. You can only obey the orders of the buyer, take whatever you want, and life and death are all in the buyer's mind. To put it bluntly, it is no different from being a slave. That's why Wei has so many concerns and puts forward a lot of preconditions. As the buyer, Suyi does not have these concerns. After getting a positive answer, Wei visibly breathed a sigh of relief, as if a big stone fell from her heart. Then she hurriedly said, "Wait a moment, I'll bring the person over." As she said that, she disappeared in the trading space. A moment later, Wei appeared in the hall where the two were talking about business with a person. Her primary life trading permit card was naturally gone. After seeing the person she brought, even though Suyi had seen many entertainment works and had a certain psychological preparation for the so-called elves to be very good-looking, he still couldn't help but take a breath. This dam, it seems a little too beautiful, right? Sai Shue's skin is not as rough as the white people on Blue Star. It is white and extremely delicate. Her facial features are delicate and soft. Her eyes are shining when she smiles and there is a playful dimple at the corner of her mouth. She stood there without saying a word, but people couldn't help but like her, as if she was born to be liked. At this moment, Suyi seemed to suddenly understand what Caoji's the goddess of Luo River said, bright eyes and good looks, with a beautiful face. Gorgeous and elegant, calm and leisurely. Tender and charming, charming in words. So beautiful? I guess you are Mr. Suyi? My name is Yu Ling, and I am honored to be your guardian knight. The tall and beautiful elf walked in front of Suyi, put one hand on her chest, and gave him a knight's salute from another world. Suyi was stunned for a moment and looked at Wei. Wei explained, "In our world, what you want her to do is to make her your guardian knight. After making the oath of protection, she needs to fulfill her promise throughout her life. If she betrays one day, she will be burned by the fire of hell." The punishment of burning by the fire of hell. Suyi raised his eyebrows. "Oh, this is part of the oath. There is no actual binding force, but don't worry, she is willing to make the oath today, and she will definitely do it." "I understand, it's just like swearing that the sky will hit you with 5 thunders." Suyi nodded, but didn't care. Anyway, there are stronger constraints on the trading platform. Under Wei's guidance, he put his hand on Yu Ling's head, and then Wei read some words that Suyi sounded incomprehensible, and the ceremony was completed. The two of them made up a contract for the trading platform, and this beautiful elf became Suyi's person. Under the warehouse of Blue Star, looking at the beautiful elf beside him, Suyi was still a little overwhelmed for a while. It's okay to pick up a pretty elf from another world for no reason. But after thinking about it carefully, he felt that something was wrong. According to Wei, she is considered to be a relatively capable fighter in that world, and Yu Ling is stronger than her. In this world with extraordinary power, the value of a strong person should not be comparable to 1,000 tons of food, right? Suyi didn't think so much before. Anyway, with the trading platform as a guarantee, Wei couldn't do anything. But now that he thinks about it carefully, he still feels something is wrong. Fortunately, the person involved is here now, so he asked his doubts directly. Yu Ling was not surprised that he would ask this, and answered calmly, "Because if I continue to stay there, I can't bring much help to Princess Wei with my own strength, but it will be a trouble. The coalition forces that attacked Mengchuan City have many reasons to start this war, and I happen to be one of them. As long as I leave Mengchuan City, the part of the coalition forces that came for me will withdraw, and the pressure on Mengchuan City will be greatly reduced. Before, I had nowhere to go. Princess Wei took me in under great pressure because of her friendship with the elves and me. Now that I have a better place to live and relieve the pressure on Mengchuan City, I will naturally not ask for more. So, your identity is not ordinary." Suyi looked at this beautiful elf with some surprise. He thought Yu Ling was Wei's maid or personal guard, so she could be sold to another world by Wei, the Lord, casually. Now it seems that there seems to be another hidden story. "That's another story." Yu Ling smiled helplessly and briefly explained the whole story. In fact, it's not complicated, it's just a cliched story of racial infighting. The Moon Elf tribe she belonged to was once the most powerful tribe in the Elf Kingdom, controlling the most important fountain of life in the Elf tribe. Later, a tribe called Dark Elves in the Elf Kingdom joined forces with the Orcs to defeat the Moon Elves and became the new master of the Elf Kingdom. Yuling was a princess of a fallen country, but on the eve of the fall of the country, the high priest of the Moon Elf tribe used magic to seal the core of the fountain of life of the Elf tribe, a thing called vitality, in Yuling's body, and let her take away all the spring water accumulated in the fountain of life. What is the concept? The spring water of the fountain of life flows into the lake, and after being diluted countless times, it is the world-famous Moon Lake in their place. The water in the lake is not called water, that thing is called life essence. The life essence is diluted countless times again, and it is the kind of water of life that Wai Wei traded to Suyi before. It can be said that this fountain of life is the most precious wealth of the elves. After losing its core component, this thing has now fallen into a state of suspension. No wonder the new owner of the Elf Kingdom went to great lengths to find her, the princess of the previous dynasty, and forced Wai Wei to send her to another world. I roughly understand. After understanding Yu Ling's identity and background, Suyi had no doubts about this transaction. If he had to say something, he felt that he might have lost money in this matter. Obviously, she accepted Yu Ling to come to Blue Star and helped Wai Wei a lot, but this woman actually asked him for 1,000 tons of food. She is really conscienceless. After a simple mutual understanding, Suyi explained some precautions to Yu Ling, and then took her out of the warehouse. Suyi had no specific idea of how strong Yu Ling was. However, after seeing her twist a rebar as thick as a baby's arm in the corner of the warehouse into a twist, he knew it was safe. With Yu Ling protecting him, those underground forces that are not worthy of being on the stage will definitely not be able to do anything to him. He can rest assured to give all the gold in his hands through Laolu. This kind of thing should be done sooner rather than later. Suyi immediately contacted Laolu again and asked for a trade of 20 kilograms of gold. This time Laolu did not dare to agree directly. He only said that he would ask the boss above and asked Suyi to wait for news. It was expected, so he was not surprised. After all these things were resolved, Suyi realized that there seemed to be nothing to do for a while. It was just after 5 o'clock in the evening. He looked at Yu Ling who was sitting quietly in the passenger seat. Did you bring a change of clothes? How about I take you to buy a few sets of clothes? There is a special magic circle in my clothes, which can be self-cleaning and does not need to be changed. Yu Ling shook her head absent-mindedly. Although this is only the suburbs of Zhongcheng, the various buildings and vehicles on the road still shocked her, a visitor from another world. When she heard that Wai Wei was going to send her to a strange world before coming here, she never expected that she would come to such a strange place. Everything here seems to be different from the place she was in before. It is inevitable that she will be attracted by all kinds of novel things. However, she is introverted. Seeing that Suyi has been communicating with others through the phone and is still driving and looks very busy, she did not ask directly. What a good thing. Suyi took the time to glance at the beautiful long skirt on her body, and decided to ask Wai Wei for some things in this regard in the future. Clothes that don't need to be washed will definitely sell well. But one thing is one thing, about buying clothes, Suyi still insisted. Your clothes are quite different from the mainstream style here. If you keep wearing this, you will inevitably look different when you go out. Let's buy you a few sets. It's well reasoned and convincing. Yu Ling didn't insist on wearing her own clothes all the time. Hearing this, she said softly, "Okay, I'll listen to your arrangement." Suyi nodded with satisfaction and drove straight to the mall. Black silk, white silk, JKOL. He didn't dare to imagine how good it would be for Yu Ling, who looked like a perfect figure for clothes. Ahem, in fact, these are all by the way. Suyi mainly wants to buy her a few sets of clothes so that she doesn't look so different and help her quickly adapt to modern life. That's all. In addition to clothes, she has to buy her some other things. For example, mobile phones. This is a necessity for integrating into the life of Blue Star. If she doesn't know how to use it, she can learn it slowly. Anyway, Suyi doesn't need this money now. As for the problem of language barrier, it is easier to solve. He had seen it in the points mall of the trading platform before. There is a prop that is one level lower than the World Language Penetration Card, called the World Language Penetration Card. After using it, People can quickly master all the languages of a world. The selling price only requires 10 points. At present, Suyi and Weiwei have completed a transaction, and he has obtained 8 points. At this rate, he thinks that after trading the 10 tons of fruits, vegetables, and meat or the remaining 1,000 tons of flour, the points will be enough. Then just give her a whole card. This is much simpler than teaching her to learn Kyushu language from scratch. Suyi did not go to any high-end shopping malls like SKP, but found a Kyanda Plaza nearby. It was similar to what he had guessed before he came. As soon as he took Yu Ling out of the parking lot, she became the focus of the crowd in the mall. There was no way, the elf girl was too beautiful. And I don't know if her skirt was blessed by some magic. Not only was it gorgeous, but the skirt itself seemed to have its own lighting. When they arrived at a dimly lit place, the styles of other people's paintings seemed to have walked into a black and white photo, and she was like the only person with color in this photo. Flowing light, gorgeous, and eye-catching. It's hard not to attract attention. After a while, a man holding a camera came over. Hello, beautiful girl, I am a street photography blogger on a certain audio platform. You are so beautiful, and your temperament is the best among the girls I have ever seen. I want to take a few photos of you, okay? It will take a little time of yours, and it will be done soon. As he said, he looked at Yu Ling with anticipation. Just looking at the image of this beautiful woman in front of him, he knew that it would definitely be a hit after the film was uploaded to the internet without taking any photos. That's all money? As for being rejected, he didn't even think about it. In his opinion, Yu Ling's outfit was just for cosplay. People like this would be so happy if they met a professional photographer taking pictures on the street. How could they refuse? If the photos taken by the time are satisfactory, they can probably add WeChat. Although adding may not necessarily make a difference, having the contact information of such a beautiful woman is once again a capital to brag about when gathering with friends. It may even continue to cooperate in the future, and produce more photos and the like to attract traffic to their own video account. As for Suyi, who was walking with Yu Ling, the photographer didn't even look at him. He is indeed handsome, not worse than the readers, but his dressing style is just like that of an ordinary person, nothing eye-catching. He is indeed a natural handsome guy. But on the internet, as long as the appearance is not as exaggerated as Yu Ling, everyone will not be very different if they put on makeup and edit the pictures. Moreover, his street photography account originally focused on taking pictures of beautiful women, and no one would watch his pictures of men. As for Su Yaitong's disagreement with him taking photos of Yu Ling, just kidding, what era is this? How can a woman need the consent of her male companion to take photos? However, under the photographer's expectant gaze, Yu Ling looked at him blankly with her big eyes, and then looked at Suyi, as if waiting for him to make a decision. Suyi said without thinking, "Sorry, we have something else to do, it's not convenient now." If this guy in front of him is really a street photography blogger with a certain number of fans, with Yu Ling's image and temperament, he will definitely become popular after taking a wave of photos. But the problem is that Yu Ling is an illegal resident. Suyi doesn't want her to show up on the internet. Is it not okay for a little while? I'll take a few photos, quickly. The photographer was a little anxious when he heard this. He had been squatting for an afternoon, and finally squatted for such a beautiful one, so naturally he didn't want to let it go. Sorry, I don't have time. She is more introverted, doesn't like to be photographed, and doesn't like to be posted on the internet. Suyi smiled, ignored him, and walked into the mall with Yu Ling. At this point, the photographer had to give up even though he was still a little unwilling. Although he wanted to secretly take a few photos, he gave up this dangerous idea when he remembered the warning in Suyi's words just now. Yu Ling is so beautiful, it will definitely go viral if the photos are posted online. If he does this when the other party explicitly refuses to take pictures, he may be sued if the other party is serious. He doesn't want to take this risk. It didn't take long to go shopping in the mall. Although Yu Ling is very curious about everything here, she is introverted and her main point is to look more and talk less. From beginning to end, what clothes to buy, even what style of underwear, are all decided by Suyi. Sometimes when some shop assistants see that she is beautiful and want to say a few words to her or take a photo with her, Suyi always refuses. Don't ask. If you ask, she is deaf and dumb, and her personality is introverted. She can't understand what you are saying and doesn't want to communicate with you. So, under the regretful gazes of countless shop assistants, Yu Ling followed Suyi, carrying large and small bags in her hands, and entered a hot pot restaurant in a daze. The good news is that as an elf, she has no dietary restrictions and can eat both meat and vegetables. The bad news is that although Yu Ling is strong, she can't eat spicy food. Seeing her sweating and her face flushed from the spiciness, Suyi could only ask the shop assistant to change a simmering hot pot in the middle of the meal with some amusement. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening when they came out of dinner. Suyi took Yu Ling to the first floor of the mall to buy her a mobile phone. He had used his own mobile phone for a long time, and he happened to have money at this time, so he could also change it at the same time. Then he would apply for a phone card for her. It didn't matter that Yu Ling didn't have an ID card, Suyi had it, and now phone cards could open secondary cards, so it wasn't a big problem. He didn't play mobile games, so he didn't have high requirements for mobile phones. It just needed to be reliable enough and not freeze or disconnect from the network. In this regard, Huai was naturally the one that met his requirements the most. So there was no need to hesitate when choosing a mobile phone brand. He went straight to the Huai counter on the first floor. However, what Suyi didn't expect was that as soon as he entered the store, he met an acquaintance. It's not right to say that they are acquaintances. It can only be said that they have met once and had a meal together. To put it bluntly, they are blind date partners. 3 years after graduation, he is already 25 years old, and his family has been urging him to find a partner. Just last month, Suyi was half urged and half driven by his mother to go on his first blind date in his life. The girl is a relative of the neighbor downstairs in his hometown, named Zhao Lulu. She is the same age as Suyi. Her appearance is about 60 points or 70 points. Occupation. She stays at home to take the civil service exam. I heard that she will also do live broadcasts on a certain audio platform after studying, and her monthly income is about 3,000 to 5,000 yuan. It can be said that the buffs are fully stacked. The actual situation did not surprise him. The girl made a lot of messy requests as soon as she came, such as handing over the salary after being together, that Suyi needs to give her at least 8,000 yuan a month to support her civil service exam, that live broadcasting is her hobby, and that Suyi can't control the occasional interaction with fans. This is still the more aggressive one. There are more messy requests. To this, Suyi's answer was of course, yes, yes, yes. Anyway, he didn't plan to make it, so just obey. Originally, he wanted to leave after eating and not contact him again. But he never expected that this girl, who didn't know if she was stupid, saw him keep saying yes, 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 you are right, and really thought that Suyi accepted all his conditions. After returning, she sent various messages to Suyi every day, and even took the initiative to ask him for red envelopes and milk tea. After being ignored by him countless times, she was still not discouraged. In the end, Suyi was so annoyed that he blocked her directly, and then he was at peace. After telling his mother about the situation, his mother knew that it was such a weirdo, and she didn't say anything. He thought that the matter was over here. Unexpectedly, he took Yu Ling out to buy a mobile phone and met this guy again. What a bad fate this is. It's embarrassing enough to run into a blind date whom you have blocked. What's more frightening is that the other party doesn't feel embarrassed. As soon as Suyi and Yu Ling entered the store, they glared at Zhao Lulu. Suyi. Zhao Lulu was obviously stunned for a moment, but then she showed resentment in her eyes. She pulled the enemy brother who she didn't know where to find and walked straight over. She didn't care about the current occasion at all and asked directly, "Why did you delete my WeChat?" "Because you have that serious disease." Suyi's mouth twitched, and then shook his head, too lazy to pay attention to her. The real version T0 does not refer to a certain gender, but to those groups who throw tantrums and act like scoundrels when encountering something. This is a serious version T0, why bother to argue with her? Hurry up and finish the business and leave. I have to arrange a place for Yu Ling later. I'm talking to you, can't you hear me? However, he didn't want to pay attention, but Zhao Lulu was relentless. He actually grabbed Suyi's arm in public, as if he would not let him go unless he gave an explanation today. She is hostile to you, do you need me to deal with it? Yu Ling's eyes turned cold, but she remembered what Suyi had told her before, so she did not do it directly, but leaned over to Suyi's ear and asked. Suyi thought for a moment and whispered, Do you have the kind of magic that does not hurt people's lives but makes people feel uncomfortable? If she really pesters her, teach her a lesson. The two communicated in the language of Yu Ling's world, and their voices were very low, so they were not afraid of being heard. Zhao Lulu saw that Suyi still ignored her and was talking intimately with an unbelievably beautiful woman next to her, and she was even more unhappy. She pointed at him and said to Yu Ling loudly, "Sister, I think you look okay, but I kindly remind you that this is not a good person, a pure scumbag. Don't think he is intimate with you now. If you dare to ask him for a small request, he will immediately scum you and run away." She looked confident, as if she was really a victim of Suyi's scumbag. Suyi was not angry when she heard her words, but was a little curious. With her appearance, how could she dare to say "I think you look okay" to Yu Ling? Unfortunately, Yu Ling didn't understand what she was saying at all. Seeing her pointing at Suyi and shouting loudly, her eyes moved, wondering if this was considered entanglement and whether she should take action. Fortunately, the store also noticed what was happening here at this time, and the store manager hurried over and said, "Do you two have anything to talk about? We have a lounge in our store. If you have something to say, why don't you go to the lounge to talk in detail?" The words were very euphemistic, but the meaning was very clear. "You guys can go wherever you want to quarrel, but don't quarrel in my store. I still need to do business." Suyi heard this and said, "I'm sorry, I just brought my girlfriend here to buy a mobile phone. I don't know this person at all. I came to your store to buy things, and I met this kind of inexplicable person. You have to deal with it for me, right?" The store manager obviously also heard this meaning. He immediately looked at Zhao Lulu and said politely with an apologetic look, "Madam, this is a public place after all. If we have any problems, why don't we discuss them privately?" However, Zhao Lulu's focus was completely different from that of normal people. She directly ignored the store manager's words and pointed at Suyi and said, "Why, did you really believe his lies that he was here to buy a mobile phone for someone else? He is such a miser. He couldn't even give a 520 red envelope on the festival last month, and he was willing to give a mobile phone to his girlfriend." Suyi, who had been too lazy to pay attention to her, was really a little bit overwhelmed now. "No, you want a red envelope for the Zhongyuan festival, are you going to reincarnate? And who are you, sister? Get it clear. We just met once and had a meal once. I paid for the meal, and I haven't asked you to pay for the meal yet. Why should I give you a red envelope?" Look, he started to yell at me. This guy is a violent man at first glance. Zhao Lulu still had a strange angle. Suyi, seeing his speechless look, Yu Ling also knew that it was time for her to take action. Teach her a lesson, but don't hurt her life. Just use that magic. I don't know what she remembered. Yu Ling, who had always been very calm, suddenly had a slightly naughty arc at the corner of her mouth, but unfortunately no one saw this scene. Then the corner of her mouth moved, and she whispered a spell. Zhao Lulu, who was still holding her head up and accusing Suyi, suddenly changed her face. She only felt a chill from the top of her head to her coccyx. The feeling of being about to burst out made her feel very bad, and she tried to control her sphincter to limit it a little. But the magic from another world was not something she, an ordinary person, could withstand. The next moment, accompanied by a series of puff sounds, under the gaze of the surrounding spectators, a thick yellow soup broke free from all restraints and gushed out. Unfortunately, Zhao Lulu was wearing a skirt today. The onlookers' faces suddenly changed, and they quickly covered their noses and fled. "Oh my god, someone is pooping in the mobile phone store. Ugh, I just finished dinner and was thinking of taking a walk. This is too outrageous, I'm vomiting. Damn, why did she suddenly start to poop? Is she sick? Stay away, be careful of infection." Suyi was also stunned, and pulled Yu Ling back again and again. At the same time, he glanced at Yu Ling, and found the cunning in her eyes and the smile on her mouth, guessing that it was her handiwork, and whispered, "This won't happen." While speaking, he glanced at Zhao Lulu again. The woman was already stunned on the spot, but the spray had not stopped. Listening to the continuous puff sound, Suyi was a little worried for a while whether she would be dehydrated directly. No, she will probably have diarrhea for 3 days and lose a few pounds, but her life is not in danger. Then there will be a period of weakness for about 10 days, and then it will be fine, and there will be no sequelae. Well, there will be no sequelae, at most she will live on another planet in the future. Suyi's mouth twitched, but he didn't sympathize with this guy at all. Don't you like to make a fool of yourself in public? Then just be conspicuous and do it. As for Yu Ling, who took action to protect herself, he certainly wouldn't blame her. Fortunately, this store is big enough and the internal ventilation system is quite developed. You can't smell any bad smell if you are far away. Su Yi didn't care about Zhao Lulu, who was being carried to the bathroom by a group of shop assistants. He found a shop assistant from the other end, picked 2 latest mobile phones, paid for them directly, and left quickly. According to the popularity of Huawei on the internet, someone pooped in their offline store, and it will probably be on the hot search tomorrow. He had to take Yu Ling away quickly. It was too abstract. Who knew that going out to buy a mobile phone would encounter such a bad thing? Until Su Yi finished all his work and came out of the mall, he was still frightened by the little episode just now, looking at Yu Ling, who was sitting quietly in the passenger seat with a normal expression. He suddenly felt that this elf was not that simple. At least Yu Ling was definitely not as Buddhist and peaceful as she looked on the surface. Su Yi saw clearly the gloating look in her eyes after the prank was successful. On the surface, she is a dignified elf princess, but deep in her heart, there is still a little devil, right? After thinking about it, Su Yi took a deep breath and prepared to have a good talk with her. Unexpectedly, before he opened his mouth, he heard Yu Ling say, "Sorry, I didn't control the strength this time. Next time I encounter something similar, I will use a gentler magic." Su Yi was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "No, I don't mean to blame you. I mean, this magic is good. In the future, when you meet such a difficult but non-threatening person, use this trick, or a similar trick." Zhao Lulu is undoubtedly the most annoying and helpless person in modern society. The key is that you really don't have a good way to deal with such a person. Call the police? The police won't work. Can they arrest people and sentence them or impose administrative penalties just because they make loud noises in public places? Impossible. At most, they can invite people to the police station for mediation, which is basically useless. For ordinary people, they can only avoid such people. If they are forced to take action by such people, the worst thing they can do is fight. Yu Ling's magic, which can kill people without anyone noticing, is very effective against this kind of idiot. If I really let you shit in public, are you afraid? Yu Ling was stunned. She saw Su Yi hesitated to speak, and thought that Su Yi was dissatisfied with her using such a bad magic. Unexpectedly, not only was he not dissatisfied, but he supported him to use this trick next time he encountered a similar situation. Yu Ling's calm eyes were vaguely excited, and he nodded quickly. "Okay, I'll listen to you." When the two returned home, it was already past 11 o'clock in the evening. Then Su Yi discovered another thing. The place where he lives now is a rental house. 1 bedroom and 1 living room. There is no such thing as a guest bedroom. So the question is, how to sleep? Yu Ling did not have an ID card, so she couldn't even go out to get a room to sleep. In desperation, Su Yi originally planned to go out to get a room to sleep and let her sleep at home. But Yu Ling was unwilling, saying that he was here to protect Su Yi's safety, and it was impossible for him to stay at home as a bodyguard and let the boss go out to live. After some arguing, the two of them magically moved into the hotel together. A suite with 2 rooms. But Yu Ling stayed in Su Yi's room most of the night. It wasn't that something happened that was very popular. It was mainly because she was very curious about mobile phones and kept pestering Su Yi to teach her how to use mobile phones. It seemed that because they were getting more and more familiar with each other, Su Yi found that Yu Ling seemed to be releasing her nature. Her image had changed from a dignified and quiet elf princess at the beginning to a lively little girl who was curious about everything. And she had a bad personality and seemed to like to play tricks on people. He didn't know what to say. So if you don't have a deep relationship with some people, you really don't know how big the contrast between them can be. Yu Ling pestered her to teach her how to operate the mobile phone all night. In the end, Su Yi was so sleepy that he downloaded Tetris on his mobile phone to fool this elf princess. As a result, he woke up at noon the next day and found that Yu Ling was still playing that Tetris at his bedside. Compared to the first time they met yesterday, Yu Ling was now wearing the loose pajamas that Su Yi bought for her, lying on the bed with her white and tender body crossed behind her, concentrating on her phone, with the charging cable connected to the end of the phone. No matter how you look at it, she looks like a homebound internet-addicted girl. How can you tell that she is an elf princess? When Su Yi woke up, he was facing Yu Ling. As soon as he opened his eyes, his gaze was dragged into the abyss in the lace pajamas. It took a while before he took a breath and came back to his senses. Glancing at Yuling, who was concentrating on playing games and seemed to not care about her exposure at all, Suyi kindly reached out and lifted the pajamas strap that slipped off her shoulders. Pay attention to your image. Oh. Yuling subconsciously turned sideways and lifted the shoulder strap. With just such a small action, the originally suppressed behemoth broke free from its restraints and almost jumped out. Suyu took another breath of cold air, then quietly pulled up the air conditioner that was kicked to the side of the bed and covered himself with it, then asked, "Have you been playing all night?" Yuling subconsciously glanced out the window, and then said in surprise, "Hey, is it already dawn? It's already noon." Suyi was a little speechless. "Why don't you go back to your room to sleep? Do you know that this is very dangerous? I was planning to go back to sleep after playing for a while, but then I forgot." Yuling said a little embarrassedly. "It's okay, our elves' work and rest schedule is different from yours, and we can go without sleep for a few days. You are a tough guy who can bend rebar with bare hands. Am I worried about whether you can sleep or not? I am afraid of accidental discharge." Rubbing his eyebrows, he said helplessly, "Stop playing, pack up, and go out to do things later." Okay. Although Yuling is addicted to games, she is still very obedient to Suyi's words. Hearing this, she turned off the game that had accumulated countless points without hesitation, and stood up and stood by the bed. The four eyes met, and after a long time, Suyi tightened the air conditioning quilt covering him. "Don't you need to change clothes? Some of the clothes you bought for me I don't know how to wear. I will learn from you first," Yuling said very honestly. Suyu thought about it and felt that those clothes had zippers, buttons, belts, and so on. It was indeed a bit difficult for someone who had never worn them in another world to wear them by herself. She didn't speak the language, so it was not easy to ask the store clerks directly yesterday. It was right to teach her. But just as he was about to get up, he saw the air conditioning quilt hanging on him and quickly sat back on the bed. "Wait for me for a few minutes." "Okay." Suyu tried to calm down and took deep breaths. After a long while, when he felt that he had almost calmed down, as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Yuling, who was wearing pajamas with air leaking on all sides, revealing a large area of white and tender skin, looking at him curiously. "Well, it was in vain. How about you wait for me outside the house?" "Okay." After a moment. "Come on, which piece of clothing do you not know how to wear? I'll teach you. It's this weird piece of clothing. I can't fix it on my body." "Wait, you mean the bra? Yeah, this should be worn inside, right? I'll take off my clothes first." No, wait a minute. Huh? Why is your nose bleeding?" Healing spell. After spending nearly a day together, although it was a little incomprehensible, Suyi soon realized a very serious thing. That is, Yuling seemed to have no defense against him, especially when it comes to issues between men and women. If she was so defenseless to everyone, Suyi would not find it strange, and would just think that the creatures in the other world were more unrestrained. But when it comes to others, she is not like this. Yuling is very smart and can already understand some simple words. But every time an outsider tried to talk to her, she could clearly guess what the person meant, and only needed to nod or shake her head to express her opinion, but she would ask Suyi's opinion before replying to the other party. There was no intention of getting to know and communicating with outsiders at all. If I have to describe it, it's probably that she seemed to regard herself as Suyi's personal property. Suyi didn't know why this happened, but he guessed that it should have nothing to do with the trading platform, but more like some kind of rules in their world. It was probably related to the Guardian Night ceremony that looked quite like that at the time. He couldn't ask Yuling directly about this matter, so he planned to ask about it next time when he traded with Wei Wei. It's not a bad thing anyway. A charming and beautiful elf obeys your orders and has no defense in front of you. He wished there were more of these good things. Except that the healing spell is a bit useless, there is no harm. Let's not talk about some interactions with Yuling for now. Suyi still didn't forget the business. After getting up and washing up, he had a simple lunch and took Yuling to a farm in the suburbs of Zhongcheng. Wei Wei didn't need the 1,000 tons of flour right now, and Suyi also planned to leave Lusheng and Li Wenyuan alone for a few days, so he didn't rush for now. But it's better to get the fruits, vegetables, and meat that Wei Wei promised to provide quickly and send them over. This amount of fruits, vegetables, and meat and the 500 tons of rice provided before were all trade requests made by Wei Wei when the two sides met for the first time. The rice has been traded, and the transaction points have been settled, but the fruits, vegetables, and meat have not been delivered, so this transaction is not yet completed. The two did not agree on a specific time at the time. Suyi said that it would take some time to prepare for the fruits, vegetables, and meat. The points of the trading platform are calculated according to the items exchanged in real time, and there is no hard and fast rule that a transaction must be completed within a certain time. In theory, even if Suyi drags it out for 10 or 8 years, or even becomes a deadbeat and doesn't give it directly, Wei Wei can't do anything to him. But he is obviously not that kind of person. He usually keeps things in mind when he promises others. If it is not done in time, he will feel something in his heart and always feel uncomfortable. Going out now is to solve this problem. Meat is easy to deal with. Suyi has a childhood friend whose family runs a restaurant. In recent years, he has gradually taken over the family business. It is a small matter to get a few tons of frozen meat from his channels. But it is not easy for him to get a few tons at a time for things like fruits and vegetables that are difficult to preserve for a long time. After all, the restaurant is so small and not a big hotel. However, Suyi did get the contact information of a large farm owner in the suburbs of Zhongcheng from him. With someone to introduce you, it is naturally convenient to get things done. He had already contacted the owner of the farm last night and arranged to meet this afternoon. Yuanfeng Ecological Farm, that's it. After driving for nearly half an hour, Suyi arrived at the farm located in the southeast suburbs of Zhongcheng, not far from the river. He had read the information of Yuanfeng Farm before coming. It covers an area of about 5,000 acres, where not only various vegetables and fruits are planted, but also livestock and poultry such as pigs, cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, and geese are raised. There is also a lake inside the farm, which raises various fish with high economic value. It is a super large comprehensive ecological farm. It is said that the investment was more than 100 million yuan. Otherwise, his childhood friend's family recently planned to cooperate with others to create a catering brand and open branches across the country, requiring a stable supply source, and it would be impossible to get in touch with the owner of such a large farm. And Suyi came here today, of course, not just for those tons of vegetables and fruits. For such a small amount of things, the boss with a net worth of over 100 million yuan would not come to see him specially. He wanted to talk about the acquisition of the farm. Yuanfeng Farm was poorly managed, and coupled with the poor overall economy in the past 2 years, it had long been on the verge of bankruptcy. The boss also had other businesses, and now life was also difficult. He urgently needed funds to fill the holes elsewhere, so he had the idea of transferring the farm. As for why Suyi wanted to acquire a farm, it was naturally for the transaction with Wei Wei. After some research, he found that as long as he had a farm, he could purchase all the grain, fruits, vegetables, and meat that Wei Wei needed in a large amount through the farm in a reasonable and compliant manner. Needless to say, fruits, vegetables and meat are the main commodities planted and raised on the farm. As for grain, with a farm in hand, it would be too easy to reasonably purchase bulk grain. Can't I buy it to feed the livestock? Why don't livestock eat feed but grain? Do you understand what ecological farming is? The high cost is my own business. I am willing to lose money. What do you care? Isn't grain-fed beef also fed with grain? No problem at all. As for why the farm has so much food but no chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep fed with various grains. Don't ask. If you ask, it's just plague. It can be said to be a logical closed loop, without any flaws. In contrast, although the food processing factory he is more familiar with can also purchase a large amount of food, it is not easy to deal with fruits, vegetables, and meat, and it is easy for people to find problems with these grains that only enter but not leave. And it is easy to get fruits, vegetables, and meat when setting up a hotel or restaurant, but it is not easy to purchase hundreds of tons of food at a time. Otherwise, we have to solve the problem from the source. This ecological farm is the source? Because they had contacted in advance, when Suyi's car arrived at the door of the farm office building, a young man in a suit came out enthusiastically. Is it Mr. Su? Please come in, our general manager's son is waiting for you in the office. My last name is Zhou, and I am the manager of the farm. You can just call me Xiao Zhou. From his enthusiastic attitude, it is not difficult to see that the owner of Yuanfang Farm really wants to package the farm and sell it quickly. When Xiaozhou received the person who was most likely to be his future boss, he was naturally very attentive. The farm's office building was not very beautiful, and the layout inside was also very ordinary, but it was cleaned very cleanly, giving people a very refreshing feeling. Judging from the traces of cleaning on the ground, it was obviously specially tidied recently. The big boss obviously would not arrange such things on purpose, so these were obviously arranged by Xiaozhou in front of him. The owner of Yuanfang Farm is Sun Wang, a middle-aged and elderly man who is nearly 60 years old but energetic. Although he is a businessman, he appears to be quite decent and meticulous in his work. After Suyi went with the farm manager Zhou to meet with Sun Wang, the two simply exchanged greetings, and Sun Wang took him around the farm himself without saying a word. Letting people go to the farm to see what is grown and grown there will naturally be of great reference value for both parties to negotiate prices. Farms are different from places like factories in that they cannot be prepared in advance. After all, raising crops and livestock takes time, and there is no possibility of improvising in advance. It is still very useful for reference. Even if he didn't take the initiative to mention it, Suyi would find an excuse to go to the farm and look around. After looking around, he realized that he had underestimated the farm before. The various things grown and cultivated here are themselves an extremely huge wealth. All kinds of modern agricultural facilities are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The farm as a whole appears to be extremely advanced and well planned. In the words of Manager Zhou, the farm adopts a scientific cyclic sowing plan and is currently able to produce tons of different varieties of fresh fruits and vegetables for sale on the market every day. Under this plan, as long as the farm is still operating, there will be a steady stream of crop output in the corresponding season. At that time, Suyi half-jokingly asked Manager Zhou if it was possible to expand the variety of crops grown so that the farm could continue production all year round. Manager Zhou told him quite professionally that this could be done in places further south with a warmer climate. But the climate in Zhongcheng is not suitable for this. Although off-season planting is nothing compared to current agricultural technology, it is not consistent with the pure natural green ecological agricultural products that Yuanfang Farm focuses on. It's not easy to sell them once they're grown. Suyi didn't think about how to sell the things he grew, so it was naturally not a problem for him. After knowing that it could be done, I didn't ask any more questions. After looking around, the group returned to Sun Wang's office again. It can be seen that although Sun Wang is rich, he lives a relatively simple life. There are no arty calligraphy and painting decorations in the entire office, and there are no luxurious things like mahogany desks. Simple and clean. This was Suyi's first impression after entering this place. Sun Wang was very polite and personally made a cup of tea for Suyi. After a few words of greeting, the two went straight to the topic. Mr. Su also inspected the farm for a while. Do you have any ideas? It's very good. It meets my requirements in all aspects. It can be seen that Mr. Sun and Manager Zhou have taken good care of the farm. Suyi took a sip of tea and gave a pertinent answer. Then about the farm transfer. Sun Wang asked eagerly, obviously eager to sell the farm in his hand. Involving the asset transfer of hundreds of millions of dollars, Suyi definitely doesn't have that much money in his hands right now. But fortunately, this kind of thing cannot be settled in a day or two. What we need to talk about now is just a preliminary intention to cooperate. Mr. Sun also knows that I am not in this business, and I don't know much about your industry. How about you make a price, Mr. Sun, and I will study it when I get back and give you a reply. Suyi changed hands and kicked the ball back, and then added, if the price is reasonable, we can sign a contract of intent tomorrow at the latest. I can make an initial deposit of no less than 10 million. He really didn't understand the farm thing, and there was no need to pretend that he did. After all, he is now a boss who has money in his pocket and wants to invest in something, and was introduced by another boss. It is normal to not understand technology and market conditions. As long as he has money, some professional organizations will help him evaluate the value of the farm. Sun Wang was not surprised by this answer. After thinking again and again, he tentatively said, my initial opinion is 160 million. What do you think, Mr. Su? Suyi raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard this. Although he is not an expert, he must have been familiar with the relevant situation before coming here. Yuan Feng Farm was founded 13 years ago, with more than 100 million invested at that time. Coupled with the costs of maintenance and other aspects in recent years, the money invested in it will only be more. Of course, the farm must also be profitable, and it is impossible to make ends meet. It's just that after more than 10 years of inflation, 100 million more than 10 years ago and 100 million now are not the same concept. At that time, RMB 100 million was invested in purchasing various equipment that cannot be purchased with RMB 100 million now, and these devices are basically in good condition and usable. Coupled with land value appreciation, even if the property rights of the farmland last for a total of 30 years, only 17 years are left, and since this is agricultural land, its value is definitely different from that of commercial land. But in general, it is completely impossible to contract such a large piece of land for 17 years at the price 10 years ago. So no matter how you look at it, this is a very conscientious price. Suyi's money came easily. Since the other party had already offered a price that he thought was very reasonable, even preferential, he didn't bother to bargain. Anyway, it's just the intention stage now. When it comes to signing the contract and paying the money, he will definitely find a professional organization to come for inspection and evaluation. It's okay to agree now. Seeing that he agreed without even asking for the price, Sun Wang was naturally overjoyed. It happened to be dinner time at this time, and he specially invited Suyi and Yu Ling, who came with him, to have a meal in the farmhouse supporting the farm. During the meal, Suyi proposed to purchase a batch of fruits and vegetables first. Sun Wang naturally had no reason to refuse. He immediately asked manager Zhou to arrange people to pick them overnight and deliver them to the warehouse designated by Suyi early tomorrow morning. Of course, for this kind of purchase, the money must be paid first. A total of 8 tons of fruits and vegetables were purchased, all of which were seasonal products, and they were freshly picked from this kind of ecological farm. The price was of course more expensive than the things in ordinary vegetable markets and fruit stores. A total of just over 100,000. Sun Wang made the decision and directly gave him a 100,000, signed the contract and paid on the spot. Seeing that he transferred money without blinking an eye, and the money was transferred from a private account, Sun Wang was even happier. These days, some big bosses who claim to be worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions may actually have more debt than their net worth. If you want to buy a car, you have to use the company's account. Without using the public account, it is not necessarily possible to take out the 100,000 yuan for buying groceries anytime and anywhere. Unless they are really rich, many rich people will not put too much money into their personal accounts. There are some tax issues involved, and people with money in their pockets are very smart. Suyu's childhood friend has already prepared frozen meat. 2 tons in total will be delivered to a frozen warehouse he rented in advance tomorrow. Together with the 8 tons of fresh fruits and vegetables, the 10 tons of fruits, vegetables, and meat promised to Wei Wei can all be traded tomorrow. The problem of finishing the first transaction on the trading platform has been solved. He felt relieved. But tonight's matter is not over yet. He had contacted Lao Lu before to trade another 20 kilograms of gold. Lao Lu also agreed, but the place agreed by both parties this time was not the business club in the city center where they met last time, as Suyi thought, but a quite remote resort in the suburbs of Zhongcheng. In name, the amount involved was too large, and it was not safe in the city center. What was actually going on was unknown. If it were before, Suyi would never have gone. Of course, if he was really stupid enough to reveal that he had so much gold without any support, and the other party really had bad intentions, then it would not make much difference whether he went or not. He could not fight against such an organization in the gray industry. But it is different now. With Yu Ling's personal protection, in the territory of Juzhu, as long as he is not targeted by the authorities, basically no one can do anything to him. He had previously demonstrated to Yu Ling in detail the lethality of some modern weapons through video. After watching it, Yu Ling gave him a very conservative answer according to Suyi's request. With her, no firearms can hurt Suyi. Even facing a cannon attack with a killing radius of more than 50 meters, she is confident that she can take Suyi away safely. As for more powerful weapons, she has no idea without corresponding video materials. But this is enough. With her as a support, Suyu said that he has no fear of Lao Lu and the organization behind him. Naturally, there is no saying that he dares not go. What's more, He promised Sun Wang that he would sign a letter of intent tomorrow, and he would have to pay 10 million yuan in intention money at that time. Where would he get so much money if he didn't go? At 10 o'clock in the evening, Su Yi, who had just finished a dinner with Sun Wang, rushed to the Jiangxin Villa Resort, which is also located in the southern suburbs of Zhongcheng. Soon he found the place he had agreed to meet with Lao Lu. Lao Lu, as an old acquaintance of his, was already waiting for him at the door. After they met, Lao Lu didn't say much, and didn't ask much about Yu Ling, who was following behind Su Yi. There was no body search procedure like those in those young and dangerous movies involving underground transactions. After a simple greeting, he took Su Yi and the others into an inconspicuous villa. However, when entering the door, Lao Lu still whispered, "The person who is handling your transaction is a big shot. He happened to be free today. He came to do it after hearing about this matter. You will definitely get a lot of money. Just pay attention to your attitude." Although Su Yi didn't know who this big shot was, he actually asked him to pay attention to his attitude when buying his gold. But he could see that he was kindly reminding him, so he didn't say much, just nodded to show that he knew. Then he carried the safe full of gold and walked into the villa with Yu Ling. Lao Lu didn't come in, but waited at the door. After entering the door, another man in a suit, who was very tough and indifferent, led the way. It was obvious that he had good fighting ability, probably a bodyguard or something like that. Su Yi turned around and whispered to Yu Ling in the language of another world. "How many people with similar fighting ability can you deal with at most?" Yu Ling glanced at the bodyguard who led the way and then shook her head. Su Yi thought that she didn't see the bodyguard take action, so she couldn't assess his strength, so she couldn't just speak casually. But he didn't expect to hear Yu Ling say the next moment, "They are just ordinary people. No matter how many come, they will not pose any threat to me. According to the strength classification of our world, my martial arts strength has reached the level of Eclipse Knight. Even in the army with strong individual strength in our world, if there is no one of the same level as me in the opponent's army, I can easily come and go freely in hundreds of thousands of troops. Unless I don't want to live, I must fight with hundreds of thousands of troops and die of exhaustion, otherwise hundreds of thousands of troops can't do anything to me. Of course, I can't solve these armies with my martial arts strength alone. But I also practiced elven magic, and my strength reached the level of a great magician. I can release some less powerful forbidden spells, so if there is no one of the same level as me in the opponent's army, I can try to bury all of them with hundreds of thousands of troops." Su Yu was stunned for a moment. Before, he only knew that Yu Ling should be very strong. Even in their world with extraordinary power, she can be regarded as a strong person. But this is the first time that Yu Ling has described her combat power more intuitively. Hundreds of thousands of enemies, and these hundreds of thousands of people are based on the army of the alien world, and their individual combat power is much stronger than that of the people of Blue Star. If she is not bragging, then this combat power is simply supermodel on Blue Star. In the cold weapon battlefield of Blue Star, wouldn't it be true that one person can be a million-man army? Of course, it is only a cold weapon battlefield. The army of the alien world is only stronger than the people of Blue Star in terms of individuals, and how its specific combat power compares with the modern army of Blue Star is still to be discussed. After all, the development path is different. And Blue Star has a real killer weapon like mushroom eggs. Last night, when Su Yi was free, in order to understand which of the two worlds was stronger, he also showed Yu Ling all the data of the Tsar hydrogen bomb. Yu Ling called it outrageous after reading it. In her words, this thing is probably that even the martial arts gods and magic gods who have practiced martial arts and magic to the extreme in their world would fall asleep on the spot after being hit by one. And the forbidden spell she mentioned is actually a kind of large-scale killing magic. The coverage radius of the less powerful ones is estimated to be only a few hundred to 1,000 meters, and the powerful ones can have a killing radius of several kilometers or even 10 kilometers. In fact, it is not as good as the common million-ton nuclear bombs on Blue Star. And on Blue Star, as long as there is a need, nuclear bombs can be produced in an assembly line indefinitely. But the magicians who can release forbidden spells on their side are not produced on an assembly line, and there are only so many. So in comparison, Su Yi came to a conclusion that sounds a bit absurd. That is, if the two worlds were to fight with real weapons, the powerful superhumans in their world would probably not be able to defeat the ordinary humans on Blue Star who have been fighting internal wars for thousands of years and have mastered the technology of mutual destruction. Of course, that is the overall combat power comparison between the two worlds. In the current situation, individual strength is obviously more important to Suyi, and Yu Ling is this individual with explosive combat power, which directly makes Suyi feel safe. The voices of the two people talking were confused by Yu Ling using a special magic. Outsiders could only hear what they were muttering, but they couldn't hear the content at all. Naturally, it is impossible to discover that this is a completely new language. The bodyguard who led the way also appeared to be quite professional. As there was no rule of silence in the villa, he ignored the communication between the two and just led the way, playing the role of a toolman perfectly. It's said to be a villa, but actually it's a huge retro-style house inside. The bodyguard led the two of them across the covered bridge with carved beams and painted buildings, and then came to a very exquisite garden. Although the garden is not big, it is well equipped. There is no shortage of small bridges, flowing water, rockery and rock walls, and exotic flowers and plants. There is also a pavilion in the middle. In the pavilion, a man wearing a simple t-shirt and shorts cuddles up with a very cute little girl and feeds the koi. From time to time, the little girl's silvery laughter could be heard in the garden. If he ignored that what he came here to do was neither black nor white, Suyu felt that the scene in front of him was quite healing. But at this moment, she suddenly felt that Yu Ling beside her suddenly took the initiative to hold his hand and squeezed it slightly. At the same time, Yu Ling's voice came to her ears. That little girl is sick and dying. Suyi was stunned for a moment and subconsciously looked back at Yu Ling. Their eyes met. Yu Ling blinked and said firmly, "Really, she has a month to live at most." Suyi. He looked back not because he suspected that Yu Ling had lied to him when he said that the little girl was going to die. Rather, I felt that it was a bit inconsistent for such a beautiful elf, who was rumored to be very kind and gentle, to say it in such a calm tone. But thinking about it carefully, it seems that these are the stereotypes of elves that he got from various entertainment works of Blue Star. The author himself has never seen elves, so how does he know what the personalities of elves in other worlds are like? Looking back, Suyu saw that the man seemed to be accompanying the little girl and ignored him, so Suyu turned to ask, "How did you tell?" "We elves are relatively sensitive to the breath of life. Creatures that are about to end their lives will emit a breath of death. Any elf can see it at a glance," Yu Ling said matter-of-factly. "We are close to nature and revere life. Although we are not vegetarians as you said, the animals and plants we eat are basically about to die. This is also one of the ways we find food." Food. Suyu's eyes twitched and he subconsciously glanced at the little girl. "We don't eat intelligent beings." Yu Ling sighed helplessly. After spending a day together, she finally discovered it. The person he swore to protect was good in all aspects, but his mind seemed a bit big and he would always think of some inexplicable things. "Oh, that's okay," Suyu said again. "So this little girl is dead. Under normal circumstances, he should be dead, but if you or I want to save her, she can be saved," Yu Ling said seriously. "You or me?" Suyu asked doubtfully. "You know magic, so I can understand if you can save her, but I don't know how. How can I save her?" "Water of life." Yu Ling seemed a little surprised. "Princess Weiwei gave you a bottle of water of life in exchange, right? Didn't she tell you about the efficacy of water of life? In her case, a few drops can help her live 10 more years. 1 drop of the small cup you used to drink when we were eating should be able to make her recover, and she will be healthier than anyone else in her life. You'll get sick, and you'll have no problem living to be 150 years old, etc." Suyu was suddenly confused. If he remembered correctly, the water of life was used to exchange for the 10 tons of fruits, vegetables, and meat, right? He spent a total of more than 100,000 on purchasing those things. Now tell me, I bought more than 500 ml of something worth more than 100,000 yuan, and it still has this effect? Let's not talk about curing diseases. Just 1 cup can make a person live to 150 years old. If he wants to sell it, this small bottle will make him the richest man in minutes. Those rich people who are afraid of death may not even blink an eye if they spend tens of billions a cup in order to live for a few more decades. If you are so awesome, you should have told me earlier. Why the hell would I be selling gold? This thing is much more valuable than gold. When the trading platform introduces the water of life, it only says that it can cure all diseases, prolong life, enhance physical fitness, and that long-term drinking can promote the evolution of the human body, but there are no specific effects. Moreover, it was so easy to get this thing that Suyi didn't pay much attention to it and only thought about finding an opportunity to implement the effect. When he got busy recently, he forgot about it. Naturally, I didn't expect to ask Yu Ling. After hearing Yu Ling's words, he immediately realized that this was the most valuable thing currently appearing in that other world. Although the two people's whispers were deliberately lowered, they were so close that they could still be heard in the pavilion. While having fun, the little girl noticed two strangers coming and said very sensibly, "Dad, a guest is coming, you go and do your work first. Yingying needs to go to bed too." "Okay, Yingying, go and wash up first. Dad will tell you a story later." The man gently rubbed the little girl's head. After the woman dressed as a servant took the girl away, the man turned back to look at Suyi and the two. When he glanced at Yu Ling, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes that was difficult to conceal. But it was just a glance. He quickly focused on Suyi and said with interest, "Are you a doctor?" Suyi never expected that he would ask such a strange question when he first came up, and said in surprise, "Why do you ask that? When you looked at Yingying just now, there was obviously a look of pity and sympathy in your eyes. You must have seen that she was in poor health, right?" Not only was he in poor health, he was about to die. Suyi complained in his heart, but his mind was moving very quickly and he said without changing his expression, "My family has been practicing traditional Chinese medicine for generations. Although I didn't learn much from me, I still know a little bit about it. A family of traditional Chinese medicine that treats illnesses and saves lives, no wonder they have so much gold." The man seemed to mean something. But then he put aside the gold matter, and the common indifferent look on the little girl's face after she left showed a few other emotions. "What do you think of Yingying's condition?" "Don't worry, we follow the rules and there is no such thing as hiding a disease or avoiding medical treatment." His tone seemed nonchalant, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. But Suyi could clearly feel that there seemed to be some hope in his eyes. So he said, "I can live for a month at most." After thinking about it, he added, "On the premise of maintaining the status quo and doing nothing." He only knew that the little girl was about to die, but he didn't know what kind of disease she had or what kind of treatment she usually received. If you get cancer and you have to undergo chemotherapy from time to time, God knows if you can survive more than a month. Snap! The man who was quite casual a second ago and didn't seem to care much about it suddenly stood up. The mobile phone placed in front of him fell to the ground and fell directly into the fish pond without caring. He stared at Suyi. "Are you really a capable inheritor of traditional Chinese medicine? Can cancer be cured?" That look was like a drowning man grabbing the last thing he could hold on to. As for whether this thing was hemp rope or straw, he could no longer care. However, Suyi pointed to the suitcase in Yu Ling's hand and said, "I'm here to do business. There's gold in this. It's 47 kilograms in total. Boss, why don't you inspect the goods first?" To be honest, the guy in front of him was very rude to Suyi. He had agreed with Laolu to arrive at this time, and he neither came early nor was late. But after he arrived, he saw this guy accompanying his daughter for more than 10 minutes. He and Yu Ling stood beside him humbly like servants in other people's homes. If Yu Ling hadn't said that the little girl was dying, which made Suyi barely understand his behavior of leaving the guests aside to accompany his daughter, he would have taken Yu Ling away long ago. After all, he came to do business, not to beg for help. And now the offensive and defensive situation is different, it's the other person's turn to beg him. Without saying too much, Suyi still wants an apology. The man glanced at the box in Yu Ling's hand, surprised that such a beautiful woman could carry dozens of kilograms of heavy objects for so long, and reacted quickly, realizing that his previous behavior was inappropriate. He quickly stood up and stretched out his hand and said, "Mr. Su, right? I am Shen Mingshu. I am so sorry. I missed the appointment tonight. It's just that my daughter's body is really, sigh. Anyway, it's all my fault. To show my sincerity, I will buy the gold at the current market price. There is no need to check it. Give me an account and I will transfer the money now." Suyi stretched out his hand and shook his hand, then smiled and said, "That's not necessary. In business, the goods that should be checked still need to be checked." The goods need to be checked, but he bought them at the market price, and Suyi accepted it. After all, The price difference is hundreds of yuan per gram? Okay, then check it. Shen Mingshu was not hypocritical and agreed to it. A moment later, someone came to the garden with various equipment to test the purity of the gold on the spot. Su Yi told Lao Lu that he was going to sell 20 kilograms of gold. But after arriving at the scene and seeing the situation in front of him, he changed his mind and took out all the gold in the storage space. Anyway, it can't produce offspring if it's kept. Shen Mingshu in front of him is obviously a big shot. He probably won't refuse to accept it just because he took a little more gold. With Yu Ling around, it's not a problem to put the gold into the suitcase without alerting others. Taking advantage of the gap in testing the gold, Shen Mingshu took the initiative to come forward and talk to Su Yi. This person has a very high emotional intelligence. He quickly resolved the embarrassment of leaving the two of them aside just now, and his attitude of admitting his mistake was very sincere. This was originally a trivial matter, and the other party did have a reason, so Su Yi didn't keep holding on to it. The two of them soon had a good chat. Then the topic turned back to the girl's condition as expected. Su Yi finally knew what disease she had. Congenital leukemia. Although he was not a real doctor, he had heard of this disease to some extent. Su Yi was a little curious just now, what disease did this little girl have that couldn't be cured even with money? This solved his doubts. Mr. Su, do you think this disease can be cured? Shen Mingshu, who felt that he was almost done, finally asked carefully what he really cared about. It's difficult. Su Yi shook his head and sighed. But Shen Mingshu was not discouraged when he heard this, but his eyes lit up. It's difficult, not incurable? He didn't say anything pretentious like I have a lot of money and power, if you have any difficulties, just tell me directly. But he said very sincerely, Mr. Su, Yingying's mother and I have known each other since childhood, grew up together, and finally got married. But my lover fell ill when she gave birth to Yingying, and died in less than a year. Yingying is not only a daughter and a descendant to me, but also the last spiritual sustenance of my lifelong love. So, no matter what the price, as long as I can do it, I will never refuse. You see, this is called high emotional intelligence. Su Yi is also very satisfied with his attitude. It was a bit too vulgar to mention the money directly. After thinking about it, he euphemistically expressed that he had gone to Yuanfeng farm today, lamenting that the current procedures were cumbersome and complicated, but he wanted the farm for its own use, and it would be better if it could be done quickly. After hearing this, Shen Mingshu took the matter without any hesitation, saying that he would do it and it would be done for Su Yi tomorrow. He didn't mention a word about money during the whole process. Obviously, he planned to pay the 160 million transfer fee required by the farm itself. Since the other party was so open, Su Yi naturally couldn't be stingy. He immediately said that he could go and see the little girl named Shen Yingying now. This was exactly what Shen Mingshu wanted, and of course he would not obstruct it. To say that he really believed that Su Yi could treat this incurable disease was definitely nonsense. He did this just because his daughter didn't have much time left, so he tried his best. Of course, no one could deceive him. A shrewd person like Shen Mingshu can tell whether a person is really capable or just bluffing just by communicating with him. And there are other reasons why he is willing to give Su Yi such an opportunity and even pay a huge reward of hundreds of millions for it. That is, few people know about Shen Yingying's condition. An outsider like Su Yi can see Shen Yingying's physical condition at a glance and even guess how much time she has left, which shows that he is not simple. The group soon came to the door of a room on the second floor of the villa. Before opening the door, Su Yi said, Mr. Shen, I didn't prepare any treatment before I came here today, but I have a set of massage techniques that can alleviate Miss Shen's condition to a certain extent. You can take her to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow to see the specific effect. During the treatment, except for me and my assistant, it is best for others to stay outside and not come in. I wonder if Mr. Shen can accept it. Shen Mingguan opened his mouth, hesitated for a moment, and nodded decisively. Okay. As he said that, he knocked on the door. When the nurse who took care of Shen Yingying came out, Su Yi took Yu Ling into the exquisite little room with a pink girlish style. Shen Mingguan outside looked at the slowly closing bedroom door, with a gleam in his eyes, and glanced at a middle-aged man in black behind him. The middle-aged man nodded, and soon there were many elite bodyguards inside and outside the villa. Shen Mingguan did half black and half white things, so naturally there were many enemies outside. But first of all, These enemies basically couldn't know that his daughter was seriously ill. Secondly, the people who can make enemies with him are not stupid. Without knowing how deep Shen Mingguan's feelings for his daughter are, no one would think that he would do anything for his daughter. Sending people to hold his daughter hostage is useless except for making him angry. This is why Shen Mingguan agreed to let Suyi and his daughter be alone. However, he has a bottom line in his heart, but people are the most unpredictable things in the world. In order to be on the safe side, he specially mobilized people to come. If Shen Yingying has any accident, he will definitely not let Suyi and his two leave. Although some words are not said, everyone knows it. There are a lot of people outside, probably 50 or 60. Some of them have weapons on them, which should be the kind of pistols you showed me in the video. In the girlish little room, Yu Ling said calmly. It's okay. This is my pet peeve after all. It's normal to be cautious. Don't worry about it. Suyi shook his head and then said, cast the spell. He specifically asked Yu Ling before if her healing technique could temporarily alleviate Yingying's condition. The answer is naturally yes. Even with Yu Ling's strength, even without using the water of life, using an advanced healing magic from the elves was enough to make this little girl recover. But the things promised are still just words. Naturally, Suyi would not cure his illness right now. That's why I said tonight can only alleviate the condition but not cure it. When all the benefits are received, it will be time to really treat this little girl. Yu Ling naturally would not shirk Suyi's request. After receiving the clear instructions, he immediately chanted a spell softly. Soon, a green halo floated out from her palm and fell on Shen Yingying, who was already asleep. The little girl's brows, which had been frowning in her sleep due to physical discomfort, immediately relaxed the moment the healing magic fell on her. Obviously much more comfortable. Is this good? After waiting for a long time, Suyi didn't see any other subsequent actions from Yu Ling, so he couldn't help but ask. Okay. Yu Ling nodded affirmatively. If she could only live for a month at most before this, then even if we don't care about her now, she can live for at least half a year. Awesome. Suyi did not hesitate to praise him. No matter how many times I see it, seeing this extraordinary power in the hands of life is shocking enough. With a single thought, a dying person can be brought back to life. This kind of power only existed in people's imagination in the past. But now, through the trading platform, all of this is within reach of Suyi. In order not to make Shen Mingguan suspicious, Suyi and Yu Ling stayed in the little girl's room for almost half an hour before opening the door. As soon as the door opened, Shen Mingguan came over and said eagerly, "How's it going? Fortunately, I did not disgrace my life." Suyi smiled and said, "Although this cannot cure Miss Shen's condition, it can at least make her feel more comfortable. It is very painful for patients who are still undergoing treatment for terminal cancer. Without seeking to cure the disease, just being able to do this is a great kindness to many patients and their relatives." Shen Mingguan thanked him repeatedly, and invited Suyi and two people to spend the night here on the grounds that it was getting late. Suyi knew what he meant, so he naturally didn't refuse. This kind of wealthy family pays attention to a rigorous approach in handling affairs, but it is not like in some TV dramas or novels, where a man and a woman who are in an ambiguous period go to live in a strange place. At night, the host assumes that they are a couple and only arranges for one room. After the Shen family members asked Suyi tactfully, they took them to two adjacent guest rooms. Yu Ling played another all-night game. But this time I played Zioxeowl. Suyi slept as usual and didn't get up until noon the next day. After washing up, he went out and saw Shen Mingguan and Shen Yingying waiting at the door. As soon as he saw him coming out, Shen Mingguan quickly stood up and said to the little girl, "Quick, thank you uncle." "Thank you, uncle." The childish voice sounded along with the ignorant children's voice. Suyi, who had just woken up and was still a little confused, came back to his senses. He tapped Shen Yingying's little face carefully. Compared to the visibly haggard appearance last night, he does look a lot more rosy today. Yu Ling's healing technique still has something to offer. Shen Mingguan brought his daughter here to wait for Suyi, seemingly just to thank him. After thanking him, he asked someone to take his daughter away, and then said very sincerely, "A professional medical team has examined Yingying in the morning." The test results shocked the attending physician. Although the cancer cells in Yingying's body have not been eradicated, they have been reduced a lot, and normal cells have not been affected, which is completely different from the effect of chemotherapy. The doctor said that he has never seen this situation. Mr. Su, to be honest, I really didn't expect you to be able to achieve this level. In my opinion, Yingying can be relieved of some pain, which is enough to be worthy of the reward I paid you. Even if it cannot be completely cured, I won't trouble you again. So, I want you to tell the truth, whether Yingying's disease can be completely cured. To put it bluntly, he asked Suyi to give it a try because of his mentality of treating a dead horse as a living horse doctor. Until now, he still couldn't believe that the young man in front of him could really do a better job in treating cancer than doctors with the blessing of modern technology. In fact, the attending doctor said something in the morning that he did not tell Suyi. That is, with Shen Yingying's current condition, it is not even considered to be in the late stage of cancer. At most, it can only be considered to be in the early to mid stage. If a suitable bone marrow transplant can be found, there is great hope for a cure. For Shen Mingwen, as long as there is hope for a cure, finding a suitable bone marrow is not a big problem. However, this treatment method will definitely be accompanied by many sequelae in the later stage. After seeing Suyi's magical methods, he naturally wanted better ones. Can. Without any hesitation, Suyi nodded and gave Shen Mingwen the answer he wanted. Shen Mingwen didn't ask any more questions. After heaving a sigh of relief, he handed an information bag placed aside to Suyi. Mr. Su, the matter has been taken care of for you. Yuanfang Farm and 6 other large farms around Yuanfang Farm total 17,000 acres of land. I have integrated them all into a super large farm. Of course, externally, this is generally called an agricultural demonstration area, but there is essentially no difference. This farm is now in your name. It has not been named yet. I have found a temporary manager for you and cleared the procedural issues for you. If you have any favorite company name, just give the manager a call directly. That's fine, the phone number is also in the file. In addition, I also registered a wholly owned agricultural product operating company in your name. You can also ask the manager to change your name when the time comes. The 47 kilograms of gold you gave me last night totaled 25.85 million yuan at the current market price. I decided to give you a total of 30 million yuan. All of it has been credited to this company's account. You can access it at any time, the tax has already been paid. As he spoke, he took a deep breath. If Mr. Su can really cure Yingying's disease, I will pay 500 million to the company account to express my gratitude. In addition, I personally, and the entire Shen family, owe you a big favor. Of course, even if it can't be cured, what I said before will stand and I will never cause trouble to you. Suyi was still a little confused when he walked out of the Shen family villa with the file bag. To be honest, when he came here last night, he really only planned to sell the gold for money, and then use the money to pay the intention deposit of Yuanfang Farm, and purchase grain from the food processing factory to sell to the other world to get more gold for more money. He never expected that in just one night, he had almost achieved financial freedom and no longer had to worry about money. He even had the farm that he had tried so hard to acquire in order to legally obtain bulk grain commodities, and it was not just a large farm like Yuanfang Farm, but a behemoth that was several times larger than Yuanfang Farm. Sure enough, plans can't keep up with changes. When you have some means of production that others don't have, the speed of making wealth is far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Suyi was just an ordinary person before, and he never thought that something that can cure diseases can make so much money. He was still thinking about how to tinker with that little bit of gold. Of course, the most important thing is to see who is being cured. Only a rich girl like Shen Yingying, who has a father who is not short of money, can afford such a price. If it were an ordinary person, if cancer treatment really cost so much money, he would probably have to choose to end his life. Suyi had no other choice but to sigh that people with the same fate have different fates. There are many people with cancer in the world, and the family of each cancer patient is a history of blood and tears. The water of life from another world is not infinite, and the magic power of Yu Ling, an elf who can perform healing, is also limited. He can't save everyone. Among the limited people who can be saved, he will naturally save whoever offers the highest price. He is a vulgar person, greedy for money and lustful. There is no great soul that is free from vulgar interests, and the wealth and power in his hands are far from the point of benefiting the world. Just make money. Well, now it's time to consider how to spend the money. Looking at the 30 million lying in the account, Suyi felt that he needed to spend it well. It doesn't cost much to operate a farm. After Shen Mingguan integrated it for him, there was already more than 60 million yuan in the farm account, and there were also a large number of mature agricultural products that could be sold at any time. He could use the 30 million yuan directly now, without having to consider leaving it for the farm to operate. Speaking of which, we are now a person with a net worth of hundreds of millions. It is not appropriate to live in a rental house. Let's buy a house first. Su Yi made a decision quickly and drove straight to a famous villa area in the southern suburbs of Zhongcheng. Lu Sheng has been in a bad mood recently. Since returning to China, he always feels that his luck has never been good. He finally found a good job in the factory with the help of his brother-in-law's relationship, but he didn't expect to stir up trouble as soon as he took office, causing the factory to lose hundreds of thousands. If there were no one under his command who could take the blame, I'm afraid that his brother-in-law Li Wenyuan would have to let him leave the factory. But the problem is that there are only 2 or 3 people in the purchasing department, and Su Yi basically did everything before. But recently, Su Yi was busy running around to clean up his mess, and he had no time to deal with the factory work. So the purchasing work fell on him. Damn, he studied for a master's degree abroad. How could he understand this kind of serious frontline work? These days, he was exhausted. Which company's products are good but too expensive, and which company's products are cheap and affordable, he has no idea at all. He is even more clueless about what money can be accepted and what cannot be accepted. He purchases goods from the supplier who gives him the most gifts. Less than a week after working, complaints from the frontline production department floated into the boss's office like snowflakes, and he was scolded by his boss and brother-in-law Li Wenyuan for this. This is just at work. Life is also a mess. His fiancée, who had been dating for 7 or 8 years and was about to get married, insisted that he sell the wedding house in the city that his parents bought for him and buy a new house in the suburbs. He thought this woman was probably crazy, but he just couldn't get away from it. Just now, he received a call from his fiancée, asking him to go and see a house. Wow, when he saw the address, it turned out to be the famous Jianguan Villa district in Zhongcheng. The houses in this place start at tens of millions at the very least, and he definitely can't afford it. He felt aggrieved when he thought that he would have to beg his fiancée to not be angry and promise her that he would buy it in a few years. But people asked him to go and see the house, just to see it, and it would be inappropriate for him not to go. Otherwise, his fiancée might put on the hat of not making progress again, and he couldn't afford to offend her. Oh, it's so difficult. While sighing, Lu Sheng drove to pick someone up. Soon he picked up his fiancée who had just had her hair done at a barber shop. Looking at his fiancée's face, which was more than 8 points with a little makeup, and more beautiful than ordinary stars and models, the resentment in his heart dissipated at once. His wife is so beautiful, what's wrong with making some requests? He should be the one working hard. Thinking of this, he immediately smiled and said to his fiancée mysteriously, "Lingling, guess what good thing happened to me today?" The woman in the passenger seat's eyes lit up and asked tentatively, "Another supplier gave you a big gift." Lu Sheng's face flashed with embarrassment, and he shook his head and said, "Guess again. Could it be that your company paid the salary?" Lu Sheng barely managed his expression, then looked at his fiancée and said affectionately, "Neither. I saw you again, Lingling. Every time I see you, it is the best thing in my life." The woman's mouth twitched, and she looked out the window with disgust. "Boring. Let's go and see the house. I have already contacted them." Lu Sheng didn't care about his fiancée's disgusted expression. He knew very well that his wife who had not yet married was a sharp tongue but a soft heart. She said boring, but she must be very happy in her heart at this moment. After saying the earthy love words, Lu Sheng was in a good mood and drove straight to Jianguan Villa district. It was not rush hour at this time, so there was no traffic jam on the road. The two arrived outside the villa area in less than half an hour, and the salesperson who had been contacted long ago was waiting at the door of the sales office. When Lu Sheng parked his car, there was even a doorman who came to open the door for him. This kind of treatment made Lu Sheng sigh in his heart. It was indeed a high-end villa area, and the service was thoughtful. If he had money, he would definitely buy a villa in this villa area just for this service. But the next moment, when he saw the person walking out of the broken car in the next parking space, he couldn't help but be stunned. Su Yi. As soon as he got off the car, Su Yi heard someone calling him. Looking around, he saw the unfortunate kid Lu Sheng. I didn't expect to meet this guy even when I came to see a house. Suyi was speechless and didn't want to talk to him at all. However, Lu Sheng's fiancé was right next to him, and he was at his strongest just now. When he called Suyi just now, he just wanted to let his fiancé know his social status. But he didn't expect Suyi to ignore him directly. This made him a little anxious for a moment, and he walked over in a few steps and said, "Wait, Suyi, aren't you supposed to be talking to your customers about purchasing that batch of grain now? Why are you here?" As he spoke, he did not forget to say to his fiancé behind him, "This is the subordinate in our department I told you about." Suyi sighed and glanced at the sand sculpture helplessly. "Xiaolu, it's about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. If I remember correctly, it's still working time, right? You can show up here, why can't I?" Xiaolu. Hearing this title from Suyi again, and in front of his fiancé, Lu Sheng's face turned dark. On weekdays, he often brags to his fiancé about his status in the factory, and his subordinates will respectfully call him Director Lu when they see him. What's the difference between Suyi's little Lu and pulling off his underwear in public? Xiaolu, can you call me Xiaolu?" Lu Sheng said, squeezing his neck. "I won't argue with you if you were rude before. This time you are so innocent. Do you still want to do it? Would I still be here if I wanted to do this?" Suyi glanced at him in surprise. "Idiot." With that said, he turned around and walked towards the sales department. On the side, Yu Ling's eyes lingered between Lu Sheng and Lu Sheng for a while. Seeing that Suyi was about to leave, she quickly followed. But this time, he learned a trick from Lu Sheng's fiancé and took the initiative to reach out and hold Suyi's arm. But she never thought that she was much richer than Lu Sheng's fiancé, whose face was covered and he couldn't tell the difference between men and women. Suyi was caught off guard by the sudden soft touch on his arm. But in public, he couldn't be pushed away by other girls, so he could only lean into her ear and whisper, "Well, actually you don't need to hold me so tightly." Yu Ling blinked and didn't understand why she couldn't hold her so tightly, but she still relaxed a little as she was told. The almost touching feeling dissipated a little, and Suyi also breathed a sigh of relief. He took a few deep breaths to cool down his blood that was almost boiling. Only then did Lu Sheng, who was behind him, notice that the female companion next to Suyi was so beautiful. Not only was she beautiful, but she also had an amazing figure. The fiancé next to him, who had always been as beautiful as a fairy in his eyes, suddenly didn't seem so attractive at this moment. Of course, there are many beautiful women in the world. It's not like Lu Sheng would change his mind when he sees a woman who is prettier than his fiancé. The main thing is that this beautiful woman is holding Suyi's arm now. How could this stinky loser find such a beautiful girlfriend? Lu Sheng's actions were all seen by his fiancé beside him, especially the scene where he first looked at Yu Ling and then turned to look at his fiancé, which clearly exposed the contrast between the two in his heart. Although many women have a kind of self-confidence in their appearance and feel that they must be more beautiful than others. But that's no matter who the score is compared to. In front of Yu Ling, even if his fiancé was usually confident about her appearance, she would inevitably become shabby now. And I happened to meet Lu Sheng, my boyfriend, who looked at the two of them with contrasting eyes. Suddenly he became angry. He threw Lu Sheng away and walked to the sales department without saying a word. Only then did Lu Sheng react. He quickly ran after him and apologized humbly. Finally he agreed to spend 20,000 to give her a new style bag, and the matter was over, and his fiancé finally agreed to accompany him to look at the house. So the woman's original request to see the house naturally turned into Lu Sheng begging his fiancé to see the house. He had a vague feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. I was even a little glad that my fiancé was generous. Although she spent some money, she was able to get her settled quickly. "Handsome beauty, do you want to come and see the house?" As soon as he entered the sales department, a beautiful saleswoman took the initiative to greet him. Suyi nodded and said, "Is there an existing house? It's the kind that's been renovated and ready to move in." "Hello, yes. You two, please sit over here." The salesperson's eyes suddenly lit up and he quickly led the two of them to the rest area and asked as they walked, "Do you want to buy or rent? The economy is not good, and houses are naturally not so easy to sell. Naturally, they also have rental services here. Buy a house. So what are your requirements for the house? For example, in terms of environment and decoration?" The salesperson asked more carefully, and Suyi answered them one by one. At the end of the question, the salesperson finally asked the most important question. What's your approximate budget range? Within 30 million. Suyi thought about the savings in his pocket and replied, if there is a very suitable house, it is not impossible to go higher. The salesman's eyes suddenly lit up. At this price, there are many houses to choose from. We have several that are very suitable for your needs. As he said this, he took out a large booklet, which contained some villa floor plans, pictures of the location and surrounding environment. After another round of selection, 2 houses were finally selected. The salesperson immediately said that the keys were in the sales office and they could go and see them now. Of course, Suyi would not refuse. However, as luck would have it, just as he was sitting in the sales office's sightseeing car and preparing to leave, Lu Sheng and his wife appeared again. They were led by another salesperson to see the house, and they happened to see the same house as Suyi. However, these salespeople have been in this business for a long time, and they are obviously shrewd people. Who is here to buy a house and who is just here to take a look can be guessed almost accurately just from their conversation and expression. Seeing this, the female salesperson who brought Suyi and the others was afraid that Suyi might worry that someone else might have snatched the house, so she found an opportunity to whisper, "Don't worry, boss. My colleague said that these 2 people would just go to take a look and not buy it. And now we are mainly looking at the exterior environment of the villa. Generally, the interior of this kind of finely decorated villa is not allowed to be seen without signing a letter of intent. If you want to see the decoration style, you can mainly look at the model room. You don't have to worry about the house being seen by all kinds of people before you buy it. We will pay special attention to this." Suyi certainly didn't need her to remind him. The villas here cost tens of millions. Not to mention Lu Sheng, even if his brother-in-law Li Wenyuan, the owner of the grain processing plant, came, he would have to think twice if he wanted to buy it. Having a net worth of tens of millions is not the same as taking out tens of millions in cash. But the rules of viewing houses in this villa area made him feel very comfortable. After all, he really wanted to buy it, so he naturally didn't want others to see his house casually before he bought it. It can only be said that their service is indeed worthy of the price. The sightseeing bus has several rows. Suyi and his sales team sat in the first row. Lu Sheng and his wife sat in the last row. Although they disliked each other, they didn't curse or fight as soon as they met. At this time, Lu Sheng was also in the back row asking Suyi and the other man what they were doing here, and the salesman who brought him here was honest and answered honestly. My colleague said they were here to buy a house, and they liked 2 houses. One is the lakeside villa we are going to see later, which has a good view, and the other is closer to the entrance of the villa area, which is more convenient. I guess we will sign the contract after we finish looking at it. Sign a contract. Lu Sheng sneered at this. Brother, you are too honest. You can tell at a glance that this guy is just here to see the world. Let alone buying a house here, he probably can't even pay the deposit with all the money he has. Look at his Dobeo clothes, does he look like someone who can afford a villa? Sales have been in this business for many years, and they can still tell who is really here to buy a house and who is just here to take a look. If he really relies on clothes to judge whether a customer can afford a house, he would have been unemployed long ago. Take the 2 couples in front of him as an example. Although the handsome man and beautiful woman in front wore simple clothes, the girl was so beautiful and her temperament was so outstanding that you could tell at a glance that she couldn't be an ordinary person. A man with such a beautiful woman by his side couldn't be ordinary. The team behind was different. Although they were all wearing big brands, they were actually some affordable styles, and the prices were not that expensive. At most, the LV bag in the woman's hand was more valuable. This kind of people looked more like people who had no money but insisted on hanging some luxury goods on themselves. For a discerning salesperson, there was no suspense about which of the 2 groups was more likely to buy a house after seeing it. But after all, they were customers. Although they were not here to buy a house, out of professionalism, the salesperson couldn't directly refute them and could only smile and say nothing. But he didn't say anything, and Lu Sheng, who was anxious to regain some face in front of his fiancée, refused to agree. He quickly added, "Don't disbelieve me, I know this guy. He's just a small manager in charge of purchasing in my brother-in-law's factory. If he really has the money to buy a house here, how could he go to work in the factory?" The salesperson couldn't help but think that Lu Sheng and the others weren't here to buy a house anyway, and he probably wouldn't be punished even if he complained, so he said immediately. Sometimes work doesn't mean anything. We received a customer before. He usually sells fish in the vegetable market not far from the community. Many people nearby know him. He didn't even have time to change his clothes when he came to see our house. He was wearing a blue work suit that was dirty and smelled of fish. At that time, there was a person here who looked down on others. He thought that the person was dressed ordinary and usually sold fish, so he thought that this customer was here. I just wanted to join in the fun, and I was busy that day, so I was very perfunctory when I received him. I never expected that the boss of the fish seller had an office building of more than 20 floors in his home. He usually sold fish just because he liked fishing but didn't like eating fish. At first, he sold it in bits and pieces. Later, as there were more repeat customers, he simply sold fish every morning. The boss directly spent more than 60 million yuan to buy building number 2 in our villa area, and complained about the salesperson who received him. The final result was naturally that the salesperson was fired, and the boss also happily took building number 2 and prepared to use it as a wedding house for his son in the future. Thinking that the other person was ordinary in dress and ordinary in work, he looked down on him. I don't know why, Lu Sheng always felt that the salesperson's story was made up on the spur of the moment, and the purpose was to scold him for looking down on others. But he couldn't get angry directly, and the other person didn't scold him by name. And he was also afraid that if he got serious, he would ruin the house viewing and make his fiancée unhappy. So even though he was unhappy, he could only mutter, "Wait and see, he will definitely not buy," to end the topic. The salesperson next to him disagreed. Customers like Suyi, whether they buy a house or not, are much more comfortable to receive than Lu Sheng. At least when the salesperson introduced the house to Suyi, Suyi listened carefully. When he introduced it to Lu Sheng looked around and didn't listen to a word at all, which was very disrespectful. "We're here." The sightseeing bus drove in the huge villa area for a while and arrived in front of a 4-story single-family villa. It must be said that the scenery around the villa is very good, and the distance between each building is more than 100 meters. Across the road from the door is a lake connected to the river. The water quality is clear and bottom clear, which is obviously specially treated. And considering the flood season in Zhongcheng, although the villa area is adjacent to the lake, the terrain is very high, and even if the water rises, it is impossible to flood the house. It can be said to be comprehensive. There is a forest behind the house, and there are neighbors only on the left and right sides. The salesperson introduced enthusiastically. "Mr. Su, our building is mainly for quietness and seclusion. In such a big city, we are looking for a place that can make people feel at ease. We try to design all gardens in accordance with the natural ecology, and we also do a lot of biological control work, so that you can experience the quiet life in the forest without being affected by all kinds of annoying snakes, insects, rats and ants in the deep mountains and old forests. Close to nature to a certain extent is our slogan. After all, no one can stand living in the pure natural wilderness these days, don't you think? Look at the lake in front. On the side close to the villa, we have specially made a fence to isolate it, which can prevent the garbage from floating in. At the same time, we have also raised a large number of native fish from the river in the water, and there are special people to feed them. If you have a hobby of fishing, after becoming our owner, you can fish as you like. All kinds of fish are raised by us and can be fished. We also asked professionals to find more than 100 excellent fishing spots on the lakeside and build special fishing platforms. This is a benefit exclusive to single-family villa owners. You can choose any fishing platform as your private fishing platform at any time. This is included with the purchase of the villa and you don't need to pay extra money. In addition to the fish in the lake, you can also pick some things produced in the forest behind you at will. The fruit trees in the forest are regularly taken care of. In addition, there are mushrooms in the forest in this season. Many owners like this. When they have nothing to do, they will take time to go to the forest to pick mushrooms and eat them. After all, this is the real pure and pollution-free. The salesperson spent nearly an hour talking about the environment and supporting facilities around the villa. To be honest, before this, Suyi bought a villa just because he had money and wanted to find a larger living environment. He didn't want to live in a rental house of dozens of square meters, or buy a commercial house of 100 square meters to compete with his neighbors for the elevator. But now that he has seen the environment and various supporting facilities in this villa area, He really thinks that this villa area with an average starting price of 10 million yuan has almost no other disadvantages except being expensive. There are lakes where you can fish at will and there are a lot of fish in them. There are also forests that can produce various mountain products, and there is no need to worry about snakes, insects, rats and ants. Each villa also comes with a garden of more than 1 acre, and there is no restriction on what the owner can do with the garden, whether you raise some flowers and plants or grow some vegetables. Even if you get a paddy field to grow rice, no one will care about you. As long as you don't affect your neighbors, you can do whatever you want. And the distance between each building is more than 100 meters, it is also difficult to affect the neighbors. In addition, the community also has public camping areas, barbecue areas, stadiums, athletic fields, and other facilities in places with good scenery, which can be used by owners for free. Of course, although it is free, the maintenance of these supporting facilities must cost money. It's just that all the money is included in the property fee. For the villa that Suyi wants to buy, the available building area is more than 700 square meters, and the annual property fee to be paid is more than 150,000. It is higher than the annual income of ordinary people. But this amount of money is obviously nothing for people who can spend tens of millions to buy such a villa. The most important thing is to buy a service that makes you feel comfortable. After seeing the first building, Suyi and the others followed to see another building. In comparison, he still likes the building facing the lake more, and Yu Ling also likes that building more. That building is farther away from the hustle and bustle of the community entrance and closer to nature. Of course, there are also disadvantages. After all, it is by the lake. No matter how it is handled, there are inevitably many mosquitoes in summer. However, this is a problem for others, but it is a trivial matter for Suyi. Yu Ling is right next to him. The elves are close to nature and have many ways to deal with these annoying little creatures. Ever since Suyi complained about being bitten by a mosquito in the hotel the night before, he hasn't seen what a mosquito looks like in the past 2 days. He is not a procrastinator. After making a decision, he followed the salesperson back to the sales office. He handled the procedures and transferred the money in one go. He had just received 30 million yuan, but before he could even feel the warmth in his pocket, he had already spent 28 million yuan. In total, this building costs nearly 40,000 yuan per square meter. It is not actually the top one in the current housing prices in Zhongcheng, but this thing also depends on the location. The environment here is really good, and the location, saying it is a rural-urban junction is praising its location. This kind of location sells for this kind of price, and the bulk of it is of course spent on the actual living experience. But for Suyi, this kind of place is really enough. He doesn't need to rush to work during rush hour now. On the contrary, his farm is also in the suburbs, not far from here. If he really wants to buy an apartment in a good location in the city center, this amount of money can only buy a small house of less than 200 square meters. Not only is the living experience poor, but it will also increase the difficulty of his daily commute. In short, he is very satisfied with everything here. Yu Ling does not understand the desire of Juzhu people for a house of their own, so naturally she does not understand why Suyi is so happy. But on the way back, she still suggested, "I see that there are a lot of vacant land around the house you bought. If possible, you might as well trade some magical plants from that world with Princess Wei. I can help you turn the yard into a garden full of magical plants. Not only is it beautiful, it also has certain defensive functions, and many magical plants have special effects, and they have some special effects after eating." Magic plants. Suyi was stunned for a moment. Before Yu Ling reminded him, he had never thought about this. But thinking carefully, Yu Ling, as an elf, must be very familiar with the various plants in their world. With her help, it might be possible to plant some special products from another world. But there is still a problem here. The environment of the two worlds should be different, right? Can the magic plants in your world survive in our world? Why not? Yu Ling asked in confusion. I even feel that the magic energy here is more abundant than in our world. If we transplant the magic plants from our world here, they can not only survive, but I think they can even grow better than in our world. We also have magic energy here. Of course, otherwise how can I use magic here? Listening to Yu Ling's matter-of-fact tone, Suyi was really shocked. So, doesn't it mean that magic can also be practiced in Blue Star? But after thinking about it carefully, he shook his head and said, This is impossible. If so, why has there never been a magician or warrior like you in our world? Yu Ling said with a slightly strange tone. If I remember correctly, you said before that the oldest recorded civilization heritage here is your Juzhu, which is only that, right, about 5,000 years? Then it counts as 10,000 years. Do you know how long it has been there? How long? The Xiang Empire where Princess Weiwei is located has existed for more than 120,000 years. Our elf kingdom has existed for even longer, because the elves are immortal and have a longer lifespan, at least 1,000 years. We have a history of more than 300,000 years of written records. Yu Ling said seriously. You are too young and have not really learned how to use the special energy in the universe. Of course, even the world we are in may not have gone far on this road to transcendence. With only a few 100,000 years, I am afraid we have just started on this road. This is not my personal imagination, but I know that there is a world like your blue star outside our world. As for the reasonable guesses drawn after the existence of such trading platforms, as far as I know, in our place, some extremely powerful gods of law or gods of war can live for more than 10,000 years, and our elves even have existences that have lived for more than 100,000 years. On the road to transcendence, time is the least valuable thing, and your blue star has a history of more than 10,000 years of civilization, which is too young. That's not right. Su Yi frowned and said, although human civilization is young, blue star has existed for a long time, and life appeared billions of years ago. If there is magic power in our world, then these creatures that have existed for so long should have some special features, right? Yu Ling frowned when she heard this, as if she was thinking about how to explain to Su Yi. After a moment, she said, this power is very special. If we rely solely on the unconscious adaptation, absorption, and evolution of animals and plants to utilize it, it will be an extremely slow process. In fact, most of the magic plants I told you were artificially cultivated by our people after discovering the power of magic. The same is true for those dangerous monsters. They were all cultivated by intelligent creatures who first discovered the power of magic. However, these intelligent creatures may not be humans. Elves, dragons, and dwarves have basically done similar things. Animals and plants that are cultivated and exposed to magical power will also develop wisdom after they become powerful to a certain extent, and a new intelligent race is born. They may use the power of magic to cultivate other races for certain purposes. This is the reason why our world can have so many intelligent races. Many races are not born intelligent. As for which race among these races is naturally produced, it is impossible to trace the origin of the one who first discovered magical power and then created other races. Well, it can be regarded as an unsolved mystery on our side. But after coming to Blue Star, I can probably guess the answer. Humans are the first intelligent race to be born in nature. Why do your words sound so permeable? In this way, there are so many races in their world, and it seems that they are all the results of the biological experiments of the ancestors there. Even Su Yi could imagine what the ancestors of their world who created other races were thinking. For example, after mastering powerful magical power, I feel that my human body is too weak and my lifetime is too short. Therefore, immortal species such as elves were created in an attempt to obtain a longer lifespan. This kind of thing is really something humans can do. As for cultivating so many chaotic races, whether these intelligent races will compete with future generations of humans for survival resources after they develop is obviously not something these people consider. Just trust in the wisdom of future generations and that's it. The logic is totally fine. I think we should continue talking about magic plants. Su Yi felt that this topic was still a bit too ambitious, and it wasn't what he should be concerned about right now. Decisively chose to change the topic. Do you think if some special magic plants are introduced from your world here, can they be planted on a large scale? Or can we cultivate some of our local specialty magic plants here, and then resell them back to you? That world. Yu Ling thought carefully and said, the magic power of Blue Star is more abundant than that of our world. It should be feasible to plant magic plants in large areas. It just requires some special magic circles that gather magic power. Princess Weiwei doesn't have this thing. You have to let her. It will probably be troublesome to purchase them. The only ones where we can plant magic plants on a large scale are our elves and the Magic Kingdom. We elves can do this because of the existence of the Fountain of Life and Moon Lake. The Magic Kingdom relies on the cultivation of magic circles, and their method is more suitable for your world. Why? Suyi glanced at her and said, "Didn't I say that the core of the fountain of life is in you? This thing is also a man-made creation, right? Let's find a way to build a fountain of life on Blue Star, too. It's difficult." Yu Ling shook her head. The fountain of life is said to have been created in an extremely ancient period. Dozens of magicians at the level of magic gods spent countless rare treasures to create it. Even in our world, it is impossible to create another one now, let alone the current one here. There is almost no theoretical basis for magic, and I am the only one who knows magic. In contrast, as long as you can afford to pay enough for a large magic circle, the magic kingdom can still sell it. And if you are just growing magic plants on the scale of your farm, in fact, we may not necessarily need a large magic circle in the early stage. It is enough for you to ask Wei to help you purchase a small magic circle. There is no purchase threshold for this. As long as she is willing, she can it's easy to buy. Okay. Suyi sighed with some regret. But after asking Yu Ling about the effects of these magical plants, her fighting spirits suddenly rekindled. There are ones that can be used as bodyguards at home, which are better than dogs. There are foods specially grown for eating. If you eat too much, ordinary people can gain the level of strength of their new warriors, and it is easy to kill a cow with one punch. There are also some magical plants that are specially designed to beautify people, prolong life, and even aphrodisiac. These are all business opportunities. Suyi's current farm has nearly 20,000 acres of land. Even if he only grows these special magic plants on the farm, he doesn't dare to think about the price that the things he grows can fetch. This is the only good thing in the entire Blue Star. In addition to plants, there are also magical beasts specially bred for food in the magical world. That thing is even more awesome. Its main feature is that it not only strengthens your body but also tastes better than any ordinary animal. This is all a business opportunity. With an elf like Yu Ling helping him, he didn't have to worry about being an amateur buying all the good stuff and feeding it to death. If that doesn't work, he can buy a few more elves from Wei to help take care of the farm. The primary life trading license card in the trading platform Points Mall is not expensive. This is a business that is sure to make money. Plant only in the yard of the villa? It's too small, the pattern is too small. He wants to plant all over his farm. If Yu Ling hadn't seen the yard of the villa and suddenly mentioned it out of the nature of the elves, Suyi really wouldn't have thought of this way to make money. The farm that he originally purchased as a white glove to purchase various materials now seems to be worth buying. There are too many benefits? You are really my lucky goddess. Suyi became more and more excited as he thought about it. If he wasn't driving at this moment, he would have wanted to hug Yu Ling and kiss her hard. Originally, after obtaining the trading platform, he hadn't figured out how to use the platform to make a lot of money. Before, he only knew how to foolishly get the gold. But this can't be blamed on him. The magic world is a completely unfamiliar world to him. He doesn't have the ability to foresee and know, so naturally he doesn't know what is more valuable to him from other people's place, and he is still in the stage of exploration. The arrival of Yu Ling obviously allows him to skip this stage. With her knowledge, Suyi can quickly use the transactions with Wei on the trading platform to grow and develop in Blue Star. At the same time, more frequent and valuable transactions can also allow him to obtain membership points of the trading platform faster. When he accumulates enough points, he can buy matching cards to find more valuable worlds for cooperation. It is good to integrate into the trading platform system quickly and develop healthily. Reward. After hearing that Suyi wanted to reward her, Yu Ling thought seriously for a while and said, "If you can quickly give me the world language card in the trading platform, that would be the best reward." She was very curious about everything in this world, especially the magical internet. But due to the language barrier, she could not learn more about Blue Star through the internet. Even playing games was not easy many times, and she had to ask Suyi for everything. The language card produced by the trading platform was related to whether she could play games online every day and be a homegirl in the future. It was really important. World language card. Suyi was stunned for a moment, and then came back to his senses. He said why he always felt that he had forgotten something today. Yesterday, he made an appointment with Sun Wang, the former boss of Yuanfeng Farm, that the farm would deliver a batch of about 8 tons of fruits and vegetables today. In addition, the 2 tons of frozen meat that he asked his childhood friend Huang Lin to help him with should also be delivered to the freezer he rented in advance today. Suddenly, he got rich in the Shen family, and for a moment, he really forgot about these trivial matters with a total value of only 100,000 yuan. Thinking of this, he quickly called the warehouse to inquire. As expected, although the Shen family had made Sun Wang transfer the farm by some means, Sun Wang was an honest man and delivered all the 8 tons of fruits and vegetables to the place he designated according to the agreement yesterday. It is estimated that the Shen family also mentioned Suyi's matter during the transaction. So Sun Wang didn't even call from beginning to end, as if he was afraid of disturbing Suyi's business, and just took care of everything for him. Even at the warehouse, Suyi only rented it temporarily for 1 day, and told the warehouse management that he planned to deliver the goods this morning, and he would go to the warehouse in the afternoon to take them away. Because the lease period was too short and he didn't drag the things away at the agreed time, the warehouse management was not very reassured and called him to ask about the situation. As a result, Suyi was looking at houses at that time, and his mobile phone was left in the car, so he didn't answer it at all. Now after asking, I found out that after the warehouse management couldn't get through to him, they called Sun Wang. After Sun Wang knew the situation, he took the initiative to pay for him to rent a few more days, and told the management that Suyi had important things to do, and asked them not to keep calling Suyi. If Suyi didn't take the goods and caused them to rot in the warehouse, then he would notify him and he would deal with it. He handled the matter so openly, and Suyi naturally had to express his gratitude now that he knew about it. He immediately took the initiative to call Sun Wang to express his gratitude, and by the way, he invited him to dinner. After calling Sun Wang, he called his childhood friend Huang Lin. The situation was similar. After the frozen meat was delivered to his designated freezer in the afternoon, because he had not come to take it away beyond the agreed time, he could only contact Huang Lin for the convenience of renting the cave. Sun Wang probably heard some rumors and knew that he was doing something for the Shen family. But Huang Lin didn't know. After he called Suyi but failed to get through, he also took the initiative to pay the fee and helped Suyi extend the rental time of the freezer. When Suyi called, he heard Huang Lin on the other end scolding. "Where have you been? You didn't answer the phone. I thought you were caught in the club. I'm ready to get you out with the fine. Tens of thousands of goods. If you don't want to take it, my father will skin me alive." Although he was very impolite, he was smiling in his tone. Obviously, he didn't think Suyi would do such a thing. It was just a daily insult between friends. Suyi was not annoyed, and said with a smile, "Not really, not really. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. How could I skin you alive? Your father is rich now, and seeing that you are a filial son, I will treat you to a good meal. Come out now, you can choose any seat." I can choose any seat? Really, godfather?" Huang Lin on the other end of the phone changed his face in a second, and then asked in confusion, "You are so generous, what kind of windfall did you make recently? Tell me the truth, did you do any shady business? If so, why didn't you take me with you?" "Nothing, I bravely saved a little girl, she is a rich girl, and her father gave me several 100 million to thank me," Suyi said indifferently. He also sent a screenshot of his balance to Huang Lin. "This is the money left after buying the house, and there is still more than 2 million. Huang Lin thought Suyi was joking a second ago, and was about to scold him for daydreaming. The next second, he saw his balance and was stunned. He said quickly, "Not my brother? No, godfather. Godfather, did you really give you millions just because you saved a little girl? It's fake. It's a few 100 million. A few. Okay, then a few 100 million. Godfather, I want to go to the most expensive restaurant in Zhongcheng." I said, "You choose the seat, I pay the bill." After a friendly exchange with his good brother, the good brother successfully became a good brother. Suyi hung up the phone with satisfaction. After hanging up, he still said with some regret, "You see, sometimes people don't believe the truth. After the integration of the Shen family, the super large farm is definitely worth a few 100 million. He is not bragging. Speaking of which, he has known Huang Lin for at least 20 years. Well, he is 26 years old this year. They knew each other in kindergarten, and they were classmates from elementary school to junior high school. And they have been neighbors for more than 10 years. Later, Huang Lin's father made money in the catering business, and the family moved into the urban area of Zhongcheng. But when they were in college, The two were admitted to a first-class university in Zhongcheng together. With the ability to choose their own dormitory, they naturally became roommates for another 4 years. When he was in college, something happened in Suyi's family. His father was injured on the construction site and lost his ability to work. The family was very tight. Suyi could only work part-time while going to school, earning money to pay for various tuition and miscellaneous fees, and barely maintaining his studies. During this period, Huang Lin always found various reasons to give him some things and took him out to eat this and that. Even his first computer was forced to him by Huang Lin as a gift on his birthday. Huang Lin also mentioned Suyi's work-study program several times in a tactful way, saying that he had told his father that he could help Suyi pay for his tuition and various miscellaneous fees, so that Suyi could go to school with peace of mind and not have to work so hard. At first, he and his father didn't even expect Suyi to pay it back. After being rejected several times, they offered to lend him some money, but Suyi still didn't accept it. Of course, it's not that he doesn't know how to appreciate good people, but he felt that he owed Huang Lin enough favors, and if he owed more, he might not be able to pay it back in this lifetime. Including this time, he asked Huang Lin to help him get a few tons of frozen meat, and Huang Lin agreed without even asking for the purpose. For such a good brother, now that Suyi has become rich, it is naturally impossible for him to forget him. In the end, Huang Lin didn't choose any very high-end restaurant. It just so happened that it was evening, so we found a famous food stall in Zhongcheng. The noisy food stalls late at night made Yu Ling, a visitor from another world, very curious. Suyi and Huang Lin have long been accustomed to it. The two hadn't seen each other for a while, but Huang Lin gave him a bear hug when they met. After some pleasantries, he saw Yu Ling next to Suyi. He was stunned for a moment and then looked at Suyi in surprise. "This is your foster mother." Suyi skillfully held Yu Ling's shoulders. She doesn't care about this kind of thing anyway, and she really needs an identity in this world. Human in modern society refers not only to human beings, but also to nodes that form a network of relationships in a complex social system. As an elf, Yu Ling looks almost like a human. After using a little magic to cover up her pointed ears, she can't tell any difference from a normal person. But after coming to Blue Star, she was not actually a person in the true sense. In addition to having no formal identity, she also has no network of connections as a normal person in modern society. A person who did not exist before. If Suyi wants to give her a formal identity in the future, this will definitely not work now. It will be easy to give her an identity first, and then use this identity as the center to gradually expand the network of relationships. Of course, there are easier ways, such as saving a dignitary with the water of life in his hand. With his connections, it is not difficult to give Yu Ling an identity. But this operation has great disadvantages. It is easy to arouse others' suspicion and cause unnecessary trouble. After all, when someone checked, no one in the world except Suyi knew this person. That would be too weird. Now she often walks around as Suyi's girlfriend, and with her appearance that can leave a deep impression on everyone, over time, she can easily integrate into modern society, and it is difficult to find any abnormalities without careful inspection. After all, so many people have seen her. Even if you say she is an alien, no one will believe her. This is one of the reasons why Suyi always takes her with him when he goes out. Of course, the main thing is to be an eye-catching bodyguard. What the hell? Huang Lin didn't care about Suyi's behavior of taking advantage. He looked at Yu Ling several times and then looked at his good brother strangely. "You don't look blind at all. Why do you fall in love with you? What are you talking about? I am a charming man, and the tree is in the wind. Isn't it normal for you to fall in love with me?" The two exchanged a few insults, and then entered the food stall together. Huang Lin also brought his girlfriend with him. He knew very well who his good brother was, a complete scumbag. But people almost have the word scumbag written on their faces. There are women who do this to him, thinking that his family is rich and fantasizing about marrying into a rich family and becoming a rich wife. Who is to blame? This Suyi had never met before, was not familiar with him at all, and had no intention of getting to know him. They just said hello to each other and that was it. After all, next time we meet, there might be another person following him, and there is no need to recognize him at all. The girl who was brought here was shocked when she saw Yu Ling's incredible appearance. After sitting down, he carefully asked Yu Ling what brand of cosmetics she usually uses, how she takes care of herself, and why her skin is so good. But Yu Ling didn't understand anything, so naturally she couldn't respond. Suyi directly explained that she was deaf and mute and couldn't hear at all. I plan to send it to others. But he still underestimated a woman's persistence in skincare. Seeing that Yu Ling couldn't answer, she turned to ask Suyi. She doesn't use any skincare products or cosmetics. As for skincare, she keeps her hair. She stays up all night playing games every night. She relies on her talent to grow like this. You can't stop the other party with just one sentence. This is like ordinary people who study hard but can barely pass when they ask a top student with perfect scores how they study. As a result, the top student says that they usually just play games and sleep. You can't learn from pure talent. It was Galen who spoke softly, silently, and breaking his defenses. I didn't even say a few words after giving it to others. The two of them were just having a dinner date as normal friends, so naturally they wouldn't talk too much about work, and they would basically just brag and get over it. Of course Huang Lin was curious about Suyi's recent sudden wealth. But Suyi didn't say anything, so he didn't ask. His brother, he believed that if Suyi could tell, he would not hide it from him, but if he couldn't tell, he would embarrass everyone by asking. And many things, if spoken out, will actually harm others. Just like the existence of a trading platform. Suyi didn't even plan to tell his parents, so naturally he wouldn't tell Huang Lin either. But when he was saying goodbye after dinner, he asked Huang Lin a question. Your family is in the catering business. Let me ask you something. What if there is such an ingredient that only needs simple processing? It can be steamed, boiled, baked or fried. Just add a little salt, and the taste will be far better than those carefully cooked things. Moreover, eating this ingredient can also strengthen the body, beautify the skin, and even eat if you use it too much, you can be immune to all diseases and have no side effects. It's not an advertisement, it's really effective and very obvious. So will it be a hit? Hey, do you have an elixir? Huang Lin gave him a look. Suyi ignored him and asked. Just tell me if this thing has commercial value. Of course it does, but it's only for merchants who sell this kind of food. Not only do we in the catering industry not make any money, but if this thing is not expensive, we might all be out of work. After all, you said it's delicious no matter how you cook it, so what's the point of having a chef? Huang Lin shrugged. What if this thing is only authorized to your family's restaurant? Suyi suddenly laughed. Then I'll become the world's #1 catering giant in a minute and KFC and Pizza Hut will have to kneel down and call me daddy. Huang Lin waved his hand proudly. After all, you call me godfather, so I can't treat you badly. When the time comes, we'll buy a yacht, not too expensive, a yacht worth tens of millions will be enough. Then hire 300 or 500 young models, and play as arrogantly as you want. Dad, I'll buy 2 supercars at a time, 2 villas at a time, and I'll take you flying. Remember what you said. Suyi patted his shoulder, then walked out of the food stall and prepared to find a designated driver to drive back to the hotel. Huang Lin was patted by him, and the drunkenness in his eyes faded a little. After a moment of hesitation, he quickly caught up with Suyi and said, No, are you serious? Did you really get the elixir? It's hard to say. Suyi shrugged. If I really did, I would definitely not forget you. Yu Ling suggested that many of the magic creatures he introduced are edible ingredients. If they are successfully bred on Blue Star, they will definitely be on the table in the future and become a high-end ingredient. However, Suyi has no interest in the catering industry, mainly because the money he can make from this thing is just so little. The real big part of these items is still in the medical field. Compared with the time and effort to build a catering brand to sell these ingredients to make money, he might as well find a more professional to do this and share some of the profits. Such a good thing naturally cannot be cheapened by outsiders. As for whether Huang Lin is capable enough, this is secondary. There is a saying that is very true. Standing on the wind, even pigs can take off. Not to mention that this is a completely monopolized wind. How he runs it is not important at all. What is important is whether those magic creatures really have the effect that Yu Ling said after arriving on Blue Star. No words were spoken all night. The next morning, Suyi came to the food processing factory where he worked. He had already told Li Wenyuan last night that he would come to receive the batch of flour today. This was the item agreed upon in the second transaction between him and Wei Wei. It would not be appropriate to delay it for too long, so he planned to send this batch of flour today together with the fruits, vegetables, and meat that had arrived yesterday. Otherwise, he could just ignore Li Wenyuan and quit his job at the food processing factory and run away. After all, his farm would be able to complete all the formalities tomorrow at the latest, and he could also purchase a large amount of grain in the name of the farm in broad daylight. Like the last time, this transaction was smoother. Su Yi bought the 1,000 tons of flour that Lu Sheng, the idiot, bought last month for storage at a price higher than the current market price of 20 cents per kilogram. There were no accidents on the way. The transportation was still the same as before, and was handled by the food processing factory. It was already evening when all the 1,000 tons of flour were delivered to the warehouse designated by Su Yi. This was a large granary not far from Su Yi's farm. Because it was in the suburbs, the price was not expensive, so he bought the entire warehouse directly. Later, he was going to upgrade and modify it and add a freezer. With the farm, it was reasonable for him to do these things. After he had his own warehouse, he no longer had to worry about the inexplicable disappearance of the things in the warehouse, which would arouse suspicion from others. He put the grain into his own trading item storage space, and then went to the freezer and another warehouse to take all the fruits, vegetables, and meat. Su Yi finally entered the trading platform again. Although he had not made an appointment in advance, Wai Wei still came as soon as he was called. Just a few minutes after Su Yi notified her through the trading platform that the goods had all arrived, she had already appeared in the trading space. He transferred all the things to her, and the two transactions between the two parties were considered to be completed. Because the trading platform only has one free transaction opportunity per week, and this is the second transaction between the two this week. So after the transaction was completed, 10 membership points were directly deducted from each of them. After delivering all the fruits, vegetables, meat, and grain, Su Yi received another 19 points. A successful completion of a transaction will reward 5 points, and 2 transactions will be 10 points. Add to that the 8 points he received when delivering rice before. Su Yi now has a lot of membership points. Su Yi. Identity. Registered member of the Spacetime Trading Platform. 1,000 points will be deducted, and you can upgrade to a senior member to unlock more permissions. Points. 27 points. Permissions/special items. Storage space. Primary life trading permission card. An additional transaction will deduct 10 points, which can buy a world language card. It's really expensive. Next time, it's better to think about what to trade in advance and hand over all the things in a week at once. Looking at the 10 points spent on the second transaction, and then looking at the good things in the system mall, Su Yi just felt that he was at a loss. Wai Wei also agreed. This damn platform system actually eats both sides. The points deducted for additional transactions are not deducted from one party, but from both parties. It's no different from robbing money. Although it's only 10 points, there are really a lot of good things that can be bought in the points mall. Su Yi even saw that the full set of nuclear fusion technology only sold for 3,000 member points in the system mall. Even if I can't afford it now, I can match a few more trading partners and save up for a few years. When this good thing is ready, it's no exaggeration to say that he is the light of mankind. What do you want later? Food. The previous transaction is completed, so it's time to talk about the subsequent transaction. It's also good to prepare in advance. Of course, I want food for a long time. Wai Wei thought for a while. If you can provide some weapons, preferably consumables such as arrows, it will be better. If your world has any special weapons that we don't have here, I can also purchase a batch to try the effect. I can provide food, and I can provide more next week, at least 3,000 tons. As for weapons, arrows are no problem, and special weapons, we have them here, but I'm afraid it won't be so easy to get them in a short time. Give me some time. As for the power of these weapons, you can rest assured. It's useless against strong people like you and Yu Ling, but it's as efficient as mowing the grass against ordinary soldiers. Just kidding, if it weren't for the fact that the other side is a magical world. Modern weapons are like meat grinders on the cold weapon battlefield over there, and they can kill people at will. Even if there are extraordinary powers over there, it's impossible for everyone to have the confidence of Yu Ling to ignore the hot weapons of individual soldiers. Hot weapons should still work well over there. What about the reward? What do you want? Still gold? Wai Wei asked hurriedly. With such a partner who can provide food and weapons stably, She has more confidence in the war she is facing. First, I need a magic circle that gathers magic energy. A small one will do. Yu Ling said it shouldn't be difficult for you to get this. Second, I need some seeds of special magic creatures, and a pair of adult giant horned bulls that have entered the breeding period. I need one male and one female. The cow should be pregnant. As he said, he took out a list with the quality of magic plants selected by Yu Ling. As for the giant horned bull, it was naturally Yu Ling's suggestion. Before, Su Yi traded so much rice, and there were always some rice seeds that were not processed properly. Since that was not considered a living thing, the seeds of magic plants were probably not considered living things. And these animals like magic beasts are definitely considered living things. To trade, you need a life trading permission card. This means that Su Yi cannot directly introduce those monster cubs in large quantities from another world. Of course, introducing one male and one female is to facilitate subsequent cultivation. If the cow is already pregnant, it is equivalent to buying two and getting N free, which is the most cost-effective. As for why they introduced the giant horned bull, it is because it is one of the most mature beasts in artificial breeding in their world. Although it is a cow, it is different from the cows on the blue planet that can only give birth to 1 or 2 calves at a time. The giant horned bull can give birth to 9 calves at most, and at least 5 or more. And it grows very fast, and has no special requirements for food, just ordinary grass. It has strong vitality, strong disease resistance, and top-notch ability to adapt to the environment. There are branches in every corner of their world. It can not only produce beef, but also milk, which is rich in nutrition and contains special energy. People have endless benefits from long-term consumption. Compared with the irritability of most beasts, the giant horned bull is quite docile and almost has no aggression. In the case of having to introduce a species of beast, it is naturally the most suitable. Tisk, I don't know if it's right or wrong to send Yu Ling to you. Wei Wei glanced at the list in her hand and knew that Su Yi could not have done it by herself. At this time, she realized a problem after sending Yu Ling to Su Yi. The world she was in seemed to be one-way transparent to Su Yi. With Yu Ling, a local, around, it was too easy for Su Yi to find out what good things she had. But she didn't know anything about Su Yi. When she made the deal, she didn't think so much at all. She just thought that sending Yu Ling away would save her a lot of trouble, and Yu Ling could save her life in another world. Now it seems that it's not that simple. What do you mean? Can you do it? Yes. Wei Wei glanced at the list for a few times and didn't refuse. The two immediately started bargaining for the items on the list. Each item on it was carefully selected by Yu Ling, and the effects and functions were different. Of course, there are deviations in price. It is impossible to settle all at a fixed price, and each item needs to be priced. Since both parties currently have no currency, they will temporarily use the member points that can be traded and transferred as a general equivalent. 1 point equals 100 tons of grain. A male adult giant horn bull is equivalent to 5 points, and a pregnant cow is equivalent to 10 points. As for the mess of magical plant seeds, each has a different price according to its use. The final transaction between the two parties will naturally not be calculated by points. After all, neither of them has enough of this stuff now. It is most appropriate to use points as a general equivalent, and finally convert it into grain of the same value for settlement on Su Yi's side. After the price was almost agreed, the two parties agreed to meet again next Monday, which is 3 days later. Discuss carefully how much can be provided and maximize the opportunity for free trading next week. Then they went back to their homes with satisfaction. Of course, when Su Yi went back, he also spent 10 points to buy a world language access card. Yu Ling has been doing his best these 2 days, and the reward should still be given. After returning to Blue Star, Su Yi had just handed the world language card to Yu Ling, and before he had time to try it out, a phone call came in. The person on the other end of the phone was Zhou Yan, a manager who claimed to be hired by Shen Mingwen to help him sort out farm affairs. Because Shen Mingwen had made connections in advance, he was very fast. By today, basically all the procedures have been completed. Now we just need Su Yi to give the farm a name and sign a few documents, and he can handle all the subsequent matters. The company can be officially listed and open for business tomorrow night at the latest. After consulting some friends and professional lawyers in related industries, Su Yi chose the indirect holding model to control the farm. The sole proprietorship business project that Shen Mingwen had given him money before was changed to Tianyu Holdings. Su Yi holds 100% of the shares. After the integration, the farm has far exceeded the size limit of local private farms and is now an ecological agriculture demonstration base. Tianyu Agricultural Technology Co., Limited, a subsidiary of Tianyu Holdings, holds 100% of the shares. It seems that this seems to be suspected of taking off pants to fart. But this is indeed the best choice made by Su Yi after consulting with many parties and combining his possible future development path. Now he only has Huawei as a partner on the trading platform, and it is just the initial trading, and he can only produce agriculture for the time being. The scope of business in the future will definitely be far more than this. Not to mention other trading partners that may be matched in the future. Just on Huawei's side, when there are more transactions, the business between them cannot be limited to crops such as grain. For example, the arrows and even hot weapons she needs now. Arrows Su Yi can now purchase from some factories. If it doesn't work, it is also a small problem to open a factory to make them. This thing is not illegal in Zhuzhou. This kind of factory can't be placed under the same type of company as the farm. In order to avoid trouble, it is definitely necessary to set up another company at that time, and compared to letting Su Yi personally hold shares in two completely unrelated companies. He might as well get an investment company that belongs to him first, and then use the investment company as a medium to control other companies, and finally develop into a group. This can save a lot of costs in the future operation of the company. It is also more convenient for him to integrate the resources at hand. Even in the future, when his team matures, he can build connections abroad, set up a security company overseas, and get a batch of acts to send to Huawei. This kind of multinational company is obviously more convenient to go the way of public holding by investment companies. At least he doesn't need to show up in person when signing the contract, just send someone in the company to sign it. As a professional manager, Zhou Yan probably knows that the ambition of this new boss is definitely not limited to a small farm after hearing Su Yi's ideas. But he is just temporarily invited by Shen Mingwen to help Su Yi deal with the miscellaneous matters in the early stage of farm integration. It is hard to say whether Su Yi will let him follow him in the future. He doesn't care much about this. The customer made a request, and he just did it. If it's hard to do, just go to the Shen family. What's more, this matter itself is not difficult to do. The next morning, with the help of the Shen family's awesome network of relationships, Su Yi Tianyu Agricultural Technology Co., Limited and Tianyu Holdings completed all the procedures and were able to start operations. It is worth mentioning that Tianyu Agriculture has more than 60 million in cash in its account, and Tianyu Holdings has another 100 million in cash in its account. Money doesn't fall from the sky, this is naturally Shen Mingwen's handiwork. People have done this, so Su Yi naturally has to show his sincerity. That night, he brought Yu Ling to the Shen family again. Because they had notified in advance, there were not many people in the Shen family this time. In addition to Shen Mingwen and his daughter, there was a man and a woman. The man was an old man with white hair and beard, Shen Mingwen's old father, and the real boss of the Shen family. The woman was called Shen Minjiao, about 26 or 27 years old, full of royal sister style, mature and capable, and was Shen Mingwen's sister. This is the core member of the Shen family. In addition to this family, there are only 4 tough bodyguards in the villa, each with a gun on his waist. They are probably the confidants that the Shen family can really trust. The show is smaller than when Su Yi came before, but the standard is obviously higher. Su Yi was too lazy to ask more about this. After Shen Mingwen introduced him, he greeted everyone one by one and explained his purpose. Come to treat the disease. And it is to completely cure the congenital leukemia of the little girl Shen Yingying. Although he had known the purpose of Su Yi's active visit at this time, Shen Mingwen, a big man who was mixed in both the black and white worlds, was a little nervous. He pulled Su Yi and said, "How sure are you to cure it? Will there be any sequelae after the cure? If nothing unexpected happens, it's 100% sure, and she will not only not have any sequelae, but will also be healthier and longer lived than anyone else in the world." As he said, Su Yi took out a palm-sized exquisite porcelain bottle from his backpack. The premise is that Mr. Shen trusts me and lets me use the medicine. What medicine is this? Shen Mingwen took the porcelain bottle and looked at it. The bottle mouth is sealed by a cork, and you can't smell anything. but you can feel some kind of liquid in your hand. A secret recipe handed down from ancestors, cures all diseases and prolongs life. Inside the porcelain bottle is naturally the water of life. It was just a diluted version of the 500 ml water of life that Wei Wei had traded to him. This bottle is 100 ml, and drinking about 2/3 of it is enough to cure Shen Yingying's illness and extend her life to 150 years old. The initial version of the water of life he got only required about 5 ml to achieve this effect. As for the remaining third in the bottle, Suyu regarded it as a reward for the Shen family's dedicated efforts to help him. If Suyi said that this was an ancestral medicine that could treat leukemia, Shen Mingwen chose to let him use it without even thinking about it. After all, he had seen Suyi's ability with his own eyes. In half an hour, he could turn a hopeless patient with late-stage leukemia back into the early to mid-stage stage. It proves that he is really good at dealing with this disease. But Suyi said that he could cure all diseases and prolong life. He seemed a bit too much like a charlatan, so he couldn't believe it. He hesitated for a while, wondering whether he should let Suyi take medicine. When his sister Shen Minjiao heard this, she said bluntly, "The hospital is divided into various departments. What medicine can cure all diseases and even prolong life?" This charming beauty frowned, her eyes full of distrust. All he had to do was write the words "you charlatan" on his forehead. "That's why I said, you have to believe me. If you don't believe me, it won't be cured." Suyi shrugged and ignored their suspicions. He wanted to save the little girl by more than just using the water of life. It would be easiest to just ask Yu Ling to use a more advanced healing technique. Outsiders would not be able to tell the reason even if they were watching from the side. They would just be inexplicable and the girl's illness would be cured. But in this case, how can he sell his water of life? How to quickly make money and accumulate original capital? "We have a professional medical laboratory under our name. If you don't mind, I hope that it can be tested before use. It will be cured soon." Shen Mingwen proposed a compromise. "There's no need to go to such trouble. I know what you're afraid of." Suyi shrugged, pulled out the cork, picked up the porcelain bottle and poured a sip into his mouth. "I killed a third of it directly, and the remaining little bit was probably just enough to treat the little girl. In fact, ever since Yu Ling talked about the effects of the water of life, he had already drank some of it himself. After drinking it, my skin has indeed improved a lot, and some minor ailments that were not painful or itchy before, such as mild myopia, rhinitis, etc., have also been cured. Other than that, I didn't really feel anything." In this regard, Yu Ling's explanation was that he was now in his 20s, the age when one's energy is most vigorous and at its peak, and he was free from illness and disaster. It is normal to not feel anything special about drinking a small amount of eau-de-vie. After drinking this dose of water of life, the most obvious physical sensation should be the elderly and patients. Well, don't worry about whether it is useful or not, but it must be non-toxic. Suyi put the porcelain bottle on the table and wiped the corners of his mouth. "This is the only amount of this special medicine I can provide in a short period of time. If you believe it, use it. If you don't believe it, I'll drink it all in front of you. It won't be a problem." "Mr. So, have you thought about it? Even if you cannot eradicate Yingying's disease, I will not take back the things I gave you before, let alone hold you responsible for other responsibilities." Shen Mingwen confirmed again. To put it bluntly, it is to remind Suyi that if he is not sure, he can just say it directly, and there is no need to pretend to be fat because he is afraid of the Shen family's retaliation. "Since I said it can be cured, then it can be cured. If it can't be cured, I'll be here and let you do whatever you want," Suyi said from the passage. He had tried this thing himself, and he really didn't feel there was anything very magical about it. But he has not been in good spirits these past 2 days, which is enough to explain a lot of problems. "Okay, then I will believe you again. After everything is done, the 500 million promised to you will remain unchanged, and an additional 200 million will be added as a reward for purchasing your bottle of magic medicine." Shen Mingwen was also a decisive person. After speaking, he picked up the porcelain bottle and walked into the room. Shen Minjiao behind him moved his lips slightly, but in the end he didn't say much. She also knew about Shen Yingying's condition. Although she didn't trust Suyi, who looked a bit like a charlatan, she couldn't fake the fact that a large number of cancer cells in Shen Yingying's body disappeared out of thin air a few days ago. Therefore, even though I still don't believe it in my heart, I can't help but feel a glimmer of hope. What if As for the old man of the Shen family, he never spoke a word from the beginning to the end. After Shen Mingwen went in with the bottle of medicine, he said to Su Yi intentionally or unintentionally, "Young man, can this medicine really cure all diseases and prolong life? Whether it's true or not, we'll find out later." Su Yi replied politely. Seeing his confident look, the old man's cloudy old eyes also had a glimmer of light, and he said in a deep voice, "Can you make similar medicine? It's okay, but the output is definitely very low. It's not profitable to do this, so I might as well run my business well." Su Yi acted in a difficult way. "How can you not make money?" The old man immediately became energetic. "In this way, if your medicine is really effective, I will ask Mingwen to invest another billion in you to open a medical company. You don't have to give us the Shen family shares. Just ensure that the four of us in the family are supplied with medicine when they need it. What do you think? As for the extra medicine, it doesn't matter if the production is small. We can sell it at a higher price. As long as your medicine is effective, I have quite a few connections. If those old people know that there is such a good thing, you will definitely benefit from it." The old man looks at least 70 years old, but he is actually in good spirits. You can tell at a glance that he takes good care of himself. However, this big shot obviously hasn't lived long enough. When he heard Su Yi say that this thing can prolong his life, the old man wanted to try it. But first, he didn't know whether Su Yi was true or not. Secondly, his granddaughter needs this medicine more now. If there is more medicine, he certainly hopes that he can live longer, but if there is only one, he will naturally not rob his granddaughter of the life-saving medicine. Now that he heard Su Yi say that this thing can be manufactured, he naturally became excited. What's difficult or not, isn't it just a matter of money? In his opinion, if Su Yi's medicine really has this effect, let alone money, even if he wants a certain limit of power, it will definitely not be a problem. "Thank you for your support, old man. Just wait and see." Su Yi smiled and pointed to the door. Shen Mingwen is not a hesitant person. Since he has already taken the medicine in, it is estimated that he will not delay for too long. However, this time it was a bit beyond Su Yi's expectations. They waited downstairs for more than half an hour before Shen Mingwen came downstairs. He was holding a cute little girl in his arms. It was Shen Yingying. When he first saw this girl, Su Yi just thought that she looked very bad. After Yu Ling used a healing spell on her that night, the little girl's face became visibly rosy and she became a little lively. But at that time, she still looked worse than a normal child of this age. Until now, Shen Yingying was held in Shen Mingwen's arms, her face was rosy and her eyes were bright. Anyone who came would praise her as a beautiful porcelain doll, which was really rare. It was totally unimaginable that a few days ago, this was still a cancer patient who had been almost sentenced to death by the hospital. If complexion is too mysterious and not so intuitive, then her long black hair braided into a pigtail is very recognizable. Because of long-term chemotherapy, Shen Yingying had no hair on her head before. And now this long black and smooth hair is almost longer than her. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that it can't be a wig. How's the effect? The most excited person at this time was the old man of the Shen family, who saw Shen Mingwen coming out with his child in his arms. Even though he had already guessed it when he saw Shen Yingying's appearance, he still couldn't help but ask. The effect is very good. Great. Shen Mingwen, a man in his 30s or 40s, his voice was choked up at this time. After answering the old father's question, he walked up to Su Yi and said gratefully, "Thank you, Mr. Su, for saving Yingying's life. I, Shen Mingwen, owe you a huge favor. If you have any use in my place from now on, just say hello. As long as I can do it, I will never refuse. Take people's money to eliminate disasters with them. It's not a matter of human nature." Su Yi waved his hand. "People have already given you a lot, so there is no need to be greedy. I'll call right now and have someone transfer the money to your company account right away." After Shen Mingwen said that, he didn't forget to say to the little girl in his arms, "Yingying, it was this uncle who saved your life." "Thank you, uncle." The little girl was not afraid of life, so she said crisply when she heard this. "Thank you, uncle, and thank you, auntie." The aunt behind naturally refers to Yu Ling, who has been following Su Yi. Others didn't know it, but the little girl knew very well that it was this aunt who made her suddenly feel very comfortable that night. It was then that she heard from her father that her condition had improved a lot. She told Shen Mingwen about this, and Shen Mingwen only thought that Yu Ling was Suyi's assistant. The little girl mistook the assistant for the real owner and didn't care. Suyi shook his head and said nothing, but Yu Ling gently squeezed Suyi's hand after hearing the little girl's thanks. After receiving Suyi's approval, he smiled and said, "You're welcome. Auntie hopes that when you grow up, you will become a wise man who combines wisdom and beauty, and will be healthy all your life." As he spoke, his fingers gently brushed her forehead, and finally pinched her baby fat cheeks. The fingertips flashed, and no one noticed. The elves are all about appearance. She thought the little girl was cute, so she planned to give her some gifts. Suyi naturally had no objection. Shen Mingwen quickly finished the call, and not long after, Suyi also received a transaction reminder from the company's account. There was originally 100 million Tianyu holdings in the account, but in the blink of an eye the balance became 800 million. After the money and goods were settled, at least in Suyi's case, the two parties no longer owed each other anything. After finishing all this, the old man of the Shen family also brought up what he just said at the right time. After Shen Mingwen heard this and confirmed that the medicine Suyi just now could really be recreated, he immediately agreed to the old man's matter. He immediately said that he could mobilize funds within 3 days and continue to invest another billion in Suyi, and he did not expect to get any shares from the pharmaceutical company. "I just hope that, as Mr. Shen said, the special medicine produced by Suyi can supply their family of 4. That is, the old man of the Shen family, Shen Mingwen, Shen Minjiao, brother and sister, and the third generation Shen Yingying." Suyi naturally had no reason not to agree to such a small request of 1 billion. After the two parties agreed verbally, they planned to wait for the funds to be allocated in 3 days before making a decision. This can be regarded as a buffer time left by the Shen family for themselves. Although Shen Yingying had taken half a bottle of medicine, she looked extremely healthy now. Even her hair had incredibly grown so long in half an hour. It's almost no different from a miracle. But without going to the hospital for comprehensive examinations, they still couldn't believe that cancer could be cured so quickly. So even though I already believed 90% of it, I still couldn't help but keep a little room. Suyi didn't think it was anything. If people really believe him without any brains and don't even do a physical examination, then there is something wrong. When I came out of Shen's house, it was already around 11 o'clock in the evening. The procedures at the villa are almost complete, and even the property rights certificate has been properly completed for Suyu. But this villa is said to be fully decorated and ready to move in, but in fact it is not so fast. The real estate agent there has been organizing people to clean the inside and outside of the long-standing villa in the past 2 days. Then check whether there are any abnormalities in the internal facilities of the house, such as circuits, natural gas pipelines, water pipes, etc. if they have been out of service for a long time. Only after all cleaning and inspections are completed can Suyi move in. This won't take long, and the real estate companies in the villa area are quite experienced in this. Suyi will be able to move in by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. So he still has to stay in the hotel tonight. This is a suburb and there are no good star-rated hotels. After searching for a few times, I found an esports hotel that looked pretty good. And there is only one double gaming room left. What else can be done? Let's sleep in the same room. Fortunately, Yu Ling is very addicted to the internet, and it seems that it doesn't matter whether she sleeps in separate rooms or not. She didn't sleep anyway and spent the whole night playing games. When Suyi woke up the next morning, Yu Ling was still sitting on the edge of the bed playing games. Nowadays, the games she plays are no longer limited to simple things like Tetris and Match Game. She has actually started playing Peace Elite. And after being able to speak, he frequently communicated verbally with his teammates. That's Kuka's top score. Suyi didn't know why she, a good elf princess, suddenly became like this. But he didn't mean to disturb her, just watched her play quietly. Yu Ling knew he was awake, and was very rude. She immediately adjusted her position on the bed, put her head on Suyi's arm, leaned on his arms, and stared at the screen of her mobile phone intently to play games. Suyi, no, what are you doing so early in the morning? This is the time when all men have the heaviest yang energy in a day, and you use this to test cotters? Which cotter can withstand such a test? Do you really not understand this, or are you pretending not to understand? Suyi took her waist and whispered in her ear. Yu Ling didn't care, and said while playing the game, I am an elf princess, and I have received royal education since I was a child. Suyi was stunned for a moment. So, There are many descendants of the royal family, and I am not the only princess. Because of our elf appearance, many races or countries will ask for marriage after establishing a certain relationship with us. Most of the time, the princess of the royal family is just a tool for marriage, and as one of the tools, I have naturally received relevant education. Yu Ling rolled her eyes at him. You don't really think I don't know anything about the things between men and women? White Lotus. Is that the word? So what do you mean now? Suyi's hand holding her slender waist tightened a little. Yu Ling didn't say anything, and played the game by herself. Not saying anything, of course, it means tacit consent. Wait a minute, the game isn't over yet? I'm going to eat chicken soon. It's okay, I can eat now. It turns out that although Yu Ling was born in a royal family and had systematically learned these things, her theory can be said to be perfect. But she really had no practical experience. After being attacked by Suyi, who was far less powerful than her, she was defeated in a short while. In the end, she achieved her goal of winning the chicken dinner tonight. Both sides were happy. After trying the taste of elves, Suyi also understood why elves were portrayed as heirlooms that all races wanted in so many film and television entertainment works. This is not only beautiful, but also has a different taste after a deeper understanding. Who can not love this? For the whole morning, Suyi didn't even go out, and he went there shamelessly. When he went out at noon, even though he had drunk the water of life and had a strong physique like an ox, he couldn't bear it and almost had to hold on to the wall to get out. On the contrary, Yu Ling looked very weak in actual combat. She shouted to surrender within a few minutes of the start of each game, but now she is still like nothing happened. There is no way, after all, he is a knight in their world, a fierce man who can take the head of an enemy general in a million-man army as easily as taking something out of a bag. How can he be really exhausted because of this matter? While eating, Suyi suddenly remembered something. By the way, is there reproductive isolation between humans and elves? Can they have children? Yu Ling, who was eating, was stunned for a moment, then rolled his eyes at him and said, "Now you know you are afraid, don't worry, I know magic, as long as I don't want to get pregnant." Afraid? I'm afraid of nothing. Suyi was immediately unhappy when he heard this. Don't you see how much money is in my account? Let alone giving birth to 1 or 2, I won't be afraid even if you give birth to 10 or 8. Others are afraid of their girlfriends getting pregnant because the survival pressure in modern society is high, and they are busy working to support themselves every day. If a girlfriend suddenly gets pregnant without taking safety measures, not only will you have to support yourself, but also your pregnant wife and the child to be born. What's the difference between this and the sky falling? It is said that loan sharks, mortgages, and family loans should never be touched. But compared to the last one, loan sharks are considered to have low interest rates. Who dares to have a child without a family background these days? But Suyi doesn't have these problems now. If you really have to fight for a whole morning and hit it, then just give birth, it's no big deal. Yu Ling didn't refute it after hearing it. She has now learned the language of this world, and with a lot of information available through the internet, she has already understood this world. Knowing that Suyi is not bragging, with his current financial resources, many things that ordinary people dare not touch are nothing to him. Humans and elves do not have reproductive isolation, but if there is no external interference, it will be more difficult for both parties to get pregnant than normal humans and elves and elves. But this kind of mixed blood children will not have any defects. On the contrary, there is a great probability that they will inherit the common advantages of both parties. Children born from the mixed blood of humans and elves can often inherit the beauty of elves, or even more beautiful, and can also inherit the intelligence and agility of humans, as well as better cultivation talents. Well, I forgot to tell you that in our world, humans are recognized as the most intelligent and agile race, and are also the most powerful race at present. Among all races, humans are also the fastest in practicing martial arts and magic. The fact that humans here can create so many magical items in just a few thousand years also proves this point. Have mixed blood children such a big advantage? Suyi couldn't help but feel a little moved when he heard it. Glancing at Yu Ling's flat belly, he wondered if he should try to make one. However, Yu Ling said, "But these mixed blood children don't live well in our world. We value bloodline there, and neither humans nor elves are willing to accept these special mixed blood offspring. Although they are talented and outstanding in appearance, they are a minority after all. They cannot be accepted by the mainstream and cannot obtain resource supply. Moreover, these mixed blood groups will not exist for a long time. Even if they intermarry, after several generations of changes, they will gradually return to their ancestors and lean towards one side of humans or elves, and finally completely integrate into the two races. This also leads to the lack of continuity of this special group, and it is impossible to form a new ethnic group, and naturally there is no competition. Competitiveness. So they usually live a miserable life. Suyi was speechless after listening to this. It is said that feudal ideas are not good. People are good-looking, smart, and talented, but they are despised by both mainstream groups instead of competing to be accepted. This is outrageous. In our world, bloodline is very important. This can probably be traced back to where each race came from. Maintaining bloodline is the consensus of all races. Yu Ling shrugged. The Dark Elves who overthrew the rule of our Elven Kingdom also have extremely noble bloodlines in the elves. Otherwise, no matter how our royal family commits suicide and how much suffering it causes to the people in the world, it is impossible for the country to perish. Because no matter whether it is other powerful tribes of elves, or the high-ranking officials of humans or other races, they will not allow a coalition of elves with low blood to violently overthrow the royal family of the Moon Elves with noble blood. But the Dark Elves with noble blood can. Bloodline theory is actually one of the important reasons for the demise of our Moon Elves. Because of this thing, we usually have almost no sense of crisis, which is why we were defeated by the Dark Elves in one wave when we had all the advantages. Which country and race in the world can take bloodline theory as the foundation of the country? Suyi felt it was a bit outrageous. But it seems quite reasonable when you think about it carefully. After all, according to Yu Ling, the Blazing Sun Empire where Waiwei is located has existed for more than 100,000 years. This is much more outrageous than the Blue Star without bloodline theory. He doesn't believe that this feudal dynasty has been ruled by wise rulers for more than 100,000 years. That is obviously impossible. And the fact that it can last for such a long time is obviously due to the tacit understanding of bloodline among the high-ranking nobles of the whole world. They tacitly reject anyone who may rise to a high position but does not have noble blood. When it comes to the basic interest of bloodline, they will put aside their prejudices and unite to face the outside world. I have to say, it's quite magical. It's worthy of being a world with extraordinary powers. Seeing that the topic was getting more and more off-topic, Suyi quickly turned it back. So how about giving birth to a mixed-blood baby for you to see? Yu Ling blinked her big eyes and smiled. As long as you are willing, I can do it. By the way, the gestation period of elves is usually about 3 years, and sometimes it may reach 4 years. You can't touch me during this period. As she said, her eyes like water blinked at Suyi. That look doesn't look like an elf at all, this is simply a succubus. Ahem, forget it. He hasn't tasted enough of the elves yet. He doesn't want his happy life, which has just begun, to be interrupted because of his little curiosity. If he can't touch such a beautiful wife for 3 or 4 years, he will become a living eunuch, right? Don't even mention going out to pick some wild flowers. Where in the whole Blue Star is there a flower more fragrant than this one? At least a little bit. Thinking of this, he decisively changed the subject. By the way, those human-elf hybrids you mentioned who are not welcome in your world, do you think it's feasible to bring them to Blue Star? If I remember correctly, you need to use points to buy trading cards to trade living people to Blue Star, right? Yu Ling was a little surprised. Didn't you say that? They are beautiful and smart, and they are all very talented. There must be no shortage of strong and smart people in such a group, right? Suyi asked back. That's true. Although their power is very small compared to the two major ethnic groups of elves and humans, if we really calculate based on the average, the strength of these hybrids is definitely greater than that of the same number of elves and humans. This is still the result of a lack of resources for their cultivation. As far as I know, the strongest person in this group is a hybrid named Prayer. Her strength has entered the ranks of legendary strongmen many years ago. If she goes one step further, she will become a martial god. She is also a very famous wise man in our world. If you can really bring them all to Blue Star, you will definitely get a good group of helpers. They after being excluded for a long time, if someone like you suddenly appears who is willing to accept them, they will probably be loyal to you. In addition, there are constraints on the trading platform. Moreover, this matter does not cause any loss to Waiwei. Mixed bloods are originally beneficial to all races and survive in the cracks. They are a force that she cannot use. Giving them to you can also exchange for a batch of resources. What you need to do is to think about how to obtain so many life trading licenses and convince the leaders of the mixed blood group. Yu Ling analyzed it carefully and felt that Suyi's sudden request was indeed feasible. But no matter how you look at it, it can only be a long-term plan and it is difficult to achieve in a short time. After all, this mixed blood group is a niche in their world, compared with the big races such as elves and humans. The actual number is not small at all. Conservative estimates are probably in the millions. If you want to get all of them to Blue Star and count on the primary life trading license card with 10 points, Suyi will have to save points until the end of time. To achieve this goal, either wait for the membership level to be upgraded in the future to see if new permissions will be unlocked, or see if some special props with greater permissions will be refreshed in the points mall in addition to those basic props. Otherwise, it is just wishful thinking. But it is still a good backup goal. People on Blue Star have their own little thoughts, and Suyi can hardly trust them completely. But these visitors from other worlds are different. It's not that they don't have little thoughts, they definitely have some. But unlike the natives of Blue Star, these people have been through the trading platform, and the contract is written in black and white. With the power of the trading platform, Suyi doesn't have to worry about them betraying. As long as they don't betray, everything else is easy to say. Just after lunch, Suyi received a call from Zhou Yan. He said that all the relevant procedures for Tianyu Holdings and Tianyu Farm have been prepared, and asked him if he wanted to choose an auspicious day to cut the ribbon and start work. Suyi didn't believe in this stuff, and directly said that it's better to do it today than to wait for a day, so everything should be simple and start working today. As a professional manager, Zhou Yan has worked for many big bosses before. He is very clear about the obsession of those rich people with metaphysics. Not to mention the opening of the entire group, some real estate developers have to make the scene of digging the ground like a religious ceremony. Then they have to come again after the foundation of the building is laid, and they have to come again after the building is topped. If there is anything else in the middle, they will continue to come a few more times. It's better to believe it than not to believe it. He is almost used to it. He has a lot of contact information of various professional Taoist priests and monks. Unexpectedly, he met a boss who didn't believe in this time, which is rare. Suyi didn't care so much. Even though he had really come into contact with the extraordinary power of magic, he still didn't believe in those things of metaphysics. He once saw someone ask a question online. The question was, if the technological civilization and the immortal civilization collided head-on, which side would win in the end? One of the answers impressed him deeply and he agreed with it. If you think the other side is cultivating immortals, then you will definitely lose. To put it bluntly, whether it is technology, immortal cultivation, or magic. In essence, it is just a different way of using different energies. In the end, there are traces to follow. If you really think that people's immortal cultivation has no scientific basis at all, and it is all based on metaphysics, and there is no trace to follow, then you're still playing around. Just surrender as soon as possible. So now someone came to tell him that there are people cultivating immortals on Blue Star. He believed it. But he couldn't believe those monks and Taoist priests who were cheating. In Yu Ling's world, the so-called god of law and god of war are just powerful humans or other races. They have nothing to do with the mysterious gods in myths and legends. When Suyi arrived at the farm, which had been closed for a few days due to integration, had just resumed work under Zhou Yan's arrangement. This season is the time when some fruits and vegetables on the farm are produced. After not picking them for a few days, many ripe fruits and vegetables have grown old or fallen to the ground. The loss is not small, but it is only a small amount of money for Suyi now, so he doesn't care. After a round of inspection, Zhou Yan, who met him for the first time, respectfully invited him to the chairman's office. The time was too short, and there was no time to build a headquarters building or something. The office was still the simple office building of Yuanfang Farm before. After entering, Zhou Yan handed Suyi a list. A layoff list. The current Yuanfang Farm was integrated from several farms before, and naturally there were many overlapping departments. After the integration, many redundant personnel appeared, so naturally a group of people had to be laid off. This was something Zhou Yan had discussed with Suyi before. The layoff list was also completely in accordance with Suyi's requirements. Those who were originally working in unimportant positions in various farms, needless to say, were all laid off. Their relationship was with the previous boss, and they had nothing to do with Suyi, so he was of course ruthless in laying them off. In addition to the relatives, those departments that are not so important but overlap. According to their work records in the original farm period, only one department of the same type will be retained, and all other departments of the same type in the farm will be eliminated. In the redundant departments that are eliminated, the people who work properly can stay and arrange the retained departments of the same type. In the case of retaining only one department of the same type in the original farm, facing the sudden expansion of the farm, the original department's staff is obviously not enough, so this can also increase staff and reduce workload. Of course, all the above layoffs are only for marketing, management, and other office departments. For the larger number of farm employees, Suyi means not to lay off and retain them together. These are the people working on the front line of the farm. To put it bluntly, they are basically honest farmers from nearby villages. The average age is over 40 years old. Most of them come here to work to support their families, and they are all from farming backgrounds, so they are usually not lazy when doing things. Although the farm employees are somewhat redundant now, Suyi has thought about it again and still has no intention of laying them off. Firstly, unlike those office workers, many farm employees really don't know what to do if they lose this job. Although Suyi does not intend to help the world, he has not reached the point of competing with those poor people who dig for food in the fields for a few taels of silver. Moreover, these redundant farmers may not just be left to eat dry rice. If those magical plants are really introduced and planted at that time, they must be cultivated carefully in the early stage due to lack of experience. Yu Ling can't have so much time. Suyi will not let her deal with these magical plants in the fields under the scorching sun every day. It is a good idea to let these experienced farmers take care of these crops. At that time, these redundant farmers in the farm may not be enough. Secondly, for the sake of stability, he doesn't want to make too much trouble and cause trouble. Suyi's current situation is that he is not afraid of the dragon coming from the river, but the local snake. With Yu Ling around, he really doesn't have to worry about being targeted by some big shot with all-powerful hands if he comes up with something shocking. He doesn't recognize any powerful people. Whoever dares to mess with him, he will make them disappear from this world. At any time, physically destroying people is the most deterrent. There is no one in this world who is not afraid of death. And Yu Ling happens to have the power to kill anyone on Blue Star. So Suyi is not afraid of big shots, but if he meets a local snake, it's really like a toad crawling on his feet. He doesn't bite people, but he disgusts people. He himself was born in the countryside, and he naturally understands the simplicity and hard work of rural people. But he also understands the rudeness in the countryside. The hired workers in the farm are all from nearby villages. He knows without thinking that if he lays off a large number of employees today, no matter how good his reasons are or how generous the dismissal allowance is, forget about the future of this farm. If he really encounters this situation, he can't let Yu Ling kill everyone. This is his personal bodyguard and wife, not a murderer. So in order to prevent these unnecessary troubles, and because he does have things on hand that need these farm workers who know farm work to do, it is better to keep the extra people for the time being. Of course, since they are staying, the treatment will naturally change. The farm used to pay these workers only 4,000 to 5,000 yuan a month. It sounds like a lot, but compared with their workload and work intensity, this salary is not enough. Suyi plans to increase the salary of the employees who stay. It is not much, that is, it doubles their original salary, 8,000 yuan per month. And the messy contracts they originally signed also need to be changed to formal contracts that comply with laws and regulations. Strictly implement the 8-hour work system, work 5 days and rest 2 days, and pay 5 insurances and 1 fund. The company provides food and accommodation, but since there is no proper dormitory yet, employees can rent a house outside by themselves and take the rental contract to the company's finance department to claim reimbursement for the rent. The monthly rent can be reimbursed within 1,000 yuan, and the part exceeding it must be paid by the employees themselves. According to Suyi's understanding, in this area on the edge of Zhongcheng, this price can already rent a very good house. For those locals who don't need to rent a house, he doesn't need to think about it to know that there will definitely be people who rent their own houses to cheat for rental subsidies, but he doesn't care. all as a welfare for them. In addition, there are various benefits, such as afternoon tea, supper subsidies, and the like. The welfare level is close to those internet giants. In the final analysis, as a boss, even if he can't get those magic crops, he will develop it as a normal farm. In this way, he will basically not lose money by giving benefits to employees. And when the magic plants from another world can allow him to quickly harvest the wealth of those rich people, he naturally doesn't mind giving employees more money. From the beginning to the end, he had no intention of squeezing money from these poor people, and his target had always been the wealthy groups. Suyi did not have the idea of helping the world, but he still had the awareness of making the people who followed him live a better life. Of course, he did not think that he could make everyone obey him just by giving his employees wages and benefits far exceeding those of his peers. There will always be a small group of people who will think he is kind after getting benefits and will want more, and will make trouble if he doesn't give them. But this will only be a very small group. If they really make trouble, then Suyi won't even need to do anything. Those employees who have worked for him and got benefits will spontaneously come out to protect him. Let the vested interests increase, and the few greedy people will naturally not be able to make waves. Looking at the new version of the employee welfare system that Suyi personally revised, Zhou Yan couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. After holding it in for a long time, he couldn't help but sigh. You are really the most generous boss I have ever seen. It's just a little money. This is only the treatment of the most basic employees in the farm. For the welfare benefits of other departments, you can formulate a corresponding form according to this standard and show it to me. Don't worry about spending money. How much money can be paid for salary? Suyi said casually. Zhou Yan naturally had no reason to refuse, and quickly agreed. After giving these instructions, Suyi looked at him with interest and said, Manager Zhou is very capable and has done a great job these days. I wonder what position you hold in the Shen family. Zhou Yan was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted and said, Mr. So misunderstood. I was temporarily hired by Mr. Shen to handle these matters. After the employment, I have no more relationship with the Shen family. I would like to ask you to be the general manager of Tianyu Farm. I wonder if you are interested. Suyi said with a smile. I really want to, but I dare not ask. Mr. So, you are too kind. Zhou Yan's eyes flashed with joy and he said quickly, although it is a bit of a waste of his ability to let him be the general manager of a farm. But he is very clear that the young man in front of him has another company, Tianyu Holdings, which now has a cash flow of nearly 1 billion. What is this concept? Many large companies with a market value of tens of billions or even hundreds of billions after listing may not be able to take out 1 billion anytime and anywhere. But Tianyu Holdings can. From his eyes, it is not difficult to see that Suyi wants to build Tianyu Holdings into a huge group. If he succeeds, he will be a veteran in the future if he joins now. After seeing Suyi's financial resources and ambition, he will do this even if he doesn't get paid. Not to mention that Suyi is so generous to those employees at the bottom, how can he, the general manager, not benefit from it? Suyi himself does not have time to deal with these things on the farm, so he needs a tool to help him deal with them. Zhou Yan is obviously a good choice. As for whether this tool is loyal or not, it is not important. He holds the greatest power in his hands, and the profit and loss of the farm itself is not what he cares about most. Running a farm is just something that comes with his reasonable and legal acquisition of bulk grain and other goods. It is best to make money, and it doesn't matter if it loses money. If you lose money, just change a professional manager. As for where these things obtained through the farm will eventually go, it is difficult to hide it from the tool, but Suyi has a lot of ways to make him dare not tell such things. Even if Zhou Yan is really an insider sent by someone, he will not risk his life. It's just a few dollars a month, why risk your life? What's more, there is actually no one who has this motivation now, to bribe Zhou Yan to be an insider. The Shen family does have a little motivation, and they are definitely capable, but Suyi's relationship with the Shen family is not bad at present, and they have just established contact. He thought that if the Shen family had no problem with their brains, they would not offend him now. He personally finalized the welfare and benefits issues and appointed a person in charge. Suyi no longer intended to manage the farm. Before leaving, he just told Zhou Yan to pick some land with better conditions in the near future and not to plant any crops. He would try to plant a batch of special new crops, but he did not say what to plant. Although Zhou Yan was puzzled, He naturally had no objection since the big boss had spoken. Anyway, if the crops grown on these lands did not grow well and lost money, it would not be his fault. After arranging everything here, it was night again. Yu Ling followed him as a decoration for a day. She followed Suyu no matter what he did, and never said a word to outsiders. When it was time for dinner, she took the initiative to suggest, "How about we go here tonight?" As she said that, she took out her mobile phone, opened a video software, and found an advertisement for a restaurant from the collection. Suyi took a glance and saw that it was a restaurant similar to an ancient palace banquet. The per capita consumption was not high. In addition to the food, there were also some singing and dancing performances. In order to blend into the environment and gain a sense of substitution, some ancient costumes were even provided to the guests. Of course, he agreed without thinking. As for eating, he didn't have any requirements for food, as long as it was not bad. If the per capita consumption was good, it wouldn't be too bad. Moreover, he bought so many clothes for Yu Ling, but he had never bought ancient costumes. He also wanted to see what the effect would be on Yu Ling. If the effect was good, he could buy more for her later. Wait. Just after agreeing, Suyi realized another thing. Didn't you follow me after going out all day today? When did you watch this video? During the day. Yu Ling blinked. There is a magic called Eye of Insight that allows me to see the location I want to see. After I use this magic on the phone screen, I can see the content on the phone. With another small magic, I can control the phone remotely. Suyi. So you seem to be standing behind me in silence during the day, but you are actually watching short videos. Good guy, what kind of slacking skill is this? Yes, but don't worry, most of my energy is focused on safety, and I can react to anything that happens. Yu Ling didn't hide it at all. Okay. Just slack off, who can do two things at the same time? The place to eat is quite far from this suburb, and it takes nearly half an hour to drive there. This kind of restaurant sells not only food, but also services and performances. The charging method is of course different from that of ordinary restaurants. After Suyi asked a few questions, he bought the most expensive package. The food included in the package was not included. The package included the front row seat and the ancient costumes provided by the hotel. He came here for this, so of course he had to buy the most expensive one. Of course, it was the most expensive, but the per capita consumption was only 1,000, which was a drop in the bucket for Suyi now. The quality of the clothes provided here was certainly not high, and the material gave people a cheap feeling. But Yu Ling's perfect figure and face made up for this small flaw perfectly. After putting on the ancient costume, she looked like a lady walking out of a painting, making people fascinated at a glance. Although Suyi bought the same ticket, he did not wear these clothes. He didn't have the conditions. These ancient costumes are not suitable for modern men to wear. Forcing them to wear will only make them look out of place. With his beardless white-faced appearance, he couldn't show any scholarly temperament. If he put on a full set of ancient costumes, people who didn't know would think he was a eunuch running out of somewhere. This is not his weakness. Most modern men look like eunuchs when they wear this kind of ancient costume. There is no way. In ancient times, who would not have a beard? It's so beautiful here. As soon as she entered the banquet hall, the decoration inside made the elf princess, who had seen a lot in the other world, sigh. How do you say it? How does it compare with the palace of the elves or humans in your world? Yu Ling thought seriously and said, if we talk about magnificence, this place is definitely not as good as the human palaces in the magic world. Not to mention those imperial palaces, even Wei Wei's palace in Mingchuan City is much more luxurious than this one. The pillars in the hall are all made of pure gold. If we talk about simplicity and elegance, this place is definitely not as good as the palace of our elf kingdom. There are very few metal products in our palace. Most of them are made of some special magical plants. Even the entire palace hall is a hollowed-out stump of a giant tree. And because of our long lifespan, our elves have great attainments in art. Every sculpture and every mural in the palace is a work of art that ranks among the best in the magic world. But this place is different. In terms of magnificence, it is not as good as the human palaces in the magic world. In terms of refinement and elegance, it is not as good as our elf palace. But it takes into account the advantages of both. It is both magnificent and not too vulgar. I understand. The humans over there are big dogs. They wear gold and silver and like to decorate the palace with sparkling lights. The elves are very particular and can make common things exquisite. Suyi immediately nodded in approval. But the next moment, he realized something was wrong. Wait, a pillar in Weiwei's palace is made of pure gold? How big is the pillar? Yu Ling was stunned for a moment, as if she didn't expect him to go so far, but she quickly answered. I've only seen it a few times, but I haven't measured it. It's probably less than 3 meters in diameter, and more than 10 meters high. I'm not sure of the size, but it's definitely pure gold. Sir, these are the appetizers. Please try them. The waiter in ancient costume and veil placed dishes of exquisite side dishes in front of Suyi, but he was a little absent-minded, and all he could think about was what Yu Ling said just now. A pure gold pillar about 3 meters in diameter and more than 10 meters high. So there shouldn't be hundreds of cubic meters of gold? 1 cubic meter of gold weighs about 19 tons. 100 cubic meters. 1900 tons of gold. Damn it! Less, the original offer was still too little. He never expected that Weiwei would have so much gold. This was really outrageous. Is it possible that gold in your world can be seen everywhere? Suyi asked doubtfully. Yu Ling, who was eating, thought for a while, nodded and said, actually, it's not that common. It's very difficult for humans to mine gold. Races like dwarves and goblins who are good at mining actually don't produce much gold. But we have a race there called giant dragons. They are also an intelligent race. While they possess extremely high intelligence, they also have almost the most powerful body in the world. This race loves shiny things very much, and gold is naturally one of them. 1. It is not difficult for various races to mine gold on the surface, but it is not difficult for them to obtain it. Most dragons are not afraid of fire. They will enter the extremely deep underground through the lava of the volcano. It is said that there are various kinds of gold in the deep underground. Such gems and gold are from whence their gold is obtained. Many powerful people in our world are very keen on slaying dragons, not because these giant dragons have done anything outrageous and resentful. Of course, there must be dragons who have done outrageous things, but most of the dragons targeted by dragon slayers have never done these things. This race is extremely long-lived, usually Buddhist-like, and sleeps in its own cave most of the time. People are keen on slaying dragons. To put it bluntly, they covet the gold and gems that the dragons salvage from the ground. Yu Ling's words were unexpected by Suyi. Right? It sounds like these dragons are still victims? The normal plot should not be that the dragon relies on its powerful physique and talent to do all kinds of evil, causing trouble for one party, robbing gold, silver, treasures and beautiful women, and then being killed by the dragon-slaying warrior who runs out of nowhere, and finally the dragon-slaying warrior embraces the beauty. Did you return and get a huge amount of treasure by the way? Now you say that the gold and silver treasures of the giant dragon were dug out of the volcano by himself as a miner. Those dragon-slaying warriors just killed people just to steal their treasures? Does this align with the core values of your wizarding world? Hearing Suyi's question, Yu Ling was speechless and said, why does the giant dragon want human beauties? As for treasure, let alone humans, the wealth of all other races in the entire world combined is not as much as that of the giant dragon. When some powerful human empires need gold and silver treasures, they will enslave some giant dragons and let them go to the purgatory under the volcano to find gold and other treasures. After all, dragons are magical creatures that live alone. They don't even form a tribe, let alone a country. For our slightly larger race, it's not too difficult to kill a giant dragon. Boy, this is really bad. The corner of Suyi's mouth twitched, and he mourned for a few seconds for this giant dragon who sounded bluffing, but in fact could only be bullied, and then quickly said, I remember Weiwei called herself a dragon slayer before, so she got all her gold from that dragon. With her strength, she can slay a dragon. If you are stronger than her, wouldn't you kill a giant dragon indiscriminately? Yu Ling had a rare embarrassed look on her face. Not embarrassed for myself, but embarrassed for my best friends in the world next door. Actually, it was the sword master of the Blazing Sun Empire who killed the giant dragon. Weiwei just went to watch. The reason why she was named the Dragon Slayer was mainly because of her special status. Got it, please type the brushed title for me. Suyi immediately nodded to express understanding. While the two were chatting, exquisitely plated dishes were served one after another by beautiful waiters in ancient costumes. The taste is average, not terrible, but certainly not amazing. This was not what Suyi expected. The main thing about eating in this kind of place is the atmosphere, and what you eat is secondary. It would be really weird if it tasted delicious. But halfway through the meal, Yu Ling, who was chatting with Suyi, suddenly said, "There's a guy across from us who's been watching you. Look at me." Suyi was stunned for a moment. Looking at you. Given Yu Ling's appearance, it's normal for people to stare at her when she's out. And Suyi himself, although his handsomeness far exceeds that of Peng Yuyan, and is comparable to readers. But what's so good about him as a man? Is she a beauty? It's a man. It's the one in white clothes in front of you on your right. Well, there's no need to look for him. He got up and came over. Suyi followed Yu Ling's guidance and saw a young man wearing a moon-white scholar's robe getting up and walking over. However, this young man was not staring at him as Yu Ling said. His eyes were always on Yu Ling, but he would glance at Suyi from time to time. I don't know what it means. Suyi narrowed his eyes, didn't say anything, and continued to deal with the dishes on the plate, not paying too much attention to him. Not long after, the young man came to the two of them. As expected, he didn't talk to Suyi directly, but said to Yu Ling very politely, "Beauty, you are so beautiful, can you send me a WeChat message? I have a boyfriend." Yu Ling glanced at him and refused indifferently. "It doesn't matter, just be an ordinary friend, it doesn't matter whether you have a boyfriend or not." The man still talked to himself, as if he couldn't feel the rejection in Yu Ling's words, and ignored Suyi beside her. But the corner of his eyes kept looking at Suyi's expression. "I refuse." Yu Ling shook his head again. "You, brother, it's impolite to keep pestering me," Suyi said indifferently. "Is this your girlfriend? You are so lucky, brother." The man seemed to have just noticed Suyi's presence and said with a smile, "Ask your girlfriend to add me on WeChat. I work for a media company. With her image, if she comes to our company, she will definitely become a big hit, whether she becomes an internet celebrity or a star. Brother, please don't hinder her future. You disturbed our meal." Suyi suddenly interrupted him. The chattering man was startled, then smiled. "So." Suyi put the chopsticks on the table, wiped his mouth with a tissue, and then smiled at him. "So, you go die. Let him die far away, don't bother me." Suyi said the following sentence to Yu Ling. Yu Ling's answer was straightforward. Yes. The man was curious about what Suyi was going to say, but he almost laughed out loud. But just as he was about to retort, he suddenly felt that he had lost control of his body. The next moment, the man who had been entangled at the table stood up like a puppet, staggered away from the table in front of the two, and sat down in his own seat. Then, as if he was drunk, he fell headfirst on the table, his face directly buried in the dishes that the waiter had just brought, and there was no movement. The female companion next to him thought he had committed some crime, but she didn't react for a while. After waiting for a long time and seeing that he didn't move, she pushed him carefully. "Mr. Zheng, are you drunk? It's too noisy here, how about we go to another place to rest? Mr. Zheng, wake up. Ah, someone's dead." After pushing for a long time, seeing that the young man didn't respond, the woman forcibly helped him up. Then she saw the young man's pale face and eyes wide open, and the blood oozing from his mouth and nose. A scream interrupted the decadent music in the palace banquet hall. The banquet hall, which was beautiful and harmonious a second ago, suddenly became chaotic. Not long after, accompanied by bursts of sirens, the ambulance arrived at the scene. After a check, the doctor didn't even lift the person into the car and shook his head directly. "Massive cerebral hemorrhage, has been dead for a while, there is no hope of saving, let the family notify the funeral home. This fucking corpse is stiff, and I still call 120. Before the chaos, Suyi went with Yu Ling. On the way back to the hotel, Yu Ling couldn't help but ask, "Did I cause you trouble?" "No." Suyi shook his head and said, "Didn't you say that the man was looking at me before he came? He was here to cause trouble, not because of you. There are many people who ask for contact information of beautiful women in public places, but it is rare to see that after being clearly rejected, seeing that the beautiful woman has a boyfriend and still pesters her. It's not normal. Of course, there are many abnormal people, which doesn't mean anything. But before coming, Yu Ling said that this person had been looking at Suyi, not her. But after coming, he deliberately chatted with Yu Ling in front of Suyi, which shows that he was obviously trying to cause trouble. Deliberate provocation? Then who is he?" Yu Ling asked curiously. "I don't know, it doesn't matter. Anyway, he has been killed." Who cares what the dead person is thinking and what he has in mind? Suyi shook his head. The topic ends here. He didn't see how the person died anyway, so he certainly didn't have any psychological burden. As for Yu Ling, killing someone was not a big deal for her, so she didn't take it seriously. After returning to the hotel, the two of them naturally did some things that everyone likes to do. They didn't go to bed until the early morning. What Suyi didn't know was that while he was sleeping, in a mansion somewhere in Zhongcheng, a woman with a bruised face was kneeling on the ground and saying something. If he were here, he could probably barely see that this woman was the female companion of the man who was easily solved by Yu Ling. What she was talking about at this time was what happened in the palace banquet hall at night. Sitting in front of her was a middle-aged couple and a very old man. At this time, these people looked very unhappy. The reason was naturally the death of a son/grandson. And the cause of death was very outrageous. After the doctor on the scene issued a death notice, the Zheng family still didn't believe it was true, and changed several hospitals for doctors to check. After confirming that there was really no hope of saving the life, a special forensic doctor was called in for identification. The results of the identification were exactly the same as the doctor's diagnosis. Sudden cerebral hemorrhage, direct death. No doubts. It was not poisoning, let alone assassination. The Zheng family was large and powerful, with far more than just this one son, but the dead Zhengzi was the most favored youngest son. Moreover, such a large family usually has a professional medical team to conduct physical examinations at fixed times. In the past, Zhengzi's biggest problem was kidney deficiency due to playing with women too much. There was no sign of any cardiovascular disease at all. Now that a sudden cerebral hemorrhage has killed him directly, how can this family accept it? At this moment, they brought Zhengzi's female companion over, of course to ask clearly. It was quite normal before, that is, Zhengzi took his female companion shopping and spending money. But after talking about what happened in the banquet hall, the Zheng family, who were about to accept that their child really died of natural causes, suddenly realized that something was wrong. Who do you think the man and woman Z mentioned are? The girl who mechanically recounted her experience during the day was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly said, Mr. Zheng said that the man in the man and woman is the Shen family's new dog. Since we met by chance, let's go and teach him a lesson. But later, for some reason, there was no conflict between the two sides. After Mr. Zheng came back, he didn't say a word, and soon fell headfirst on the table. Shen family. The Zheng family members looked at each other, and then the middle-aged man took out his mobile phone and looked through it, and found a photo. Is this person? The girl took a look and nodded repeatedly. Yes, it's him. The person in the photo was Suyi. The middle-aged man immediately said to the old man beside him, Dad, this is a Chinese medicine expert that the Shen family found recently from somewhere. It is said that his medical skills are very powerful, and he also has a special prescription. The medicine he made has many magical effects. The Shen family is very secretive about this person. These news may not be accurate, and we have never obtained these magical drug samples. It is hard to say what the specific effects are. If this medicine is real, then if Suyi secretly did something to Z, it is normal that those doctors and forensic doctors can't find it. Why don't we invite him over first to ask him clearly? At this point, a hint of cruelty appeared in the middle-aged man's eyes. After all, it was his own son who died, so he naturally wanted to find the murderer and chop him into pieces. However, the old man sitting in the first seat did not agree immediately. After a moment of silence, he said, Since he is from the Shen family, then follow the rules of our underworld. There is no need to call the police. Send someone to notify the Shen family, and then send a few people to invite him back. At this point, an inexplicable light flashed in the old man's eyes. Be careful when inviting people, don't hurt the doctor. After all, we are just suspicious now, and the person may not be killed by someone else. Just invite him over and ask clearly. Maybe we can become partners in the future. Suyi, who was sleeping soundly, naturally didn't know, so they wanted to invite him over overnight to ask for clarification. When the people from the Zheng family who came to invite him arrived at the hotel, the Shen family also received the news simultaneously. There is black and white in this world. The Shen family is doing half black and half white things, so the Zheng family is naturally not very clean either. Moreover, there was no evidence for Suyi's suspicion, so they could only act in private. What do you mean? The Zhang family's youngest son died, and they suspect Mr. Su did it. Yes, head of the family, the Zhang family's statement is that Mr. Su was at the scene at that time. It is said that Mr. Su's medical skills are amazing, so I would like to ask him to go over and ask clearly. The bodyguard who passed the news said quickly. After being woken up in the middle of the night, Shen Mingguan suddenly became energetic and had no sleepiness at all. He was not surprised that the relationship between the Shen family and Su Yi was known to someone who was interested. It's just that he is very confident. At this stage, outsiders definitely don't know what the situation is between Su Yi and the Shen family, and how capable he is. It was precisely because of this that, in order to avoid alerting the enemy, no one was sent to protect Su Yi's safety. This will make him be targeted by interested people. I just didn't expect that such a coincidence would happen. Su Yi actually had a conflict with the Zhang family, and a young son of the Zhang family died as a result. The so-called cerebral hemorrhage, the Zhang family members may still only guess that it was Su Yi's manipulation, but Shen Mingguan, who has seen what kind of medical skills Su Yi possesses, is already sure about it. It is estimated that Zhang Zi offended Su Yi without thinking about life and death, and was killed by Su Yi using some secret method. But the fact that the Zhang family is looking for Mr. Su all night is probably not just because of Zhang Zi's death. Shen Mingguan, who was experienced in the world of martial arts, already had some guesses and said to the bodyguard, "Don't worry so much. Do you know where Mr. Su is? Hurry up and call a few people to protect Mr. Su's safety. You can't let anyone take him away. If it's convenient, bring him here. If the Zhang family obstructs it, just wait for me." Passed. The bodyguard immediately agreed. Although the Shen family has not sent anyone to keep an eye on Su Yi in the past 2 days, Zhongcheng is only so big, so it is not difficult for such a big family to keep track of Su Yi's movements. Soon a large number of bodyguards rushed to the hotel where Su Yi was staying. Dong dong dong! The large number of footsteps and rapid knocking at the door made Yu Ling, who was lying next to Su Yi and playing with her mobile phone, frown. The vague hostility of the people outside made her hands glow with a faint light. But after thinking about it, she still didn't take action immediately, but called Su Yi next to her. In fact, Su Yi doesn't have so many requirements for sleep now, and not sleeping for a day or two is nothing. The reason why I still ensure 8 hours of sleep every day is actually just a habit. After being woken up, his mind was very clear. After knowing that there were a large number of unidentified and somewhat hostile people outside, he understood that it was probably time to solve the boy's subsequent troubles during the day. Su Yi had offended not many people. He had previously guessed that this person either had a grudge against the Shen family, or the Shen family had an enmity with the other party when they helped him acquire those farms recently, so he deliberately came to cause trouble. Seeing that the revenge comes so quickly, there is no need to guess anymore. The bosses behind the farms that were acquired by the Shen family through unknown means definitely did not have such means, let alone the courage. The boy who was dealt with by Yu Ling's magic was probably an enemy of the Shen family. He felt helpless at the thought of being involved in this kind of struggle between forces. But there is nothing we can do about it. Any benefit comes with risks. He chose to develop his career from a wealthy family like the Shen family, so it was inevitable that he would encounter such a thing. The response method is not that complicated. The soldiers will come to block the water and come to the soil. Since they didn't choose to call the police or deal with him through official channels, there was no need for him. After all, Yu Ling's identity is special and it is not appropriate to reveal it now. I think they are here to invite us. Since they are already here, let's take a walk with them. Su Yi can probably guess what the other person is thinking. If they were really here for revenge, they would probably have broken in directly by now. Since he was still knocking on the door politely, it meant that the other party did not believe that Su Yi was the murderer of that kid, but just wanted to use it as an excuse. As for what the purpose was, Su Yi couldn't guess. Maybe it was to disgust the Shen family, or maybe because he knew about the water of life he displayed at the Shen family, and wanted to take the opportunity to bypass the Shen family and get a piece of the pie. Who knows? But he didn't care either. Just like when he faced the young man during the day, he didn't care what the dead man was thinking or what his purpose was. Are you Mr. Su? Outside the door, a rather cold-looking man in a suit looked at Su Yi indifferently. It's me, is there something going on in the middle of the night? Su Yi said lightly. I am from the Zhang family. Our head wants to ask you something in person. Could you please Mr. Su to come with us? The bodyguard's expression was cold and hard, and his muscles were tense when he spoke. Whenever Suyi dared to say no, he would immediately take action and take the person away by force. However, to his surprise, Suyi seemed not surprised at all and immediately said, "Can." He glanced into the house and urged, "Have you changed your clothes? We're leaving." "Okay." Looking at Suyi, who looked casual, and Yu Ling, who walked out of the house in a leisurely manner after putting on her clothes, the bodyguard looked a little confused for a moment. "No, I'm here to kidnap you in the middle of the night. Aren't you nervous at all? Helping the Zhang family, this kind of thing of breaking into someone else's house in the middle of the night to kidnap people is not the first time he has done it. Although this time he knocked on the door first instead of breaking in directly, there is actually no difference in essence. This is the first time he has met a client who is so willing to cooperate with his work. Originally, he thought Suyi was going to pretend to be polite and have some crooked thoughts, but he didn't expect Suyi to be like visiting a friend. After taking Yu Ling into the car, he didn't have any intention of running away. Instead, he paid attention to the riding experience of the car. After the two of them discussed it seriously, they said that they would buy one later. The vigilant bodyguard was speechless. What made him speechless was that, during the chat, Suyi actually started chatting with him. All the questions he asked were boring questions like how old are you this year, how many people are there in your family, how old are your children, do you have a wife, how much is your monthly salary. Seeing that he was so cooperative, the bodyguard answered Suyi's questions very straightforwardly to avoid trouble. He answered whatever Suyi asked. A monthly salary of 30,000? That's really not low. Suyi affirmed the monthly salary of the bodyguard. After some questioning, he already knew that behind this group of people was a force called the Zhang family. The young man who died of a cerebral hemorrhage directly after Yu Ling performed a simple magic during the day was the most favored youngest son of the Zhang family. Thinking of this, he asked the bodyguard again. "The salary is pretty good. Do you have a house and a car? Is it time for the children at home to go to school? How is the school?" The bodyguard had no intention of hiding anything like this, and immediately said, "The house was given to me by the owner of the family. It is close to 200 square meters and the location is not bad. If I had to buy it myself, it would probably cost tens of millions. I am already very satisfied. I usually drive the car for the owner of the house. As for the car at home, my wife drives a BMW worth more than 500,000 yuan, which is pretty good. There are family arrangements for the children to go to school, so we don't have to worry about these. Our family has never been stingy at all when it comes to our own people." The bodyguard probably also knew that this person had a special status, and the Zhang family wanted to win over him. So as we talked about how good the Zhang family was to them. After listening to this, Suyi couldn't help but sigh. "It's no wonder you are willing to work for the Zhang family. The treatment is indeed good." "That's right." The bodyguard was about to continue to brag about his employer, but was interrupted by Suyi. "So if the time comes for you to die for the Zhang family, you will be willing, right?" The bodyguard was stunned for a moment, then said, "Although I haven't read many books, I also know that a scholar will die for his confidant. The master of the family treats me well. Of course I won't hesitate when the time comes." "Is this your idea alone, or is it the idea of all the bodyguards? Do other people who help the Zhang family think the same way?" Suyi asked. "Of course, the head of the family is so kind to all of us," the bodyguard said matter-of-factly. "Then I'll be relieved." Suyi took a long breath and said nothing more. Soon the car drove to a luxurious manor in the suburbs. Suyi finally discovered that these big families with big businesses don't like to live in bustling urban areas. On the contrary, the suburbs are more in line with their taste. I don't know if it's because they prefer the quietness and scenery of the suburbs, or because it's easier for them to do illegal things in such a remote place. "Mr. Su, we're here." If Suyi took the initiative to talk to the bodyguard at the beginning, then by the end of the conversation the bodyguard would be looking for topics to have a good chat with Suyi, trying to use his sharp tongue to persuade the person the Zhang family is trying to win over. However, Suyi, who had already gotten the answer he wanted, had no intention of paying attention to him. He continued talking without replying to the previous sentence. "When I heard him say it, I opened my eyes and took Yu Ling out of the car with me free. There was no need for bodyguards to lead the way, and he walked straight into the house in a swaggering manner. It was as if he was not brought here under such semi-coercion. but instead returned to his own home. In fact, Suyi was really looking at the internal facilities of this luxurious manor, and would make some comments with Yu Ling from time to time. Finally, the two of them came to a conclusion. What a loss! The villa I bought for 28 million was definitely a huge loss. If he had known that this would happen, there would be such a nice big manor here, and he would buy a house that is as cheap as a feather. Wouldn't it be nice to directly inherit the Zhang family's inheritance? This place is much more luxurious than that villa, and the various decorations and layouts are more elegant. Just a manor like this doesn't have hundreds of millions, so I don't even think about it. And if you want to acquire such a large piece of land to build your own house, you need a lot of connections. Only these big and well-established families can do it. He wanted to buy such a large manor and mansion, but he didn't even think about it. It was difficult to buy even if he had money. With the slow pace of the two of them, as if they were visiting their own home, it didn't take long before they finally arrived at the door of the main house. Through the heavy lights, you can vaguely see the shadowy people inside. At the door, a middle-aged man with a haggard look was standing at the door, seemingly specially to greet Suyi. Of course, this was not in their previous ideas. They forcibly invited Suyi over in the name of suspecting Suyi to have killed Zhangzi. Although he was interested in trying to win over him, he certainly couldn't be too polite at first. What the Zhang family originally wanted to do was to give Suyi a blow, to scare him first, and then see if there was any possibility of seeking cooperation. If there is, then for the sake of profit, a son cannot die. What's more, it has not yet been determined whether Suyi killed Zhangzi. If there is no possibility of cooperation, then there is no doubt that the murderer of Zhangzi is Suyi anyway. Whether they send Suyi, the murderer, to the official punishment, or they use their own methods to solve the problem in private, the Zhang family has many options. In short, according to the original plan of the Zhang family, as long as Suyi arrived at the villa, of course they would have the final say in everything. No matter how bad it is, it can disgust the Shen family and make the Shen family lose the chance to take off. The Zhang family is not at a loss. Anyway, Zhangzi is dead. Originally, his death was of no value at all, but now he can be considered to have exerted some residual heat. However, after the bodyguard reported Suyi's performance along the way to the father and son of the Zhang family, the head of the Zhang family and the old man thought that it was very likely to win over Suyi. So they immediately changed their original idea and asked Zhang Yuanqing, the current head of the Zhang family, to come to the door to greet him. Although it was not at the door of the manor, it was only at the door of the main house. But the people of the Zhang family did not put their status on the same line with Suyi from the beginning. In their opinion, this was enough to give face. As soon as the two met, they talked a lot with Suyi along the way. The bodyguard, who thought he was already familiar with him, hurriedly introduced. Mr. Su, this is the head of our Zhang family, Zhang Yuanqing. Zhang Yuanqing, whose son had just died, also tried to squeeze out a few smiles on his face and stretched out his hand. However, Suyi's easygoing and close attitude to the Zhang family was different from the bodyguard's announcement. At this time, Suyi did not open his eyes to look at Zhang Yuanqing. After glancing at him, he continued to look at the interior decoration of the house, leaving only a bland "oh." Then he walked directly into the elegant and luxurious living room. Zhang Yuanqing stretched out his hand, and the whole person froze in place. This was a situation he had never imagined. After a long while, he came back to his senses, his face suddenly sank, and he looked at the bodyguard. After seeing the confusion and helplessness in the bodyguard's eyes, he probably knew that he was tricked by Suyi, and immediately said, "Bring someone to the main house, I want to see what this kid is up to." After that, he followed Suyi in with a gloomy face. Suyi entered the living room of the house for a long time, and saw an old man sitting in a high position. The old man did not come to greet him. He naturally did not take the initiative to greet him. Instead, after carefully visiting the layout and facilities in the house, he became more and more satisfied with it. This is called a mansion? Compared with this, what is the difference between his shabby villa that he has not moved into and a straw hut? Otherwise, it would be a big family with a rich history that would enjoy it. While he was sighing for a while, other people finally entered this unusually spacious living room one after another. At the same time, two solemn bodyguards pushed a corpse covered with a white cloth into the living room on a mobile bed. Suyi could not help but frown. Pushing a corpse into his living room, damn bad luck? But before he could get angry, Zhang Yuanqing, the head of the Zhang family who was ignored by him before, took the lead in attacking. He directly lifted the white cloth, revealing Zhang Zi's pale and cyan face, and then said to Su Yi with a gloomy face, "Su Yi, right? Do you know him?" Su Yi glanced at him and nodded. "I know him. I had dinner in the same hotel last night. How did my son die? Does Mr. Su know?" Zhang Yuanqing asked with a gloomy face. Everyone in the living room was staring at Su Yi, waiting for his answer. If it were an ordinary person, the sense of oppression would still be great. But now it was Su Yi who was here. The next moment, he gave an answer that no one present had expected. Faced with Zhang Yuanqing's questioning, he nodded decisively. "I know, I killed him, how could I not know?" The huge living room suddenly fell into a strange silence. After a long while, Zhang Yuanqing said coldly, "We have cleared all traces along the way, including your hotel room booking records and the hotel's internal surveillance information. No one knows you are here, and no one can prove that you are here. Even if you disappear from the world, there is no evidence to point to our Zhang family. Young man, think before you speak." Su Yi really didn't expect the Zhang family to be so considerate. After a moment of stunned, he couldn't help but say, "You are quite nice. Don't blame me, this is the thing. This dead guy is your son, right? I killed him, so what?" It was the first time that the Zhang family had seen such a bachelor. For a moment, they couldn't help but wonder if he really had any tricks up his sleeve. But after thinking about it, although the people from the Shen family were on the way, they sent people to pester them, and they would definitely not be able to come here to save Su Yi in a short time. And Su Yi himself is an ordinary person, and it is impossible for him to have any weapons. So where did he get the confidence to say that? The Zhang family didn't understand, but they were shocked. After a brief thought, Zhang Yuanqing said, "Killing someone means paying with one's life. But now is a new era, and we in the Zhang family are all law-abiding citizens. We usually don't do this kind of thing. I heard that Mr. Su, you have some cooperation with the Shen family, and you are jointly developing a drug that can prolong people's life and has special effects in treating cancer. My conditions are not excessive. If you give the prescription to our Zhang family, this matter will be over. If this business is successful, we can give you 10% of the profits in the future. Even if it fails, this grudge will be written off, and we will never bother you again." Su Yiwenyan immediately smiled as expected, and then said, "I was wondering why there was such a big fuss. It turns out you want money. Then let me tell you, my medicine is not only effective against cancer, it can treat any kind of cancer, and can greatly extend human life. As for whether it is true or not, I don't need to swear or anything. You should have seen the Shen family's investment in me. You can also want the prescription, but I have a condition." Although he had a certain understanding of this special medicine, after hearing what Su Yi, the person involved, said, Zhang Yuanqing couldn't help but breathe a little heavier. Hearing this, he hurriedly asked, "What's the condition? Aren't you willing to sacrifice your own son's life for money? Look, do you see that old man up there? Let the bodyguards beat him to death on the spot, and I will give you the prescription, and I won't want any share of the profits afterwards. All the profits are yours. How about it? You are looking for death." Looking at Su Yi's teasing expression, how could Zhang Yuanqing not know that he was teasing him and had no intention of handing over the prescription at all? He immediately became furious. "Beat him? If he doesn't want to give it, then beat him until he is willing. I want to see whether he wants money or life. It is true that people die for money and birds die for food. Since you have already made up your mind to kill, it is reasonable for me to kill you." Seeing a group of bodyguards surrounding him, Su Yi took a step back and patted Yu Ling's shoulders. "Take it one by one, start with these bodyguards." Yu Ling nodded silently, and then pointed at the nearest bodyguard from a distance. Su Yi remembered him, the one who said in the car that he was willing to die for the Zhang family. This time he got what he wanted. The next moment, the bodyguard froze in place and fell straight to the ground. His body twitched continuously, his eyes widened, and blood slowly flowed from his eyes and mouth and nose. His death was almost exactly the same as that of Zhang Zi. The bodyguards behind him were shocked when they saw this, and they fell to the ground one after another before they could react. Soon, a large group of them fell. This scene stunned the Zhang family members who were watching coldly. After a long pause, the half-body was buried in the ground, and the old man of the Zhang family, who had never spoken, raised his hand tremblingly and said, "This What kind of magic is this? It's not a magic, this is called magic. Suyi explained very considerately. You are also the first group of people in the world to be killed by magic, and it can be regarded as a grand funeral, which is still worth celebrating. The Zheng family is not an old stubborn person who is out of touch with modern society. Naturally, they have a certain understanding of the so-called magic through some entertainment works. Before today, if someone told them that there is a supernatural power like magic in the world, they would just sneer. But now they saw their loyal bodyguards fall to the ground and die strangely, and they couldn't help but believe it. Don't do it again. If you have something to say, talk it over. This is Juzhu, there are laws. You are still young, don't go on the road of breaking the law because of a slight thought. The old man of the Zheng family said hurriedly. It can be seen that his desire to survive is indeed very strong. Suyu was puzzled when he heard this. What is the road to crime? Your Zheng family has very bad eating habits, and there are more than 100 cardiovascular and cerebrovascular disease patients per capita. What does it have to do with me if a group of people suddenly die of cerebral hemorrhage? The group died suddenly of cerebral hemorrhage. Although this sounds outrageous, but when the Zheng family thought about it carefully, it seemed that it was really impeccable. It was true that Suyi was at the scene, but when the forensic doctor checked the cause of death, it was found that all the people who died here died of natural causes of cerebral hemorrhage. How could this be blamed on Suyi, who was not dead? As for whether the forensic doctors will be more careful and find out any other clues during the examination because so many people died this time, the Zheng family has no hope. If it could be found out, the many famous doctors and experienced forensic doctors they called would have discovered the abnormality long ago when Zheng Zi died. Therefore, even if Suyi killed the entire Zheng family here, no one would be able to do anything to him. What's more, the Zheng family didn't have good intentions when they invited Suyi over, and they cleaned up all traces along the way. Because this was not the first time they had done this kind of thing, they were very familiar with it. By then the official may not be able to discover that Suyi has been here. Threatening Suyi with Kyushu's official laws has no deterrent effect at all. Desperation began to appear in the eyes of the Zheng family members. Zheng Yuanqing, who reacted the fastest, said with a gloomy face. How about making a deal? What deal? Use our Zheng family's tens of billions of net worth to buy the lives of our entire family. If you die, won't the money still be mine? The Zheng family was silenced by Suyi again. The old man seemed to want to say something more, but was interrupted by Zheng Yuanqing. Dad, there's no need to say anything more. We misunderstood what happened today. Now that it's over, there's nothing more to say. If you want to kill or cut into pieces, you can do whatever you want. Look, this is a bit like a gangster. Suyi applauded. The Zheng family does similar things to the Shen family, half black and half white. That is to say, he has restrained himself through severe crackdowns in recent years. Going back a little further, there is nothing wrong with saying that he is a gang boss. By the way, your Zheng family should be more than just a few people here, right? Don't worry, I never leave any trouble in my affairs, and I will keep your whole family in order. After Suyi said that, he was about to let Yu Ling take action. Unexpectedly, Zheng Yuanqing, who was still very grand and prepared to die generously, suddenly broke his guard, knelt down and said, "The rules of the rivers and lakes are that no harm will come to your wife and children. Everyone present today has a share in what happened to you. You killed us all, and we don't have any objections. But the other members of the Zheng family don't know anything about this, so why bother killing them all? Have you Zheng family been so mixed up now? Have you followed the rules of the world as you said when facing all enemies?" Suyi asked, and then pointed at Yu Ling with a half smile. Think carefully before answering. She knows the magic of lie detection. If you dare to lie to me, I guarantee that it will be difficult for you to die. Zheng Yuanqing fell silent. The so-called rules of the world are, of course, something you come up with when you are at a disadvantage. When I had the advantage before, how could they tell me any rules? The Zheng family had done it more than once before, just to steal land at a low price and secretly wipe out the whole family of a nail-biter household. During the chaotic period more than 10 years ago, what was done was even more outrageous than this. When encountering colleagues who are trying to steal business, they would just kill everyone, and they would not even let go of children as young as a few years old. Seeing that he didn't speak, Suyi continued to say to Yu Ling, "You have a way to destroy them all, right? Well, there is a kind of blood magic. Using the blood of one of them as a trigger, a blood curse can be issued. Even if the cursed object hides in the ends of the earth, he will not escape death. Yu Ling deliberately answered in Kyushu dialect. Hearing this, the despair in the eyes of Zhang Yuanxing and others became even greater. Seeing this, Su Yi lost his mind of cat and mouse. He waved his hands casually and said, "Kill them all." Yes. Yu Ling's eyes flashed, and except for the two of them, there was no one left standing in the entire hall. Thousands of kilometers away from here, a man in his 30s was boarding a plane back home with his son, daughter, and wife. His younger brother died suddenly due to an accident. The man couldn't tell whether he was happy or sad. To be happy, that's true. After all, there is one less person competing for the property. To say he is sad is not false. After all, he is his biological brother who he grew up watching. But his wife doesn't have so many messy emotions. After knowing that my brother-in-law died and that my husband would inherit more family property in the future, if he hadn't been worried about the negative impact, he would have opened the champagne long ago. When she went home with her husband and children to attend the funeral, she was the most positive person. However, just when he was imagining that his husband's second brother would die and his husband would inherit all the Zhang family's property. However, I found that my husband and children seemed to have suddenly fallen asleep just after boarding the plane. She felt a little strange, but she didn't ask any more questions. She just assumed it was because she was too tired to catch a plane. When the plane is about to take off, the flight attendant comes over to remind them that they can fasten their seat belts. The woman who noticed that her husband had not put on his seat belt wanted to wake him up, but no matter how much she pushed or shouted, she did not see any movement from the man. Until a certain moment, the man kept his head down and fell stiffly on the floor of the plane without making any sound. The same situation happened to two children, a boy and a girl, sitting next to the man. The screams broke the silence in the cabin and also stranded the flight that was about to take off at the airport. At the same time, the same thing happened in several places all over Kyushu and even around the world. In the end, different doctors in different countries and regions gave the same diagnosis. These people died of cerebral hemorrhage caused by cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases. They died naturally without any human factors. The only thing they have in common is that they all have the surname Zhang. After coming out of the Zhang family's luxurious manor, Su Yi waited at the door for about 10 minutes and met Shen Mingguan, who came in a hurry. He brought a dozen cars and just stopped at the door of the Zhang family's manor, and dozens of meters of fierce black-clad bodyguards rushed down. Seeing Su Yi holding Yu Ling and sitting on the flower bed at the door and talking about something, Shen Mingguan didn't understand what was going on, but he hurried over and asked, "Mr. Su, are you okay?" "I'm fine, but the Zhang family may be a little dead." Su Yi waved his hand. Shen Mingguan looked at the Zhang family's mansion. It was past 5 in the morning, and the sky was already turning pale. The Zhang family's huge mansion was brightly lit, but it was eerily quiet. It gave people an inexplicable feeling of gloom and horror. What happened to the Zhang family? Shen Mingguan seemed to have guessed something and swallowed his saliva subconsciously. It's nothing, but their family seems to have some disgusting genetic disease. They didn't sleep in the middle of the night and had to call me here from the hotel. Then the whole family got sick and died suddenly. It was really scary. Su Yi stood up and patted Shen Mingguan on the shoulder. "I am a kind person and can't bear to see dead people. Since you are here, old Shen, I will leave this place to you. I have to go back to the hotel to catch up on my sleep. By the way, I like this Zhang family manor very much. You can have someone clean it up later." The collapse of the Zhang family will definitely bring great benefits to the Shen family. It's okay to throw this mess to him and let him deal with the aftermath. However, Shen Mingguan didn't know the whole story. He only knew that all the Zhang family members were dead. For a while, there were only 2 words left in his mind: big case. Shocking big case? Their family actually developed from the dock gangs when Zhongcheng was still in the dock economy decades ago. To put it bluntly, it is a local group of local snakes. Its influence is limited to Zhongcheng. And dozens of people in a family died overnight. This is definitely a shocking case that can be heard directly. It is definitely not something that the Shen family can handle. Seeing Su Yi asked him to deal with it, he thought Su Yi was going to let him take the blame, and he was terrified. But he didn't dare to say anything against it. "Didn't you see that there was no one alive in the Zhang family's house?" Although he didn't know how Suyi wiped out the Zheng family, he was able to wipe out the Zheng family. The strength of his Shen family and the Zheng family was not much different. If they wanted to destroy him, could he still escape? Suyi seemed to see Shen Mingguan's panic, and comforted him at the right time. Don't think too much. I'm not asking you to take the blame for the aftermath. Just tell the authorities that something happened here. As for me, just pretend that I haven't been here. You have some relationship with the Zheng family. When the time comes, just tell the authorities that you discovered the situation here by accident. I said, the Zheng family died suddenly, and they died of cerebral hemorrhage. What does it have to do with us? After that, he got into a Maybach driven by the Shen family without hesitation. The driver looked at him and then at Shen Mingguan. It was not until Shen Mingguan nodded to indicate that he could leave that he started the car and left this place of trouble at a loss. Shen Mingguan himself listened to Suyi's words and gradually came to his senses. He remembered the news he had received not long ago. Zheng Zi of the Zheng family died of a sudden cerebral hemorrhage, and before his death, he happened to have contact with Suyi. This is also the reason why the Zheng family came to Suyi for trouble. Shen Mingguan saw Suyi cure cancer with his own eyes, and knew Suyi's medical skills. When he got the news, he thought it was probably Suyi who did it. But with the energy and financial resources of the Zheng family, after many autopsies, they didn't find any clues. He even suspected that Zheng Zi's death was a coincidence. Until now, Suyi told him that the whole Zheng family died of cerebral hemorrhage at the same time. This kind of thing is undoubtedly extremely terrifying, but in connection with Zheng Zi's previous affairs, there is no doubt that his previous suspicion of Suyi was not wrong. And if all the Zheng family members died in this way, then this matter might not be as difficult to solve as he imagined. However, he had a little more respect for Suyi in his heart. This kind of method that can make people die of cerebral hemorrhage silently and outsiders can't find any abnormalities is really too scary. But as a businessman with a keen sense of smell, Shen Mingguan quickly seized the business opportunity. In addition to awe, the Zheng family is large and powerful, and the total assets are probably no less than 10 billion. And Suyi only mentioned this manner, and did not make any arrangements for other assets of regular value. This is definitely a great opportunity for the Shen family to expand its influence. The Zheng family's legitimate industries have to go through normal business processes to annex them, which may be more troublesome. But the Shen family has no psychological burden to annex those frivolous industries. There is no need to think about this kind of thing. Afterwards, they must pay a part of it to Suyi, but the rest is enough for the Shen family to eat their fill. Shen Mingguan, who has been an opponent of the Zheng family for decades, suddenly felt like he was being led by a big boss for some reason. After reacting, he issued various instructions in an orderly manner. This of course includes contacting the Zhongcheng officials. Upon hearing that such a shocking case had occurred, the officials were naturally not idle. Before dawn, the entire Zheng family manor was surrounded by officials. Then, the criminal investigation experts and top forensic doctors who came to investigate the case excitedly came in confidently, but left confused. From the placement and traces of the bodies at the scene, they guessed that these people had a conflict with one or two people before they died, especially the bodyguards, who were ready to besiege someone from the formation, and they were holding weapons such as batons in their hands. It was normal to say that they died of revenge or gang fights. But the forensic doctor's examination results showed that everyone here died of cerebral hemorrhage. This was the result of multiple rounds of testing by gathering experienced forensic doctors from Zhongcheng and even from all over Jizhu. It was ridiculous, but it was really the fact. It was confusing. You said this was a murder scene, but all the people who died at the scene died of natural causes. According to normal legal procedures, this cannot be filed. But judging from the traces at the scene, the dead people definitely had some conflicts with someone at the time of the crime, so it should be a murder scene. Such a weird button was beyond the authorities' ability to figure out for a while. And the facts proved that the Zheng family did have a way to destroy evidence and deal with official investigations. After dealing with the traces of inviting Suyi, the authorities really didn't find out about Suyi. The only time Suyi was summoned to cooperate in the investigation of a major case was because Suyi met Zheng Zi at the Palace Banquet Hotel the night before, and Zheng Zi died shortly after the meeting. Suyi didn't know anything, so the authorities didn't make it too difficult for him. After all, this matter was a bit too outrageous no matter how you looked at it, and they didn't expect to be linked to a small character like him. Summoning him was just a routine questioning. They seemed to want to ask Yu Ling as well, but because the surveillance footage was blurry and Yu Ling was wearing ancient costumes at the time, they couldn't be sure of Yu Ling's identity. When Suyi was asked, he mentioned it, and Suyi's answer was that he didn't know her. He asked about the beauty he saw on the street, so he invited her to dinner, and she left after dinner. It is estimated that considering that these small people could not do anything to the Zhang family, the official investigators did not hold on to it, and gave up when they saw that the questions were almost the same. Compared to Suyi's easy escape, Shen Mingguan, the mortal enemy of the Zhang family and the person who reported the case, is naturally the focus of suspicion. However, because the death of the Zhang family was too natural, no matter how suspicious they were, they could not convict before there was evidence to prove that it was Shen Mingguan who did it. Finally, after 3 days of investigation without results, the official directly announced the closure of the case. There was no intention to fight to the death on this strange case. All the case files were collected and sealed into the warehouse with a very high level of confidentiality. It is said that the dead can't speak, but in fact, many times, the dead can speak. The remaining corpse will issue the final accusation against the murderer with the help of the forensic doctor. In this way, the official departments can use this as a basis to find the murderer behind the scenes. All the people in the Zhang family died of natural causes, which means that in this case, even the dead did not speak. So no matter how much they investigate, there will be no results, and it is just a waste of time. The official obviously knows this, and after sorting out the situation, they decisively choose to close the matter and seal it. To convict someone, evidence is needed, so the authorities chose to close the case. But suspicion is not needed. So the fact that things have come to this does not mean that the matter has ended here. There will definitely be other investigations in the future. After excluding all impossibilities, Suyi, who had a conflict with Zhang Zi of the Zhang family on the day of the incident, will obviously be the focus of the investigation. He must have been at the Zhang family that night. Suyi knew this very well, but he didn't care. What can he do if he is suspected? The whole family of the Zhang family died of natural causes of sudden illness. No matter how strange or unbelievable it is, this is an ironclad fact. A few days later, Shen Mingguan, who was under the focus of the investigation, approached Suyi as soon as some restrictions were lifted after the case was closed. As soon as they met, he sighed. Mr. Su is really good at tricks. To be honest, he was confused in the early morning of that day and didn't understand the situation at all. During the 2 days of being under key surveillance and investigation, he finally understood what happened in the Zhang family that night. Shen Mingguan's first reaction was not to gloat over the misfortune. Instead, he was glad that he did not offend Suyi when he asked him to sell gold. When they first met, because his daughter neglected Suyi, the other party was generous and did not care. Otherwise, he dared not imagine what would happen to the Shen family now. Look at the Zhang family, there is no one left alive. Too miserable. The key is that there is no place to reason after death, all of them died of natural causes. What means or not, lucky, I guess their Zhang family may have some genetic disease. Suyi said seriously. Yes, there must be a history of genetic diseases in the family, and they suddenly got sick. Shen Mingguan certainly could not object to this. The main point is that what you said is right. But of course he didn't come here today to say these things. After the greetings, he took out a pile of documents. The Zhang family's industry is divided into 2 parts, those that can be seen in the light and those that cannot be seen in the light. As for the part of the legitimate industry that can be seen in the light, Shen Mingguan can't do anything after the Zhang family members died. Moreover, most of the people who died that day were the direct bloodline of the Zhang family. Some of the more distant branches or relatives must still be alive. It is impossible that such a large family cannot find even a few heirs. Even if those who inherited the family business according to the inheritance law are incompetent and are all fools, it will not be a matter of one day or one night to swallow up these legitimate enterprises. It will take time. As for those shady and unofficial industries that cannot be seen in the light, it is much easier. The rules of the underworld are that whoever wins will own it. Shen Mingguan looks elegant, but he is not a good person in fact. With such a good opportunity in front of him, he has no intention of letting the Zhang family go. In just a few days, he took all the grey industries under the name of the Zhang family into his pocket like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. There is no need to say more about the means. Shen Mingwen did not dare to swallow all these things, and he did not even dare to take them himself. Now they are all sent to Suyi. As long as Suyi nods, these industries with a total value of no less than 3 billion will all be his. However, after he simply looked through the documents, he smiled and said, "Brother Shen misunderstood. I am not good at business, and these industries are useless. If industries are useless, then it means money." Shen Mingwen understood immediately and said, "It just so happens that many of our family's industries overlap with the Zheng family. Since Mr. Su has no use for these industries, then I will accept them shamelessly. But at present, our Shen family does not have much liquidity. Mr. Su, give me 3 days to prepare. After 3 days, I will give you a down payment of 1 billion. I will manage these industries in the future, and all profits will be counted as 50% by Mr. Su. What do you think? 10 billion, plus 50% profit without doing anything." Suyi was quite satisfied with this plan and nodded and agreed directly. It was something for free anyway, and he was too lazy to worry about it if he was asked to manage it himself. Someone would handle all the chores for him, and he only needed to share the money, which of course had no reason to refuse. At most, he would make less money, which was not a big problem. If you let others do things, you should always give them some sweet things. The key point is that for Shen Mingwen, these industries are also picked up for free. Anyway, he is also in this business, and he has a lot of people under him. He can create so many industries out of thin air by doing some things for others, which is of course pure profit. Only the world where the Zheng family is heard has been achieved. By the way, after negotiating the business, Shen Mingwen took out another document and handed it to Suyi. This is the deed of the Zheng family mansion. After Mr. Su said he was interested that day, I have been asking someone to do it. Because a big thing just happened here, it is more troublesome to get it done, but fortunately it is done. Mr. Su just needs to sign, and the mansion will be yours. But I'm afraid you will have to wait for a while to move in. It is still blocked by the official, and even if it is unlocked, so many people have just died in it. It's a bit inappropriate to move in without cleaning it up. Suyi doesn't care whether people are dead or not. Otherwise he wouldn't want that house while letting Yu Ling kill people in it. After signing his name on the document, he only said that he would notify him when the official seal was removed. As for now, he doesn't have to stay in a hotel every day. He has moved into the villa he bought for more than 20 million yuan. The day after the Zheng family incident, the villa property notified Suyi that the building he bought had been cleaned inside and out, and under his instruction, all the furniture and other things were replaced with new ones. That night, he moved in with Yu Ling. They have been living here for several days. I have said everything I need to say. I am very busy with the Zheng family's affairs recently. I have something to do later, so I will leave first. Shen Mingwen is very self-aware. He talked about business for an afternoon, and when it was time for dinner, he took the initiative to leave. The main reason is that he is a little afraid of the young man in front of him. His medical skills are awesome, and he can save people with advanced cancer in minutes. But this method is too cruel. Who wouldn't be afraid of killing the whole family at any time? After sending Shen Mingwen away, Suyi lay down on the sofa and continued to be a salted fish. Zhou Yan handled the farm's affairs, and now production has resumed, so he doesn't have to worry about it. Now he has a lot of money, and there is nothing he needs to do. This is the life of lying flat that he has always dreamed of. If there is no system, he can lie like this for the rest of his life. However, this comfortable life will not last long. He had been lying down for less than half an hour when a phone call came. He took out his mobile phone and saw that it was from his mother. Because he was afraid that his sudden wealth would scare his mother, Suyi did not tell his family about his current situation these days. He only said that he was helped by his friends, did some business and made a lot of money, and transferred 2 million to his family. At first, the two elders were unwilling to accept it. It was not until Suyi searched for a long time and found a card with a balance of more than 6 million and sent a screenshot of the balance to his mother that his mother reluctantly accepted it. She also said that she would help him save it. Suyi also knew that the two old people were probably reluctant to spend it, but now he was in Zhongcheng and had no time to go back, so he didn't say much. He just planned to go back to his hometown when he had time. But after his family knew that he was financially well off, another problem came again. Urge to get married. Suyi now has a headache when she sees her mother's phone call. Xiaoi, are you busy? Busy? Not too busy. Suyi, lying on the sofa, said lazily. If someone calls me, I must be busy. If the Queen Mother calls me, I certainly won't be busy. You're the only one who talks so much. Mom Li was obviously very satisfied with this answer, and then got down to business. Are you busy tomorrow? Do you remember Aunt Wang? She is the one who used to play mahjong with me. Her daughter also goes to school in Zhongcheng. After coming back for a month during the summer vacation, she couldn't stay any longer. She said she was going to Zhongcheng to work part-time during the summer vacation or something. She and I are also old acquaintances. Why don't you see if you can do it by then? Take care of it. What the hell? Suyi had a question mark on his head. What age are we in, and adults still need him to take care of them when they go out to find a job? I'm afraid taking care of you is fake, but dating is real, right? But he also knew why his mother had such thoughts. Li Yi was a very protective person, and he was even more concerned about his own son. In the past, when he was still a small employee in a food processing factory, although his life was relatively comfortable, he would not even talk about things that would cause more trouble for him by asking him to take care of others. But it's different now. Suyi has already shown a small part of his net worth. In a big city like Zhongcheng, having a millionaire might not be considered a very wealthy person. But if you put it in a small place in your hometown, you would be considered a wealthy person. In Li Yi's view, his son is not short of money now, so he can be considered to have established a career. The natural next step is to start a family. Find him a blind date and use the excuse of taking care of him to let the two parties get in touch. It's actually quite normal. If someone else made such a request, he would definitely ignore it. But who told her that this was her biological mother? Suyi could only say helplessly, Mom, didn't I tell you? I have a girlfriend, so don't worry about it. In order to cope with his mother's urging for marriage, he sent her a photo of himself and Yu Ling. The girl in the photo you sent is prettier than the big stars. How can people like you? I really think I'm your mother. I don't surf the internet. I didn't know there is a business on the internet where beautiful women pretend to be girlfriends for a fee to deceive their families. If you want to fool me, find someone more normal. They are as beautiful as fairies, so only ghosts will believe you. Obviously, because Yu Ling is so beautiful, my mother can't believe it at all. This is very painful. Suyi wanted to argue again, but unexpectedly the other party hung up the phone. Then he saw information on WeChat from his mother about the girl's name and what time the train ticket would arrive at the station tomorrow. A photo is also attached. Don't tell me, just looking at the photos, she's really pretty. Although it is not as good as Yu Ling, this thing is an objective difference between different races. Putting aside the slight difference in takeout, the little girl still has the unique youthful temperament of the girl next door in youth movies and TV dramas, full of vitality. I just don't know if this photo has been photoshopped or how much. Looking at the age again, good guy, 19 years old. She is really just a sister. Then just pick it up reluctantly. Looking at the photo, Suyi felt that the matter had come to this, and it would be inappropriate not to pick it up and throw it into the station. Of course, this has nothing to do with being beautiful and being 18 years old. The main reason is that he is kind and can't bear to have this little girl in the summer alone at the station with no one to care about her. During dinner in the evening, Suyi told Yu Ling about this matter. Yu Ling was quite calm and didn't think there was any problem with this at all. There was no such thing as monogamy in their world. Moreover, she only regarded herself as Suyi's guardian knight from the beginning to the end, and never regarded herself as the official palace. What's more, this is just a blind date, and the horoscopes haven't even been written yet. The next afternoon, he arrived at Zhongcheng station on time. Yu Ling naturally came with him. But I didn't drive a very good car here. After he became rich, he naturally bought himself several luxury cars, including business and executive models, sports cars, and off-road vehicles. But what drove over this time was just his previous second-hand car worth tens of thousands of yuan. These days, he doesn't want to go on a blind date, and the girl might not want to either. According to Suyi's idea, everyone would meet for a meal and deal with each other's parents, and this matter would be over. If you really want to drive a luxury car there, it might make people have some inappropriate thoughts and complicate simple things. Because I had added WeChat in advance, there were no surprises in the pickup process. I picked up the little girl named Yang Yi smoothly. Suyi also confirmed one thing incidentally. That photo is really bad. There is absolutely no magic trick to makeup. As soon as Yang Yi left the station, she was sweating profusely due to the high temperature in Zhongcheng. It was easy to tell whether she was wearing makeup or not. Moreover, she is even more beautiful in real life than in the photos. She is wearing a JK suit, is tall, has long legs, and has good looks. If Yu Ling's appearance is used as the standard for 100 points, Yang Yi's appearance must be 96 points. Coupled with that youthful temperament, this is exactly like a middle-aged man killer. But Suyi is 30 years old now, so people may be confused when they see her for the first time. Brother Suyi, hello, I am Yang Yi. The girl was quite outgoing. When they met, she took the initiative to extend her hand and greeted Suyi without waiting for him to speak. Hello, it's too hot here, get in the car first. After a few simple greetings, he quickly asked people to get in the car. In this horrible weather, eggs can be fried on the ground. It's not a place for people to stay outdoors. The person was picked up, and it happened to be dinner time, so of course they went to eat. The two chatted briefly on the way, and they got to know each other. Mainly because Suyi knew the girl. Both parties tacitly did not mention that their families had originally arranged for them to go on a blind date. The main reason why Suyi did not mention it was because Yang Yi was really pretty. Well, he was a pervert, and he was a little tempted. As for Yang Yi, when she saw Suyi bringing Yu Ling with him, she felt that it was clear that there was no intention of a blind date, so she naturally would not continue to mention it. The place for dinner was not a high-end place, just like Suyi drove a broken car here today. It was just a very ordinary restaurant, and the three of them ate for less than 200 yuan. Yang Yi was not picky, and praised Suyi for choosing a place while eating. Both of them had high EQ, and after a contact, it was not as awkward as Suyi imagined. When they came out of the restaurant after dinner, looking at the dark night sky, the question of where to let the girl stay tonight was put in front of them. Yang Yi was still a college student, and under normal circumstances, she could go back to the dormitory during the summer vacation. But her dormitory building happened to be under maintenance and renovation during this semester and summer vacation, and the school had no place for her to live. Let her stay in a hotel. Although it was not unsafe, it was not a matter of 1 or 2 days. People came to find a job and probably needed a place to stay before finding a job. You can't let them stay in a hotel every day. Although Suyi could afford this little money, his mother asked him to take care of her, so what was wrong with him leaving her in a hotel? So after thinking it over again and again, Suyi sincerely invited Yang Yi to live in his house for her sake, not because she looked good. Yang Yi had only heard that Suyi was doing business in Zhongcheng and that it seemed to be going well, so she thought that the house he bought or rented was relatively large. She also needed a place to live, so she followed him without thinking much after hearing Suyi's invitation. After all, it was her mother who asked her to come, so she didn't think there would be any danger. Until she saw the villa, which was worth nearly 30 million yuan and was luxurious and looked like a palace to ordinary people. This is your home. Looking at the big villa in front of her, Yang Yi's head was filled with questions. Didn't you say that you just made a little money from your business recently? This villa alone probably costs tens of millions. You call this making a little money? Although she is still a student who has not gone out into society, there is still a bit of clear stupidity in her eyes. But it's not like I don't know how much a villa with a big yard like this costs in such a big city. Well, it's not bad. It's just that the location is relatively remote. It's fine for a temporary stay. I'm afraid it won't be easy to find a job nearby. Suyi shrugged and opened the door. Invisibly, there are big waves. Don't tell me, it's pretty cool. Do I need to take off my shoes? Yang Yi, who had always been very generous and confident, suddenly became a little unconfident, and seemed a little cautious when asking normal questions. No, the property management will arrange for someone to clean it regularly. Yu Ling, who had not spoken much from beginning to end, glanced at Suyi helplessly. Have you ever chatted like this? Why do you still want to pick up a young and beautiful girl? If you keep pretending like this, people will be scared away. Then he took the initiative to hold Yang Yi and walked upstairs. Come on, let's go pick a room for you first. Don't be in a hurry to find a job or anything like that. You're welcome to come here. Let's stay here for a few days. We just happened to. The intimate look was just like that of Yang Yi's biological sister whom she hadn't seen in 10 years. Seeing Yu Ling volunteering to be a wingman, Suyi didn't take it seriously. Although he does think Yang Yi is quite beautiful and he can develop her if there is a chance. But he's not a loser now, so he can't take the initiative to lick someone. So he was very polite to Yang Yi along the way, with a very clear sense of boundaries, and he only showed off his financial resources from time to time. If the other party is tempted and takes the initiative, he doesn't mind taking advantage of the situation. If someone is indifferent to these things, he won't waste too much time on a woman. It's okay to talk about money, but let's not talk about relationships. If he really wanted to talk about feelings, he might as well have a good talk with Yu Ling. After all, Yu Ling is bound by the contract of the trading platform, will never betray, and is pretty. Isn't this more reliable than outsiders? But he found that the little girl Yang Yi seemed a bit slow. I didn't even pay attention to some of the things he showed from time to time that showed his financial strength. It wasn't until he saw the villa that the look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Then it was gone. If you think about it carefully, it's actually right. After all, she is a 19-year-old girl, not a spirited young lady who has been in society for many years. How do you know there are so many twists and turns? Suyi could guess this, and Yu Ling could certainly guess it too. That's why he chose to take the initiative and help him as a wingman. How about opening your eyes to see the world? The elf girl from another world is considerate. Suyi sighed, not bothering to pay attention to what lessons Yu Ling would teach Yang Yi, and went into the bathroom to take a bath. It was still early when I came out after washing, and I was thinking about turning on the computer and playing 2 games before going to bed. Shen Mingwen's phone call came suddenly. Mr. Su, I have something urgent. It's like this. After what happened with the Zhang family, Shen Mingwen was already in awe of Suyi. If there was nothing urgent, it would not be possible to call him so late to disturb his rest. Suyi listened patiently for a while and then roughly figured out the situation. It was said that there was a certain big shot who got cancer and was going to die soon. This person didn't know Shen Mingwen before, but he had great eyes and hands. Through some means, he found out about Shen Mingwen's daughter's sudden recovery from terminal cancer, so he found him. Because that person had such great background, Shen Mingwen could only tell the truth about what happened. Everyone has found out where he is, and it will only be a matter of time before they follow the clues and find Suyi. The recent extremely frequent financial exchanges between the two cannot be hidden at all. Naturally, there is no need to hide it. Shen Mingwen called now to remind Suyi, and by the way, he wanted to ask if he could save him, and if he could, would he be willing to save the other party? If you really want to, he can help contact you. A person who can be called by Shen Mingwen as a person with hands and eyes that can reach the sky is probably considered a big shot in Kyushu. This old boy was smart enough to call him as a reminder. In fact, he mainly wanted to know if Suyi had the intention to save people. If so, he would act as a middleman to help contact him, so he could sell the other party a favor. The favor of a big shot cannot be measured by money. Suyi gave his answer without thinking. I'm not a god. I haven't seen anyone, so I don't know if I can save him. If he wants to seek medical treatment, he can just come to me. This. Shen Mingwen's somewhat embarrassed voice came from the other end of the phone. Why, is it difficult for him to seek medical treatment and I have to come to find him? Suyi sneered nonchalantly. If you can come, come. If you can't come, make arrangements for the funeral as soon as possible. Just kidding, he is not short of money now, why is he rushing to treat people? Regardless of whether he is a big shot or not, he is just a handful of dirt when he dies. From Suyi's point of view, he is not much different from ordinary people. Suyi, right? I'll come to you now and let's talk face to face. The next moment, a strange voice came from the other end of the phone. He sounded energetic and young, so he couldn't be suffering from an incurable disease. Suyi heard a sneer on his lips. Just now, he noticed that Shen Mingwen's tone was different from usual when he spoke today. Sure enough, there was someone else next to him. Seeing that the other party was not very polite, he was not used to it and said calmly, "It's too late today. I need to rest. Let's try another time." The breathing on the other end of the phone was a little heavier. Suyi thought that this guy was going to lose his temper. Unexpectedly, after a moment of silence, the man said, "Okay, then I'll find you again tomorrow. Unfortunately, I have something to do in the company tomorrow. I guess I have to go there. I don't have time to receive you. Please forgive me. How much is your shabby farm worth?" Do you know who my grandfather is? You are so arrogant. Could it be that your grandfather is Li Gang? Seeing that the other party seemed anxious, Suyi couldn't help but make fun of him. He just liked to see these people's anxious eyes. Mr. So, human life is at stake. Please make sure Mr. So takes the time to meet with me tomorrow. As for your company's losses, you set a price and I will compensate you according to the price. I will never counter-offer. It could be heard that this person was very angry, but he was still able to suppress his temper and did not explode. Of course, it may also be that he knows that there is no point in exploding across the phone line. There are too many people dying every day in the world. I can't care about anyone whose life is not at stake. Suyi said lightly. As for compensation according to the price, if I don't go to the company tomorrow, the loss will be immeasurable and you can't afford it. He really wasn't talking nonsense. Tomorrow is Monday, and the opportunity for free trades will be refreshed next week. He has already prepared the transaction items agreed with Wei in advance, and is just waiting to send them over tomorrow, and then bring back the various alien magical plant seeds and other things that he has planned. Then let Yu Ling start planting on the farm. If this thing is successfully grown on a large scale, it will be beneficial to all mankind. One day's delay will be a huge loss that no one can afford. My grandpa's health is very poor and I'm afraid he won't be able to survive for long. Mingren, don't tell secrets. You can ask for any conditions you need. As long as you can save people, we will definitely do what we can. To Suyi's expectation, he thought he had said it all, but the person on the other end of the phone had just shown such a grumpy attitude that he must have been furious. Unexpectedly, they calmed down instead. Start making conditions directly. This is the attitude of asking for help. Suyi said with a smile. Tomorrow morning, I will give you an hour to bring the person over and take a look. As for the conditions, I will wait until I am sure that I can save him. Suyi didn't know whether the water of life or Yu Ling's healing technique could cure all diseases. It's not easy to just make a blanket guarantee that it can be cured and just put forward conditions now. It's okay to yell at someone because of their bad tone. But if you can't do what you promised others, it would be too disrespectful. Early the next morning, Suyi, who had just gotten up, opened the door and saw that there were already cars parked outside his house. He made an appointment with the other party at the specific time last night, so there was no surprise now. However, he was a bit surprised that the other party's visit to see a doctor was so grand. Seeing him open the door, an ambulance parked at the door of the villa also opened. A strong man with a shaved head and a height of at least 1.9 meters carefully helped a skinny old man into a wheelchair, and then pushed the wheelchair slowly toward the door. Without waiting to get closer, he said from a distance, Mr. So, I am Lin Yulong. I contacted you last night. Come in. Suyi nodded, his expression calm and indifferent. As if this kind of scene has become commonplace, there is no stage fright at all. In fact, he must have never seen such a scene before, but he was confident and didn't panic at all. Lin Yulong was quite irritable on the phone last night, but now he has become much more humble in person. Seeing Suyi letting him in, he lowered his eyebrows and pushed the old man into the house obediently. As for the old man in the wheelchair, his eyes were closed from the beginning, and he didn't know whether he was asleep or just relaxing with his eyes closed. Suyi didn't have much interest in communicating with them. First determine whether the person can be saved, and if so, save him, and then let this group of people, who are said to have a lot of background, solve a trouble he just encountered recently, and the matter will be over. After asking Lin Yulong to push the person to a bedroom on the first floor, he immediately kicked the person out. Only he, Yu Ling, and the old man were left in the bedroom. Suyi is a fake doctor. Whether he can cure her or not depends on Yu Ling, of course. After he stepped forward and pretended to feel his pulse, he looked at Yu Ling. Seeing Yu Ling nodding his head without any trace, he felt confident. After thinking about it for a while, he said, The old gentleman has been ill for a long time, right? The old man, who had kept his eyes closed and said nothing, slowly opened his cloudy eyes after hearing this, glanced at Suyi and said, It's been quite a few years. So it should have been discovered very early. Why wasn't it treated early? Suyi asked. Work reasons. Got it. Suyi estimated that the old man might have been in a high position before. People who sit in this position will often become extremely passive once they have an incurable disease and it is spread. It will also affect the confidence of some allies. If you undergo chemotherapy, you will definitely not be able to hide it from outsiders. So we kept delaying, and finally pushed the cancer that was discovered early into the terminal stage that is now incurable. Otherwise, normally speaking, such a big shot usually has a dedicated medical insurance team and conducts regular physical examinations, which will definitely not delay the cancer to the advanced stage. Unless it's a genetic disease like Shen Yingying's. And the old man's current condition is obviously not a genetic disease. Of course, Suyi didn't know what the specific disease was. He's not a real doctor, and even if a real doctor comes, he can't take his pulse to check for cancer. You must be sick, the situation is very serious. What's the disease? The old man changed his sleepy look and asked with a smile. Suyi, no, what the hell is wrong with you, you ask me? I'm not a real doctor. Ahem, old sir, our Chinese medicine doctors are different from today's doctors, and we have different names for cancer. I don't know how to use Western medicine terminology to describe the lesions found by taking the pulse. You can always tell us where the lesions are, right? No, can you cure it? Suyi's mouth twitched. Fortunately, he is a fake doctor. Although Yu Ling does not have medical skills, he can do magic. After hearing this, he calmly gestured to Suyi and pointed to the chest. Seeing this, Suyi thought for a moment and smiled confidently. In the lungs, in today's doctor's terms, it's lung cancer, right? Yu Ling couldn't help but rub her eyebrows. The old man said with a funny face. It's liver cancer. Young man, it seems you are not good at studying. Not good at studying? I have never studied medicine. Seeing that he could no longer pretend, Suyi simply showed his cards. You don't care whether I have learned it or not, as long as I can save you. That's true, so how do you plan to save her? Or use the medicine you gave to the little girl of the Shen family? The old man suddenly became interested. Suyi did not hesitate, took out a small cup of several milliliters for drinking, poured a few drops of diluted water of life into it, and handed it directly to the old man. Here, this is it. The old man took the wine glass and smelled it gently. His brows relaxed immediately and he felt refreshed. Then he raised his head and swallowed the water of life in it without thinking. His face, which looked like a withered face, had improved a lot. The whole person seemed to be alive at this time. Since I got sick, I have never felt so relaxed. It is really a good thing. The old man looked at his hand in surprise and stood up directly from his seat. Of course, this water of life could not cure his illness, but it could extend his life and restore him to the appearance of a normal old man of this age in a short time. Right, Shinjui will pay 10 million per cup, and just transfer it directly to the account of Tianyu Holdings. Suyi said with a smile. This is a fat sheep. Asking someone to help you is a favor to save his life, so the medical expenses should be paid. The old man was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand nonchalantly and said, then give me another 100 cups. 100 cups can almost cure your disease and let you live to the end of your life. If you want to live longer, buy another 100 cups. You should be able to live to about 150 after drinking. Do you want to consider it? Suyi smiled and said, of course, it is difficult to verify the life extension thing. I can't prove it for the time being. If you believe it, buy it. If you don't believe it, don't buy it. 100 cups are enough to save your life. I won't force more. We don't do bundled sales. The old man said without thinking. 2 billion, I will transfer it to your company's account when I go out. The old gentleman is indeed a cheerful person. Suyi directly handed 2 exquisite porcelain bottles to the old man. I'm afraid this bottle isn't enough for the 100 glasses of wine just now, right? The old man looked at the small porcelain bottle and hesitated. Oh, that is diluted, this source liquid. After you take it back, you can dilute it and drink it slowly as tea. You can also blow it directly into the bottle. It will not affect the therapeutic effect. Suyi waved his hand. Such a wonderful medicine, it gives you the feeling of selling mineral water. The old man looked at the porcelain bottle suspiciously, then thought about it and opened one on the spot. He smelled it as usual and then drank it again. The effect this time was obviously much stronger than the small cup just now. As soon as he drank it, the old man's eyes suddenly widened. Feeling the changes in his body, he felt a shocking wave in his heart. If the previous cup only made him feel better for a while, then drinking this bottle now gave him the feeling that the shackles that had been hanging on him for several years were released. At this moment, he seemed to have gained control of his body again. It gave him the feeling that not only had he recovered from his illness, but his hands, which were already as thin as dead wood, also had a sense of strength. The whole person seems to be 10 years younger. Like a dream. He reacted very quickly. After feeling the changes in his body, he glanced at the porcelain bottle in his hand and said quickly, 1 billion bottles, right? Give me a few more bottles. Money is just a number to him, but this kind of thing is definitely a priceless treasure. He can buy 1 billion bottles without losing money at all. Even if these 2 bottles of wine are enough for yourself, you can still give them away if you buy more. Among my old friends and acquaintances, who doesn't have some problems as they get older? Even if you are truly healthy and without any disease, at this age you will feel that your body is getting older day by day, and you will inevitably feel that you are unable to do what you want, and you will miss the period when you were young and strong. This kind of medicine can cure any disease, and it can also be used as a miracle drug to make people younger. It can even be used as a political bargaining chip. If you let him operate it, 1 bottle would definitely be worth more than 1 billion. No, the last 2 bottles are all for you. Suyi spread his hands. Just kidding, the value of this thing cannot be measured by money. Just like the old man in front of him, if he was given 2 bottles of diluted and then diluted water of life, he would not only pay Suyi a sky-high price of 1 billion for 1 bottle, but he would also owe Suyi a favor and need him to do something. He wouldn't sell water of life with this concentration just for money. In the future, we plan to make a few more diluted versions of the water of life and make a lot of money as the flagship product of pharmaceutical companies. Now I am definitely saving as much as I can. The water of life traded from Huawei before was only 500 ml. Almost 200 ml of the 500 ml was drunk by Suyi himself. His current physical fitness can be said to be stronger than that of an ox. As for the less than 300 ml of water of life left, it was diluted by Yuling with water and some special magic. The water of life in Suyi's hand now is about 3 cubic meters. Of course, the effect cannot be compared with the water of life he obtained from Huawei. But when the old man in front of him and Shen Yingying suffer from incurable diseases, usually only 1 bottle can save their lives, and 2 bottles can even extend their lives. Of course, they are all ordinary people. If it were the water of life given to him by Huawei, then a small cup would basically have this effect. It is even more exaggerated if it is replaced by the life liquid in the moon lake of the elf tribe. At most, 1 drop can double the lifespan of ordinary people and never cause disasters. Switching to the original version of the Fountain of Life, Yu Ling said that ordinary people would have this effect after just 1 whiff of it. If you really want to take a sip, you will evolve and gain extraordinary strength in minutes, and your physical strength will be comparable to that of a low-level warrior. It is the purest source energy in the world and is of great benefit to any living creature. Naturally, the old man didn't believe Suyi's lies. But the person had already refused, and he could not speak any more. He just looked at the remaining bottle of water of life in his hand, and after much hesitation, he reluctantly drank it all. Although this thing is good, whether it is for him or the family behind him, it is definitely more valuable if he keeps it for a longer time. If he could really live to be 150 years old, no, he only had to live to be 120 years old. He couldn't even imagine how much energy he would have in the future. How's it going? Do you feel better after drinking it? Suyi asked with a smile when he saw that he was suffocating after 2 bottles. Very good. I feel much younger. I have never felt as comfortable as I do now after turning 40. The old man's energy were obviously much better with the naked eye. Even some black hair grew on his head that was originally half bald and half white. Most of the wrinkles on the skin have also been erased. If he walked out of here now and said that he was an old man in his 70s or 80s, no one would believe him. Based on his appearance alone, he looks like he is 40 years old at most. If he tidies up a little and says that he is less than 40, but he just looks older, some people will probably believe him. The old gentleman's matter has been dealt with. I just have something that I would like to ask the old gentleman to help me with. I don't know if it's convenient. Suyi said he was asking for help, but in fact it was a matter of course. It didn't look like he was asking for help at all. The old man didn't care and said happily, Yulong promised you before, and our Lin family will naturally not break our promise. You can just mention it, as long as it is within our capabilities. I want to set up several companies. As he spoke, seeing the old man's confident look, Suyi, although she still didn't know who he was, thought about it and spoke. How many companies? What company? The old man immediately guessed that this was probably not a serious company, at least not an ordinary private company. Otherwise, with the energy of Suyi and the Shen family, they can handle it by themselves without his help. A pharmaceutical company, an arms company, and a whole technology company. Suyi was not polite at all. Except for arms companies that require special qualifications, other companies generally don't have any requirements. Just follow the normal process. Are you sure you want my help? Old Man Lin asked doubtfully. Oh, this is of course different from other companies of the same type. I need higher permissions, such as ensuring a certain degree of independence and confidentiality, and not allowing any unit to check at will. Of course, we have to take it to the market. All the products sold can withstand inspection. You can do whatever you want. In terms of experiments and production, my request is that you are not allowed to go in and look at it even if you come. Suyi said. If possible, it would be best to give my current farm a higher license. That's right, you kid has a big secret. If this potion alone can be produced on a large scale, the future revenue will be astronomical. If you want a higher level of confidentiality, it is reasonable not to let anyone check it casually. Mr. Lin agreed with the confidentiality of pharmaceutical companies and technology companies, but then the conversation changed. But what do you want the arms company to do? Sell arms? It's good to make money, but even if I get someone to do it for you, will you have any arms to sell? Facing old Lin's suspicious eyes, Suyi still laughed and said, this is all a minor problem, so I don't need to worry about it. Anyway, I don't sell arms or anything in the country. If I dare to sell, no one will dare to buy. We won't do anything that violates laws and disciplines. That's right. As long as you don't mess around in Kyushu, you can do whatever you want. I agree to this. Old Man Lin agreed immediately. Obviously, Suyi's guess was correct. These matters were not difficult for the old man Lin in front of him, and he could probably solve them with just one sentence. But why do you want to keep a shabby farm a secret? Are you afraid that people will steal vegetables from your farm? This old man is quite fashionable, and he always plays happy farm. Suyi complained in his heart, but still explained mysteriously. Old man, to be honest, I have a technology for cultivating special animals and plants using the medicine just now. Using this technology to induce evolutionary mutations of animals and plants will have various effects. Some of them are useful in treating diseases. The effect will even be better than the medicine you just drank. If the meat and milk of cows bred using this technology are consumed for a long time, people's physical fitness will be greatly enhanced, and it is not impossible to even become a Superman. Really or not? Old Man Lin asked suspiciously. He had always regarded the light green liquid given by Suyi as some kind of lost Chinese medicine prescription, a liquid made from various medicinal materials. This liquid medicine can also promote the growth and mutation of animals and plants. Isn't this a little too perverted? How can it be false? Haven't you drank all this? Suyi said immediately. Old man, I won't hide it from you. This thing is more powerful than you think. It's a top secret prescription passed down from my ancestors. In order to keep this prescription, my ancestors were hunted down by Qin Shi Huang. It took dozens of generations to pass it down to me. Our family has been a famous doctor for generations, and this is what we rely on. Fangzi. If I remember correctly, your father used to be a small contractor at a construction site. Later, he went out of business due to injury and his mother opened a small convenience store. Grandpa is an out-and-out farmer, and so is my grandpa. I have never heard of anyone in your family. Are there any famous doctors? Old Man Lin pretended to be confused. This is called hiding in the city. Everyone who understands it. I can't say much about those who don't understand. In short, that's what it is. Just tell me whether you admit that I am a miracle doctor. Old Lin looked him up and down, nodded and said, it doesn't look like you, and your medical skills don't look alike, but judging from the results, you are better than those so-called miracle doctors. Then it's over. Suyi clapped his hands. Anyway, that's all. If you, old man, help me get it done, I'll treat you to dinner. Old Man Lin was speechless. People who wanted to treat him to a meal lined up from Zhongcheng to the imperial capital. Who wouldn't beg to have a meal with him? As for the kid in front of me, it seemed like he was the one who took advantage when I invited him to dinner. But he didn't seem to be able to say anything, because he was really capable, and if Suyi really wanted to develop things with special effects, he really wanted to try them out. Okay, I agreed to this, then this matter is over, let's clear things up. Old man Lin said immediately. This kind of thing seems to be a trivial matter, but given his status, just giving him an order is enough. But the risks to be taken are not small. If Suyijin abides by the law as he said, then it will definitely be fine. If he does any dirty work in these unregulated laboratories, research institutions, or factories, he will be involved. These are all things that are not difficult to do, but will be very troublesome later. If the life-saving grace hadn't been genuine, old man Lin wouldn't have been able to agree. This was tantamount to using his old face as a guarantee for Suyi, whom he had just met for less than a day. By the way, there is one more little thing. Suyi pointed at Yu Ling. This is my wife who brought her back from abroad. Anyway, due to some complicated reasons, she doesn't have a household registration abroad. I want to give her a full household registration. Is this a small problem for you? Old man Lin opened his mouth, intending to scold him for pushing too far, but after thinking about it, he wisely closed his mouth. Kyushu is such a big country with so many people. In the past, management was not as rigorous as modern times, and various equipment was far less developed than it is now. There were many illegal households without household registration. As management methods in all aspects have become more rigorous in recent years, coupled with the gradual digitization of society, it is almost impossible for black households without household registration to move forward. Many people have re-registered their hukou. The official side has its own set of procedures. Compared with those things before, this is really just a small thing. I can help you with this matter, but if you want to do it faster, it's best to give her an identity, find someone to vouch for her, and find someone to prove that she actually lived here before. It's just that I don't have a household registration. As he said that, old man Lin glanced at Yu Ling, and suddenly his heart moved. Otherwise, don't look for someone else. I think this girl is pretty and smart. Otherwise, just tell the public that she is the daughter of my Lin family who was living outside. She was found recently. We have a family guaranteed. This matter will be done for you this afternoon. With such a beautiful granddaughter, I, old Lin, will have a reputation outside the world in the future. What do you think? This was a very straightforward show of goodwill. Suyi was not stupid, so he certainly understood what the old man was planning. If we really follow his suggestion and let Yu Ling become a member of the Lin family, even if it is only in name, at least the two parties will have a bond in the future. Moreover, outsiders don't know about this. People who don't know the truth see that the Lin family has done so many things for Suyi, and the daughter who is nominally living outside is still Suyi's wife. Naturally, he and the Lin family will be regarded as a whole. He was also bound to the Lin family. If it were someone else, even the richest man in Kyushu, even if he didn't want to, it would be hard to refuse old man Lin's words. After all, given his status, he has already taken the initiative to show his kindness, so it would be foolish of you to refuse. But Su is also different. He doesn't need to worry about these things. In the future, when there are many powerful people begging him, they should give him face now, not him giving face to the other party. What happened between the two parties today was originally a pure exchange of interests. I don't think so. Suyi shrugged. The identity problem is easy to solve. Just give her a household registration in the name of husband and wife. As for social relations, I will solve it. Old man Lin was not angry when he heard this, but smacked his lips with regret and sighed. That's a shame. Helping people register for residence makes Suyi the son-in-law of the Lin family, and even the daughter is the daughter of Suyi himself. This is absolutely beneficial to the Lin family. But since they didn't agree, it was hard for him to mention it again. Grandpa? You. Lin Yulong, who was waiting anxiously in the living room, saw his grandfather, who was just pushed in, come out of the room in a flash. He looked more energetic than a young man in his 20s. Even the half-white hair that was left had not only grown out, but also turned into short black hair. He was shocked immediately. Even the way he looked at Suyi was different. What is this? This is the reincarnation of Huatuo? No, Huatuo can't cure cancer either. And it's not enough to just cure the disease. The key is that after curing the disease, the person looks dozens of years younger. It's a direct rejuvenation. If you say that Suyi fed Grandpa Lin a magic pill, Lin Yulong will believe it now. Old man Lin ignored his grandson, called the secretary who was accompanying him, and after instructing Suyi on the things he asked him to do, he took the initiative to say goodbye and left. Although Lin Yulong was very curious about how Suyi did it, he was afraid of his grandfather's pressure and didn't dare to ask at this time. He just made up his mind to ask clearly when he had time. This is too angry. It doesn't make any difference between the dead and the dead. After sending all the guests away, Suyi sat down on the sofa, asked Yu Ling who was preparing breakfast. Where is Yang Yi? What did you talk about last night? You came back to my room so late. Yu Ling answered without looking back while frying eggs. She shouldn't wake up yet. We didn't talk about anything, just some life ideals. She is indeed a very cute girl, and she doesn't have any bad intentions. Her life ideal is to eat delicious food and have fun, and not work. Yu Ling has a magic that can sense the movements around her. Since she said that Yang Yi was still asleep, there would naturally be no embarrassing incident where the two of them suddenly went downstairs in the middle of their conversation. Suyi also said after hearing this, that ideal is indeed full of ideals, but for most ordinary people, it is really difficult to achieve this goal. These days, Yu Ling has basically understood the social situation here, and heard this and smiled. Yes, it is very difficult. So I gave her a suggestion. What suggestion? I told her that as long as she follows you, all these can be easily achieved, and it will definitely be better, more exciting and easier than her imagined life. Yu Ling covered her mouth and laughed. I said it in a half-joking tone, but don't you say that the truth is often hidden in jokes here, and the effect is really good. She must be tempted, but limited by the backward monogamous thinking here. If she mistakenly thinks that I am your wife, it is probably not easy for her to figure it out in a short time. To clarify, it is not a mistake. When old man Lin completes your household registration, then we will be real husband and wife-in-law. Suyi smiled. Yu Ling's busy body paused visibly, and after a while she said, very good. After that, she stopped talking and concentrated on preparing breakfast. Suyi walked behind her and held her waist without hesitation and said, what's wrong? Are you unhappy or are you very touched? I'm not unhappy. Yu Ling whispered. That's good. Suyi just hugged her quietly, smelling the fragrance of her hair, and after a long time she said, this will be your home from now on. Yu Ling opened her mouth, thousands of words, and finally only converged into one word. Okay. In fact, she lied to Suyi about something. It is true that the mainstream of their world is polygamy, but it does not include the elves. Elves will only love one person in their life. When she became Suyi's guardian knight, she might have been forced to do so due to the situation. But after Suyi did not ask, she took the initiative to sleep with him, which meant that she was completely Suyi's person. The reason why she made this decision at that time. One reason was that with her appearance, she became Suyi's guardian knight, and there were also the terms of the trading platform contract, which she thought was a matter of time. Another reason was that she felt the breath of home around Suyi. It's funny to say that although she was the princess of the elf kingdom, the royal family was ruthless, and the palace was a cold political vortex. She had never felt the warmth of home since she could remember. On the contrary, she had this feeling when she was with Suyi a few days after arriving on Blue Star. So she was willing to take the initiative to tease Suyi that day and gave him her most precious thing. Even after realizing that Suyi would never have only her as a woman in the future, she had always been very generous and took the initiative to act as a wingman. It was because she didn't want to lose this home that she got by mistake in a strange world. Unfortunately, this warm atmosphere only lasted for a moment. Feeling the mischievous hand on her body, Yu Ling came back to her senses and said with a red face, don't, Yang Yi has woken up. What are you afraid of? This kind of young people, even if they wake up, will stay in bed for at least half an hour and won't come down for a while. Suyi leaned close to his ear and said, come in. Don't you think it's more exciting here? No, pull the curtains. Breakfast was simple. Suyi ate 2 steamed buns with honey water and was almost full. Yu Ling didn't eat much. In fact, she wouldn't starve to death even if she didn't eat for a month. She just wanted to eat with Suyi. Yang Yi came down from upstairs just after breakfast. Suyi was thick-skinned and didn't feel anything, but Yu Ling was not as thick-skinned as him. She had just finished eating breakfast secretly and was almost bumped into by the girl. She was a little guilty. After a simple greeting, she hurried upstairs to prevent the traces of eating secretly from being discovered. Well, What's wrong with Sister Yuling? She seems to be very busy. Yang Yi asked in confusion. It's okay. I spilled some on my clothes while eating meal, and went upstairs to change clothes. Here, breakfast, let's eat together. Su Yi greeted enthusiastically. Is this so? Yang Yi looked at Su Yi, and then looked at the direction where Yu Ling disappeared. She always felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell. But after seeing the rich breakfast on the table, the foodie attribute suddenly exploded, and his eyes were straight. But he paused again when he walked to the table, and said cautiously, Brother Su Yi, don't you want to eat? I just choked a little when eating a bun, you eat first. Who can eat after just doing strenuous exercise? Yang Yi's eyes lit up immediately, picked up a bun and said, Is it so delicious? I want to try it too. Wow, beef stuffing, so delicious. The buns I eat are much more delicious than this. Haven't seen you for a long time. Long time no see. Princess Wei Wei is still as charming as ever. In the trading space, Su Yi looked at Wei Wei who had taken off her armor and put on a luxurious dress, and praised her sincerely. I guess Xiaomi in the magical world is more nurturing. Although this Wei Wei is a human being, her appearance is not inferior to Yu Ling's, and her skin is as smooth as jade, without any flaws. Thank you for the compliment. Wei Wei pursed her lips and smiled, then got down to business. In the list you gave me last time, I have already collected everything that can be collected in a short period of time for you. There are 30 kilograms of seeds of various magical plants in total, and a pair of giant horned cows, one male and one female. According to your request, the cow is pregnant. In addition, when I was helping you search for small magic circles, I accidentally discovered that our Mengchuan City Magic Guild has a medium-sized magic circle dedicated to the cultivation of magic creatures. The appearance of this medium-sized magic array is completely unexpected. The Magic Guild headquarters is just preparing to open up a new pasture in the mountains at the southern foot of the mainland. The closest teleportation array to that place is our Mengchuan City. Through Mengchuan City after the teleportation array sent the magic array disk to Mengchuan City, the magic array was stranded in Mengchuan City due to the war. It's in my hands now, but after all, this is a medium-sized magic circle, and its value is unmatched by small magic circles. If you want it, we'll probably have to renegotiate the price. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't want it for the time being. This kind of thing it's also hard currency here, so I don't have to worry about selling it. I've already prepared the small magic circle for you. The choice is yours. In addition to these, I have also prepared a large amount of the mature fruits of magic plants and the flesh and blood of monsters that you requested. The total is about 5 tons. If you can provide sufficient food, we can give you more next time. After listening to Wei Wei's words, Su Yi couldn't help but said, You just brought the things that the Magic Guild left behind at your place. Is that appropriate? Of course it's appropriate. Wei Wei said lightly. According to the War Act of the Blazing Sun Empire, during the war, as the Lord of Mengchuan City, I can legally requisition all resources within the territory. The medium-sized magic circle of the Magic Guild quietly appeared in my territory, and I have not yet blamed it. They hid important strategic resources during the war, so what qualifications do they have not to donate them? I heard from Yu Ling that there is a magic empire behind the Magic Union, and its strength is not inferior to your Blazing Sun Empire, right? Can people swallow this breath? That's an issue that should be discussed between two high-level empire officials. It has nothing to do with me. Wei Wei shrugged and said indifferently, Unless those pedantic old men with magic staffs plan to expand the current local war into a full-scale war just for the sake of breaking the magic circle, this matter will definitely be settled in the end. No, you kept asking, do you want it or not? You've already robbed it, so I definitely want it. How can I sell it? Su Yi said matter-of-factly. If you have good things, you don't have to be stupid. Wei Wei stretched out a slender finger. 1,000 tons of grain. 100,000 tons. Wei Wei rolled her eyes at him. With this medium-sized magic array, even if I open a special piece of land in Mengchuan City to grow ordinary grains, I can harvest one crop a month and tens of thousands of tons per crop. There's no way Yu Ling didn't tell you about the effects of these magic circles. Don't act stupid. 100,000 tons. Su Yi rubbed his eyebrows in embarrassment. To be fair, this magic circle is indeed worth so much, and its real value even far exceeds the 100,000 tons of food. According to Yu Ling's previous statement, the coverage area of the small magic array is about 10 square kilometers. The usable area of Suyi's current farm is about 17,000 acres, which is just over 11 square kilometers. A small magic circle can cover most of the farm, leaving a little more space for other things, which is just enough to hide people's eyes. The medium-sized magic circle is incredible. There is no fixed number of areas that this thing can cover. It will show different coverage depending on the concentration of magic power in the place where it is placed. It can cover at least 100 square kilometers, and even reach thousands of square kilometers at most. And the most important thing is that the range of this thing can also be manually adjusted. By reducing the coverage, the magic power in the reduced area will be more intense and more conducive to the growth of organisms. And within the coverage area of the small magic circle, if it is used to grow ordinary crops, the worst-case effect can shorten the planting cycle of crops by 2/3. The food grown is said to be ordinary food, but in fact it is still contaminated with some magical properties. For example, eating it for a long time will strengthen your body, extend your life, and taste much better than real crops. Livestock raised within this range have the same effect. This is just a small magic circle. The effect of a medium-sized magic circle is even more incredible. Even by narrowing the coverage area of the magic circle and making the magic power inside reach an extremely strong level, there is a certain chance of cultivating ordinary crops and livestock into magic plants or magical beasts. Judging from these effects, it's not an exaggeration to say that the price given by Wei is a jump-off price. It's probably because in their world, this thing wouldn't be easy to sell in a short period of time, that's why she sells it so cheaply. But these 100,000 tons of grain, even for Suyi now, it is very difficult to get it in a short time. This time he came prepared, but he just spent a high price to buy a batch of imported wheat that had just arrived at the port. A total of 20,000 tons. The ocean freighter carrying wheat only arrived at the port yesterday, and it is estimated that it will not be able to unload the cargo until tomorrow. Suyi will have to go to the Magic City port the day after tomorrow to store the 20,000 tons of grain in the storage space and bring it to Wei. The Juzhu government has the habit of hoarding grain, and the reserve grain is in units of 100 million tons. But that thing is not something Suyi can touch. And the ocean trade of bulk commodities usually has buyers when the freighter leaves the port from the place of shipment. He spent a lot of money to get these 20,000 tons of grain this time, and there was also a certain amount of luck. It is hard to say whether he will have such good luck next time. If you purchase directly from the place of shipment and then transport it by ocean freighter, the time required is basically in months. A lot of short-term things. In fact, Suyi has already asked someone to do this. So these 20,000 tons of grain is the limit he can get in the short term, unless he goes abroad to the place of origin in person. But this will bring some other problems, such as there is no domestic farm as a cover to properly digest these grains. The unknown whereabouts of bulk grains are likely to be targeted by others, resulting in the exposure of the trading platform. It is difficult to give you 100,000 tons of grain in the short term. It will take at least 1 month to fully replenish it. Suyi thought about it again, and finally expressed the difficulty. Wei was not surprised by this. Although she guessed that Suyi was definitely a powerful person in her own world, 100,000 tons of food was too much after all, and it was normal to not be able to get it for a while. So she already had a plan and immediately said, "It doesn't matter. If you don't have food, you can replace it with other things, such as weapons. Swords, bows and arrows, armor. I want all of these, especially consumables like bows and arrows. I want as much as you have." On the battlefield, armaments are obviously as important as food. When it comes to this, Suyi doesn't feel sleepy anymore. He came well prepared today and naturally brought some Blue Star specialties. Like a compound bow, Suyu Dang took out a prepared compound bow. The compound bow has a maximum draw weight of 70 pounds and an effective range of 200 meters. It comes with sights, shock absorbers, and other auxiliary shooting equipment. I can also give you 10 high-quality carbon arrows with each bow that can shoot through steel plates. A bow is worth 10 tons of grain, what do you think? The price is definitely not cheap, but it's actually not that outrageous. The compound bow he took out was of very good quality, and it would cost at least 8,000 yuan to buy it by yourself. As for 1 ton of grain, cheaper old grain is estimated to be less than 2,000 yuan. The cost price is close to the price of 5 tons of grain, but Suyi's price is only doubled, which can be said to be very conscientious. Of course, Suyi had already started to acquire the manufacturer of the compound bow before he came. If the acquisition was successful, the cost price would of course be another matter. Wei did not directly object to the price, but took the bow handed over by Suyi and looked at it carefully. The making of ancient bows and arrows was a very complex craft, involving multiple components and a delicate manufacturing process. The production process of traditional bows is complicated and uses a variety of materials. Moreover, the workmanship and material selection are also affected by seasons and have certain seasonal restrictions. If this bow is really as good as Suyi said, then she can accept the higher price. After taking a closer look, and even shooting a few arrows in the trading space, Wei frowned and said, "The sights and other auxiliary tools on the bow are very useful. These pulleys can also greatly save the archer's physical energy consumption, but the power is still too small. It is useless if I buy it, even if it is paired with your even a sharp carbon arrow would have difficulty penetrating the thick knight armor in our world. Is there anything more powerful?" Low power is indeed a common problem with bows and arrows available in China. 1 pound is only 0.45 kilograms. A 70-pound bow sounds bluffing, but the actual draw weight is only over 30 kilograms. The ancient warriors of Kyushu often fired 3-stone strong bows. The unit of stone changed frequently in ancient Kyushu, and there is a lot of controversy about how many kilograms it means when converted into modern units. But on the bow, it is generally believed that the stone here refers to 50 kilograms. The 3-stone bow is a 150 kilograms bow. In a demon-free world like Blue Star, this is probably the limit of human beings. But in their magical world, there is obviously room for improvement. Not to mention that Wei, who was trying out the bow, was still a Starlight Knight in their world. Although her martial arts strength was inferior to that of Yu Ling, the title of Dragon Slayer was also obtained by chance. But in Blue Star, let alone fighting tigers and leopards with bare hands, she could crush the Tyrannosaurus Rex to death with one hand. This compound bow with a draw capacity of just over 30 kilograms is indeed no different from a toy to her. It's easy to increase the power. As big as you want it to be, I can make it here for you. If we want to talk about this, then Suyi won't be sleepy anymore. The maximum poundage of a compound bow is usually around 70 pounds. This does not mean that this thing can only be made at this maximum poundage. But on Blue Star, a 70-pound bow is completely sufficient. With good arrows, even if an elephant comes, you can shoot it down with one arrow. No matter how big it is, not only is it meaningless, but few people can pull it apart. The so-called 3-stone strong bow in ancient times was not actually used for combat, but was generally used for training. No matter how powerful the bow you can fire on the battlefield, it is not as powerful as the bed crossbow controlled by 2 or 3 pawns on the opposite side. Use no. But if this thing were placed in the magical world, with the average physical quality of the people there, and large quantities of high-pound and powerful bows, it would be completely different. It is of real practical value. As for the manufacturing difficulty, a compound crossbow weighs hundreds of pounds. How could a compound bow weighing several hundred pounds not be made? As long as there are people who use it and there is a market, the technology of those manufacturers in Kyushu can give you a strong bow weighing more than 200 pounds in minutes. If this thing had been made before, Suyi would not have been able to make it even if he acquired the manufacturer. It would definitely be illegal. But after Old Man Lin got him the qualifications for military production and trade, he was really able to produce reasonably and legally. Don't worry about who I produce and sell this thing to, I'm happy to make it. It's not illegal anyway, and I will bear the loss myself, and no one can care about it. Not only bows and arrows, he can also give Wei a batch of more powerful compound crossbows. When a modern compound crossbow is placed on an ancient battlefield, the sense of oppression it gives the enemy is no less than that of a bolt-action rifle in World War II. Definitely a killer. It is not impossible to even use modern technology to bring out big treasures such as bed crossbows. In short, in terms of technology in this area, the magic world can never compare with Blue Star, and it can fully meet all of Wei's basic war supplies needs. Of course, they must have their own killer weapons. For example, some special bows and arrows related to magic. But this kind of thing is destined to be a minority and cannot be popularized in large quantities. And Suyi has a huge industrialized country behind him. In terms of production and cost, he has an absolute advantage in these basic things. Using the pounds you mentioned just now as a unit, about 200 pounds, it is considered a very rare strong bow here. After forming a certain scale, even a genuine knight with holy light protection and full armor will never dare to attack this kind of arrow rain. Wai Wei pondered. 10,000 pairs of such strong bows, each pair of bows and arrows is equipped with 10 corresponding arrows and 100 arrows with stronger lethality, which is equivalent to 50,000 tons of food. The bows of Blue Star are indeed overvalued. Suyi can spend so much money on this composite bow in his hand. The main added value is greater than its true value. After bows and arrows completely withdrew from the battlefield, bows and arrows have become an extremely niche sport for the rich. As we all know, weapons and sports equipment are definitely not the same price. However, Wai Wei's knife directly cut the price in half, which was a bit outrageous. Suyi naturally had to argue with reason. In the end, the two sides reached an agreement. 10,000 strong bows weighing more than 200 pounds, plus 10 special arrows and 100 special arrowheads for each bow, were deducted from 80,000 tons of food. Suyi used 1,000 sets of heavy armor that can cover the whole body and 1,000 sets of extremely powerful compound crossbows to pay for the remaining 20,000 tons of food. Suyi needs to give all the weapons and equipment to Wei Wei within 1 month. This time is relatively sufficient for Suyi. As long as he has money, the factory is ready. With just these few things, modern factories can modify the production line and run at full capacity in a few days. In this way, the medium-sized magic circle is considered to be cleared. But Wei Wei brought him far more good things this time. The seeds of those magic plants and the 2 giant horned bulls are worth tens of thousands of tons of food. In addition to the nearly 5 tons of magic crop fruits and the flesh and blood of the monsters brought by Wei Wei, the 20,000 tons of wheat that Suyi has prepared are not enough to pay. Fortunately, he had also obtained thousands of tons of food in the name of the farm in Zhongcheng before. After a lot of wrangling, the two finally bought the things provided by Wei Wei with 28,000 tons of food. This batch of food needs to be handed over within a week. These are the ones that Suyi can pay for within a certain period of time. Then there are some that he cannot pay off in a short time. For example, the most valuable water of life for him at present. Before Yu Ling fled the elf kingdom, in addition to the core of the spring of life buried in her body by the elf high priest using special means, she also took away all the spring water in the spring of life. These spring waters flowed into the moon lake, and after dilution, they became the original liquid of life, and the original liquid of life was diluted and blended to become the water of life. The diluted and diluted water of life that Wai Wei traded was the same concentration as the last transaction with Suyi, and the spring water of the spring of life that Yu Ling brought out has all been handed over to Wai Wei. If not, even if Wai Wei had a good relationship with the elves and Yu Ling before, she would not take the lives of hundreds of thousands of soldiers and civilians in her territory, Mengchuan City, seriously, and she would bear the pressure from the Elf Kingdom and some other races to protect Yu Ling when she was already under siege. It can be said that in their world, Wai Wei is now the person with the most water of life. Even the elves themselves don't have as much as she does, because the elves only have the life essence in the moon lake, and this is just a rootless duckweed, which will be gone once it is used up. This time, Wai Wei brought much more water of life than last time. There are 5 large wooden barrels with a capacity of nearly 1 cubic meter. What does 50 barrels of water of life mean? According to the fact that Yu Ling can use 300 milliliters of water of life to mix 3 cubic meters of liquid medicine that can be diluted to the extreme and still guarantee a certain effect, these waters of life can be diluted at a maximum ratio of 10,000 to 1. 5 cubic meters of water of life can be diluted into 50,000 cubic meters of liquid medicine. The reason why the liquid medicine diluted to this extent is still so effective for the Shen family and Old Man Lin is not because the water of life is really so amazing, but there is only so much of it, so Yu Ling used some special healing magic to dilute it to enhance the efficacy of the liquid medicine. If these 5 barrels of water of life are to be diluted, Yu Ling will definitely not be able to add more ingredients. Without her intervention, after diluting at a ratio of 1 to 10,000, the effect of the liquid medicine obtained will definitely not be so amazing. 1 small bottle can cure cancer, and 2 bottles can prolong life. But a small bottle of 300 ml, 1 bottle can strengthen the body, 2 bottles can protect against all diseases, and 3 bottles can also bring back the late stage of cancer. Drinking 10 bottles can prolong life, which can be said to be no problem at all. With this calculation, these 5 cubic meters of water of life are enough for Soyi's pharmaceutical company to consume in the early stage. After all, it is a new thing. It is estimated that few people will believe it when it is first launched, and there will definitely not be many people who will buy it. But as the reputation of the product is spread in the later stage, it will definitely shock the whole country, and even the world. Sales will definitely soar. As for why the water of life from another world still has such a good effect after being diluted so many times, Yu Ling analyzed that the reason is that the people in this world are too weak, and various diseases are also weak among weak chickens compared to their world. If ordinary people from their world come here, they can be completely immune to all poisons and diseases. And the good stuff like water of life, even if diluted at a ratio of 1:1000, is very effective for ordinary people in the magic world. It is not surprising that it is effective for people on Blue Star if the dilution ratio is increased tenfold. After all, the biggest role of this thing in the magic world is to improve people's physique and even promote human evolution. Compared with making biological individuals evolve out of thin air, saving people is simply child's play. And Wai Wei's provision of these 5 cubic meters of water of life is completely beyond Suyi's ability to afford now. She directly offered 10 million tons of grain. According to the agreement between the two before, 100 tons of grain equals 1 trading platform member point. This is 100,000 points. Suyi can't give a little. But fortunately, he was prepared. He also knew that Wai Wei liked things related to war. So he took out the real good things on Blue Star, hot weapons. There is no physical object, but with the help of the trading platform, Wai Wei can understand the lethality of hot weapons very intuitively. In the end, Suyi negotiated with her with both reason and emotion. He bought the 5 cubic meters of water of life for the price of 100 AK-47 rifles, 10 light and heavy machine guns, 2 heavy howitzers, and matching bullets, shells, and other items. It can be said that he made a lot of money. As for why Wai Wei didn't want more powerful weapons, it was naturally because Suyi didn't show her more powerful weapons. The fact that Wai Wei could give out so much water of life at one time showed that this thing was not so rare in their place. Of course, Suyi had to keep some things in reserve and would not give him the best things. What about tanks, planes, warships, missiles, big mushrooms, etc.? There is a long way to go, and you can take your time in the future, and it is not easy for him to get these things now. As for ordinary guns and artillery, after he dilutes the water of life on hand and sells it, is there any weapon in this world that he can't buy? Even those high-tech weapons such as warships and planes that are not sold to the public, he is completely sure to get them under the temptation of prolonging life. After a transaction, it can be said that both the host and the guest are happy. Wai Wei is looking forward to the arrival of weapons and food from Suyi. At that time, she will not only continue to defend the city, but can even try to organize a counterattack. Suyi does not need to look forward to it, because after signing the transaction contract, Wai Wei has handed over all the things to him. Looking at the dazzling array of Magic World specialties in the storage space, Suyi is already planning how to make a big move. 2 days passed in a flash. The seeds of the magic crops that Wai Wei had traded for had been planted in a most secret area of the farm. Yu Ling personally buried the magic circle in the Tianyu farm. Although this magic circle can cover 100 square kilometers, it seems a bit wasteful to install it in this farm of just over 10 square kilometers. But after narrowing the range, the concentration of magic power within the coverage area can be increased, which is of great benefit to the growth of plants and animals, so it is not a loss to install it here. After planting, Yu Ling personally felt the concentration of magic power in the farm and said frankly that the concentration of magic power in Blue Star might be much richer than that in their world. It's just that the people here have not discovered that there is a substance in the air, and there is no means to use it. Even if the magic circle is not turned on, these magic plants should be able to survive in the farm at the current ultra-high density. Now with the blessing of the magic circle, the fastest growing crops in it may be ripe and picked within a week. That is a kind of strawberry from the magic world, known for its sweetness and large size. The slowest growing crop should grow and mature within a month at the latest. However, the excessively strong magic power in the magic circle will also lead to some unexpected factors, such as some weeds and small animals mutating to a certain extent. In the short term, the workers in the farm who are not aware of the situation should pay more attention, and there should be no accidents. But if this continues for a long time, Yu Ling suggested that Suyi should find a way to get a team of guards from the magic world to be responsible for the safety of the farm. It is not that they are afraid of outsiders breaking in, but they are afraid that some creatures hiding in the farm for a long time will mutate and run out to cause trouble. As for the workers working in the farm, they don't need to worry too much. Animals will evolve if they stay in it for a long time, and these workers will certainly evolve if they work in it for a long time. These originally weak small animals, insects, etc., even if they evolve, it is difficult to pose any threat to the workers who also stay in the farm for a long time. However, this is a subtle process and will not be too obvious. These people will find that their strength and other indicators have soared in the short term, but they will not find any problems without testing. Even if they really find that they have become Superman, it is not easy to find out about the farm. Although the plants in the farm grow very fast, it is very simple to prevent the workers from finding abnormalities. Just don't let them work in the same area all the time. As for the pair of giant horned cattle, the female one is about to give birth. The vitality of this creature is extremely tenacious, so Suyi doesn't have to worry about the breeding cattle that he spent a lot of money and bought life trading cards with points to get dying of dystocia. It's just that according to Yu Ling's suggestion, he gave the cow a glass of water of life every day when it was about to give birth. The farm is gradually getting on the right track according to Suyi's original idea. Suyi himself has not been idle these 2 days. The 5 tons of magic crop fruits and monster flesh sent by Wei Wei are of course for eating. He eats this every meal now. He can't help but sigh that this thing is good in every way. It's not only delicious, but also nourishing. The only disadvantage is probably that it's a bit too nourishing. It made him a little angry recently. Fortunately, Yu Ling has been staying by his side. Whenever he got angry, Yu Ling would use a magic called cooling, which would take an hour or 2 to cool him down. The disadvantage is that using this magic would not only make her tired, but also Suyi tired. Even if he hadn't eaten a lot of magic food in the past few days to greatly improve his physical fitness, he would have been exhausted with this intensity of battle. Yang Yi was brought to the villa by him, and of course she didn't find a job in the past 2 days. After all, the so-called summer job and job search were just lies that their parents told them to go on blind dates. Yang Yi's family background is actually not bad. Of course she wouldn't really run around the world looking for a job on such a hot day. Soon she got used to lying in the big villa like a salted fish. Under Yu Ling's continuous brainwashing, the look in her eyes when she looked at Suyi was a little strange. This weird situation made Suyi exclaimed, "Wow, if he wasn't tired, he would have to find time to write a book reborn. My elf wife is a wingman. I have to go to the magic city tomorrow, are you going?" Suyi asked casually during dinner. Of course, this is not to Yu Ling. Yu Ling has always regarded herself as a bodyguard, so of course she will go wherever Suyi goes, no need to ask. Me. Yang Yi was stunned for a moment, and then asked curiously, "Are you going to travel? Or do something else? If there is something, I won't go." Suyi went to the magic city to collect the 20,000 tons of grain. He was in a hurry to hand over this batch of grain to Wei Wei within the specified time. Of course, he went to work. But this is not a serious matter. How can it be put on the table? I'm bored, so I'll go and have fun. Then, is it convenient for me to go? Will I become a light bulb for you too? The girl was straightforward and looked at the 2 people with a somewhat ambiguous look. These days, Suyi often got angry, and the villa was in a war. She is an adult, not a fool. How could she not know what these 2 were doing? At first I blushed, but now I'm almost used to it. It just wears out my underwear. The most common thing I do every day is to take a shower and wash my underwear. If you join directly, you won't have to worry about becoming a light bulb, right? Suyi secretly complained, but he didn't say it out loud. The time is almost right. It's not difficult for him to win this beautiful young girl. But he doesn't want to be too active in this matter. The first person to take the initiative is often passive in the end. Anyway, he is not anxious, and he doesn't lack women. Yang Yi can only stay here for a month at most. Now Suyi temporarily takes her in to live here for the sake of his mother. When their school starts, Suyi has no reason to take her in, and she has no reason to stay here. The 2 will probably not meet again in the future. After all, Suyi's company has been getting busier and busier these days, and there are more and bigger companies. Although Yang Yi has not paid attention to these things, it is hard not to see them when she stays in the villa all the time. In Yang Yi's view, Suyi's mother didn't know how far Suyi had developed in Zhongcheng, so she recommended her here. Once she knew how big her son's career was, it was hard to say whether she would still look up to her. If it wasn't for Suyi's mother's recommendation, she would probably have a hard time meeting people of Suyi's class in her life. So, in this matter, Yang Yi was the one who was really anxious. Someone wants to have a beautiful woman by his side. You are so beautiful, how can you be a light bulb? Yu Ling easily dispelled Yang Yi's concerns. Then the two women discussed where to go to play in Modo, what to buy and other topics. As for whether the mind is on playing or not, it's hard to say. Brother So, this way. Suyi met an acquaintance at the airport just after getting off the plane. Lin Yulong, the grandson of Old Man Lin, he was the one who took Old Man Lin to Suyi's house for medical treatment that day. Speaking of which, this guy is actually not bad. Just a little impatient. It is said that he just retired from military service. After Suyi cured Old Man Lin, Lin Yulong's attitude towards him changed 180 degrees, and he was closer than brothers. When leaving Zhongcheng, he specifically told Suyi that he must treat Suyi to dinner when he arrived in the Magic City. This time, Suyi came over and just mentioned it to him briefly and asked some questions, and did not let him pick him up at the airport. But Lin Yulong still took the initiative to come over. Mr. Lin personally picked me up at the airport, I am really flattered. Don't hit a smiling person. Since he came to pick him up politely, Suyi naturally gave him enough face. As expected, Lin Yulong smiled and said to the people around him, "See, this is my brother, Dr. Suyaisu. Brother Su, these are my friends. They heard that you have amazing medical skills, so they all want to come and see it." Lin Yulong introduced the people around him. All of them are children of the rich and powerful. Among them, the people with the lowest status can be seen with the naked eye, but their family companies are all well-known companies in Zhuzhou. People with high status like Lin Yulong only say who they are from, and keep silent about what their family does. Obviously, the wealthy people in Zhuzhou who are open to the public are the most unpresentable in the top circles. These are all potential big customers, and Suyi is planning to use the water of life to blast the gold coins of these people's families. Naturally, he is very polite. Although these people who followed him didn't know about the water of life, they all knew that the terminally ill old man of the Lin family was saved by the young man in front of them. So no matter what they think in their hearts, at least they are very kind on the surface. After all, who can guarantee that their family members will not get sick? The profession of doctor has a very high status in any era. After a simple greeting, Lin Yulong hosted a meal at a top restaurant that was not open to the public. Everyone was young, so after dinner, there were naturally some entertainment activities. When Suyi returned to the hotel after playing, it was already evening. As soon as he returned to the hotel, he sent a message to Joyan. Joyan immediately called him back. "Boss So, are you done?" "Yes, how is the work going?" "It's all done. The batch of food you ordered has been delivered to the warehouse we booked in advance. You can go there to deal with it when you are free," Joyan said quickly. Then there is the press conference. The preheating arrangements are almost done. The Shanghai Exhibition Center has also been booked and rented in advance. The venue is being arranged now. There will be absolutely no problem holding the press conference the day after tomorrow. Okay, I'm sure you can do it. You've worked hard these days. You can take a break after this press conference. Suyi smiled. "Boss So, what are you talking about? You treat me so well. It's only natural for the company to handle it. I dare not say that you have worked hard. As for vacation, the company may be busy in the next few days. I can only thank Boss So for his kindness." Obviously, as a professional manager, Joyan knows what kind of employees the boss likes. Don't rush to refuse. Didn't I say that you can choose the time yourself and take a vacation whenever you think it's appropriate? Suyi smiled, but didn't dwell on this issue. In fact, a few days ago, after Old Man Lin helped him to settle the registration of the medical company, Suyi had already sent Joyan to the Magic City. The purpose was naturally to let him preheat the company's products in advance, and at the same time prepare a grand press conference to thoroughly promote the water of life. Fire the first shot of the establishment of the medical company. In fact, to be honest, Suyi now has many companies under Tianyu Holdings. From farms to military industry, to medical care, and an empty shell of Tianyu technology. In addition to these, Suyi also acquired several factories that previously produced sports equipment such as compound bows in the name of Tianyu Holdings. There are countless bits and pieces. But strictly speaking, these companies are all money-losing goods at present. They all rely on Suyi's blood transfusion to survive. There is nothing listed for sale in the market. Naturally, there is no profit. The water of life, which is officially ready to be sold, is the first product of all subsidiaries under Tianyu Holdings, and it is bound to be a popular product. Of course, the momentum must be made bigger. Good wine needs no bush. Although Zhou Yan is nominally the general manager of Tianyu Ecological Farm, he is the only person under Suyi who can do this. Naturally, he can only do these things. Zhou Yan not only did not feel that he was exploited by the boss, but also did 2 jobs with 1 salary. On the contrary, he was very happy. What does this mean? This shows that the big boss trusts him and relies on him. He has been managing Farm B these days, and he is almost bored. After all, the management of the farm and the transactions involved are usually not so complicated, and it really doesn't take much energy. And as the crops in these farms matured and were sold, the idle land was used by Suyi to plant new magic plants, and there were even fewer places where he was needed. The thing that worried him the most was Suyi's unreasonable request for purchasing food, which he had to do. This was basically not a big deal. In name, he controlled a huge farm worth hundreds of millions, but in fact, as the general manager, he had nothing to do and did nothing every day. For Zhou Yan, this was a very dangerous signal. He felt guilty for taking millions of dollars a year without doing anything. This time, Suyi entrusted him with an important task, which made him feel relieved. It's better to be busy. If you have something to do, you don't have to worry about being laid off one day. And after understanding the effects of these waters of life, Zhou Yan, who had seen Suyi constantly expanding the scale of the group but had no income, and was afraid that the company would not be able to survive and he would be unemployed again one day, also breathed a sigh of relief. As one of the few senior executives, he has certainly seen how magical the water of life is. It can even bring back dying people. And there are no side effects. He dare not imagine how big the market prospects of this magic medicine will be in the future. In Zhou Yan's view, with the water of life in hand, no matter how much money Suyi spends, the company will never go bankrupt. He is naturally more passionate about work. By the way, Mr. So, we have promoted the efficacy of the water of life according to your requirements, and it has caused quite a stir on the internet. If you have time, you can pay attention to it and give us some guidance. Suyi became interested after hearing Zhou Yan's words. He didn't come up with any more high-sounding name for the water of life, and the name after the subsequent listing was also the water of life. So it was not difficult to find the corresponding entry on the internet. He immediately opened a certain audio and quickly found a video with millions of likes and nearly 1 million comments. The video was actually only a few dozen seconds long and the content was very simple. It was probably a couple, both of whom were only children. They had to support the elderly in both families and raise their children. The pressure was not small, but they both got different cancers. Because they were busy with work, they didn't pay attention to their health in the early stage, so when they were diagnosed with cancer, it was already in the late stage and almost impossible to save. The first 10 seconds briefly introduced the situation of the couple, and instantly made countless social animals who also had elderly parents and children in their families empathize with them. Many people dare not think about what they would do if they encountered such a situation. It was too desperate. The second half of the video was the clip where the two were found by the staff of Tianyu Medical. The video is a template of picture plus text introduction, so naturally the details will not be too clear. It only mentions that Tianyu Medical claims to have developed a drug that can treat various cancers and even strengthen the body. Patients with advanced cancer are required to cooperate in drug testing. Whether the drug trial is successful or unsuccessful, the couple can each receive a bonus of no less than 3 million. If their condition is aggravated or even leads to their death during the drug trial, Tianyu Medical will pay 10 million per person. The final result is of course a complete success. The final diluted version of the water of life produced by Tianyu Medical that can be marketed is far less effective than what Suyi gave to old man Lin and the little girl from the Shen family. But it still works. Even after seeing the effect of the water of life, the professional doctor invited by TNU Medical suggested taking it orally and intravenously. In fact, the water of life required to cure a patient with advanced cancer is even less than Yu Ling estimated. Once this result was released, it naturally caused an uproar on the internet. Of course, most people did not believe it. The reason why there are so many comments in the comment area of this video is naturally because there are a lot of debates. Otherwise, the ratio of likes to comments would not be so high under normal circumstances. In fact, it is shocking that patients with advanced cancer can be cured in a short period of time and make them full of energy. It is normal that no one believes it. The reason why there are so many debates is mainly because of the account that released this video, Juzhu News. Juzhu's most authoritative official news media. No matter how outrageous and unbelievable things are, they will obviously cause large-scale debates when they are released on this account. Many people did not believe it at first, but when they saw that this was the news released by Juzhu's official account, they had to believe it. Here Suyi couldn't help but sigh that the Lin family is really well connected. They were able to persuade Juzhu News official account to repost this report. Yes, repost. The original video was released by TNU Medical's newly established official account on a certain audio platform. The video is nearly an hour long and starts from the perspectives of the couple's physical condition, family situation, etc. There are also various details of the treatment process, as well as detailed records of the patient's physical condition at each stage after drinking the water of life. It can be said to be quite professional. Most people can't understand it at all, but if a serious doctor can watch the whole process patiently, he will definitely say it's awesome. And there is more than one medical record video under this account. There are more than 100 long videos, each of which is different, but the final result is a perfect cure. These are made by the team that was temporarily found by the newly established TNU Medical. It has to be said that there must be brave men under a big reward. From the establishment of the company to the completion of these things, the whole process only took 2 or 3 days. That is to say, the water of life is really awesome, the speed of treatment is extremely fast, and it doesn't even take a day to cure a patient, plus Suyi's treatment for employees is really good. So it can be done so quickly. If it were other companies, they would not think about getting so many documentary materials to endorse their own products without a year or 2. The short video released by Juzhu News was just a random video from the documentary materials here, and then simplified into a short video. Originally, these videos released by TNU Medical basically had no traffic. After all, in this fast-paced internet, no one wants to watch such boring long videos. But under the traffic of the video released by Juzhu News, a large number of people soon found the source of the video. Although many people verbally said they didn't believe it, they even scolded TNU Medical for being unscrupulous, taking advantage of others' blood, and even trying to cheat cancer patients' money. But after watching several documentaries released by TNU Medical, they still chose to follow it. The comment area of the latest video under this account was flooded with a large number of cancer patients or their families. They asked when this water of life would be available in batches and how much it would cost. Compared to the netizens who seemed to be joining in the fun and questioning everything, the families and the patients themselves were the ones who were most concerned about whether the water of life was useful. Their mentality was similar to that of Shen Mingguan, who initially sought Suyi's help to save his daughter. When the modern medical system had already declared a death sentence for them, a water of life that claimed to be able to treat cancer suddenly appeared. Who wouldn't want to try and see if it was useful? As for money, only when you are alive can you talk about money? Suyi clicked on some other social software. It was found that the water of life was on the hot list of major social software platforms. Obviously, this has caused a sensation on the internet to a certain extent. On a small broken website, there were even professionals who made a comprehensive analysis of the documentaries released by TNU Medical, and then concluded that the water of life that could treat cancer was very likely to be real. No matter from which angle, this was an extremely successful marketing. In a short period of time, TNU Medical and the water of life gained great fame on the internet. At this time, Zhou Yan, who had contacted Suyi, also asked the marketing department to send out the pre-prepared product launch video. In fact, from the perspective of marketing, it is not very professional to release the product immediately when the popularity is so high. This seems to be too obvious, which will make many believers doubt whether this thing is really good or just hyped. However, the boss Suyi asked so, and the people below can only do it. Moreover, with the efficacy of the water of life, these negative effects and rumors can indeed be ignored. As long as enough attention is guaranteed, no matter others question or scold, the market will give the answer in the end. Is there really such a magic medicine? One bottle can cure some minor diseases that are difficult to cure, and 2 or 3 bottles can even cure cancer. Is this reasonable? It's just bragging and making money. Isn't that the way you Chinese are? It's true. I just asked a foreign friend of mine, a doctor of medicine, and he said in person that such a thing is absolutely impossible to exist. The funniest thing is that Zhuzhou News dared to reprint such an outrageous news report. How much did they get paid? I also studied medicine. To be honest, if this medicine is really as good as Tianyu Medical describes, it is almost the same as a magic pill. Do you think there is a magic pill in the world? It's your lie that it can cure all diseases. The truth is to make money. I think that without investigation, there is no right to speak. No one has seen this medicine yet. Who knows whether it is true or not? It's better to let the bullets fly for a while, don't rush to spray. My mother is already in the late stage of cancer. Whether it is true or not, I would rather choose to believe it. Haha, if you dare to give this thing to your family, then be prepared to collect the body in advance. It only takes one night, or even a few hours, for the wind direction on the internet to change. The internet public opinion, which was originally mixed about the water of life launched by Tianyu Medical the day before, seemed to have reversed overnight and turned into one-sided abuse and slander. At this time, there were only 10 hours left before the scheduled press conference. Su Yi received a message from Zhou Yan as soon as he woke up in the morning and asked him how to deal with it. It's not Zhou Yan's fault for being incompetent. He had to make a decision on such a small matter. But there was a pusher behind this reversal of public opinion. Someone wanted to ruin his press conference. As for the purpose, it was naturally to delay the time for the water of life to be launched and the speed of impacting the entire medical industry. According to Zhou Yan's speculation, this matter probably went wrong in the listing and inspection link. Before this, whether it was the medical-related industry in Zhuzhou or abroad, they had either never heard of the so-called miracle drug water of life that suddenly appeared, or had heard of it but didn't believe it at all. Before, when the public opinion environment was normal, many of those who expressed opposition were serious doctors. Even after watching the serious documentary released by Tianyu Medical, these doctors only said that if the documentary was true, then the water of life would indeed be effective. But at the same time, many people here also said that most of these documentaries were forged and fake, because they don't believe that a single medicine can have comprehensive effects. In fact, these people were basically well-intentioned at the time. They looked at the problem from their own professional perspective and believed that it was indeed fake, so they advised netizens who did not know the truth to buy it carefully. It is different now. Any drug must be tested before it goes on the market. Even if Old Man Lin used his connections to exert his strength during this period, he could only cancel some complicated and useless processes during the inspection process at most, and the testing of the drug itself was absolutely unavoidable. The water of life is naturally no exception. And just last night, the test report on the water of life by the Zhuzhou Medical Department came out. The test results are completely consistent with Tianyu Medical's description of this drug, and the actual application effect is even better and more comprehensive than what is shown in those documentaries of Tianyu Medical. Of course, under normal circumstances, the testing agency will generally only disclose the test results to the public, and it is impossible to directly publish more detailed information, otherwise there will be suspicion of leaking commercial secrets. However, any organization is composed of people, and people have selfishness. After confirming the subversive effect of the water of life on the medical industry, some practitioners in the relevant medical industry who participated in the test and actually came into contact with the water of life naturally couldn't sit still. The news spread out in an instant, and overnight, the people with a good reputation in the entire industry basically knew that such a heaven-defying thing had appeared. It immediately caused a silent earthquake. After the earthquake, in order to protect their own interests, these people didn't care who stood behind Tianyu Medical, let alone any healthy competition based on their own abilities. Overnight, all kinds of negative news about the water of life flooded the entire internet. Public opinion can be manipulated. As long as you have enough resources, it is not difficult to manipulate public opinion. When the entire medical industry is resisting and opposing it at the same time, it is natural and reasonable for the public opinion to reverse. Even many people who were still holding the mentality of trying it out and it's incurable anyway, what if yesterday, changed their minds today under the overwhelming public opinion offensive, and became it's better to accept the fate and save some money for the family. This is the lowest level of public opinion guidance. As a professional manager, Zhou Yan must have enough ways to deal with it if he still has enough resources to mobilize. But he didn't dare to act on his own. Because behind the reversal of public opinion is the joint resistance of the entire medical industry. He was afraid that if he used means to fight back, he would provoke too many enemies for his boss. And Zhou Yan was also very clear about what these people thought. The water of life is real, which is a fact that has been officially recognized by Zhizhu. The future promotion of this magic medicine is definitely not something that some people, or even practitioners in an industry, can stop. The desperate resistance these people are putting up now is not a last-ditch struggle after realizing the doom and gloom of the industry they are in. They just want to take the opportunity to withdraw from the industry and reduce the losses under the impact of the water of life. Especially some private hospital owners. If the water of life is promoted now, they will undoubtedly suffer the most losses. But if it can be delayed for a few months, or even a year or two before being fully promoted, they will have enough time to withdraw. From a business perspective, Zhou Yan actually thinks that he should not fight back too violently now and irritate these people. After all, doing business requires harmony to make money, and leaving a line in front of people so that they can meet again in the future. If they bite and hold on now, it is equivalent to forcing them to death. Once people are pushed to the edge, there is no guarantee that some of them will take risks. Even though the private medical system in Zhizhu is not as developed as that in foreign countries, the relevant practitioners are definitely a huge force. Zhou Yan thinks it is not wise for Tianyu Group to provoke these people when it was first established. Anyway, with good things like the water of life in hand, it is only a matter of time before making money, and there is no need to rush. It is more in the interests of the company to let the peers take a breath and boil the frog in warm water. But he has been with Suyi for so long, and he also understands the temper of this big boss. He doesn't think Suyi will agree with his point of view. So after thinking it over again and again, he thinks it is better to let Suyi solve this matter himself. I don't care about all the mess, and I don't care whose job is affected. The dining table is right here. Who can eat at the table depends on their ability. If someone refuses to let me sit on the table if they don't have the ability, then don't blame me for overturning the table. You can fight back however you want, there is no need to have any worries. After listening to Zhou Yan's report, Suyi gave a very simple answer. What's more, there is Yu Ling next to him who is invincible in single combat. Now he still sticks to the bottom line and does not eat beef and robs all over the world. It's all because of his kindness. He is doing a good business and making money, but there are still people who dare to play tricks with him? Okay, I'll do it right away. Boss, you'd better pay attention to your safety recently. I'm worried that someone will jump over the wall in a hurry. Zhou Yan was not surprised by this result, and he did not forget to remind Suyi when he accepted the task. It's okay, don't worry about me. Pay attention to your own safety, or find a security company to assign you a team of bodyguards. The company will reimburse you for the money. Suyi said casually. If someone really dared to do something evil to him, then he would have to ask this person if he had any grudge against his 9 clans. He really dared to kill his whole family. Zhou Yan thanked him and hung up the phone. Then he thought about it and followed Suyi's instructions to contact the security company to find a team of bodyguards for him. Normally, he didn't think anyone would do anything against him. After all, he was just an ordinary professional manager. To put it bluntly, he was just a part-time worker. This kind of decision is obviously the decision of the boss behind him, and it is not his final say. If you don't deal with the real person who is talking about the problem, what's the use of dealing with him as a wage earner? But after thinking about it carefully, Zhou Yan felt that his boss was a bit too mysterious and his identity and background were unfathomable. These people might not dare to attack Suyi directly. Let's get him as a professional manager first, and it's not impossible to intimidate Suyi. So for the sake of your own life, you'd better find a bodyguard quickly. Anyway, it is reimbursed by the company. What's wrong? Yu Ling, who rarely stayed up all night playing with her phone last night, woke up when she heard Suyi's voice on the phone. It's okay. Suyi glanced at her, paused and then said, "It's still a while before the evening press conference. Is there anywhere you want to go in the afternoon? I'll go with you." Yu Ling has been checking the travel guide to Magic City for the past 2 days. Of course, she was not really interested in traveling, but in checking out guides. This was a convenience she couldn't experience in the magical world. "But I checked everything, and now I have nothing to do. It's just a good time to find a place to play." When Yu Ling talked about this, she no longer felt sleepy. Immediately not caring about the unobstructed spring scenery, she leaned beside him and started to give him the travel guide that she had researched in the past 2 days. Suyi listened carefully for a long time and couldn't help but ask, "So, where do you want to go?" Yu Ling blinked her big innocent eyes. "Have no idea." In the evening, Suyi, who was sweating profusely, sat on a stone pier at the intersection of a pedestrian street in Shanghai. Yu Ling, who had changed into a handful of fine workmanship and high-quality materials at some point, was beside him, fanning him thoughtfully with a small fan in her hand. Yang Yi was eating fruit smoothie with a satisfied look on her face. Everyone passing by looked at Suyi with extremely envious eyes. Only he knew how painful this afternoon was. Now thinking about asking Yu Ling where she wanted to go in the morning, and when she said she didn't know, and asked her to choose a place at will, Suyi couldn't help but regret it. He never expected that Yu Ling would choose all the scenic spots mentioned before with just a random choice. Then she told Suyi very excitedly that she had just learned a new way of traveling, called Special Forces Tourism. You can visit all of these places in one afternoon. Suyi didn't care at the time. Since Yu Ling liked it, she would just leave such a small matter to her. As a result, he was fooled. Within the previous hours, he and the 2 women ran from the south to the north of the Magic City, and from the east to the west. When you arrive at the so-called destination, you just need to check in at the marked place and take a photo. As if you have been there, you can immediately go to the next attraction. There is no stopping at all along the way, either in a hurry or on the way. The weather was over 40 degrees, and I didn't get to do anything. I just went on my way and said yes. The key point is that Suyi found that he was the only one suffering from pain, while Yu Ling and Yang Yi really found this travel model very interesting. "This is outrageous. Let me see, the next destination is Yu Garden." While fanning Suyi, Yu Ling checked where to go next. "If we take the subway from here, we have to take it first." Subway? Suyi looked at the time. It was 5:30 in the evening. Then he looked at the vast number of people pouring out of the countless office buildings around him. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. The subway is too crowded at this point. "I don't care. I'm mainly worried that it will be inconvenient for you 2 girls to squeeze into the subway. How about we take a taxi?" he suggested. "Or we can have the hotel's car pick us up. Where's the Rolls-Royce?" But in this case, it's not a special forces tour. Yu Ling blinked, then his eyes lit up and he said, "If the subway is too crowded, we can ride shared bicycles." "No, the main point of this thing is to run around. Where is the fun in it? Do you think it is possible that we have money and free time, and don't have to be special forces?" Suyi said helplessly. "This is a helpless move for many people to take time out to travel after work and study. We don't have to do this." "Ah, isn't this a special way of traveling here? I think it's quite interesting," Yu Ling said regretfully. "But if you are tired, then let's ask the hotel car to come." "What are you talking about? I will be tired. I'm just a little hot. How can a man say no?" However, the Magic City is really too hot in this season. Although his physique is much better than that of ordinary people, he can't compare to Yu Ling, a non-human, who can withstand the scorching sun in a day of more than 40 degrees without sweating a drop. It's still fragrant and soft now, and there is no peculiar smell on the body. Suyi's clothes are soaked with sweat at this moment. Hearing this, he turned his eyes and looked at Yang Yi who was eating a smoothie and said, "I'm not tired, but Yi should be tired. It's so hot, look how much she sweats." Yu Ling turned to look at Yang Yi, and then nodded. Indeed. However, Yang Yi, who was eating, saw the 2 of them, and waved her hand without any concern. No, I'm not tired at all, you don't have to worry about me. Just kidding, I'm out playing, I can't be tired at all. Ah, the phone is ringing, I'll answer it. Just at this moment, a call came in, easing Suyi's embarrassment. He quickly chose to answer it. But the next moment, his face visibly sank. "Dr. Su, our press conference is about to start in 2 hours, but Mr. Zhou just got into a car accident on the way to the conference venue. What do you think we should do now? Zhou Yan had a car accident? Suyi's face suddenly darkened and said, is it serious? How is he? The accident was caused by a small truck. Mr. Zhou doesn't have any major problems. He just has a broken leg. I'm afraid it will take a long time to recover. I am in the hospital now, so I will definitely not be able to host tonight's press conference. The person on the other end of the phone was Zhou Yan's secretary, a young man named Xiaolu. Zhou Yan was brought here when Suyi recruited him, and his ability to do things is pretty good. After hearing this, Suyi pondered for a moment and said, how about I ask you to hold the press conference for Laozhou, me? Xiaolu on the other end of the phone paused, and then said solemnly, Dr. Su, this. I've never seen this kind of scene before. I'm afraid I'll mess up everything. If you fail to seize the opportunity when it comes, it will be embarrassing for you. Suyi couldn't help but shake his head. But think about it, if Xiaolu could really stand on his own, Zhou Yan wouldn't let him follow behind as a secretary. TNU Group is now in the startup stage, and there are many vacant executive positions. But now is not the time to consider whether the people under your command can take charge alone. The TNU Medical Life Water Product Launch Conference, originally scheduled to start at 8 o'clock tonight, has already done a lot of publicity and warm-up beforehand. Today, with the opposition of relevant industry practitioners, it has caused huge waves on the internet. It attracted a lot of attention. The original plan was of course to let Zhou Yan, who has the most experience in this field, host the press conference, because under the spotlight, whether the press conference can be successfully held and beautifully done is directly related to the controversy about the ODV on the internet. This will then affect the promotion and popularization speed of Water of Life. Follow normal procedures. Suyi originally only needed to go to the scene to participate and just check in. But at this juncture, Zhou Yan suddenly had a problem. The person hosting the press conference is gone. If a suitable replacement cannot be found, then the press conference will definitely be a failure without even thinking about it. Don't make a mess on your end. Prepare normally. I'll take care of the issue of hosting the press conference. Suyi said calmly. After Xiaolu over there gave a positive answer and made sure there was nothing else, he hung up the phone and turned to Yu Ling. Today's Special Forces travel plan may come to an end here. Yu Ling was not surprised. She had amazing hearing and could hear the voice on the other end of the phone and knew what was going on. As a pendant, Yang Yi naturally has no objection. What should we do now? Do you need me to cure Zhou Yan? Yu Ling whispered in Suyi's ear. In fact, there are many solutions to this matter. If Zhou Yan wants to host a press conference of this level, he must have prepared special manuscripts. Suyi can temporarily find a professional host to host it now. And for injuries like this, whether it is using the Water of Life or letting Yu Ling use the healing technique, Zhou Yan can quickly recover and continue to host the meeting. However, Suyi shook his head. It's not that simple. At this juncture, Zhou Yan suddenly had a car accident. How can there be such a coincidence in the world? If we cure him now and then send him up to continue hosting the meeting, today's meeting problem can be solved, but it will send a message to the outside world that TNU Group cannot do without Zhou Yan. In this case, the next time those people attack, it won't just be something as trivial as a broken bone. The shopping mall is like a battlefield. At any time, it is easiest to directly eliminate competitors physically. Don't think that such things won't happen in a harmonious society. It's just that most of the time such things won't be revealed. Now the boss of an internet giant group in Zhuzhou said frankly when he recalled the 3Q war that he didn't even dare to go out at that time, for fear that if he went out, he would encounter an unknown drunk driver and send him away. He was already a giant at that time. Although nothing happened to him in the end, if this kind of thing had never happened before and there were no such risks at all, would he be afraid? Obviously not. Destroying people's wealth is like killing their parents. There will never be a shortage of people in the world who can't afford to play within the rules and resort to outside tricks. Zhou Yan has good abilities, but Suyi doesn't want him to die so early. Let him rest in the hospital this time. As for inviting outsiders, the press conference involves many secrets about the Water of Life. Whether the people invited temporarily can understand these things does not matter if they are explained clearly at the press conference. The big problem is when secrets are leaked. So, while waiting for the bus, Suyi thought for a moment and then looked at Yu Ling. Your Highness the Princess. Yu Ling, who was playing with her mobile phone, was stunned for a moment and looked at him strangely. You want to role-play again? Let's talk about it when we go home. No, can you stop thinking about these things every day? Am I this kind of person? Suyi said, dissatisfied. I want to ask you, if you have received a formal palace education, you should not have stage fright no matter what big scene you face, right? Why do you have stage fright? Yu Ling was a little confused. With Zhou Yan lying in the hospital, Suyi thought about it and it seemed that no one else was suitable to host the meeting except himself. But to be honest, he was not born as a host and did not study related majors. Although he was confident enough now, he did not dare to say that he would not be stage fright if the scene was too big. He was a little unsure for a while. So he set his sights on Yu Ling. First of all, she had a high status in the other world and had received court education from the elves since she was a child, so it was unlikely that she would be stage fright. Secondly, she was smart enough. Yu Ling's learning ability could be said to be the strongest among the people Suyi had ever met. Even if time was limited, she should know what to say and what not to say by looking at the speech prepared by Zhou Yan in advance. Understand the logic and purpose behind things like press conferences. It was decided to be you? Then how about you host the press conference? Me. Yu Ling did not show any panic, but asked with interest. I don't even know what a press conference is, why do you think I can do it well? Because I think you can. Suyi half-jokingly said. When you are on the stage later, just read Zhou Yan's script. When it comes to the question and answer section, if anyone deliberately asks you a question, you can use magic to send him away. Really? Not true, but we will find someone to settle accounts afterwards. By then, it is estimated that many people will have cerebral hemorrhages. The two talked and laughed, and then decided on this matter. Yu Ling was as calm and composed as ever, and she was not worried or timid at all about doing something she had never done before. Sorry, Mr. So, I really didn't expect this to go wrong at this juncture. These people acted too quickly. I didn't have time to respond. It's my fault. It's okay. I've already arranged the press conference. Just rest assured and recuperate. Don't worry about this. I'll have someone send you some water of life later. It's our company's product. As the general manager, you can use it and advertise for us. Thank you for your understanding, boss. I've already arranged the press conference. There are people on site who are responsible for the process and have prepared a special script. You just need to find someone to read the script. As for some of the Q/U0026A sessions later, if we can't find a suitable and trustworthy person in our company, it doesn't matter if we cancel it. It can be seen that Zhou Yan is really concerned about this job. It took less than an hour for Suyi to take Yu Ling to the Shanghai Expo Center where the press conference was held. Zhou Yan, who had just treated his injuries in the hospital, called. Then he anxiously explained some precautions and treatment methods. If the water of life had not been delivered, Suyi suspected that he would have guzzled a few bottles and then stood up to continue the press conference. In fact, whether the press conference could be held was not that important to him. After all, the efficacy of the water of life was there, and it was only a matter of time before it was accepted by the public. Even if this thing could not be promoted for a while and could only be circulated among the top rich and powerful circles, Suyi would still make a lot of money. As for those who wanted to mess up the press conference and attack the employees of Tianyu Group, Suyi would naturally go to their door to settle accounts afterwards. It was not the case that the press conference had to be held well and a powerful image had to be created for the Tianyu Group in a short period of time on the internet to be considered a slap in the face. On the contrary, it was the latter, and Suyi felt that the slap in the face was a bit too light. To deal with such a person who dared to be so cruel and mad as to attack him first, Suyi did not have the idea of just winning the dispute at the level of online public opinion. His principle was that if others did not offend me, I would not offend others, but if others offended me, then don't blame me for killing your whole family. So he didn't care whether this press conference could achieve the intended effect. But the employees were working diligently, and he couldn't interrupt them. After listening patiently to Zhou Yan's rambling on about a bunch of things, Suyi comforted him a few words, saying that there would be no problem here, and asked her to rest assured and not to worry. Then he hung up the phone and found Yu Ling. How is it? Can you understand it? However, Yu Ling frowned and said, I've read it and basically memorized it. I can probably understand most of the things in it, but there are still some things I don't understand about some of the special terms. For example, here, the speech is about explaining the efficacy of the water of life. There is a paragraph that mentions that the use of intravenous injection plus oral administration can improve the efficacy of the water of life to a certain extent. Oral administration is easy to understand, but what about intravenous injection? Suyi could only roughly explain to her what intravenous injection is. As for why the water of life is better absorbed by injection than drinking it directly, he understands the market trade, and he is not a medical student. Fortunately, there is no need to delve into this kind of problem. Yu Ling just needs to read the script. People watching the press conference probably don't expect the host to be an expert in the relevant industry, so it doesn't have much impact. By the way, Zhou Yan said that some people may ask some sharp questions during the Q/U0026A session. If you can't handle it, you can cancel this session. No, I roughly looked at some of the questions that may be mentioned in his script, and I should be able to handle it. Yu Ling didn't care much. Okay, it will start in a while. If you are ready, let the makeup artist take you to change clothes or something. As for makeup, with her appearance, makeup will affect her beauty and is completely unnecessary. This is the first sentence the makeup artist said when he saw her. Yu Ling didn't feel anything. Anyway, Suyi was happy to hear it. See, such a beautiful wife. A moment later, after the makeup artist's tidying up, Yu Ling appeared in front of Suyi again. He couldn't help but brighten his eyes. At this time, Yu Ling was wearing a refined and capable women's suit, and her tall figure was perfectly set off by the slim-fitting clothes. She changed her usual Buddhist temperament, and there was a momentum of looking down on the world with ease in her every frown and smile. This time, she went up to speak as the executive president of Tianyu Group. Don't ask when she became the president. This is not a listed company, but a company that Suyi holds 100%. What position Yu Ling holds is just a matter of a word from him. With such a high position, the makeup artist naturally wanted to make her look like a strong woman. Originally, when she first saw Yu Ling, the makeup artist sighed at her beauty and felt a little sorry, thinking that her temperament was too gentle, and dressing up as a capable strong woman might be a little conflicting in temperament. Unexpectedly, after trying it, she found that once the temperament of the beauty that the big boss always brought with him stood up, her aura was stronger than any strong woman she had ever seen. If Suyi knew about these little thoughts of the makeup artist, he would probably tell her, "Don't look at Yu Ling's good looks. Although she is a princess of a fallen country in the other world, she is the only one who can fight her way out of the elf kingdom among so many princesses. How can she really be a completely Buddhist? She has been in a high position for a long time, and has personally experienced countless battles on the battlefield. It would be strange if such a person is not as good as those so-called strong women who play house in the rules of them all. How is it?" Yu Ling walked to Suyi and turned around gently. "Beautiful." Suyi also praised sincerely. She obeyed his orders when she was with him at home, and she was domineering and able to stand on her own. This is the perfect virtuous wife. He is now more and more grateful for his decision to trade Yu Ling. Otherwise, he should open his eyes to see the world. I suddenly remembered some questions, that is, when I go on stage, I must read the content of the speech. Can I have some other improvisations? Yu Ling suddenly asked. You can do whatever you want, and it doesn't matter if you mess up. Suyi shrugged. It's just a press conference, which is a big deal for now, but if we look at the long-term timeline, it is not important for the development of Tianyu Group. It is even less important for him who owns the space-time trading platform. To put it bluntly, he doesn't care if Tianyu Group collapses. Yu Ling can say whatever she wants. Anyway, the existence of the trading platform is restricted by the contract and she can't say anything else. There is nothing else that can't be said. The product launch conference was planned by Zhou Yan hiring a professional team. After all, countless brands hold product launch conferences at the Magic City Exhibition Center every year. Many companies are small, and it is obviously too wasteful to set up a department to be responsible for this aspect. Naturally, teams will be created that specialize in providing press conference solutions for major companies. The process is completely in accordance with the rules set by the Renjia team, and even the audience and reporters present are invited by the Renjia team. According to different bids, the conference is also divided into several levels of specifications. The higher the standard of the press conference, the more advanced the exhibition site will be arranged by the planners. At the same time, they will attract more audiences, the number of reporters will be larger, and there will naturally be more influential media participating. But this time is different from before, because of Suyi's own connections and the warm-up on the internet in the past 2 days. The reporters who came to the scene this time did not need to be invited by the on-site team, and many came uninvited. Even many small media and some self-media that join in the fun are not qualified to join. Those who are eligible to be directly invited by the TNU Group are only a few influential large media outlets from the Kyushu official. Of course, people themselves want to come to such hot spots. It can be said that the two parties hit it off immediately. When Yu Ling was ready backstage, Suyi also exited the backstage and came to the front desk. Originally, his mission today was to watch the ceremony. Naturally, he has a place in the VIP table. What Suyi didn't expect was that the press conference hadn't officially started yet, and the venue hadn't completely quieted down yet. Some reporters saw him sitting in the VIP seats at the front as soon as he arrived, and they actually came over to interview him. "Sir, could you please tell me who you are?" Suyi was stunned for a moment, vaguely feeling that the on-site management seemed a bit chaotic, and he was a little dissatisfied with what the so-called professional team was doing. Frowning, he told the reporter, "Who are you?" "Hello, I am Kyosun Liu, a reporter from the BBD News Jizhu branch. You can also call me Lu Chiao." The reporter seemed very polite. But when he heard that there was a BBD from abroad behind him, Suyi became more interested. He would definitely be too lazy to answer a serious interview. Asking and asking is nothing more than those questions. The key is still the other person's job. It's not good for you to have a bad attitude towards them. But it's just a good way to kill some time by messing around with these foreign media who like to spread rumors. "Well, I happen to be the chairman of TNU Group. What advice do you have?" Suyi said with a smile. "TNU Group? Chairman?" Lu Chiao was obviously stunned for a moment. He looked Suyi up and down in disbelief. Then he smiled and said, "You really know how to joke. TNU Group has been at the forefront of the storm these past 2 days. While it has attracted much attention, of course it will also be targeted by countless people who want to find out its background. However, they searched again and again, and only found out that TNU Group had some subsidiaries such as farms, factories, medical companies, and technology companies. They even found that only medical companies have released products, and other companies except farms are still in a state of empty shells. And who the boss behind this group is a complete mystery, and no information can be found at all. They were able to find out the subsidiaries of TNU Group because it was public information on the internet, and it was also disclosed by the authorities. It was not a secret. But the information about Suyi was deliberately concealed by Old Man Lin, so of course no one would be able to find out. But such a nearly empty shell company can make such a big splash in a short period of time. Many people speculate that the boss behind TNU Group is definitely a big shot with great hands and eyes. This reporter is certainly no exception. Now Suyi suddenly came out and said that he was the boss. Of course he didn't believe it. After all, although Suyi is already 26 years old, he has been drinking water of life and eating various magic foods for a long time recently. Plus Yu Ling's, ahem. In short, he looks extremely young now. People who don't know will only think that he is only 18 or 19 years old when they see him, but never think that he is already in his 20s. What? You don't believe it? The boss behind TNU Group is a young man who looks like he is not even in his 20s. As a reporter from an internationally renowned media, Lu Chiao also prides himself on being well informed. But he had never seen this situation before. I can't believe it at all. However, since he can sit in the VIP seat, his status is probably not ordinary, and he is not easy to offend. After holding it in for a long time, he forced a smile and said, "Sir, you are really young and promising. I still don't know your surname. Didn't say yes, didn't say no. I just praise you, that's right, right? Thank you for the compliment. My surname is Su. I happen to be in a good mood right now. If you have anything you want to ask, you can ask me," Suyi said warmly. The reporter's eyes suddenly lit up and he remembered the purpose of running here. Although I haven't figured out what the relationship between the young man in front of me and TNU Group is, big shots always have some secret information channels that are not open to outsiders. If he could find out something, it would be big news when he gets back. I would like to ask Mr. So, what do you think of TNU Medical's so-called water of life? Have you ever drank the water of life? Suyi asked. The reporter was startled. I thought to myself, if I had drunk it, would I need to ask you? But considering that the person in front of me should be of extraordinary status, I didn't say this complaint after all, but just shook my head and said, no, could it be that Mr. Su has drunk it? Of course I have drunk it, guess how old I am now? Suyi continued to ask back. If someone who didn't know saw it, they would think that he was the reporter and the one holding the microphone was the one being interviewed. However, Lu Qiao didn't realize the role reversal at all. After taking a closer look at Suyi's young and handsome face, he tentatively said, Mr. Su, 18 years old. No, guess again. Then, 20. Still wrong. Forgive me for my poor eyesight, I really can't tell. Lu Qiao couldn't help but smile bitterly. I'm almost 40. Suyi said lightly. That calm and composed temperament is really like a successful middle-aged person. There's no way men are like this when they have money and strength, who would lack that little temperament. With confidence in his pocket, no one can recognize the nouveau riche when he doesn't speak. Lu Qiao's eyes widened immediately, and he couldn't believe it. This is impossible. He traveled around the country and abroad for many years, and knew that people in Zhuzhou aged slower than those white people. He also saw many stars who were called immortal male and female gods. But those people relied on maintenance plus makeup plus camera to have the effect of looking like teenagers in their 30s and 40s. If you actually meet, no matter how well you maintain, you will still be different from real young people when you are in your 30s and 40s. With his eyesight, you can see it at a glance. But he couldn't see anything unusual about Suyi in front of him. Nothing is impossible, this is the effect of the water of life. Suyi's calm and pretentious words put an end to this interview. Just as the press conference was about to start, people who maintained order finally came to the scene, and Lu Qiao could only return to his seat in despair. After thinking about it, he wrote a press release on the spot. The title of the news is The Magic Medicine That Can Make Middle-Aged People Dream of Youth Again, in-depth interviews with users of Water of Life. Suyi didn't feel anything at all about his nonsense. And who said he was talking nonsense? How can 26 not be nearly 40? Middle age is only a dozen years away, so it's not a big problem. At this time, the press conference officially began. The first link was the entry of various VIPs. According to the plan provided by the professional team, Suyi, as the chairman of TNU Group and the biggest boss behind the scenes, should be the last to appear. But he was too lazy to wait, so he came in early. Most of the VIPs invited to the press conference were unknown to Suyi, but he roughly knew what these people were. Most of them were practitioners in related industries. Either they were from biomedical companies, or they were simply the bosses of large private hospitals. In short, none of them were easy to deal with. It was too undignified for these people to say that they came to mess up the place. To put it bluntly, they just came to see what was going on. It just so happened that these people had a high enough status in the industry, and TNU Medical had no reason to refuse them to come. Anyway, even if the water of life that Suyi wants to get really cut off their financial resources, they would not want to cut Suyi into pieces, but they would not get angry here. The business world is full of old foxes, and those who get angry on the spot when encountering something can't get into this class. Although Yu Ling temporarily replaced Zhou Yan to hold the press conference, she was only responsible for the introduction of products and TNU Medical. She definitely didn't need to be there to welcome this person and that person. These people are just passersby and cannon fodder to Yu Ling, and they can be crushed to death at will. It's too difficult for her to remember them one by one. The team responsible for the exhibition has professionals, and they have a certain understanding of the upper-class people in the entire Magic City. The words said during the introduction and welcome were also beautiful and flattering enough. This environment made Suyi drowsy. Until a certain moment, he suddenly found that the entire convention and exhibition center suddenly became quiet. He came back to his senses and looked in the direction of the people around him, only to find that old man Lin had come in person. And he was not the only one who came. Behind him was a middle-aged man who looked 70% or 80% similar to him. As soon as the two arrived at the scene, they walked directly to Suyi. They sat next to him without any hesitation. Without waiting for Suyi to ask, the person on the stage excitedly reported the identity of the middle-aged man. The governor of Mo City. The real frontier official. As for Old Man Lin, the guy who greeted the guests obviously knew him, but he didn't even dare to say what his position was. He just vaguely mentioned that he welcomed Mr. Lin to come and give guidance. No wonder Shen Mingwen said that you are also a big shot in Jizhu. Su Yi looked at Old Man Lin beside him with a strange expression. However, Old Man Lin shook his head and said, "If I were really that kind of big shot, I wouldn't have come to the Magic City. Let me introduce you, this is my son. If you want to start a business that benefits the country and the people in the future in the Magic City, you can ask him if he can give you some policy support." Hearing this, the middle-aged man also smiled enthusiastically. "You must be Mr. Suyaisu. My humble name is Lin Jianyi. It's our first meeting. I came in a hurry and didn't have time to bring any gifts. I remember your kindness in saving my father. If you have any difficulties, just let me know. As long as it doesn't violate the principles, I will never refuse what I can do." Such a person made such a promise as soon as he came. Not to mention a new small business. I'm afraid that the bosses of giant companies such as Penguin Alley in China would be ecstatic to hear it. But Su Yi is okay. With the trading platform, he knew that there are countless lives outside the world, and a more magnificent world. In fact, he didn't care too much about these small fights on Blue Star. And with Yu Ling around, he also had the capital to not care. Once any dispute reaches the end, the most direct and straightforward way is to destroy the body. He is not lacking the ability to destroy someone physically now, so there is not much difference between a person in a high position and an ordinary person in his eyes. But he is not ungrateful. The other party is obviously showing goodwill, so normal courtesy is inevitable. Lin Jianyi said verbally that he did not bring any gifts, but in fact, the fact that he came here is the biggest gift. This undoubtedly expresses an attitude, that is, Tianyu Group is supported by the official support of the Magic City. When the situation here is conveyed after the exhibition, the news that the Magic City Guard will be present at the Water of Life press conference will be spread as soon as possible. By then, it is estimated that many opposing voices will be suppressed. Although it will ultimately depend on whether the Water of Life is useful, he still helped Su Yi a lot. The three of them exchanged a few simple greetings, and the product press conference went through a series of processes and finally came to the most critical and important part. When Yu Ling, wearing a neat uniform, walked onto the stage under the spotlight, both men and women at the scene could not help but hold their breath. Regardless of gender, the pursuit of beauty is ultimately the same. Yu Ling is so beautiful that she is attractive to all ages. Even if she doesn't dress up or pay attention to her image, she can still attract a lot of attention when she goes out. Now that she has been specially dressed up by a makeup artist, she is naturally more dazzling. Many media came to the scene with live broadcasts. Therefore, Yu Ling was not only amazed by the people at the scene, but also countless netizens who watched the excitement online. No, is this a real person? Or is it AI? On the scene, it's a real person. Damn, is there really someone so beautiful? Don't think about it. What does her beauty have to do with you? Didn't you hear the host just say that this is the executive president of Tianyu Group? Damn, you should have said your president is so beautiful earlier. Although the promotion of Water of Life is nonsense, but then again, not much to say. As long as your president says Dallin drink medicine, don't care if this thing is IQ tax, I will place an order now. Even if this is arsenic, I can drink 3 bowls. Take it? Don't dream, you can afford a market. Look at how much this thing costs per bottle. Damn, robbing money? That's right. According to Zhou Yan's speech plan, Yu Ling did nothing right after he came up, and directly announced the price. A bottle of 150 ml diluted version of Water of Life is priced at 8,888. A price that is as cheap as it can be for those who know the efficacy of this thing, but is a pure money grab for outsiders who don't understand it. This is the most basic version of the Water of Life launched by our company. I know that many friends are curious about why we dare to sell it so expensively. When those who don't know the reason are shocked by the price, Yu Ling's calm voice also sounded at the right time. It has to be said that Zhou Yan's speech plan is really good. It is simple, and everyone focuses on what she is going to say next. However, under the attention of the crowd, Yu Ling changed the subject and said, "I will tell you later. Now I want to say that even the most basic version of the Water of Life has many restrictions if you want to buy it, and you can't just buy it in large quantities if you have money." As soon as this was said, it immediately caused an uproar. Not only expensive, but also limited to purchase? I understand. Isn't this the routine of those luxury goods? I thought this was selling health products, but I didn't expect it to be selling luxury goods, so let's go. I want to see how your company can justify itself. Yu Ling was of course aware of how controversial her words would be, but this was also the effect Zhou Yan wanted to achieve in his speech. Many times, we are not afraid of being scolded for what we said, but we are afraid that no one will pay attention to what we said, let alone listen to it. This is marketing. After giving such a controversial price and confusing purchase restrictions, Yu Ling changed the subject and brought the press conference back on track to introduce the effects of the water of life. This is the most basic version of the water of life produced by RTNU Medical, 150 ml per bottle. Its effect is actually difficult to quantify, and the effect will vary depending on the individual who uses the medicine. Yu Ling talked about it with a delicate bottle in his hand. This is true. Previously, the impact of the differences in users themselves on the effect of the water of life was rarely mentioned because too few people have used this thing. In fact, this effect is real. Just like some people in the magic world are born with an affinity for this special energy, it is very easy to become a magician. But some people, even if they work hard all their lives, cannot feel this special energy hidden between heaven and earth, and will never become a magician, nor can they use this energy to temper their bodies and become warriors. The energy in the water of life is purified by the formation created by countless powerful beings in the magic world, and is easier to absorb than the free energy in the air. It can be used on different people, and the absorption efficiency will also be different. Since this thing is to be sold as a product, of course it must be made clear in advance. This is common sense in the magic world, but not on Blue Star. Of course, people on Blue Star can understand it. Some people can easily absorb the same medicine, while others cannot. Some people are even allergic to the medicine. This is all normal. After explaining in detail the impact that different users may have on the efficacy of the water of life, the real highlight of the product launch conference began at this time. Yu Ling said calmly, "We have promoted the water of life to a certain extent before, and many people think we are exaggerating. This is normal, because in this world, only our company can produce this kind of medicine. It is normal to have some doubts about something that has never appeared before. So, in order to more intuitively show the effect of our water of life, I plan to do an experiment for you on the spot today." As soon as the voice fell, 2 staff members came to the stage carrying an iron cage. In the cage was a common Alaskan pet dog, but the dog's condition at this time was very bad. The 2 front paws were visibly twisted at a strange angle, and a large piece of hair on the body disappeared. Under the missing hair was a shocking wound. The wound seemed to have been treated with some simple treatment, and there was no bleeding, but it was not difficult to see that the injury was extremely serious. Yu Ling explained, "This is an abandoned pet dog. It had a car accident on a small road outside the convention center this morning and was seriously injured. A pair of forelimbs were completely fractured, the body surface was bruised over a large area, and the lungs, liver, and kidneys were damaged to a certain extent. A nearby pet hospital gave up treatment after simple treatment, believing that it would die within 3 days due to its injuries. After our staff found it, they paid the medical expenses of the pet hospital and brought it back. This is the injury assessment and CT scan issued by the pet hospital. We will upload all these materials to our TNU Medical official website as evidence later. As for now, I will use this bottle of water of life in my hand to revive it." When she said this, the camera on the scene also gave a close-up of the dog, especially the location of the wound on the dog, which was shot in great detail. It can be clearly seen that not only the forelimb bones of this dog are completely broken, but also the chest cavity is visibly deflated, indicating that there is no telling how many ribs are broken. Anyone with a little common sense knows that this kind of injury is fatal for both humans and dogs. Save it? Does she mean to do an experiment on the spot? It feels ridiculous. It takes a long time to treat this kind of injury. It is said that it is hopeless, but in fact, it can be saved as long as you are willing to spend money on surgery for the dog. After the press conference, they can find a top medical team to save the dog, and we can't see it. What kind of experiment is this? That's right, and even if it can't be saved, they can just find another dog that looks similar to it and say it was saved. How many people can recognize it? Can you do some homework before scolding? Their water of life is originally a fast-acting treatment. I saw a case in their documentary where a patient who was paralyzed due to nerve necrosis stood up again in 2 hours. You believe my bragging? I also said that I can bring back the soul. I can bring back people who have been dead for several months with just one encounter. Not many people were willing to believe the on-site test, Yu Ling said. However, Old Man Lin, who was sitting next to Su Yi, looked at the bottle of water of life in her hand and said with a distressed face, "Boy, if you really need money, tell me. Although I don't have much property, I can always think of a way for you. Aren't you afraid of God's punishment for wasting such a good thing on a dog? Don't worry, this is different from the one I gave you to drink." Su Yi explained casually. What is sold now is second-rate stuff. This basic version of the water of life works well, but it is completely inferior to yours. Drinking 2 or 3 more bottles of this in the early and middle stages of cancer can still cure it, but in the late stages, this can only delay the onset and reduce pain. If you want to cure it, you must at least drink a few more bottles of the advanced version. As for the one that can prolong your life if you drink it more, that is, the kind you drink, it will not be sold to the public at present, and we don't have much on hand. This is of course nonsense. In fact, the version depends on how many times Su Yi wants to dilute it. The main reason is that he doesn't have much original water of life on hand. After calculation, the more times the water of life is diluted, the more money he makes. And this can also benefit more people. Why not? And because the effects are different, people who originally spent a lot of money to buy the water of life will not have much objection. Oh, so that's it. Old Man Lin nodded thoughtfully. Obviously, Su Yi's words had led him astray. He didn't know the details of the water of life, and always thought that it was a magical prescription that Su Yi got from nowhere. Combining Su Yi's words, he thought of the successful liquid medicine he drank, which had the best effect. The products currently sold were semi-finished or semi-failed products, with average effects, but they also had effects. Thinking of this, he immediately felt that his 2 billion was worth it. Woo woof woof. The dog in the cage seemed to be very irritable because of the injury. After the staff lifted it up, it kept making warning sounds. When Yu Ling came over and signaled the staff to open the cage, the dog became more and more manic because someone was approaching. After all, it is not a human, you can't expect it to remain calm after being injured. It is normal to have such behavior. After opening the cage, the 2 staff members were a little afraid that they would be bitten if they approached again, so they put on anti-bite gloves and looked at Yu Ling. "Mr. Yu, do you need us to lift it out of the cage?" However, facing a very irritable dog that could bite at any time, Yu Ling shook her head and said, "No need, I will do it." As she said that, she slowly leaned over to the cage, opened the bottle of water of life in her hand, and poured a few drops of water of life into her palm. Then, without any protection, she reached into the cage. This scene shocked the audience around. Everyone knows that injured wild animals are the most dangerous. Although pet dogs are different from wild animals, they will be more or less aroused by such injuries. At this time, they may not even recognize their owners. Damn, this is too brave, really not afraid of being bitten. To be honest, I dare not touch my own dog at this time. I have seen a dog that was in a car accident before. It was hit very badly, just like this dog. It really didn't recognize any relatives. The owner wanted to save it but was bitten by it. It died within a day. Wrong demonstration, don't learn it. This kind of injured animal is very dangerous. Amidst the discussion, Su Yi sat on the Diaotai, not in a hurry at all. Just kidding, Yu Ling is an elf. He has come into contact with countless wild beasts and even monsters. It's really far from being bitten by a dog. Sure enough, as Yu Ling approached, the dog that was very manic a second ago suddenly stopped. The slightly bloodshot eyes looked at Yu Ling pitifully, and whimpered. Yu Ling stretched her hand to its mouth and chuckled. "Drink it, it will be fine after drinking it." Then the dog seemed to understand human words, and actually lowered its head to drink up the water of life in Yu Ling's hand. In the process, it whimpered in pain from the wound, but there was no mania or attack at all, it was very gentle. After it finished drinking that little bit of water of life, Yu Ling rubbed its head and said, "Come out." Of course, this little water of life could not completely heal its injuries, but it allowed the seriously injured dog to recover some strength. With its seriously injured body and broken 4 limbs, the dog struggled to climb out of the cage. Yu Ling also took a small bowl from the staff beside him and poured all the remaining water of life in the bottle into it. The dog, who had tasted the dog licking, was immediately shocked and quickly lowered his head to lick it frantically. After finishing one bottle, Yu Ling refilled it with another one. After both bottles were finished, a magical scene finally happened. The fur on the dog that had been damaged due to the car accident actually grew back at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yes, visible to the naked eye. It was not a special effects demonstration, but it grew out like this under the gaze of countless cameras and audiences. Before this, the growth process of organisms was usually slow. Even those things that are famous for their growth speed, such as bamboo that can grow several meters a day, people can only get a glimpse of their growth process through time-lapse photography. Without external forces, it is impossible to see how these organisms grow directly. And now, they saw with their own eyes that the cracked flesh on a dog was healed, the hair grew, and the bones healed. The impact it brought to people was unimaginable. Silence? Whether it was on the scene or on the internet, it was now in a deathly silence. This kind of miracle-like scene is a bit too much to be shown on Blue Star. For a moment, countless people's brains crashed. Not my friend? Huh? It's fake. This is too fake. What kind of technology can make the wound heal so quickly? In less than 2 minutes, the large wounds were all healed. It's too outrageous. I also think it's fake. It feels like a video made in advance. At the scene, this is real, and the scene is just like you, all stunned. Those medical practitioners who are present, private hospital owners and the like, I think they are numb. You will be numb too. That's right, this water of life has such a good effect. Who the hell will go to the hospital in the future? If you have any illness, why not just get a bottle? Although it was just a dog that was saved. But people who saw this scene with their own eyes and confirmed that it was real and not a video effect. At this time, I have already firmly believed in the effect of the water of life promoted by TNU Medical. Compared with the unreality brought by the screen on the internet, people who saw this scene on the spot can undoubtedly feel the shock more directly. The bosses of several large private hospital chains, with an average net worth of billions per capita, were sweating profusely after they came to their senses. They were thinking about how to quickly sell the hospitals in hand and ran away with their buckets. Knowing that the water of life is effective is not the same thing as seeing it with your own eyes. Before coming, they had only heard that this thing was very powerful, but it was still a bit of a fluke. Now I can't get away with it. Even old man Lin, who had personally used the water of life, couldn't help but sigh when he saw this scene again. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes and tried the medicine myself, it would be impossible for an old man like me to believe that such a thing existed in the world. After today, your boy and your TNU group will probably be famous all over the world. Haha, good luck, good luck. Suyi said modestly, but there was no hint of humility in his expression. When old man Lin saw this, he couldn't help but said, "Don't be complacent. After all, the domestic medical system is not big in size, and the power it controls is only average. Old man, let me help you deal with it. It won't be a big problem for you to sell this thing in the country. It's different abroad, especially in developed countries, where the medical system is intricate and involves the interests of countless people. If your water of life wants to go to the sea, no, even if it doesn't go to the sea, they will come to you. Those people are the ancestors of the gangsters. In short, that's all. You'd better be careful." Old man Lin didn't say more, but Suyi could probably guess what he was referring to. Those white-skinned gangs are used to being robbers, and the medical industry is their mainstay. How could they allow a water of life that is not under their control, but is effective enough to impact the entire medical industry, to appear? The so-called dirty tricks are just old man Lin speaking more politely. To put it bluntly, if you can play within the rules, they will play. If you can't play within the rules, they will play outside the rules. Burning, killing, looting, they can do anything. Suyi also knew something about what these pirates started out as, and of course he knew what old man Lin was reminding them. It has to come to this point after all. It's not the common man's crime to have a jade in his possession. Suyi smiled nonchalantly and said, "Whoever dares to reach out, I will chop off his hand. That's why you have such confidence." Old man Lin thought of some records about the Zhang family's affairs and smiled very meaningfully. There is no need for complicated introductions, and there is no need to create a bunch of difficult vocabulary and add a large number of attributive words to rank your product first. A simple little experiment directly convinced countless viewers of the OSTV. After doing this, the product introduction part of the press conference is completed. Next, We entered the scheduled question and answer session for reporters. According to Zhou Yan, if he is not here, it is best to cancel this session, because these reporters are the ones who want to cause trouble the most. Now it's their turn to show off, and they must ask some more pointed questions. Once the answer is incorrect or inappropriate, it may cause some negative consequences. But Yu Ling still insisted on completing this link. Su Yi naturally let her go. Ms. Yu Ling, are you really the president of TNU Group? Can you introduce yourself? Can you guarantee the authenticity of the above experiment? Excuse me? There were many questions, some were serious and some were nonsense. Yu Ling glanced at it and randomly selected a reporter. You ask first. Hello, Ms. Yu, you have just shown us the magical effect of the water of life. It is very magical, and it is not an exaggeration to say it is a miracle. But I see that many netizens have a doubt, and I would like to ask on their behalf. Let me ask you, will this kind of treatment leave any sequelae? He is almost dead, who cares if there are any sequelae? Of course, the words are nonsense, but the question of whether the water of life has any side effects does need to be explained. Once the public is afraid of the sequelae, they regard Otavi as an emergency life-saving medicine. Although it is also very important, it is still too niche after all. After being labeled like this, it may not be easy for sales to increase. Our company can guarantee that the water of life produced will have no side effects. Yu Ling's answer was simple. In fact, this does not require a complicated reply. Compared with the immediate effect, it is difficult to verify whether there are any sequelae in a short period of time. She only needs to make a commitment on behalf of TNU Medical and show a responsible attitude, which is enough to convince the public. The effect of the water of life seems to be a bit too good. As far as I know, the medical community is generally very shocked by this. Can you reveal the ingredients and principles of the water of life? This problem was actually expected by Zhou Yan. His response was to refuse to answer, citing commercial confidentiality. There is actually no problem with the solution. But Yu Ling asked Su Yi before if he could say something other than the manuscript, just for now. She was well prepared and said without any hesitation. Our scientific research team at TNU Medical has discovered a brand new substance that is of great benefit to the growth of all living things. After long-term research and experiments, our team has mastered the method of extracting this substance for medicinal purposes. Method. In addition to making water of life, we also found that when this substance is used in some animals and plants, it will cause benign mutations in animals and plants to a certain extent. The mutated animals and plants have great use value, and after eating them, they will have harmful effects on the body. It's of great benefit. Soon, our TNU ecological farm under the TNU Group will try to sell agricultural products that have been mutated by us and can be used without any side effects on a small scale. Of course, this is what the next press conference will talk about. Yu Ling chuckled and said, as for this mysterious substance that has never been discovered before, it exists everywhere in the world. It is not a specific mineral, but is right around us, nourishing all living things on the blue star all the time. But there hasn't been any active way to exploit it before. Even our internal scientific researchers have put forward a conjecture that the reason why blue stars can give birth to life is related to this substance. Of course, this is just a guess and has not been proven. Because of the special nature of this substance, our TNU Group named it the essence of life. Her understatement made everyone present dumbfounded. Especially the reporter who asked the question was in a state of confusion from the moment Yu Ling answered. With a clear conscience, he just subconsciously asked a more pointed question out of professional habit. After asking, he estimated that Yu Ling would definitely not answer. Unexpectedly, not only did they answer the question, they also gave him a big surgery. The essence of life has come out. Isn't it a bit outrageous? However, just when everyone was shocked and lost their minds, Yu Ling, who had achieved his goal, directly chose to end the question and answer session. Exit gracefully. It only leaves people with endless reverie. Boy, is this life essence real or is it just something you made up? Old Man Lin said solemnly. If the water of life that can cure diseases and save lives is tantamount to dropping a depth bomb on the entire medical industry, then the life essence that Yu Ling suddenly proposed now is undoubtedly a nuclear bomb dropped on the whole world. Old Man Lin can barely accept the former. After all, there are so many talented people in the world, and the rumors about some miracle doctors in Kyushu have been around for a long time. Although it is quite outrageous that a great successor of a miracle doctor has come up with some miracle medicine, it is not incomprehensible, and there is no need to delve into it. It is rare to be confused. But if it is the latter, that is not just a medical matter. A mysterious substance that can promote the rapid and benign evolution of animals and plants may be a subversive discovery for the existing scientific system of all mankind. Don't say that there is no paper and no argument whether others will believe what she said is true. After the water of life is launched, there will definitely be countless medical institutions and laboratories that will study this magical potion. When these people find that they can't figure out the principle of the water of life, no matter how casually Yu Ling mentioned the source of life today, they can only believe that this is true. Then, I'm afraid that countless organizations, companies, and even countries at home and abroad will have to invest money to study this substance that no one has discovered except TNU Group. If it is found that there is no such thing at that time, it is Yu Ling's nonsense. Then this joke is a big one. It may be true, or it may be an exaggeration. This is the business of their R/U00260 and marketing departments. I don't quite understand. Suyi just started to fool around. He knew exactly what Yu Ling was talking about. It was the source of all power in the magic world, magic. The so-called life essence was probably just something she made up. This sounds more in line with modern science and is more acceptable to people. It would be a bit too outrageous to just say magic. It's a serious matter. If it's true, Old Man Lin looked solemn, but he froze for a moment in the middle of his speech, and then laughed. It's none of my business as a retired old man. You can do whatever you want, but I remind you that someone from above will definitely come to you later. I can't handle it for you, I'm afraid you have to find a way. Suyi naturally agreed. The product launch ended, but a new era began. It's just that most people in the vortex don't realize how important the things shown by Yu Ling and TNU Medical are. The hot topic on the internet now is about the water of life. The source of life sounds a bit mysterious, and since it was mentioned in a subsequent media interview, many people think it is not so formal. So it is not so widely spread. It is not very popular among the people. But in the academic circle, the discussion of the source of life is too high. In the past 2 days, people have been visiting Suyi and Yu Ling. Even after he used Old Man Lin as a shield to block people back, some people went to Zhou Yan specifically. By the way, with the supply of water of life, Zhou Yan's fracture was healed in just 1 day. Suyi was going to give him a few days off, but this guy is a workaholic and went back to work as soon as his injury healed. He even announced his injuries and the process of using the water of life for treatment. For other drugs, there are still conspiracy theories. Do you think those really rich people will use it? Do you think the people in the pharmaceutical company will use it? But it obviously doesn't work with the water of life. Zhou Yan, a senior executive of TNU Group, set an example by using the medicine himself, which can be said to have brought a lot of goods. So much so that the first batch of 100,000 bottles of basic version of water of life pre-sold on TNU Group's official website have not been shipped yet, but they have all been pre-ordered. TNU Medical directly earned nearly 900 million yuan. It is conservative to say that it is making a fortune every day. And behind the clamor on the internet and the sales boom of water of life, Suyi has another thing to do. That is about Zhou Yan's car accident. This car accident cannot be accidental, but a warning to him and TNU Group by certain interest groups. Suyi has never been a good-tempered person. Since someone provoked first, this matter certainly cannot be let go. The press conference has ended, but the settlement has just begun. He first found the driver who was detained by the police. The driver insisted that he was too tired after driving for too long, so he hit Zhou Yan's car. After knowing Zhou Yan's identity and situation, the police obviously knew that this matter could not be so simple. Currently investigating and looking for evidence. But this matter was very simple for Suyi. He took Yu Ling to see the driver who caused the accident, and he didn't even say a word. The driver, who insisted that no one had instructed him during the interrogation, shouted that he wanted to surrender, and then confessed everything he knew. The general situation was that the driver was a gambler who owed millions of gambling debts and couldn't pay them back. Then a few days ago, his creditors came to his door and asked him to do something. After he succeeded, these gambling debts could not only be written off, but he could also give him another 500,000 yuan for resettlement when he came out. The driver was not stupid. At first, he thought that he was asked to kill someone or something, and he didn't dare to agree. After the other party told him what he wanted to do, he knew that he only needed to cause a car accident, and he didn't need to kill anyone. He immediately agreed. Car accidents happen so many every day, and as long as no one is killed, it's not a big deal. The driver even optimistically thought that he might not have to go to jail. Then he did it. The process was quite simple. With his confession, the police arrested the creditor who hired the murderer that day. After Yu Ling used some tricks, the creditor naturally confessed and was lenient. Following the clues all the way, all the clues finally pointed to a man named Tao Weiman. This man is also a nobleman with a very high status in a place like Magic City. He owns a pharmaceutical company with an annual revenue of tens of billions, and is also the chairman of the Kangxin Group. Kangxin Group has more than 100 private hospitals, which is definitely a giant in the private medical system of Zhuzhou. With Tao Weiman's identity, if Suyi didn't have the support of Old Man Lin and Lin Jianyi, the mayor of Magic City, behind him, and with Yu Ling's magic blessing, the investigation speed is very fast. This case may not be investigated halfway. Even so, if Suyi doesn't care about it here, Tao Weiman will probably not be punished. Even with a little effort, he can clear himself from it. The old inspector who was handling the case didn't even have the desire to arrest him at first after he found him, thinking it was completely useless. It would be useless to arrest him, and it would only cause trouble for him. After Suyi moved out of Lin Jianyi, he reluctantly went to the headquarters of Kangxin Group to arrest Tao Weiman. What the old inspector didn't expect was that Tao Weiman, after being arrested, didn't even have the thought of refusing to communicate with a lawyer or quibbling. As soon as he entered the police station, he burst into tears and admitted his crime. It's not just this time that he paid someone to cause a car accident. There were also previous ones. What about taking human life and beating the patient's family members to death after a medical accident? What about demolishing residential buildings to build a new hospital, resulting in several casualties? There was also a hidden rule for a female doctor, causing her to jump off a building. It can be said that the crimes are numerous and innumerable. The most important thing is that all of this was said in the camera of the police station interrogation room. Even because the police station was arresting such a big shot, they strictly followed the procedures from the beginning, for fear of any trouble and being caught by others. Therefore, from the very beginning of the operation to arrest people, there were more than one law enforcement recorder recording the entire process until the person was brought into the interrogation room. In addition to the surveillance in the interrogation room, the interrogator also carried the law enforcement record. It can be completely confirmed that no illegal means such as torture were used on Tao Weiman, and he confessed everything voluntarily. He not only confessed his crimes, but also revealed where his evidence was hidden. There were not only evidence of various murders, but also evidence of his tax evasion. It was ironclad evidence, and it can be said that there was no possibility of overturning the case. The old inspector in charge of the case was stunned. He had handled cases all his life, and he had never encountered such a situation where the criminal confessed everything as soon as he came. He encountered it 4 or 5 times today, and the big fish he caught finally confessed obediently. In just one day, he solved the headless case that he thought would never find any results. This is really outrageous. Everyone in the Tao family was arrested, except for part of their family's assets that needed to be used to compensate for the losses of previous victims. The rest were confiscated. As for those Tao family members who are overseas, it is not easy to deal with. Transnational law enforcement has always been very troublesome, and there is nothing I can do about it. In addition, Tao Weiman has always protected his family in this regard. It's better, except for the younger son who has a criminal record and forced an underage girl to death. No one else in the Tao family has done anything illegal. After all, we are in modern times. It is impossible to engage in the ancient conspiracy. You should also understand. My suggestion is to stop this matter. Tao Weiman and his younger son are both sentenced to death and cannot escape. The rest of the Tao family is not easy to deal with. And I talked with the person behind the Tao family. He didn't interfere in this matter, but after all, he still has some sympathy with the Tao family, which means to let other people go. In the hotel, Suyi was not surprised when he heard Lin Jianyi's follow-up plan for handling the matter. Hearing this, he smiled and said, "We are all law-abiding citizens, so we must act in accordance with the law. I have no objection to the official decision." "That's good. I'm busy with something else here, so I won't talk about it for now. Lin Jianyi is in a high position, so he definitely doesn't have that much time to spare. Taking the time to make a phone call to talk about this matter is enough to give you face. After hanging up the phone, Su Yi looked at Yu Ling, who was doing yoga on the hotel floor, and said helplessly, "Ordinary people do yoga to stay in shape and maintain body flexibility. Do you have any problems in this regard?" "No." Yu Ling blinked. "The main thing is that I think you would like to watch me do this, wouldn't you?" "Like." Su Yi replied very honestly. "But can you please not do it in broad daylight? Otherwise, if you keep thinking about doing that thing in broad daylight, you will be somewhat distracted from your true duties. There's no such thing as a good job or not. Doing what you want to do is your right job." Yu Ling snorted lightly, but still stood up in compliance with his wishes. Then he sat next to him without any scruples. "Tell me, what do you want to do with the Tao family? I got Tao Wyman's blood when I was at the police station that day." Su Yi did not directly say what to do, but asked, "Do you think it is reasonable for one person to commit a crime so that the whole family can live a life of luxury and good food? After this person's crime is brought to justice, other people who enjoy the benefits of his crime are not punished by law. It doesn't make sense." Yu Ling muttered. "If something like this happens over there, they usually kill the whole family, but I feel like that doesn't seem unreasonable." "You are right." Su Yi nodded and said, "In fact, there are cases where a criminal's family is completely unaware of his crime. If the whole family is implicated at every turn, then these ignorant people are too innocent. But for those who know the truth and still enjoy the benefits brought by criminals, but can get away with it after the incident, it is also unreasonable to ignore it because they have not committed a crime. So what you want is for me to use truth magic to interrogate the Tao family again, and then use blood magic to retaliate only against those who know Tao Wyman's crimes." Yu Ling tilted her head. "No." Su Yi, who was still analyzing rationally a moment ago, suddenly laughed and said, "Follow the rules of your world and don't let anyone go. Don't use the magic that killed people instantly like you used to deal with the Zheng family. It's better to use more torturous magic. Everyone in the Tao family was made to suffer from some strange diseases one after another. They were so miserable that they died one by one within half a year. Remember, principles are for others to listen to, not for restraining yourself. Tao Wyman attacked my people first, and it was only natural for me to attack his whole family. As for whether his family is innocent, it has nothing to do with me. Isn't it possible that Zhou Yan is not innocent? Then why within half a year?" Yu Ling said with some confusion. "If you want, I can make them suffer in pain for the rest of their lives." She didn't care about killing people without nodding their heads or the like. Su Yi said so she did it. Because Tao Wyman is expected to be executed in half a year, during this period I will have people keep reporting on the situation of other members of the Tao family. To kill is to kill one's heart. Likes to play tricks, Su Yi will not only make him pay the price, but also make him realize his mistake before he dies. This kind of person who does all kinds of evil, but protects his family tightly and has no criminal record at all. Before he executed the death penalty, he saw his relatives dying in human form one after another, tortured by illness. I wonder if he would regret what he had done? Yu Ling naturally had no objection. When she sat up straight, with a faint red light in her eyes, a scarlet magic circle appeared in front of her. Then the drop of blood she had collected from Tao Wyman long ago slowly fell into the center of the magic circle. The next moment, there was a flash of red light, and the room became calm. Nailed it. Yu Ling's voice was brisk, showing no signs of fatigue. Obviously, this kind of thing is nothing to her. By the way, is your curse magic a serious magic? You, a majestic elf princess, can actually do such sinister things. Do you have any other part-time jobs? Su Yi couldn't help but ask. He had wanted to ask more than once. According to the routine in the novel, shouldn't this kind of insidious method of killing people invisibly and killing the whole family at any time be used by villains? Magic is not good or bad. Whether it is decent or not depends on the user. Yu Ling said with a smile. I always listen to you. Even if I really become a big devil, it is you who taught me badly. Okay, you surf the internet intensively every day, but you don't learn good things, but learn a lot of bad things, right? Su Yi laughed and scolded. Her words are like parents blaming my children for being led astray by someone. The two laughed and joked for a while, and Yu Ling made an excuse to cook for him and went directly to the kitchen in the hotel suite. As for Yang Yi, She was playing games in the hotel esports room. Suyi was the only one left in the bedroom. It's about time. It's time to give Wei Wei the things I promised before, and by the way, we should discuss the opportunity of free trading next week to make some business. The 20,000 tons of grain that arrived at the Magic City port had long been stored in his storage space. He even used the water of life to find the owner of a large food processing company in Magic City and bought the 20,000 tons of food that the company had ordered. A total of 40,000 tons of food, plus the bows and armor that Wei Wei needed, was enough to complete the deal, and there was even a lot more. With a flash of light, Suyi disappeared in the room. At the same time, an invisible magic barrier appeared at the door of his bedroom. Before he came back, no one on Blue Star could enter this room. It seems you are ready. In the trading space, Wei Wei was wearing a gorgeous long dress that Suyi had never seen before. She looked noble and beautiful, not inferior to Yu Ling at all. 28,000 tons of food, as well as the bows and arrows, armor, and other cold weapons that we had agreed on before, are all ready. Suyi nodded, and then used the trading platform to directly transfer the things he had stored in the trading space. Wei Wei took a quick glance and nodded to accept these things. As for the firearms and other hot weapons that were previously agreed to be used to trade the water of life, they were not actually included in this transaction. There was no agreement that the transaction must be completed this week. Suyi could use the water of life first, and as for the weapons, she could be given them within a month. And now, with the completion of this transaction, Suyi's membership points also ushered in the first surge. Compared to the previous two small fights, this time it was a truly large-scale transaction. 28,000 tons of food, plus 10,000 sets of specially made 200-pound composite bows, 100,000 carbon arrows, 2 million specially made tungsten steel arrowheads, 1,000 sets of full-body heavy armor, and 1,000 sets of specially made composite crossbows. Suyi. Identity. Registered member of the Spacetime Trading Platform, 1,000 points deducted, can be upgraded to senior member, unlock more permissions. Points, 168 points. Permissions/special items, storage space. After he bought the World Language Access card for Yu Ling last time, Suyi spent his own primary life trading permission card to introduce the two giant horned cattle breeders, and bought an extra one. The points were only in the single digits. But after the transaction was completed this time, the trading platform gave more than 160 points as a reward. His points, which had already bottomed out, surged again. Wei Wei on the opposite side obviously also gained a lot of points, and the joy on her face could not be concealed. There is no interest to keep this thing, and since it is in hand, it must be consumed. What are you going to buy? What are you going to buy? After a brief silence after the transaction was completed, both of them looked at each other and asked in unison. After a pause, Suyi stretched out his hand and said, "You go first. I plan to buy a primary matching card." Wei Wei tapped the light screen in front of her and displayed the price of the primary matching card in the system mall. 100 points. With the current points of the two, they can afford it. To be honest, after seeing the 168 points balance, Suyi's first thought was to buy this. Although other props in the system mall are not bad, it is definitely more profitable to match a new trading object. But there are definitely risks. Primary matching cards are completely random, and it is hard to say what trading object you will match. Once you match a trading object that is completely worthless, then these 100 points will be wasted. No, it will still make a sound. This may only make you upset. Have you considered the risks? Although Suyi has decided to ignore the risks and buy the matching card. Since Wei Wei also has this idea, why not ask her what she thinks first? Of course I have considered it, but compared with the benefits it can bring, I think this risk is completely within the tolerance range. Wei Wei said seriously. I don't know if you have seen the price of the intermediate matching card in the points mall, 10,000 points, and the advanced matching card is 1 million points. We have traded a lot of things this time, and only got more than 100 points. If we only rely on the two of us to slowly trade and accumulate points, I am afraid we have to trade hundreds of times to accumulate enough points to buy intermediate matching cards. Although the intermediate matching card will match trading partners with complementary advantages, the gap between the two sides will not be too big after all. If you want to change your current situation, world, to complete the leap of civilization level, I think it needs the trading partner matched by the advanced matching card to do it. If we trade like this now, it will take a long time to accumulate 1 million points. Wai Wei shrugged her shoulders. So, it's just 100 points, it's better to take a chance. If you match a trading partner with complementary advantages, wouldn't it be a big profit? In fact, I suggest you buy a primary matching card as well. Even if you don't have what the trading partner needs, if I have it, can't you trade it? The same is true for me. Suyi nodded in approval after hearing this. He thought so too. Compared to these 100 points, a new trading partner can bring too many benefits. The biggest advantage is that the more fixed trading partners you have, not only can you get more points, but you can also act as a middleman. The resources and specialties of my own world, as well as the resources and specialties of the world where my trading partner is, are all things I can sell to third parties. The more fixed trading partners you have, the faster you can earn points. The faster you earn points, the more trading partners you can match with, and the more technology, resources, and knowledge from different worlds you can obtain. The two smiled at each other, and Wai Wei obviously knew that Suyi and she had the same idea. Then they stopped worrying about what to buy and started discussing what they needed for their next transaction. By the way, Wai Wei also brought another good news to Suyi. The star prayer you asked me to find out last time has been found, and Mengchuan City has established contact with her and conveyed your ideas to her in the name of Yu Ling. Star prayer. Suyi was stunned for a moment, but soon remembered who this was. The most powerful existence among the human and elf hybrids in the magic world. He is considered the leader of this special group. After Suyi heard about these hybrids being excluded, he had the idea of bringing them to Blue Star to work for him. So he told Wai Wei about this during the last transaction. I didn't expect her efficiency to be so fast, and she contacted him right away. What did she say? She didn't know about the other world she was going to. I only told her that Yu Ling found a place where she could be undisturbed by the outside world and where all the mixed bloods would no longer be discriminated against or oppressed. The star prayer showed great interest, but asked to go and see it first. Wai Wei kindly reminded. When I met her, I had already checked the trading platform. Her strength is a bit too strong. The primary life trading permission card cannot send her to your world. You need an intermediate one, and the intermediate card costs 100 points. As for her mixed blood clansmen, it is a very large group, which should be no less than 100,000 people. The primary group life trading card can only trade 10,000 people at most at a time, and you get 200 points per card. In other words, if you plan to buy all these mixed bloods who are in a group, you must prepare at least 2,100 points. This is on the premise that I will not charge you any benefits and help you do this for free. You'd better think it through first. 2,100 points. Suyi frowned, thought for a moment and then said, don't worry about anything else. After our transaction is completed next week, I will buy you an intermediate life trading permission card. You can let the star prayer come over first. These points sounded like a lot, but he couldn't bring them all at once. You can take your time. As the company expands and its secrets increase, Suyi is often troubled by the fact that there are too few people she can trust. Compared to the people from Blue Star, these hybrids traded through the trading platform are more trustworthy and easier to control. This in itself is very necessary. Okay, then I will contact you. The transaction between us is considered pleasant. Just think of it as me doing you a favor for free this time. Having fulfilled her obligation to remind, Wai Wei didn't say any more. She didn't know much about Blue Star's situation, so it was inconsistent with her behavior as a noble to point fingers at something she didn't know clearly. After all the gossip, the deal for next week was finalized. The two of them left the trading space separately, but they did not exit the trading platform. Instead, they came to their own private space on the trading platform in perfect agreement. Looking at the junior matching card bought with a huge sum of 100 points, Suyi took a deep breath. Then he took out a small basin from his private storage space, poured water into it, and washed his face and hands carefully. He took out 3 more incense sticks, lit them and bowed to the card seriously. Must ship, must ship. Suyi thought to himself while choosing to use the matching card. Junior matching card 1, searching for your transaction partner across time and space. Matching successful? The next moment, a familiar feeling enveloped Suyi, and the scene in front of her slowly changed. This was similar to the situation when he first matched with Wei Wei. At the same time, on the other side, Wei Wei was doing the same thing as Suyi. Wearing a luxurious dress, she clasped her hands together and prayed in the magical world's prayer style for nearly half an hour before taking a breath and using the matching card. Junior Matching Card 1. Searching for your transaction partner across time and space. Matching failed? Wei Wei's pretty little face suddenly froze. She thought about what weird trading partner she would match, or even what life form she had never imagined. This was all what she expected. If that happens, the most she can do is lament bad luck. But the fucking match failed, which she never expected. After reacting, Wei Wei stood up suddenly, gritted her teeth and looked at the system panel in front of her fiercely. Bitch thief? Refund the money. If Suyi knew that Wei Wei failed to match, he might not be able to help laughing. Because not only did he match successfully, but the other person seemed to be human. Well, not sure, let's see again. The new trade partner he matched in front of him looked like a humanoid, but his whole body was covered in iron bumps. Suyi was a little unsure for a moment what kind of armor he was wearing, or whether he was a silicon-based creature like the Transformers in the movie. Wei Wei wants food. If this guy is a silicon-based creature and happens to be short of food, then their food, isn't it gasoline? The other party didn't speak for a long time, and Suyi didn't take the initiative to speak. The two stared at each other, making his thoughts drift a little far. My assistant told me that you seem to be thinking about something very rude. An electronic sound without any emotional fluctuations came out from the iron knot in front of him, which immediately brought Suyi back to his senses. He smiled unhurriedly and said, obviously, even the most advanced intelligent assistant will make mistakes, especially when facing a person from an unknown world and unknown civilization. Because the data is reliable, it is easier to make wrong judgments. Silence fell between the two again. The next moment, without any warning, the iron lump suddenly raised his right hand, and the electromagnetic gun on his wrist was instantly charged. Boom! A bullet of unimaginably high speed slammed into Suyi. The moment it raised its hand, Suyi already felt something was wrong. Almost the moment it fired, Suyi, who had been eating and drinking either magical creatures or water of life in recent days, and whose physical condition had greatly improved, subconsciously turned his head to avoid the shot. After escaping, he realized that traders were not allowed to attack each other in the trading space, but they could display weapons. The opponent's shot was obviously not aimed at him. Therefore, it was judged by the trading platform as an act of displaying weapons, not an attack. Organism, you are very strong. The cold electronic sound sounded again, but this time it was not without emotion. There seemed to be a hint of emotion in the words. Since the discovery of Shinix, I have never seen anyone's body so harmoniously accommodate the power of Shinix. Being startled by the inexplicable firing, Suyi was not without temper, and snorted coldly. Iron can, it's just a matter of saying a word or not. I don't have time to be the Riddler with you. However, the next moment, a soft voice came from the tin can. Of course we have to trade. As soon as the words fell, in Suyi's surprised eyes, accompanied by the sound of mechanical rotation and steel friction, the iron lump quickly unfolded. A long-haired woman wearing a tights and with an explosive figure slowly walked out. The woman leaned on the tall armor with one hand and stretched her body. It seemed that she had no idea about her explosive figure under the tights. She said lazily, the governor of the resistance army of the King Star Senzo of the Dawn Alliance, Bai Lu. I'm sorry, because I have been dealing with those iron lump cyborgs for a long time, I am used to the word organic. They all call normal people who have not been mechanically modified in this way. Suyi sensitively grasped the key words. Rebels, organics, mechanical cyborgs. Flesh and blood are weak, and machines ascend? Suyi was stunned for a moment and found that he seemed to have known the general situation of the other world. After all, Bai Lu in front of him did not seem to have any signs of mechanical modification. She called herself a rebel, and called mechanical cyborgs in such a contemptuous tone. Then the normal people and mechanical cyborgs in her world might not be so harmonious. Of course, Suyi could guess so much information from her few words, mainly because the other party had no intention of hiding anything. However, he didn't care much about the contradictions in the other world. What concerned him most was the high technology visible to the naked eye in the other world. Apart from anything else, The exoskeleton armor in front of him would definitely be a piece of black technology if it was brought to Blue Star. The wrist electromagnetic cannon that just fired was a technology that Blue Star couldn't imagine now. This trading partner is good. More importantly, the other party is obviously very interested in him. Suyi, from Blue Star. Suyi also made a brief self-introduction, and then went straight to the point. What do you want? Or do you want to sell? Bai Lu looked Suyi up and down for a few times, and said directly, I want your method of using psychic energy to make the body stronger. You can name the price, as long as I can afford it, I can give it to you. Psychic energy. This is not the first time Bai Lu has mentioned this word. Suyi guessed that this was an alternative name for the magic power in their world, but he was not so sure. After a little thought, he took out a fruit and an apple from the magic world from his storage space. This thing is called red flame fruit. According to Wei Wei, it is a specialty of their Xiang Empire. It is also the variety that accounts for the largest proportion of the tons of magic plants and monster meat she sent last time. It tastes really good, and Suyi likes it very much. As for apples, they are just ordinary apples, nothing surprising. Can you tell which of these two fruits has the spiritual energy you mentioned? Bai Lu glanced at them casually, and then pointed at the red flame fruit. Of course it's this one. The spiritual energy fluctuations on it are too obvious. Even if I haven't been transformed by artificial eyes, I can recognize it. This is true. There will be a layer of mist around the fruit of this magical plant. Normal people can see the difference at a glance. Suyi took this thing out not to test her eyesight, but to see if her guess is right. Now it seems that it is basically right. What she called spiritual energy is magic power. It's not difficult to use spiritual energy to make the body stronger. Just eat this kind of fruit or the meat of similar creatures. Of course, this will be slower. If you want it faster, I have a kind of water of life here. The spiritual energy contained in it is more abundant and easier to be absorbed by people. Speaking of this, Suyi smiled and said, I can provide all these things. Unlimited. Bai Lu raised his eyebrows, and there seemed to be some excitement in his eyes. It is currently limited, and our own production is not enough. If I can match more valuable worlds in the future and obtain more advanced planting and breeding methods, there may be no limit. Suyi replied. It is too expensive to purchase finished products directly from Wei Wei. Blue Star does not have enough for its own use. Now he has bought a batch of seeds. If he can successfully plant them on a large scale on Blue Star, he will naturally be able to supply them to the outside world without limit in the future. But you always have to leave some room when speaking. Bai Lu pondered for a moment, but did not say much about it. He said directly, What do you need? You mentioned the smart assistant just now. I am more interested in this. I wonder what level your smart assistant can reach. What level? Bai Lu frowned slightly, and after thinking for a moment, he said, I don't know how your world divides these things into levels. The smart assistant in my armor is a military product. Its main function is to capture battlefield information, coordinate friendly units, analyze enemy movements, destroy enemy information networks, etc. This is a military material in our world. I, as the governor of the resistance army of the Dawn Alliance, his actual position in the Star Federation is only the commander of the Near-Earth Orbit Airborne Brigade. I cannot sell you this military-grade intelligent brain. If you want, I can only sell you a civilian-grade, commercial-grade, or scientific-grade intelligent brain. Civilian-grade intelligent brains are not very useful, and scientific-grade intelligent brains are too expensive. I recommend you to buy a commercial-grade intelligent brain, which is simple and easy to use. Many large companies across galaxies in our world use this kind of intelligent brain for management. It also has a strong learning ability. Even if you don't start a company, it can learn to help you deal with other things. Commercial-grade intelligent brain? Suyi was immediately shocked. Isn't this what he wants? He immediately asked. If I want to use this commercial-grade intelligent brain to manage a company with no less than 200,000 employees, will it be enough? Bai Lu glanced at him strangely. Large companies across galaxies have hundreds of millions of employees, and basically all use this commercial-grade intelligent brain for bottom-level management. The computing logic of this intelligent brain is extremely perfect. Even if the company grows to a scale that it can't cope with, it's just that the computing power is not enough. Just update the computer to increase the computing power. It can easily handle a small company with hundreds of thousands of people. You don't have to worry about security. As an extremely perfect commercial intelligent brain, its security is so high that you can't imagine it. It is said that no one in the entire Star Federation can break it. So awesome? Su Yi was somewhat tempted, but after looking at Bai Lu, he had some doubts and could not help asking, is this level of intelligent brain very cheap in your world? Of course not cheap. A commercial-grade intelligent brain core and its matching computer are worth more than the equipment of our entire orbital airborne brigade. Then, as far as I know, there is a transport fleet that will pass by Kingu Star where I am recently. There is a brand new intelligent brain purchased by a giant company, and a computer with a computing power of 8 per second. As we all know, Kingu Star is not peaceful. The rebels of the Dawn Alliance have been making a lot of trouble recently. Losing an intelligent brain is nothing. How much? Su Yi was stunned. It's not because she was planning to rob, but the unit, he said. Pole. If he remembered correctly, in the context of Kyushu dialect, this means 10 to the 48th power. The most powerful computer known on Blue Star now has a computing power of only 100 trillion times, 10 to the 15th power. In other words, this thing is countless generations ahead of Blue Star's computers? 8 poles. Bai Lu looked at him strangely. This is just a small computer used by a giant company for its branch office. The computing speed is far behind the really powerful large computers in our world. No need to say, just this, what do you want? Su Yi asked decisively. Psychic materials that can make my physical strength at least comparable to yours. Bai Lu answered quite quickly, obviously thinking of the conditions long ago. Same as me. Su Yi was stunned. To be honest, he really didn't realize how strong he was. Recently, he has been drinking the water of life and eating magic food, and he just feels that his body has become much healthier than before. At most, it was just a little stronger. But he had no idea how much stronger it was. After all, the people he had been in contact with during this period were basically Yu Ling, and he had hardly touched ordinary people. In Yu Ling, naturally, he could not see any difference between him and ordinary people. Thinking of this, he subconsciously glanced at the apple in his hand and exerted a little force with his fingers. Crack! The juice burst out and the whole apple was crushed directly. Damn, I'm so strong! When he was at Blue Star, Su Yi had no need to fight with anyone, nor had he ever fought with anyone. The improvement brought about by these days of fervently making magic food is not at all significant. This resulted in a scene where the slightest move now shocked him first. As for why he didn't know things himself, Bela would know. Su Yi estimated that it was some kind of high technology, so there was nothing to ask. As for Bai Lu's trade request, use that intelligence brain in exchange for resources that would make her physical strength equal to Su Yi's. After a little thought, Su Yi decisively agreed. These days, except for the red flame fruit, which is really delicious and he eats a lot, he eats and drinks other magical foods normally. The magic food he consumes in a week is only a dozen kilograms at most. As for the water of life, it is estimated to be only about 10 liters. Of course, this is not the diluted version, but the original version that Wei traded. 10 liters is worth a lot of money in Blue Star. But it is obvious that there is no loss in trading this smart computer, and it is even very profitable. He had no reason not to agree. After explaining the situation to Bai Lu, she understood that people's physiques are different, and the actual effects of eating the same resources may not be the same. Bai Lu also accepted it gladly, and did not say that the resources provided by Su Yi could make her as strong as Su Yi. As long as Su Yi ensures that the resources provided are consistent with the quantity and quality he consumes, it will be fine. The deal was initially reached, and Su Yi was naturally very happy to see that he had another trading partner. But while he was happy, he did not forget the rules of the platform. He doesn't want to waste the free trading opportunity every week. Naturally, he wants to make as many trades as possible to bring you useful things. Thinking of the advanced computer and artificial intelligence technology in Bela's world, he made another transaction request. The computer technology in your world is so advanced, so the wafer industry should also be very developed, right? Can you give me the entire more powerful wafer technology? It's best to have a complete set. Jingyuan. Bai Lu was stunned for a moment, as if he was a little unfamiliar with this word. It took him a while to react. Oh, sorry, we haven't heard of this thing for a long time. Our current computer processors are generally called field coordinators. Although they have the same function as wafers, the principles are completely different. As she said this, she felt a little confused. This is also the most cutting-edge technology in our world. If you want, I can help you purchase a batch. But if you want a full set of technology, it is almost impossible. This is a technology monopolized by a few giant companies. No one can be cracked. Field coordinator. Suyi frowned upon hearing this. What the hell is this? Well, your world may not have such a thing. Bai Lu simply explained. You should know the principle of wafer, right? It uses finishing technology to etch circuits on some specific materials. The smaller the process, the higher the computing power. However, this technology has too many flaws. After the process reaches a certain level, various problems will occur, such as quantum tunneling. And even if you solve all these problems, the integrated circuits manufactured in this way will eventually encounter an ultimate problem, which is some problems from the material itself. The diameter of silicon atoms is about 0.25 nanometers, and the diameter of carbon atoms is also about 0.15 nanometers, which means that it is difficult for the circuit manufacturing process to be smaller than this number. This is the bottleneck in the development of integrated circuits. Our world has also experienced this stage before. Although some people have later invented atomic etching technology, which can etch circuits on atoms, and successfully achieved commercial use. But it did not last. How long will it take? Because after realizing the limitations of wafer technology, some people have long been looking for other technical routes, and finally succeeded. This is the field coordinator I just mentioned. No complex and precise processing technology is required. Special force fields are used to control all atoms and molecules within a certain range, and they are arranged and combined for calculations. I don't know exactly how it is done, I only know the general principle. Can a CPU still play like this? Suyi shouted that he had gained more knowledge. However, since Bai Lu said that this kind of technology was confidential among them, Suyi didn't expect it. But the crystal technology that has been eliminated in their world can always be obtained, right? Bai Lu just said that the wafer technology and manufacturing process of their eliminated ones have already reached a level of less than 1 nanometer. For Blue Star, this is a proper dimensionality reduction blow? Is it the obsolete Jingyuan technology? Bai Lu thought. This technology thing is no longer a secret. If you want the full set of technology, I can download it to you directly from the internet. As for the production line. By the way, there is an electronics museum not far from our army. There should be such antiques in it. When I grab the brain, I will grab this thing for you. Anyway, there is a trading platform. The space is easy to handle. It's okay to have to go to the museum to grab it. Suyi twitched his lips, but people were so eager to help him with things, so it was hard for him to be too harsh on what methods they used. As for the crystal technology, in his opinion, its value is no less than that of the smart brain, but Bai Lu doesn't seem to think so. She didn't seem to like this kind of thing very much. After a brief discussion, the two took it for the price of 10 kilograms of magic food. When trading with Weiwei, Suyi always took Weiwei's things first and then went to get what Weiwei needed. This time it was not the case. He gave the things to Bai Lu first, and then waited for Bai Lu to grab what he wanted. Just listen to magic. So much so that Suyi couldn't help but ask. Your world is so technologically advanced, can it really be so chaotic that you can rob it so casually? That's not the case. Bai Lu shrugged nonchalantly. Mainly because the Sapphire Star belongs to the Edge Star field of the Starry Sky Federation. It is originally a chaotic and lawless place. Besides, I am from the Dawn Alliance and a rebel who refuses mechanical ascension. Why shouldn't I snatch it? What the hell, what you said makes sense. Then how long will it take you to get everything? How long? Bai Lu thought for a moment, then walked directly back to his set of powered armor and said at the same time, "Wait for me for an hour." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared directly into the trading space. An hour? What does it mean? Suyiren was a little confused. But everyone made him wait, so it was hard for him to leave directly. The good news is that Bai Lu's efficiency is faster than she expected. Suyi only waited for about half an hour before she returned to the trading space. However, the power armor on his body has been replaced by a completely different style, and it doesn't look very neat. The traces of black smoke are vaguely hot, and the wet blood has a pungent smell of blood. But she didn't seem to care about these minor problems. She opened the power armor and came out and said, "Done." With such fast efficiency, this is really a habitual offender. Until he returned to Blue Star, Suyi still couldn't help but sigh. This woman treated the robbery as if she were going to an ATM to withdraw money. She just said yes. What kind of outlaws? The key is to see how she introduces herself. She still holds a position in the Starry Sky Federation's military. This made Suyi have to lament the chaotic management of this interstellar civilization. It is no wonder that some people say that the whole world is just a huge grassroots team. But no matter what, the things were brought back to him. Back in the hotel bedroom, Suyi looked at the top-notch brain in his hand. This thing is actually a small ball. It is silver in color and looks extremely smooth on the outside. There are no gaps and it can be held with one hand. Following the method Bai Lu taught him, he placed a finger on the silver-white triangle logo on the ball. 3 seconds later, a slight numbing sensation came from the fingertips. The next moment, the small ball suddenly lit up, and a voice came from it. Permission binding process is being executed. The DNA has been bound, the iris information has been recorded, and the binder's biometrics have been recorded. Hello, TQ300-989, at your service. Would you like to change the name for me to one that is easier to use? The binding process was extremely smooth. Suyi completed all the procedures without doing almost anything. Of course, this was mainly because before giving this thing to him, Bela had already had someone crack the binding program of this thing. After officially entering work, even in their world, it is impossible to crack this level of intelligence. But when they snatched it, this thing was not activated yet. It was just a binding program. It was very simple for them to crack it. Name: from now on you will be the core of Tianyu Group, so you will be called Tianshu. Commercial grade artificial intelligence Tianshu, I am honored to serve you. Dear Master, can I access the internet? The electronic voice asked calmly. There are contract restrictions of the trading platform, as well as limitations of the intelligent brain's own program. Suyi, who had the highest permission, was not afraid of what trouble it would cause in Blue Star, and said immediately, "You can be allowed to access Blue Star's network, absorb Blue Star's knowledge, analyze the current situation, and monitor and collect network information. After learning about the current situation, you can also put forward any reasonable suggestions to me." "Okay, sir." As soon as Suyi finished speaking, Tianshu gave the answer. But the language it used in its answer made Suyi stunned for a moment. Before the internet, it spoke a completely unfamiliar language. Suyi also benefited from having the All-Worlds Language Connect card to be able to communicate with it without any barriers. But now, less than a second after Suyi agreed to let it connect to the internet, the language it used when answering questions had been seamlessly switched to Kyushu dialect. And the voice has also changed from an emotionless electronic sound to a soft and charming royal voice. Even the title was changed, from Master, which didn't sound appropriate, to Mr. Is this the effect of 8 times of computing power per second? It's so scary. Sir, based on the search for the keywords Tianyu and Suyi on the internet, as well as the analysis of your current situation, I believe that your company has internal risks due to insufficient personnel. At the same time, there are huge external risks, including but not limited to top Blue Star medical companies such as Zhuangsheng and Huangrui. They have set their sights on the water of life in your hands and have launched internal high-level meetings on this. They should try to contact you to discuss patent acquisition. If the acquisition fails, they all have other plans, including but not limited to using their country's influence on this planet to impose sanctions on you, sending spies to steal business secrets related to the water of life, and using financial means to annex the equity of Tian domain groups, assassinate or kidnap people around you to force you to hand over manufacturing patents, etc. After searching online information, I found that Ms. Yu Ling around you is very unusual. If you reject the patent acquisition plan, there is no need to worry about your own safety. It is recommended that the security of Tianyu Group executives be strengthened to a certain extent, focusing on increasing your security around parents. In just a few seconds, Tianshu gave an evaluation of the current situation from the perspective of Tianyu Group and Suyi. Suyi was actually not surprised by this. He knew very well what those bandits were thinking. That's why he insisted on asking Wei Wei to send a mixed race of elves and humans. Apart from anything else, This group of people will definitely become an extremely capable force under him when they come to Blue Star, and they don't have to worry about loyalty. As for now, since he has not taken the initiative to come to discuss the acquisition, he will naturally not attack his family first. Don't worry about it in the short term. On the contrary, Su Yi was very surprised by Tianxi's intelligence. This is so smart and extremely adaptable, almost as good as humans. Coupled with its incredible computing power and control over the network. It is no exaggeration to say that if he did not impose restrictions on this thing, I am afraid it would be comparable to Skynet in the Terminator. Of course, Su Yi had no intention of actually using it on the same day and would not eat beef. He doesn't want to turn the good world into ruins for the time being. And even in the information age, it doesn't mean that you master everything if you master the internet. The military networks of the world's powerful countries are basically independent of civilian networks. The physical isolation is impossible to break through even if Tianxiu is awesome. Moreover, even if they really control the military network, humans still have the ultimate trick of throwing mushrooms. This thing doesn't even need satellite navigation. It can reach all over the world with inertial guidance. No matter how awesome you are in the internet world, it won't work. If they take out the big mushroom and blow up the root servers of the world, they will be finished in minutes. So forget it. He still hopes that Blue Star can maintain normal production and life and provide him with goods to sell to the other world. Let alone he took the initiative to provoke a war, even if someone else wants to provoke a world war now. In order to have enough food and goods to trade, and to be able to open up wasteland and plant magical creatures in peace, Su Yi has to persuade him to calm down. If he really can't calm down, then he doesn't mind letting the other party's family lie down together to cool down. He has a way to make money and rise steadily. Only crazy people like war. If you can't work hard, how can you make money? Of course, if someone doesn't let him make money, he doesn't mind killing the whole family. It turns out that Tianxi's estimate was right. When it comes to matters that are closely related to interests, the interests of all parties act very quickly. It was about 3 days after Su Yi finished the rest of his work in Modo and returned to Zhongcheng. That was the 5th day after he obtained Tianxiu. A man who claimed to be the president of the Great Jizhu district of Zhuangsheng Group personally contacted Tianyu Group and tried to meet with Su Yi. At this time, the first batch of 100,000 bottles of basic water of life that were expected to be sold had just been sent out, and most of them had not been mailed to the pre-ordered ones. And this was just the first one. In just one day, Tianyu Medical received emails from dozens of medical and pharmaceutical industry giants at home and abroad, and the content was basically that their senior management wanted to make an appointment with Su Yi. No need to think, it was obvious that they got a sample of the water of life that Tianyu Medical had just sent out. After research, it was determined that this thing really had the effect of the publicity, so they couldn't sit still. Now Tianxiu is basically responsible for the overall management of Tianyu Group's affairs. Facing these aggressive medical giants, Tianxiu's advice to Su Yi was also very simple. While pretending to be polite and playing Tai Chi with these people to delay time, he used the water of life resources at hand to bribe the leaders of various countries and the leaders of those well-known chaebols and families in the world. The emergence of the water of life is going to subvert the entire medical industry, but there is always no shortage of people who can cure them in this world. Tianxiu's plan is to use external forces to borrow power, use capital, politics, and other forces to suppress these restless medical industry giants and let them accept their fate. In fact, if you don't consider the bug of the trading platform in Su Yi's hands, this is obviously the most suitable plan at the moment. The mall is like a battlefield. If you want to win cleanly and beautifully, you naturally have to make full use of your own advantages. To put it bluntly, it is the ability of the water of life to cure diseases and prolong life. This is almost what all the powerful people on this planet dream of, but they can't get it. But Su Yi still rejected this plan. Delay time? It can be delayed for a day. Shortly after receiving these requests, Su Yi gave a reply. Unified appointment of these people to meet at the headquarters of Tianyu Medical tomorrow. 6 days had passed since his last transaction with Wei. He had prepared the materials agreed upon before. Wei also sent a message through the trading platform 2 days ago. The star prayer had also arrived in Mengchuan City where she was. She was also preparing some materials that Su Yi needed. Tomorrow, the two of them would conduct this week's transaction. Once the star prayer arrived, Suyi would have another extremely powerful thug around him, enough to ensure the safety of his family. It was also the time for him to completely overturn the table. At the same time, he also planned to expose part of his power, so that everyone would not think that Tianyu Group was easy to bully. This part of power was naturally the supernatural power that Yu Ling possessed. Whether it was magic or force, they could all be appropriately displayed. This had to mention the life source that Yu Ling had talked about at the product launch conference. No matter whether this thing was true or false, let's establish this concept first. By then, even if Tianyu Group had another Superman, it could be said to be a product of combining life source and human body in a scientific way. It can be said to be very reasonable. Boy, I heard that you asked those medical giants who came to you to meet together tomorrow. The carefree voice of Old Man Lin came from the phone. Suyi was a little surprised to hear this. Oh, you are well informed. I replied to you privately by email. You know all this. What you said is that after the higher UPS knew about your situation, they planned to ignore everything else and muddy the water first. Didn't you find that there are several state-owned companies among them? Old Man Lin said speechlessly. Their task is to stir up trouble when these companies try to acquire Tianyu Medical. Anyway, if you don't intend to sell the patent of Water of Life and Tianyu Medical, they will mess it up to delay time for you. After the higher UPS adjust their strategy and are ready to cover you, they will naturally not care about what is going on outside. If you intend to sell these things, then these companies are likely to have more money than the official ones. As mentioned above, as long as you are willing, just close your eyes and press 0, and they will pay you with their eyes closed. But we all think that you probably won't sell it, so sending these state-owned enterprises will also disrupt the situation. I know your temper, and I called you to inform you that there are friendly forces inside, so don't hurt them by mistake. In short, you can do whatever you want this time. Although the sudden appearance of you and the Water of Life has a certain impact on the general layout of the upper direction, it is not easy to cover you completely. But this only means that in the foreign part, you don't have to worry about anything in China. The official power will not do anything to you, and private enterprises will not be affected by the official power. Those foreign companies can't jump up. My small broken company is so valued, Suyi said unexpectedly. These days, he hasn't seen any official people come to him, and he thought that the official didn't pay much attention to these things at all. It's very important, even more important than you think. Old Man Lin's tone suddenly became serious. The reason for the importance is not just the Water of Life, but the life source proposed by your girl at the product launch conference. The Academy of Sciences has conducted a comprehensive test on the Water of Life you sell. They have almost reverse engineered all the ingredients of the Water of Life, and finally concluded that the nutritional value of this thing is higher than that of mineral water. It's impossible to have this effect at all, but it happens that it really works. In this case, it is reasonable to say that it contains a substance that has never been discovered by humans. If you haven't gone to the Academy of Sciences, you don't know how crazy those academic giants are these days. To use the words of a certain expert in the field that is familiar to everyone across the country, if this thing is proven to be true and the method of using it can be mastered, it will definitely change the history of human civilization. It is very likely that a completely new system will be born outside the existing technological system. The technology tree no longer just grows and expands, but a brand new tree grows from the side. You can slowly appreciate the importance of this by yourself. The reason why the superiors haven't found you yet is because they haven't figured out how to contact you yet. Of course, they are also waiting for the results from the Academy of Sciences. If the Academy of Sciences can rely on the Water of Life to discover and master the source of life, of course, the importance of you and the Tianyu Group will rise to a new level. If you can't, then you may not even be able to imagine how much attention your superiors will take you. That's it. Anyway, you can figure it out tomorrow. We'll meet tomorrow, so let's do a big job for them tonight. It's not enough to just make the medical industry angry. After hanging up the phone, Suyi said directly to Tianshu, "How are the crystal-related equipment and technologies obtained from Bailu doing?" The main body of Tianshu is a small ball, which is the absolute core. Theoretically, it is safest to put it in the storage space provided by the trading platform. But Suyi found that the storage space could not connect to the signal from the outside world, so it must not be stored in it. After struggling for a long time, Yu Ling made a suggestion. asking her to use a shrinking magic to shrink the small ball of Tianxi's main body, which was not big, to about the size of a pearl, so that Suyi could carry it with her. Suyi thought about it and thought it seemed okay, but since it was disguised as an ornament, he might as well let Yu Ling carry it instead of wearing chicken feathers. There is no one in the world who can steal or rob things from her. So this intelligent brain from another world, full of force, has now been strung together by an exquisite rope and turned into a bracelet worn by Yu Ling. Not to mention, this thing is really pretty, the texture is very high-end, and it fits human aesthetics better than pearls and gemstones. And Suyi's conversation with Tianxi was also very simple. Any mobile phone or a good electronic watch can serve as a contact terminal. He even put a Bluetooth headset on his ear, and he could call Tianxi anytime and anywhere as long as there was a signal. Sir, according to your request, I have completed the merger and integration of 3 semiconductor companies in Zhuzhou through legal and compliant channels, in the name of Tianyu Group, and completed the construction of the basic framework of the semiconductor department under Tianyu Technology. The relevant factory equipment has also been upgraded and iterated based on the technology obtained from Miss Bela. It is expected that the first batch of production lines capable of producing 1 nanometer process carbon-based wafers will be completed and put into use in 3 days at the latest. The daily output is expected to be 2 million 1 nanometer carbon-based wafers, and the yield rate is expected to be 98%. Very good. Suyi was immediately satisfied. This kind of thing is actually very complicated, from acquiring companies to integrating resources and internal personnel, and finally iterating technology and putting it into production. Each link is very important and very complicated. Even for giant companies, to do this kind of thing, a large professional team is needed to coordinate and manage. If it weren't for the commercial-grade intelligent brain Tianxi, if Suyi did it himself, he wouldn't have so many people to use. It would be difficult to master the technologies given by Bai Lu and put them into production without a year or 2. With the help of Tianxi, he only needs to give instructions, and Tianxi will do things beautifully. This is the ideal look of being a hands-off shopkeeper. Although Zhou Yan's ability is not bad, it is still a little worse than the growing scale of Tianyu Group. Sir, there is one more thing I must remind you. With the accelerated development of the group, there are a large number of vacancies in the company headquarters, including various branches, that need to be filled urgently. If you plan to release and sell the latest carbon-based wafers in the short term, the first thing to solve is the personnel problem. My suggestion is to recruit. This is indeed what Suyi has always wanted to do but has no time to do. Of course, he would not object to hearing this. Then recruit people. What positions are vacant, what kind of people are needed, and what kind of remuneration should be given? Please list the data for me first. Tianyu Group currently has subsidiaries such as Tianyu Medical, Tianyu Technology, Tianyu Ecological Farm, and several factories under the company. The production activities carried out by these factories and Tianyu Farm are relatively simple, and there is no shortage of manpower. In fact, the number of workers in Tianyu Farm is slightly redundant, but considering that you may expand the planting area of magic plants in the future, the redundant agricultural-related professionals can be temporarily retained. In addition to the most basic employees, the company has confirmed that the legal department, operation department, management department, and financial department have the largest gaps. It is recommended to start recruiting from these positions. Then there is the scientific research department. From carbon-based crystals to water of life, to various magic plants being planted and magical beasts being raised, they actually have great research and expansion value, especially magic plants and magical beasts. If there are agricultural researchers to conduct long-term research and breeding, the yield may be greatly increased, allowing these creatures from other worlds to adapt to the environment of Blue Star more quickly. As for salary and benefits, I think we can set employee levels and provide different benefits according to different levels. The following is a preliminary plan I provide based on the current situation of Blue Star and Zhuzhou. LV.1 employees, monthly salary of 8,000 after tax, 5 insurances, and 1 fund, and 1,000 yuan per month for food and accommodation. LV.2 employees, monthly salary of 12,000 after tax, 5 insurances, and 1 fund, and 2,000 yuan per month for food and accommodation. LV.3 employees, monthly salary of 18,000 after tax, 5 insurances, and 1 fund, and 3,000 yuan per month for food and accommodation. LV.5 employees, monthly salary of 50,000 after tax, 5 insurances and 1 fund, free magic food provided by the company cafeteria, free accommodation in the boutique residence provided by the company, and a set of housing for 3 years of work. I am responsible for all employee promotion assessments. Every time an employee is promoted, he or she can receive different types of rewards. For example, if an employee from LV.1 is promoted to LV.2, he or she will receive jewelry worth no less than 10,000 yuan. If an employee from LV.4 is promoted to LV.5, he or she will receive a car worth no less than 1 million yuan, and so on. The above are the treatments for employees. Executives are not suitable for this hierarchical salary system because their positions are more flexible and changeable. I suggest that corresponding rewards be given according to the different positions and matters handled by each executive. I will record and rate the work of each executive, and finally give a salary that is worthy of their work. The moment Su Yi asked the question, Tianshu had already given a comprehensive answer. After reading it carefully, he felt that it was indeed very complete, at least there were no obvious loopholes at first glance. Of course, compared with the salary grading system within those well-known large companies, this one looks a bit rough. After all, they have more than a dozen or even dozens of levels, and the treatment of each level is very different. But this does not mean that Tianshu is not capable, but that Tianyu Group does not need to make it so complicated. Its salary and benefits rules are only for grassroots employees. For the treatment of senior executives, it is observed and evaluated by itself before giving an answer. Other companies divide employees into such fine grades, mainly for middle and senior management. The plan is very good, I have basically no objection. After a moment of silence, Su Yi still said, but can the salary and benefits be increased a little bit? How much do you want to increase? Tianshu asked. On this basis, each person will be given an additional 10,000 yuan, and the free houses will start from LV.3 employees. However, the level of the free houses can be modified. For example, LV.3 employees will be given an ordinary commercial house of 120 square meters, LV.4 employees will be given a large flat, and when they reach LV.5, they will be given a villa directly. Houses don't cost much anyway. It's expensive to buy from others, but we can build them ourselves. Whether it's Zhongcheng or Modu, I think it's not difficult to get a piece of land that's not so bad for employees to build houses, and the investment is not large. And giving away houses is enough of a gimmick, which should attract many talents. Working hours can also be appropriately changed, from working 5 days and resting 2 days to working 4 days and resting 3 days, and changing the working hours per day to 6 hours. After 6 hours, it will be considered overtime, and additional overtime pay will be given. Do you think this will work, and how much impact will it have on the company's revenue? Su Yi gave his own suggestions. Tianshu also responded quickly. According to calculations, following your suggestion will reduce the company's overall revenue by about 0.3%. It will not affect the normal operation of the company, but it can greatly stimulate the enthusiasm of employees and improve the company's efficiency. If you don't mind giving more money to employees, I can add some employee benefits on this basis. This will not only make employees more enthusiastic when working, but may even improve efficiency and bring more profits to the company. Su Yi was stunned for a moment when he heard this. Why didn't you tell me earlier if you have such a good plan? Since employees can get more money and the company's work efficiency is improved, I can also make more money, so why should I object? Sorry, sir, I didn't propose this plan first because I was starting from the dark perspective of some people on Blue Star. Tianshu apologized sincerely and explained. For some people who have completely achieved financial freedom and don't have to worry about money, they are not unaware that giving employees better treatment can improve their work enthusiasm and earn more wealth. The reason they don't do this is because they don't care about the increased wealth. They just want to gain more superiority from the employees who are struggling to survive at the bottom while maintaining their own affluent life. There is an old saying in Juzhu, Yangzi takes it for me, if I pluck a hair and benefit the world, I won't do it. From ancient times to the present, everyone knows that it is wrong to do so, but when it comes to being able to pluck a hair and benefit the world, very few people will do it. In essence, people who have reached this level have already divided themselves into a higher class, and the struggle of the bottom people to survive is one of their sources of pleasure. But you are different, sir. You can take the initiative to propose such a generous salary. Your personality is noble. I am judging a gentleman by my own mean heart. It has to be said that Tianxi's AI is really interesting. Suyi felt like he was talking to a living person. You see this set of sets, all kinds of quotations, and in the end, it was just to flatter him. This is very humane. Okay. What is an excellent AI? This is it. As for what Tianxi said, I can only say that there is nothing wrong with it. There are so many people who are unwilling to do it even if they can benefit the world by pulling out a hair. A little bit of soup from the shareholders and executives is enough to greatly improve the quality of life and happiness of the bottom employees, but how many people will take the initiative to increase the salary of employees? This has little to do with personal character. It's just that human nature is like this. If the positions of the bottom employees and the company bosses are eased, it is likely that the people who were originally exploited will make the same choice. This is the same logic that the Dragon Slayer will eventually become a dragon. If Suyi didn't have a trading platform in his hands, he would have gotten everything he has now without much effort. He worked hard for it. He couldn't be so generous to give money to employees. It's not about right or wrong, it's just a different standpoint. Soon, Tianxi sorted out a brand new welfare benefits form for him. If all the salary and benefits here are implemented, it is no exaggeration to say that no worker can refuse it. Suyi also used his own account to send out the contents of the form as soon as possible, and also mentioned the recruitment of Tianyu Group. After the last product launch conference, netizens who were greatly surprised by Yu Ling wanted to dig up Yu Ling's relevant information like crazy. Unexpectedly, they didn't find Yu Ling in the end, but some information about Suyi was found. Of course, they didn't find any deep-level information, but his social accounts on various platforms were dug up by netizens. Overnight, the attention of his accounts ushered in a surge, and basically all of them started with 1 million followers. Fortunately, he didn't have the habit of speaking online before, so he didn't have any outrageous remarks dug out by netizens to kill him. However, since he had gained so many followers, these people also spread all kinds of rumors and asked for interaction under some of his accidentally forwarded dynamics. Suyi just satisfied them. He directly posted the recruitment information on these accounts, and he could also use his influence to promote it. At the same time, the official accounts of various subsidiaries under Tianyu Group also followed up and forwarded his recruitment information. Tianxiu is an expert in playing with the internet after all, and it is not too easy to promote something on the internet. It doesn't even need to buy traffic or anything. As long as he wants, the traffic pool of any platform is no different from his own, and he can give as much exposure as he wants to these recruitment information. Not surprisingly, less than half an hour after the recruitment information was sent out, the entire internet exploded. The Tianyu Group, which is in the limelight and has the technology of curing diseases and saving lives, is recruiting workers. For many people who are looking for jobs, it is already a big deal. Especially now is the summer vacation, when a large number of fresh graduates are looking for jobs after graduation. This kind of heavyweight company is openly recruiting, and more people are paying attention. The key is not just these. The treatment given by Tianyu Group is the real reason that directly detonates the entire network of workers, making people who have jobs or are looking for jobs fall into madness. Does such good treatment really exist in this world? Even if you are an LV.1 employee when you first join the company, your monthly salary after tax is RMB 18,000. You will get 4 days off and 3 days off, 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, as well as benefits such as room and board subsidies. Is this a company that exists on Blue Star? This kind of salary and benefits are not outrageous. I would be richer in a job with a higher salary and better benefits than this. The most outrageous thing is the job content. Well, the jobs of LV.1 employees are mainly ordinary workers in factories or farming on farms. That's outrageous. You can earn 18,000 yuan a month for screwing on the assembly line, but you still have to work 4 days a week and 3 days off? So what does it mean for me to have a summer job and work in a factory from dawn to dusk, 4,000 a month? Considered a black slave. Is such a high salary for farming really reasonable? What kind of technical content does this thing have? Can I make more money than I can by typing code in a month? There is no technical content in farming? I'll give you a piece of land and see if you can grow vegetables. I'll give you a piece of land. It doesn't mean that there is no technical content if there are many people who can do it. Do you understand? Your resume has been submitted. Don't worry, I'll go test the waters for you first. Damn it, your calculations are all going off my face. You withdraw your resume first, and I'll do it to test the waters. This can't be fake. I can't believe the good treatment. Who knows, it feels a bit outrageous. The employees of LV.3 just gave away the house directly. It's really outrageous. I think there is definitely something fishy in this. There must be something fishy. Look carefully. There is a 1-month inspection period when you first enter. After the inspection period, you will be a formal LV.1 employee, and you will be able to enjoy the above benefits. Whether you can pass the probation period or not is not a matter of words. I think this is just using the guise of a high salary to deceive people into working for them in vain. Yes, I also think that anyway. I don't believe that capitalists can have such a good heart. As soon as the information went viral, some different voices soon came out among the public opinions of amazement and disbelief. The content was nothing more than questioning that these high salary packages were fake, that TNU Group was trying to please others by grandstanding, that it was crazy about traffic, and that it wanted to deceive people into working for free, and other claims soon became public. And it quickly took its place in the discussion about the matter. Suyi definitely didn't believe it if there was no pusher behind it. This world is sometimes like this. When everyone is equally dirty, no one will say anything to you. But here I am trying my best to squeeze the employees, but you over there provide benefits that are unimaginable for ordinary people, so that even the lowest employees can live a comfortable life. So what do the people under me think of me? Wouldn't it be that the philanthropic persona I created by donating some money casually has completely collapsed? This is definitely intolerable. Therefore, it became an inevitable result to hire a Navy Army to write black manuscripts with rhythm. In fact, the rhetoric used by these people to smear the TNU Group is full of loopholes and cannot withstand scrutiny. But you can't help but think that some people think they are very smart and think that everything in the world is full of conspiracy theories. At this pace, those people who are full of conspiracy theories will immediately feel like they are seeing the blue sky through the clouds and the blue sky when they see the incomprehensible high salary offered by the TNU Group. As expected, I said that TNU Group must be bragging and having no good intentions. Then spontaneously began to spread such remarks. It spreads from 10 to 10, and even if 1 out of 10 people is an idiot, this kind of speech will occupy a place in the mainstream. Then more and more people who were not that stupid before saw so many people saying this, and gradually began to believe it. This is the power of marketing. Suyi had expected this, so naturally he had nothing to be angry about. It can even be said that this is the result of his deliberate indulgence. When he was about to post the recruitment information online, Tianshu had already reminded him that there would definitely be groups whose interests would be harmed and would come out to smear the job. With Tianshu's ability, it is of course possible to cut off the spread of these remarks in advance and completely nip them in the cradle when there is already warning. But Suyi didn't do this. Because he always believes in one thing: if someone is hostile to you, your hostility will disappear if you cover their mouth. Not only will hostility not disappear, but it will gradually spread in alternative ways. Instead of having a headache, just cut off the network cable if you are afraid that someone will take the lead. He might as well let these people speak out first, and then slap them in the face with the facts. By the way, we will follow the clues and find out the people and evidence behind the rumors. It may not cost them much, but it will definitely kill these people. Any rumor is vulnerable in the face of hard facts. Of course, this is also because of the existence of Tianshu. Suyi has absolute hegemony of online public opinion, so he dares to play like this. If it were someone else, even if it turns out that someone else is slandering you, if it cannot be spread in time, it will be useless no matter how you clarify it after the heat is over. That night, about 7 or 8 hours had passed since the recruitment notice was sent out. The comments under Suyubo's personal account have exceeded 1 million. There were many people inside who praised TNU Group for being conscientious, and many who questioned whether it was true or false, and many who directly cursed indiscriminately. In this regard, Suyi's answer was simple. He posted another picture on his feed. A salary list for ordinary workers working in TNU Ecological Farm this month, and the salary payment record of TNU Group. It has been almost a month since TNU Group was established. Although these workers have not worked in TNU Farm for a full month, They worked in the farm before the merger, and the salary payment date is fixed. Even though they have not worked for a full month, this month's salary was paid the day before yesterday at Suyi's instruction. And this salary package was finalized by Suyi himself when the farm was just merged and established. It is far less detailed than the plan given by Tianshu, but it is definitely very generous. Although it is not as much as the recruitment information just sent out, it is much higher than their previous salary when they worked on the farm. Directly issuing employee salary slips is undoubtedly a slap in the face of those who are leading the rhythm. Many people who pay attention to this matter saw that the boss of Tianyu Group actually came out to speak, and immediately heated up the heat again. Damn, all 5-digit salaries? This is too cool. Pay attention to the details. This salary is just over 10,000 yuan. It is not even as good as the salary of LV.1 employees in their recruitment information. If this is not false advertising, what is it? Clarification? I think it is self-explosion. Did some people get their brains kicked by a donkey? Didn't you see what they said? This is only more than half a month's salary? And they also said that this is the salary package temporarily drafted when the company was initially determined. It is twice the salary they paid for the same job before. Now that the company has developed well, the salary will be gradually improved. Don't say it. After merging other farms, not only did they not lay off the original workers of the farms, but they also provided double wages. I am willing to call Tianyu Group an absolutely conscientious company? That's right, the one who led the rhythm is really a private placement. Go and see, the official account of Tianyu Group has found the mastermind behind the rhythm. It turned out to be a well-known philanthropist. The evidence is conclusive. Moreover, this person is doing charity and creating a persona on the surface, but he is desperately squeezing employees behind the scenes. It's disgusting. What? There is such a thing? Brothers, come with me to rush this birth? Suyi didn't take the slight disturbance on the internet too seriously. He didn't care who was behind the trouble. In his opinion, this was just normal business competition. Some people thought that he treated his employees too well, which made it difficult for him to maintain his good persona, so it was normal for him to come out and stir up trouble. Tianshu would naturally handle this kind of thing, so he didn't need to worry about it. He wouldn't kill a whole family for this matter, that would be too extreme. Of course, being extremely extreme is secondary. The main thing is trouble, and Yu Ling has to go there in person. And in the interval of this online public opinion storm, Suyi got another piece of news from Old Man Lin. The Minister of Commerce of the Ozhu Alliance has booked a flight to Juzhou. He will leave tonight and will probably arrive in Juzhou tomorrow. If an official of this level is on an official visit, he must first contact the Juzhou Foreign Affairs Department to make it clear that the purpose has been agreed upon, and then make the itinerary public, and then come. But this time, this Western senior official named Clay came to Juzhou in the name of tourism without any prior notification to the Juzhou Foreign Affairs Department. He booked a flight ticket and itinerary in his personal capacity. Juzhou's information shows that the capital behind this person is a well-known pharmaceutical group in Ozhu, which is also one of the companies that has made an appointment to meet Suyi tomorrow. And Clay's first stop when he arrived in Juzhou was Zhongcheng. All kinds of coincidences add up, and it is hard not to think about it. This behavior is very abnormal for an official of this level. But since he came in a private capacity, Juzhou couldn't do much to stop him, so he could only let Old Man Lin tell Suyi first. But he didn't care much. The purpose of these foreign medical companies coming to him was obvious from the beginning. Either they came to seek mergers and acquisitions, or they asked for the overseas sales agency rights of the Water of Life. Suyi would not give either of these two. Calling people together to meet is also out of basic courtesy, just to say hello to them and tell them that this thing is impossible. This is his basic quality as a polite person. If they are shameless, it is not Suyi's problem. How is it? Have you contacted that Su? Late at night, in the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel in Zhongcheng, 2 white men sat opposite each other. I'm sorry, Mr. Clay, we have tried to contact him through various channels, but he has never shown up. The reply from Tianyu Group to us is always to wait for tomorrow's meeting. Excuse me, I think the group's plan to acquire Tianyu Medical may not work. Oh, why do you think so? Clay frowned. There are too many competitors, and we don't have much advantage. Secondly, the price issue. If he is willing to sell Tianyu Group in a package, Juzhou can provide much more generous conditions than us, not to mention the richer companies on the Bald Eagle side. And just today, TNU Group also released a recruitment information, which doesn't look like it is preparing to sell the company at all. You don't have to care about the conditions. Clay waved his hand indifferently. For people who have reached this level, money is a small problem for them, and power is a more rare thing. Juzhu and Bald Eagle are rich, but so what? I came here to tell him that there are some things that only our Ozhu can give him, and no one else can give him. I have carefully read the various behaviors of this person recently. Believe me, as long as we meet, he will never refuse the conditions I offer. He is very ambitious and will only feel constrained in any country in the world. What we can give him is an environment where there is absolutely no restraint and he can let him make his own decisions. Although Ozhu has fallen into poverty in the new era, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. They still have a lot of good things in their hands. This is why they dared to get involved even though they were inferior to Kyushu and Bald Eagle in everything. Money? There are many things in this world that cannot be bought with money. For example, their old empires lost most of their colonies after being dismembered, but they still have colonies all over the world. Did the people in the parliament agree? And even if the parliament agrees, I'm afraid the people won't agree to it when it comes to territorial issues. Although the man who was talking to Clay was already the head of a large group with a net worth of tens of billions, he was still shocked by this big deal. However, Clay waved his hand and said nonchalantly, after those members of the parliament confirmed that the water of life really has the effect of curing all diseases and even prolonging life, they have gone crazy. They wish they could send our fleet to steal the formula of the water of life right now. At this point, he seemed to have some regrets. It's a pity that now is not like 100 years ago. We can't move around in Kyushu. If we can't rob it, trading is of course the best way. As for some worthless overseas territories, compared with the epic-making product of the water of life, it is not worth mentioning at all. Although the starting point of those people in the parliament is for their own private interests, they are absolutely right in their decision on this matter. As for whether the people agree or not, does it matter? Clay sneered. They will definitely make trouble in the short term, but there are still a few years before the next election. As long as we get the formula of the water of life and give them a taste of the sweetness, they will naturally forget how they are opposing now, and will be grateful for our wise decision. Then, the white man looked at Clay and said cautiously, "What if Suyi still refuses after we offer this condition? And there will be many people present at that time. It is not good to put this kind of deal out in the open before it is reached, right? That's why I called you over overnight." Clay smiled. "Your company has been developing in Juzhu for nearly 20 years, right? I heard that it has a deep foundation." Hearing this, the man immediately became alert and said in embarrassment, "Mr. Clay, if it was a few years ago, this is true, the company has dealings with the government and some non-government forces in Juzhu. But in recent years, Juzhu has been keeping a close eye on us, and with the policy changes, it is really inconvenient for us to use money to open the way to develop our own power in Juzhu. After all, this place is different from our West, and many problems cannot be solved by money. Now our group's branch in Juzhu can only do some business honestly, without any foundation. Mr. Gago is too modest." Clay naturally didn't believe it, and stood up and patted the man on the shoulder in front of him and said, "I will definitely not let Mr. Gago take risks in murder and arson. I just need you to use all your connections and resources in Juzhu to let me meet Mr. So before the meeting tomorrow. As for refusal, I said that he will never refuse." Tuk tuk tuk. Late at night in the rain, Yang Yi, who was holding a stuffed bear and watching a horror movie alone on the first floor of the villa, was frightened by the knocks on the door. After coming back to her senses, she cautiously stood up and looked at the door. Seeing that the knocking on the door was still continuing, she had the courage to ask, Who? Hello, is this Mr. Soyisa's home? We have important things to discuss with Mr. So." Then wait a moment. Yang Yi did not dare to open the door directly. Wearing slippers, she went upstairs and came to the door of Suyi's bedroom. She raised her hand and was about to knock on the door, but she heard a faint voice from inside that made people blush. A blush suddenly appeared on her pretty face. The raised hand was frozen in midair, not knowing whether to knock it down or not. After hesitating for a long time, before she could make a decision, the door was opened. The disheveled Suyi said impatiently, "What are you doing at the door in the middle of the night? You want to come too?" The two of them are already very familiar with each other, so their conversation is naturally not as polite as when they first met. Yang Yi was feeling guilty at the moment, so she didn't care about so much and said quickly, "No, no, no, I don't want to. Someone is looking for you outside. Let me tell you." "I know, let him wait. If he doesn't want to wait, get out." Pass the original words. Snap. With that said, he closed the door impatiently. While closing the door, Yang Yi vaguely saw Yu Ling in the room, wearing a gorgeous and exquisite princess dress, and even a crown on her head. "It's really fun," she muttered to herself and went downstairs with a blushing face. At this moment Yang Yi also came back to her senses. What the hell, she's watching a horror movie at home, and she's not breaking the law? It was because she was startled in the middle of the night and she felt so guilty? Since Suyi didn't care about the people outside, she didn't need to care anymore. Deng even walked to the door and shouted outside. Suyi said, "Let you wait, if you don't want to wait, get out." Clay. He never expected that he, a high-ranking official of the Ministry of Commerce of the Ozhu Alliance, would be treated as a guest of honor wherever he went. He secretly came to visit Suyi in the middle of the night, but he was rejected without saying a word. The other party asked him to wait, and would he get out without waiting? "Mr. Clay, this Suyi is really rude, why don't we leave?" Gago, who is worth tens of billions, obviously can't swallow this breath. And if Clay hadn't pulled him, he really wouldn't have wanted to come here at this point. No matter from any point of view, when Suyi had already announced that everyone would meet together tomorrow, it was also a violation of the rules for him to find Suyi's residence through various connections and come there in the middle of the night. If colleagues know about it and spread this matter, how will they be able to raise their heads in the circle in the future? Now that Suyi is gone, he wants to leave quickly. Standing here for even a minute was torture for him. "Why don't I, a noble nobleman, want to be decent?" "Don't worry, he didn't chase them away directly, but asked us to wait, so just wait." Clay is also ruthless, and he obviously came with a mission. After calming down, although he was very unhappy, he still suppressed his temper. So, these two big shots, who were definitely at the top in Ozhu, hid under the eaves of the villa in the rain, waiting for the door to open. 2 hours later. Click. With the sound of the lock bolt turning, the villa door slowly opened. Suyi, expressionless, also appeared at the door. Glancing at the two of them, Suyi said lightly, "Come in." In fact, when the two of them arrived at the door, Yu Ling had already told him that someone was coming. But at that time, he was ready and got down to business right away. "How can I care about these cats and dogs?" Now that the business was done, and since the people hadn't left yet, Suyi wanted to hear what they had to say. "If you can't tell me something, don't leave tonight and use it as fertilizer for the flowers and plants in the villa garden." Clay and Gago, who had half their bodies soaked under the violent wind and rain, heard this and quickly followed into the villa. After 2 hours of reflection, Clay could no longer handle the airs of high-ranking Western officials. While following Suyi into the house, he couldn't help but said, "Mr. Su, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Clay. I don't care who you are, just tell me why you are here. My time is precious." Suyi interrupted with a wave of his hand, sat on the sofa minding his own business, and casually pointed to the opposite position. "Sit down, you have about 10 minutes to explain to me the purpose of coming here." His unceremonious tone and demeanor made Gago a little unable to hold on, and said directly, "Do you know who we are?" Suyi sneered. "Gago Delaire, chairman of Delaire Biopharmaceutical Group, I don't know you because of your fame or status, but because I happen to do some things to the ants that TNU Medical is about to crush. Understand? That's all. Instead of pretending to be here, you should quickly think of how to sell all the stocks in the family business and run away." Although the business was done, he still felt uncomfortable being influenced by others in the process. It's not polite to speak now, and he had no intention of having a serious discussion with these white-skinned guys. The so-called meeting tomorrow is just to inform them that the water of life is not something they should care about, so that they can give up this idea. Gago's company has been developing in Juzhu for many years, and he himself is also proficient in Juzhu dialect and culture. In the past, the people from Juzhu who cooperated with him, whether they were officials or businessmen, no matter what the discussion was about, whether they could reach an agreement. Basically everyone was polite and the etiquette was absolutely in place. This is the first time I have encountered such a straightforward expression of my feelings. He almost made my nose crooked with anger. He immediately said, Mr. Su, your Juzhu is a country of etiquette. I have seen it before. Before he finished speaking, Suyi interrupted him impatiently. Don't talk nonsense to me. I didn't say what a country of etiquette is. I am a barbarian and don't understand this. You still have 8 minutes. It's better to talk about something. Believe me, if you are still talking nonsense and can't make sense when the time is up, you definitely don't want to see what will happen. Gago wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Clay. Mr. Su, we came here so late mainly to make a deal with you. As he said, he took out a paper world map from his pocket, spread it out, and pointed his finger at a certain area on the Asin Ocean. I am from the Ozhu Alliance. This is the overseas territory of a member state in our alliance, an island with an area of about 50 square kilometers. This is our sincerity. Suyi, who originally planned to see what the two could say, was stunned when he heard this. Then he looked at the location of the island. After a moment, his face, which had always been indifferent, finally broke into a smile. 5 bottles of water of life that can prolong life. I want this island. When Clay saw Suyi's change of expression, he thought it was something serious. But when they heard that Suyi said that he would exchange 5 special water of life that can extend lifespan for this island, everyone was immediately dumbfounded and said quickly, Mr. Su, you misunderstood. What I mean is that our Ozhu Alliance hopes to use all the autonomy of this island, plus 20 billion DOLE, to acquire your water of life formula. Of course, if you are willing to package and sell the entire TNU Medical, we can also add more money. In addition, we can guarantee that all future business activities of you and your TNU group in Ozhu will not be subject to any restrictions or targeting. Ozhu's market will be completely open to you. But Suyi obviously didn't want to hear him talk about this. He just chuckled and said, Why do you think I would sell you the water of life formula? Although Clay was a little regretful when he heard this result was actually within his expectation. Anyone who is not a fool would not sell such a good thing casually. And when he came here today, he didn't expect that his bargaining chips would really convince Suyi to completely hand over the water of life and TNU Medical to him. The conditions remain unchanged. We only need the rights to sell the water of life in the Western world. What do you think? Suyi looked at him strangely when he heard this. When did I say that I would sell the water of life to places outside Kyushu? As soon as these words were said, not only Clay, but also Gago was confused. In their thinking, if their company can create such a good thing, it must definitely hold the technology in their hands and sell the product to the world. That's why these medical giants from Western countries confidently come here to ask for cooperation. It's good to be able to buy technology, and it's even better if you can buy the entire TNU Medical in one package. It doesn't matter if you can't even buy it. As long as they get the license to sell the water of life in their respective regions, it will be enough to make their mouths full of oil. At the same time, letting the news out can also stabilize the company's stock and allow shareholders to escape calmly. In this matter, they had never worried that Suyi would refuse, but they were still unsure about what price they would have to pay to obtain the agency's permission. The reason is also very simple. It is almost needless to say that multinational giant companies like them have influence in their respective regions. They are all top-notch local snakes. No matter how good the water of life was, in their opinion, it was impossible for Suyi to leave them and go it alone. Otherwise, by joining forces with local officials and adding their own influence, they could make it difficult for the water of life to travel outside Kyushu in a matter of minutes. But what did they hear now? Suyi has no idea of selling the water of life outside Kyushu? Not buddy? What kind of trouble is this? Mr. Su, this joke is not funny. Clay said solemnly. I'm not joking. Suyi said seriously. Originally, this should be discussed tomorrow. Since you are all here in the middle of the night, it doesn't matter if I tell you in advance. TNU Medical's water of life will not be sold outside Kyushu. Of course, with your methods, even if the basic version of the water of life is only sold in Kyushu, I know that you will definitely be able to get it. At least there will be no shortage of it. But this kind of water of life can only cure diseases and cannot prolong life. I can tell you clearly about the water of life that can truly prolong life. The destination of each one is under my control. Without my nodding, no one can't get it. 5 bottles of water of life that can extend your life. In addition, I can give each of you 1 bottle in a private name. As for the money, I won't accept it. Just give it to me. It's up to you whether you agree or not. Of course, I don't need you to reply now. Give me an accurate reply tomorrow at the latest. I won't wait until the deadline. As he said that, Suyi looked at his watch. It's almost time. You haven't wasted my time. Forget about disturbing me. You two, please go back. It wasn't until they walked out of the villa and got into a special car that Clay and Gago, who had been silent, looked at each other. Mr. Clay, what do you think? As a high-ranking official in the West and a very mature politician, Clay has gradually come to his senses. He couldn't help but sigh. This Suyi is much smarter and greedier than we thought. He didn't expect to use the water of life to gain much wealth at all, and he didn't even have the idea of expanding the market. Instead, he planned to completely monopolize people to extend their lives. Of high-end water of life as a political bargaining chip that no one can refuse. If you want to get high-end water of life in the future, I'm afraid it won't be about money. Jiaj naturally guessed Suyi's purpose, and he echoed the words. Obviously, this is more beneficial to him. As for the basic version of the water of life, he must know that even if he wants to sell it outside Kyushu now, it will be difficult, and he must distribute the benefits to others, so he simply doesn't sell it. He is not only greedy, but also very petty. This completely goes against the spirit of win-win cooperation in business. Moreover, he does not give any way of survival to the original interest group and drives the original interest group to a dead end. This is absolutely a very stupid behavior. So, Clay shrugged. If I had such a good thing in my hand, I would be more arrogant than him. What's more, this is Jizhu. He dares to be so arrogant. He must have the official support of Jizhu behind him. What can the medical companies in the world outside Jizhu who are forced into a dead end by him do? This is not the time when a few warships can solve the problem 100 years ago. As a medical giant in Ozhu, Gago, the victim, naturally complained. But after complaining, he accepted the reality very quickly and quickly said, "So Mr. Clay, what do you think we should do now? To be honest, those two waters of life that can prolong life." Clay looked at him and said expressionlessly, "I think the plan proposed by Mr. So is very good. Under his plan to completely monopolize high-end water of life, these 5 waters of life are definitely not something that can be measured today. I will contact the Speaker of the Alliance later and report this to him. I believe that the Speaker will definitely not refuse. He definitely has one of the 5 waters of life. It would be a pity if he refused." Gago complained in his heart, and then said, "I will lobby the congressman I support to help this deal as soon as possible. I hope Mr. Clay and the ancient family behind you can also contribute to it." With Suyi's attitude, it may not be so easy to get this level of water of life in the future. The two smiled at each other, and everything was self-evident. Compared with being able to extend his life, whether it is the interests of the Ozhu Alliance, or the interests of the family or the company, they all seem so insignificant. After Clay and Gago received the benefits promised by Suyi, their goals would naturally change. And their Ozhu Alliance is not what it used to be. It has been weak for many years and is even more of a mess. The strength is still a little bit lacking. After Suyi sternly rejected their various cooperation proposals, even if they did not give them benefits, they would never dare to make any small moves on Jizhu's territory. Their ancestors were once rich, so they naturally knew that Jizhu was currently in an unstoppable rising period. At this time, it is best not to do too many extraordinary things, otherwise the consequences may not be something that their Ozhu Alliance can bear. However, the Ozhu Alliance is not strong enough, and it also knows that it dare not mess around. But there is no shortage of people who are strong and confident in this world, and there is no shortage of people who do not know themselves. So this night is not peaceful. It is not just Clay and the two who want to do some tricks before the meeting. Naturally, there are people from other countries and other multinational companies. But their methods are more extreme. Of course, they will not run to Suyi's door in the middle of the night in the rain to wait. In fact, it was not that they could not find where Suyi's home was, but they had already received news that Tianyu Group had reached an agreement with a well-known security company in Jizhu and hired more than 1,000 professional security personnel who were retired from special forces and could legally hold weapons at one time. According to their intelligence, about half of these people were sent to protect the executives of Tianyu Group, and the remaining more than 500 people were missing. After all, this is Jizhu. The well-informed information network of these forces abroad is not so useful here, especially when the Jizhu officials are deliberately covering up. Not only can they not get too much useful information, but they will get some misleading false information. For example, Suyi kept all the hundreds of security personnel who could not find their traces around him to protect his safety, and the security force around his parents in his hometown was very limited. This news made all the forces with ulterior motives move. Then they rushed to Suyi's hometown, a small mountain village located in the southernmost part of Chu province. According to the villagers' recollections, the thunder that night was particularly loud and frequent, especially on the road leading into the mountain. The thunder did not stop all night. The next morning, a villager passed by the mountain road and saw an official rescue team blocking the mountain road in and out, salvaging the car that fell into the roadside reservoir. It was said that a small-scale landslide occurred on the mountain road last night, and there were cars that were struck by lightning and lost control and fell off the cliff into the water. There were more than one car, and those cars were either Land Rovers or Mercedes-Benz. The villagers said that these people were struck by lightning here in the middle of the night, and they must have done something wrong and were punished by God. The next morning, Suyi received a call from his parents before he woke up. Xiaoyi, let me tell you, this flag-raising ceremony is so meaningful, but there are too many people, and it's hard to line up. You don't know, your dad cried when he saw it, you must come and watch it next time. Why, I was a soldier too, so what's wrong with crying? Xiaoyi, don't listen to your mom's nonsense, she doesn't know anything, you just do your thing, don't worry about us. Listening to the old couple's quarrel, Suyi didn't feel impatient, and waited until they finished talking before saying, anyway, you can have fun in the capital, I'll have someone pick you up in 2 days. Why is it so troublesome? Your dad and I are not illiterate, can't we take a bus home by ourselves? By the way, there are those boys and girls, why do you let them follow us every day? Isn't it a waste of their time? What time is wasted? They are bodyguards, I pay them, this is their job, if you drive them away, they will have no job. Suyi joked. We are 2 old people, not celebrities, why do we need bodyguards when we travel? You shouldn't waste your money now, you should get married soon. Faced with his mother's nagging, Suyi just listened quietly, without any intention of refuting. Yes, 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 the main point is that it goes in one ear and out the other. If I hear a word, I lose. When I packed up and prepared to go out, it was almost the meeting time agreed with those people. The location was the temporary headquarters of Tianyu Group in Zhongcheng, a temporary office building. It was not in the prosperous area of Zhongcheng, and it didn't cost much, but it was not far from Suyi's residence. He took Yu Ling and arrived at the destination quickly. Today, his schedule was quite full. After dealing with these annoying things in the morning, he had to go out for dinner with Ying Yi in the afternoon. It was said that she was about to start school, and her roommates in the same dormitory had come to Zhongcheng and planned to have a meal together. Considering that everyone brought their boyfriends, she carefully asked Suyi if he could go with her. Is there any need to ask? Of course he can. Classmates' reunions are places to show off, right? He is very familiar with this. As for the nonsense about the pattern, if you don't show off when you are rich, why do you keep a low profile and pretend to be a grandson every day? So Suyi agreed without thinking. As the boss of the company, he definitely doesn't need to prepare for things like welcoming guests. When he arrived at the meeting room prepared in advance with Yu Ling, everyone else was already there and waiting for him. There was no excessive greeting, and Suyi didn't even bother to say hello. After walking in and looking around, he set his sights on several people from Jizhu. There was a sign in front of each person, which wrote their origins. The people that Suyi targeted were all representatives from Jizhu Enterprises and the government. Obviously, they were the people that Old Man Lin said were sent by the government to stir up trouble. Ladies and gentlemen, I have something to discuss with these foreign friends. Can you please go to the lounge to rest for a while? As soon as this was said, everyone present was confused. Everyone had been sitting here for a while, and they had guessed what Suyi would say as the first sentence when he came in. Some people thought that he would greet them politely, and then discuss cooperation or mergers and acquisitions with them obediently. Some people thought that according to Suyi's previous personality, plus what happened last night, he couldn't be unaware of it, and he would definitely be furious when he entered the door, refuse to cooperate or even drive people away directly. Others thought that although the matter last night failed, it had given Suyi a warning. If he was promoted, he would definitely give in now. Anyway, there are all kinds of guesses. But they never expected that the first thing Suyi said when he entered the door was to let the people from Juzhu go out first. Brother, aren't you in the same group? You came up and let your teammates go first, which made us panic. Not to mention the representatives and executives of these foreign companies, even the representatives of Juzhu's pharmaceutical industry who came with Juzhu's official mission were stunned for a while. There was some difficulty for a while. The person above didn't even mention that this happened. Can you leave? The group of people looked at each other in confusion. Finally, under the instruction of an official from the Kyushu Health Department, all the corporate representatives sent by Kyushu officials left the scene. Of course, this does not mean that all Kyushu people have left. Some private companies are obviously not willing to leave like this. They are not officially sent to help Suyi stir up trouble. Why should they listen to Suyi? In addition, many of the representatives sent by foreign companies present were also from Kyushu. Suyi waited for a while, and when he saw that no one continued to leave, he nodded immediately. It seems there are no innocent people here. Most of the people here, no matter what country they come from, can basically understand Kyushu dialect, and they couldn't help but be stunned when they heard the words. After reacting, a man with a sign in front of him that read Yi Yunyuan, president of Zhuangsheng Group Greater China, stood up and frowned. What do you mean, Mr. Su? Literally. Suyi shrugged, not bothering to pay attention to him, and turned to the air and said, "Were all these people searched before coming in?" The next moment, a holographic projection slowly appeared in front of him, and the small ball in the projection was Tianshu. "Yes sir, they need to go through 7 checks before coming in. I also checked through electronic signals. They don't carry any electronic equipment on them, let alone external communication tools." "Very good, you did a good job." Suyi recognized its work, then pointed to the projected ball, smiled and said to these confused people, "Do you guys know what this is?" These people obviously didn't know, and Suyi didn't expect them to give any answers, so he gave the answer directly. "This is the centerpiece of our Tianyu group, the Tianshu supercomputer. Its computing speed can reach 8 poles per second, and any firewall in the world is useless in front of it." Hearing this, these representatives whispered among themselves. Those who can sit in this position are obviously not illiterate. Even if they are not professionals in computers, they basically understand some basic principles. After a simple calculation, they quickly figured out what the unit G represented. The first reaction was of course disbelief. The second reaction was almost all of joy. They didn't care whether this Tianshu computer was real or fake. What they cared about was Suyi's attitude. Suyi suddenly came up to paint a pie for them and boasted about Tianyu Group's technology. This was obviously an attempt to raise the price. Raising the price means that he seems to really want to sell Tianyu Group. To these people, money is not important at all, it is just a piece of waste paper. Whether you can buy the formula of the water of life, or the entire Tianyu Group, is the most important thing. Isn't it just raising the price? No matter how much you lift or frown, I lose. Who among you is not wealthy in the medical industry? Suyi also noticed that these people seemed to have misunderstood something, but he ignored it and instead introduced the various parameters of Tianshu to himself. At the end of his speech, he suddenly changed the subject and said, "Everyone, do you know what significance Tianshu computer has to this world? I know, this is simply the most powerful computer in history. Our company is very interested in it, and it is also very interested in Tianyu Group. If Mr. Su has the idea of transferring the company or transferring the equity, why not make an offer?" The outspoken person asked. "You seem to have misunderstood something." Suyi suddenly smiled and said, "Tianshu, show them the information you collected." The next moment, the holographic projection in front of him immediately dissipated, and a holographic projection screen appeared in front of each representative. As soon as they saw the picture in the projection, the representatives from various countries were stunned, and then they felt a chill going straight to Tianlingai. This is Yi Yunyuan, the representative of Zhuangsheng Group, looked at the content in the projection with trembling eyes. He couldn't speak clearly for a while. After a while, he said, "Where did you find these?" "Of course it's in the top secret information storage files at your Zhuangsheng Group headquarters." Suyi shrugged. "I have long said that any firewall is useless to Tianshu. These people think that what they are doing is top secret, and even if they fail, they and the group behind them will not be implicated." But he knew nothing about Tianshu's abilities. They thought that Tianchu only needed to conduct a simple investigation on things that were seamless, and he would soon be able to find out. Do you have anything to say? Or do you have anything else to argue with? Suyi said lightly. I don't have anything to say to you. Give me your phone back. I want to contact my lawyer. Yi Yunyuan quickly regained his composure and said coldly. Even if it was revealed that he was one of the masterminds behind the attempted murder and kidnapping of others last night, he would not be afraid at all. There was a professional team of lawyers defending him, and a scapegoat had been found long beforehand. Suyi couldn't do anything to him based on the confidential information and evidence he found from nowhere. As for Tianchu mentioned by Suyi, he didn't believe that there were such powerful artificial intelligence and computers in the world. He would rather believe that someone inside had leaked the news. When he spoke, he had already made up his mind to investigate everyone in the company who knew about this matter after returning. Don't worry. Suyi waved his hand. I still have something good to show you. Yu Ling, show them your skills. Yes. Yu Ling nodded and pointed at Yi Yunyuan, who stood up. Sit down. Yi Yunyuan, who wanted to leave, suddenly felt that he had lost control of his body. His eyes widened. He sat down involuntarily, and said in horror, What are you doing? What did you do to me? What kind of magic is this? Although the others were not controlled so directly, they realized that something was wrong when they subconsciously wanted to stand up and found that their bodies were not under their control at all. For a while, the whole conference room was in an uproar. Some even guessed something vaguely after seeing Suyi's attitude and what he told them. They shouted in fear and tried to make their voices heard. However, all the struggles were in vain. With Yu Ling's faint quiet words, the representatives who could speak verbally a second ago could not even speak now, and could only look around in fear. To be honest, although I have guessed what you want to do in advance and made preparations for it. But if you didn't do anything last night, I would definitely not touch you now. At most, I would come here to ask you to get out of here. Suyi said helplessly. But there is no way. This person is sometimes ignorant and fearless. He likes to rashly explore areas that are completely unfamiliar to him. And exploration comes at a price. Suyi doesn't believe that they know nothing about the Zheng family and the Tao family in Moto. Zhuzhu officials can guess that this matter is definitely related to Suyi. They can't guess it. It's just that they are stubborn. Or they are blinded by huge profits. After all, the ancestors of those behind them are all from islands, and robbery is already engraved in their genes. And robbery is definitely risky. Without giving them a chance to speak, Suyi continued. You dare to attack my family, do you think that those people who died yesterday are the end? Of course, I also know that you are just pawns, and there are other people behind the scenes who really planned these things, but don't worry, they will soon feel the same as you. Don't be afraid, I won't kill you, after all, I am a law-abiding citizen, and killing is definitely against the law. Yu Ling knows a kind of magic, after using it, you will lose the ability to express yourself, so-called expression, including but not limited to using words, language, gestures, and other methods to communicate with others. In addition, she will also cast a kind of magic on you, so that your body will gradually age, but your spirit will remain vigorous, so that you can clearly perceive how you quickly grow old and die, and at the same time, you can't reveal in any form what you saw and heard today. Plus you didn't bring any recording equipment in, you see, this is a perfect plan, right? Suyi couldn't help but smile as he said this, and seemed very satisfied with the plan. Yu Ling's eyes flashed, and a magic wand suddenly appeared in his hand. The next moment, these people immediately felt that something invisible and intangible, but real, had entered their bodies. Their bodies instinctively rejected this kind of thing, but they were helpless and had no power to resist. The fear in their eyes became more and more intense, but they could not express any opinions. Now, in order to allow you to walk out of here with your hands and feet intact, so that I don't have to take the blame, your memories of this place will be temporarily sealed for 3 to 5 days. After 3 to 5 days, you will gradually remember the things here, but you have lost the ability to express. As for now, you are very healthy. Dismissed. Suyi waved his hand and walked out directly. Yu Ling put the magic wand back into his storage space and left. It was not until a few minutes after the two left that the representatives of various companies who were almost collapsed by magic woke up from their dreams and looked at the surrounding environment in a daze. Wait, what happened just now? Did Suyi come? I remember he came, and he seemed to have said something. How come I was distracted? Oh no, the chairman asked me to discuss the acquisition with Suyi in detail, but he hasn't given it to him yet. Where's Suyi? Everyone, the chairman said the meeting is over, and his meaning is very clear, everyone can go back. The door of the conference room opened, and a staff member of TNU Group pushed the door in and said politely. He had no idea what happened inside. Suyi asked him to pass on a message, so he came naturally. Where is your chairman? I am the representative of Zhuangsheng Group. He should know what our group represents in the medical industry. I want to meet him again to discuss in detail. I am the CEO of the Great Zhuzhou District of Huanggrui Group. I have something very important to discuss with your chairman, so please be sure to convey it. I will wait for him here. Surrounded by a group of bigwigs, the young employee was a little stage frightened for a while, but thinking of what Suyi had just said, he still said with a stiff upper lip. Everyone, Chairman Su asked me to see you off. If you don't want to leave, I will ask the security to come. Suyi didn't want to waste too much time with these dead bones in the grave. He told them this before just to let them die with a clear mind. In the last period of his life, he should repent for what he did, or feel what despair is. After the meeting, he left the company. After getting in the car, Yu Ling asked, "Where are the others? Do the masterminds behind these people need to be caught and dealt with one by one?" "No hurry." Suyi shook his head. "These people are all over the world. It would be a waste of time for you to find them one by one. I will find some strong people from your world later and settle them one by one. Just think of it as giving them a few more days to live." Yu Ling's evil magic that can kill a whole family with just one drop of blood is really awesome. But after all, it also requires a drop of blood. And it doesn't mean that any drop of blood will do. It has to be blood extracted by her magic. This time, there are a lot of enemies provoked at once. It would be a waste of time for her to go up and kill them one by one. Anyway, there are many powerful people in the magic world. Especially the star prayer that Wei Wei has found for him. After holding these powerful powers in his hands, none of these people can escape. He has this supernatural power, and now he is very restrained not to kill innocent people. If others want to provoke him, don't blame him for not eating beef. Anyway, he can't see how people die, and killing a lot of people is just a number to him. There is no psychological burden at all. If he is really irritated, he doesn't mind giving the people of this world a little supernatural power shock. Kyushu has been in contact, right? Is there any news coming back? On the other side of the distant ocean, in a luxurious manner, two big men who can shake the entire bald eagle empire with a stomp of their feet are leisurely enjoying the coolness of the evening breeze in the manor. There has been news that Suyi directly rejected our representative. The other party did not even give our representative a chance to speak. Haha, it's expected. Zhuzhou people have always been like this, stubborn, and don't know how to lift up. What should we do next? With the emergence of this kind of drug, the medical industry will definitely be in trouble in the future. Let the Black Palace announce sanctions against TNU Group first, and by the way, tighten the other sanctions against Zhuzhou, especially in the high-end manufacturing field such as Jingyuan. They can't break through this for the time being, which should make them uncomfortable for a while. Remember to guide public opinion, and then we have to take the opportunity to get out of the medical industry. Suyi didn't care about the storm brewing in the invisible place. The reason is still the same. When he has the ability to easily kill anyone in the world, he doesn't need to be afraid of anything. Because no matter what kind of organization or force it is people who have to make decisions in the end. Physical destruction has always been the easiest way to eliminate opponents. After solving a little trouble, he went home to pick up Yang Yi. She and her roommates had dinner at noon, and it was almost time. As for Yu Ling, Yang Yi originally wanted to ask her to go together. Of course, Suyi had no objection. However, as a professional wingman, Yu Ling did not want to interfere with the hard-won opportunity for the two to cultivate their relationship alone, so she did not follow. As for Suyi's safety, she left a protective magic circle on Suyi, which would be activated when in danger, and she would rush over as soon as she got the news. According to Yu Ling's estimation, even if this thing was directly bombarded with a 155 howitzer, it would take more than a dozen shots to blast it open. As for individual weapons such as guns, even if the barrel is broken, it is impossible to break the magic circle. This is Zhuzhou. Except for the official, no one has the firepower to break the magic circle. And the official is impossible to touch Suyi. Not to mention that he is going to the downtown area. Which country's official will use heavy firepower to attack the downtown area of their own city during non-war time? So there is basically no need to worry about safety. And Suyi himself is not a weak chicken now. Although he has no patience to learn magic, he has been eating all kinds of magic food and drinking water of life these days. According to Yu Ling's estimation, his current strength is stronger than many warriors in the magic world. If you are willing to study tricks and practice martial arts hard, it is not difficult to become a genuine knight. With his brute force, ordinary 10 people are afraid that they can't get close to him. You are dressed so beautifully today, I thought you were going on a blind date. In the garage, Suyi saw Yang Yi, who was dressed up carefully, and couldn't help but joked. The girl ate and drank for free at his place these days, and she really ate a lot of good things from the magic world. She was already at a beautiful age full of youth, and now, under the nourishment of these good things, she looked as beautiful as if she was glowing when she stood there. Don't you look in the mirror? How dare I go out with you alone if you don't dress up beautifully? Yang Yi sat in the co-pilot and complained. Every time I go out with you and Sister Yu Ling, I feel like a little maid carrying a bag. Has anyone told you too that you have a scary aura when you are outside? It's that kind of noble feeling. Really? Suyi raised his eyebrows. He really didn't pay much attention to this aspect. However, the influence between the two people is mutual. Yu Ling has a noble status in the other world and has her own aura. Suyi has been with her for a long time, and his words and deeds will naturally be affected subconsciously. It is normal for the aura to become stronger over time. Of course I do. So in order to prevent people from mistaking me for your maid when I go out with you alone, I have been dressing up carefully for the whole morning. Pretty, right? Yang Yi pouted and poked her face with her hand. Not bad. Suyi gave a fair evaluation. Compared with Yu Ling, it can only be considered pretty good. But if she were to be placed outside, she would be a top beauty who would beat countless internet celebrities. You are just eating too much bran, you need to be treated. Sister Yu Ling is so beautiful, where else in the world can you find another one? Suyi thought of the star prayer who might be sent by Wei soon. It's hard to say. You have talked the world to death. Yang Yi said angrily. Suyi also changed the topic. By the way, you asked me to pretend to be your boyfriend. How do I pretend? What if there is some intimate interaction? Interaction is interaction, I don't mind, do you mind? How about demonstrating it now? Yang Yi put her hand on Suyi's right hand. After Yu Ling's long-term brainwashing, she is much more open than when they first met. And she also knows that Yu Ling doesn't mind that he has an affair with Suyi, and has even been actively promoting it, so she doesn't have any psychological pressure at this moment. If you don't mind, then it's easy. Suyi took the opportunity to pinch her leg. Isn't it cold to wear so little? Brother, you can touch it if you want, it's 40 degrees outside. Yang Yi rolled her eyes at him. Oh, I forgot. The dinner venue is about 200 or 300 yuan per person, which is not a very cheap restaurant. Yang Yi said that she didn't plan to come to such an expensive place today, but her roommate's boyfriend is said to have some money, and he doesn't like ordinary restaurants and insists on this place. And he is also the one who pays the bill, so of course the others have nothing to say. When the two arrived, it was just dinner time. Although the consumption here is not cheap, it is still crowded. It is said that the main dish is local specialty. As soon as he arrived at the door of the box, Suyi saw a group of young people chatting enthusiastically. It was not until they saw the two people coming that they suddenly became quiet. Almost all the boys' eyes were focused on Yang Yi, while the girls in the box all looked at Suyi. After being stunned for a long time, one of the girls looked at Yang Yi and was stunned again, then quickly stood up and said, Yi, why did you come just now? I haven't seen you for a month, I missed you so much. After a few pleasantries, Yang Yi introduced Suyi to others, and then the two sat down. As soon as they sat down, the girl couldn't wait to pull Yang Yi and asked, Yi, I haven't seen you for more than a month, why do you feel that you have become more beautiful again? Tell me honestly, what skincare products have you used recently? You don't recommend good things to your sisters, damn it. Skincare products. Does the water of life count as a drink? Yang Yi complained in her heart. But she is not a person who doesn't go online, so she naturally knows how popular the water of life is now. It's okay to pretend to be small at a classmate reunion, but she feels guilty for pretending to be so big. I don't use any skincare products. I just go to bed early and get up early and eat and drink regularly during the holidays. The eating and drinking regularity is reasonable. Suyi doesn't know how she can say such nonsense as going to bed early and getting up early. Who the hell is watching horror movies in the living room at 3 in the morning and not sleeping? But at this time, he must not spoil the show and just look at his phone as a tool. But a boy next to him suddenly took over the conversation and said, "Skincare products? Do you know the water of life that is very popular recently? I heard that it works better than any skincare products. Drinking it directly can beautify your skin. It's been hyped up on the internet. I can't buy it even if I want to. Is the water of life so good? I see a lot of people on the internet are talking about it. How is the actual effect? Have any of you tried it?" One girl asked curiously. "Where can I try?" TNU Medical has only released 300,000 bottles of the basic version of the water of life, 18,888. Every time it is released, it is sold out in less than a second. "I don't know the world, there are so many rich people online," a boy complained, then looked at his girlfriend aside. "I originally planned to grab one for you, but I really can't. There's nothing I can do about it." The girl looked unhappy and said, "I don't care, there will definitely be something for sale later. You have to help me grab it." The beauty blogger I follow tested the water of life live, and the effect was so good. After one bottle, the wrinkles and blemishes on my face disappeared, and even my hair became much smoother, and any yellowing or split ends disappeared. Yes, I must buy it. Suyi, who had been eating melon since he came in, couldn't help but frown. When he released the basic version of the water of life, his original intention was to make some people experience less pain and suffering. Although the price is not cheap at 8,888, it is completely worth it for many people who have less serious chronic diseases and need to take medicine for a long time. At the same time, the high price is also due to the consideration of setting a certain threshold. In order to prevent all kinds of people from rushing to buy, the people who really need it will not be able to get it. Unexpectedly, he still underestimated some people. It's okay to promote the water of life into skincare products. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but felt it was unnecessary. There are definitely more than 1 or 2 people who use Otavi as skincare products. Any big reason here is a complete waste of saliva. It is better to think about how to improve the sales mechanism of water of life. For example, the quantity released each time is no longer sold publicly on the internet, but is connected with the official hospitals in Juzhou to provide some cooperation with the regular hospitals. Water of life? I have it. Let's have a friend. In 2 days, I will give one to each of the beauties present. Just when Suyi was thinking, the boy who first mentioned the water of life suddenly laughed and said, as if such a good thing as the water of life was not worth mentioning here. Suyi couldn't help but glance at him suspiciously after hearing this. Although the water of life is sold online, identity verification is required, and one person is limited to purchasing 1 bottle. Coupled with the quick grab, it fundamentally eliminates the possibility of scalpers snatching it and reselling it to make money. So in theory, one person can only buy 1 bottle at most. Give 1 to each of the girls present, that's 4. Being able to deliver so much at once meant that he definitely had more water of life in his hands. Where did it come from? Of course, it's not ruled out that this guy is bragging. After all, he didn't say he would give it now. But if it's the former, then the problem is huge. Get 1 for each person? Do you really have so much water of life on your hands? I remember that buying this thing is limited. Before Suyi could ask, someone helped her ask the question. It was the boy who just said that the water of life was hard to snatch and his girlfriend complained about it. There must be a limited number when buying online, but I didn't buy mine online. The boy said proudly. My brother used to be an executive at a pharmaceutical company in Shanghai. Later, the pharmaceutical company was acquired by TNU Medical, and he became an executive at TNU Medical. Employees in their company are rationed with water of life. Let me tell you a secret again. You must not reveal it to the outside world. The basic version of the water of life is nothing at all. Even the advanced version of the water of life that TNU Medical's official website says can treat cancer is nothing. Their company also has a more powerful version. It is said that 1 bottle can cure any disease, and 3 bottles can even extend your life. Suyi didn't think there was any problem after hearing the previous words. TNU Group's internal employees do have a quota of water of life. If his brother's position in TNU Medical is relatively important and the salary is high enough, it is completely reasonable and legal to have a few basic versions of Oda life on hand. If people are willing to keep such good things for their families, the company has nothing to do with them. But the problems he mentioned later were even bigger. The water of life that can prolong life has never been intended to be spread on a large scale, and it is impossible to spread it on a large scale. Regarding this matter, every internal staff member of TNU Medical is fully aware of the situation and has signed a confidentiality agreement. But now that it was said from such a person, the matter was not that simple. "What's your brother's name?" Suyi asked directly. The boy who was bragging so enthusiastically was stunned and looked at Suyi in surprise. "Brother, who my brother is shouldn't have anything to do with you, right? He is not stupid, or his brother should have told him not to spread these secrets to others when he told him these things. Is it okay? It's a big deal. If you don't want to say it, forget it." Suyi didn't bother to talk to him, so he directly picked up the phone and said, "Tianshu, you should have seen it too, please deal with it." "Yes sir." Looking at the text that appeared on the screen, Suyi put down the phone and stopped paying attention. The boy was obviously a little confused. Seeing that Suyi didn't ask any more questions, he continued to brag without thinking much about it. The food soon began to be served in the private room. It must be said that even with Suyi's current picky taste, the dishes in this restaurant are indeed very desirable. It's just that the ingredients are still a little bit lacking, and they can't compare to those magic foods at all. He put down his chopsticks after tasting it, and didn't intend to continue eating. Yang Yi was similar. Living in Suyi's house these days, her appetite has become picky, and these ordinary dishes are a bit hard to eat. Others were very happy to eat. They all praised the guy who treated them for his vision. Only then did Suyi know that the guy who treated them just happened to be the guy who boasted just now, named Li Wu. The atmosphere in the private room has always been harmonious, but I didn't see any plots like the classmates' reunion that pretended to be cool and slapped in the face in the novel. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be a good dinner experience. But things are often like this. If nothing unexpected happens, there will definitely be an accident. Halfway through the meal, Li Wu's phone suddenly rang. He gestured to others to be quiet, then picked up the phone and answered it. "Hello, Mom, what's wrong? I'm having dinner with my classmates." "What? My brother was arrested? Why was he arrested? Leaked secrets?" "It wasn't me. I was having dinner with friends." "What secrets could I leak?" "Go ask Dad. He likes to brag to his business friends when he's drunk every day. It must have been him who leaked it. My brother said that I was talking nonsense outside and the chairman of TNU Group heard it? How is that possible? How could I know the chairman of TNU Group?" Li Wu was confused when he received the call. Suyi also received the latest news from Tianshu. "Sir, the matter has been investigated. Li Chang, the director of the market management department of TNU Medical Company, has a younger brother named Li Wu. After our people found Li Chang also confessed that he disclosed company secrets to his family. In addition, I also found that Li Chang used his position to illegally obtain hundreds of water of life in a short period of time. A small part of them he gave to his family, and most of them flowed into the second-hand market from him. Li Chang also made millions of profits in a short period of time. The way he obtained the water of life was to use his position to purchase the water of life benefits issued by the company to other employees. If he encountered someone who refused to sell, he would coerce and induce, which was very bad. I have reported it to the authorities, and Li Chang has been arrested. And how to deal with the people in his family who know these secrets, you still need to decide. How do you think it should be dealt with?" Suyi asked back. "According to the law, all insiders should sign a confidentiality agreement. As long as they don't reveal the matter later, the matter will be considered over. If they don't want to sign, they can go through other legal procedures to resolve it. This matter is not big or small. I suggest that you don't interfere and let the company's legal department resolve it." Obviously, as an intelligent AI, Tianshu prefers to work within the framework of rules. I don't want Suyi to kill people directly to silence them. But this matter was originally a small matter for Suyi, and he didn't want to kill the whole family. After giving Tianshu an order to do it, he didn't manage it. In the private room, Li Wu, who was still boasting about how good the effect of the water of life was and how much water of life he had drunk, was already confused after answering the phone. He was pale and sweating. He spoke loudly just now, and naturally other people in the box heard it. After such a thing happened, no one could eat. No one cared about what would happen to Li Wu's brother. Everyone was more concerned about themselves. Just now, when Li Wu was bragging, he said that this was a big secret and asked others not to spread it. Now, Li Wu's brother who spread the news was arrested. This is really a bit scary. Knowing that they might have heard something they shouldn't have heard, everyone in the box looked unhappy. That, you told us about those things your brother said. Nothing will happen, right? Li Wu's girlfriend asked cautiously. However, Li Wu shook his head palely. It's over. Don't have any fluke mentality. TNU Medical has filed a lawsuit against my brother, and I guess there are people from the police station in Zhongcheng looking for me, and they will find me here soon. As he said this, he seemed a little confused. Chairman of TNU Group, I haven't told anyone other than you about these things these days. There is no chairman of TNU Group. Speaking of this, he suddenly froze for a moment and looked at Suyi who was drinking tea calmly not far away. Brother, you asked me what my brother's name was just now, what on earth do you want to do? Suyi glanced at him lightly and said, I am the chairman of TNU Group. Li Wu. He thought of what happened just now, and suspected that Suyi was also a member of TNU Group, or had some relationship with TNU Group, and spread what they said secretly, and then spread it to the ears of the chairman of TNU Group, so his brother was dealt with. As for Suyi being the big boss behind TNU Group, he had never thought about this. After all, Suyi now looks younger than everyone present, and those who don't know him would think he is a junior from somewhere. Who has such a big imagination that he can think of the boss of TNU Group, which has been in the limelight recently and is estimated by some institutions to have a market value of no less than 100 billion if it goes public, is such a young man? The private room fell into silence again for a while. Some people couldn't help wanting to leave. But when they thought about the fact that they had heard the business secrets of a big company, and that an inspector might come to look for them soon, they were a little afraid to leave. After all, if they stayed, they could explain the matter clearly, saying that they had only heard it, and had never spread it, and would not spread it in the future. At most, they would be fine if they signed a confidentiality agreement. But if they ran away, who could prove that they had not passed on such secrets to others? It would be troublesome to deal with it at that time. The atmosphere was a little dull for a while. Yang Yi couldn't sit still for a while, and pulled Suyi's hand and said, Can we leave? If you want to leave, just say it earlier. I thought you were going to wait for them. Suyi smiled, stood up and prepared to leave. Just as he walked to the door, he heard Li Widao. You can't leave. You have heard everything. If you leave here and spread the secret to more people, it will only cause more trouble. My brother said when he contacted the family just now that TNU Group will never let this matter go. The more it spreads, the more serious the situation will be. It's for your own good to let you stay here and wait. Suyi shrugged, not bothering to pay attention to him. His brother Li Cheng is not a good person. He doesn't go to work, but makes money by doing these things. This Li Wu may not be a good person. He is so arrogant when he starts to brag that he wants to give people the water of life. When he said this, his eyes were almost glued to Yang Yi. Suyi was too lazy to say what the purpose was. The little head controlled the big head, and when he went out, he pulled the brain to the stuff at home. Not letting others go is naturally not for the good of others, but just to take less responsibility. Click. Just as he walked to the door, Suyi hadn't even stretched out his hand to open the door, and someone pushed the door in first. The one who came at this time was naturally the supervisor. I have to say that the official speed is really fast. After hearing that TNU Group reported to the police that someone leaked commercial secrets and obtained relevant information, in less than half an hour, the Magic City had arrested people, and Zhongcheng also came to the door. It can be seen that the upper level is paying attention to TNU Group now. If it were another company, the official efficiency would definitely not be so fast. The inspector was very polite. After briefly explaining his purpose, he asked everyone present to go to the police station with him. He also explained that they only needed to accept a simple investigation and sign a confidentiality agreement. Everyone in the private room breathed a sigh of relief. However, Suyi frowned and said, I have other things to do here, I'm afraid I don't have time to go. As soon as he said this, everyone in the private room was stunned. A young detective was about to come over to reason with Suyi and ask them to cooperate with their work. But before he could speak, he was stopped by the captain next to him, and then the captain politely said, Excuse me, who are you? I am Suyi. Okay, Mr. Su, take care. The captain immediately made way for the door and let Suyi lead Yang Yi out directly. The people in the private room were stunned. After a long while, a boy said indignantly, "Why can they leave directly, but we have to be investigated?" Because he is the chairman of TNU Group. The inspection team leader who figured out the whole story was speechless. It's a genius to leak the secrets of the company in front of the chairman of the company. What will happen after they are taken to the police station? School will start in 2 days. Will it affect their schooling? After coming out, Yang Yi couldn't help asking. Not really. They can come out after signing a confidentiality agreement. They can't stay for a day. Suyi said casually. I think you should be more concerned about what we are going to do in the afternoon. Originally, the group would have other activities after dinner. Since Suyi is here, it is natural for him to accompany Yang Yi to play. Now that her classmates have been arrested, why play in the market? How about going to a movie? Yang Yi suggested, but she shook her head as soon as she said it. No, there are no good movies recently. It would be a waste of time to go. After thinking about it, she couldn't think of anything fun. After all, it was so hot, and outdoor activities basically didn't need to be considered. There really weren't many things to play indoors. In the end, the two didn't go to play anything deliberately. They just blew the wind by the river for an afternoon. Looking at the boats coming and going on the river and chatting with the little beauty, Suyi felt it was quite interesting. Today was the day he had agreed to trade with Wei and Beilu, but that was in the evening, so there was no rush. Tianxia was in charge of the company's affairs, so he, the big boss, didn't have to worry about it. There was nothing to do at home. Sitting by the river and chatting with Yang Yi made him feel like he was in the quiet days of his first love. Apart from anything else, Yang Yi's temperament and appearance were in line with most people's definition of first love. She was the pure white moonlight type. However, a single man and a single woman would naturally become more and more ambiguous as they chatted. It's a bit hot here, why don't we find a cool place to rest? Hearing Yang Yi's blushing request, Suyi tentatively said, go to the hotel. Yeah, it was natural and came naturally. In short, on such a quiet afternoon, the last layer of window paper was easily broken. Yang Yi, who had just experienced sex, was not hypocritical. She drank a few sips of the water of life and was fully revived. Then he pulled Suyi to go shopping and have supper with full energy. When they got home, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Yu Ling was reading quietly at home. When she saw the two of them coming back, she looked at Yang Yi and couldn't help but raise her eyebrows, but she was not surprised. This was the result of her instigation. You guys chat, I have something to deal with, I'll come down later. Suyi said hello and went upstairs. It's time to do the transaction agreed today. As for the problem of getting along between Yu Ling and Yang Yi, he shouldn't worry about it, Yu Ling will handle it. Why is it so late this time? In the trading space, Wei expressed her dissatisfaction as soon as she appeared, and then gave Suyi the prepared things. Most of them are magic plants and monster flesh and blood, and some magic plant seeds, as well as some magic tools prepared according to Suyi's requirements. 5 longbows with amazing power engraved with magic arrays. A magic cloak, with full defense, and even ordinary people can fly for a short time with this item. There are also some swords and the like. The magic cloak was requested by Yu Ling, mainly for Suyi to defend himself. And those magic weapons were purchased by Chenya after he traded with Bailu from another world. Bailu should be more interested in this kind of thing. To purchase these items, Suyi only needs to pay 20,000 tons of food left over from the last transaction. It's better to prepare the powerful weapons that mortals in your world can use for me as soon as possible. We are afraid that there will be a big war in Mengchuan City recently. After the transaction was completed, Wei said with a serious face. With Suyi's recent large-scale food support, Wei's demand for food in a short period of time is not too great. The people who originally surrounded Mengchuan City have been surrounding it without attacking, waiting for the city to run out of food. Now it is found that the food in the city is not only not running out, but is increasing. Now even ordinary people in Mengchuan City can have 2 full meals a day. This made the coalition forces besieging the city a little uneasy. She received reliable information that the coalition forces might plan a large-scale attack on Mengchuan City in the near future. If they can't stop it, it will only take a few days to break the city. If they can stop it, the situation will probably be quiet for a while. I'm a little curious. Didn't you say that you are the princess of the Xiang Empire? They have been fighting around your territory for several years, and your empire won't give you any support. I can't count on it. Wai Wei waved her hand and said, originally, Mengchuan City is located on the border and was abandoned by the Empire Center, but this is my territory and I don't want to give it up, so I've been holding on until now. Ganging in Mengchuan City is my personal behavior, and the Empire will naturally not send reinforcements. A place abandoned by the Empire. Su Yi was a little puzzled. From what you said before, Mengchuan City is a border town that can accommodate hundreds of thousands of people and has strong city defenses, right? Such a place, you just say you don't want it? Could it be that your empire has recently suffered a defeat somewhere else, or the internal situation has been rotten, and there are no soldiers available at all? Of course not. Wai Wei found a place to sit down and poured a glass of water of life for herself and Su Yi. The situation is complicated. To give you a simple summary, my father is old and senile and can't handle state affairs at all. Now the power of the center is in the hands of my brothers. According to the news from the imperial capital, the competition for the throne between them has reached a white-hot stage. The entire empire is vaguely ignited by the smoke of civil war, but the scale of the war is still within the controllable range and has not spread completely. Now there are at least 1 million troops gathered around the imperial capital. All of them are our fiery, the most elite army of the Xiang Empire obeys the orders of the 4 princes. It is foreseeable that once the father dies, an uncontrollable civil war will break out. In this case, who would send troops to save a small marginal city? For them, it's just territory. The Xiang Empire is so big that losing a little bit is nothing, but if the throne is lost, it will be a complete loss. Not to mention that I am one of the heirs to the throne and I am also qualified to participate in the scramble. They wish I would die in Mengchuan City. How could they support me? Good guy, the civil war is about to start before the emperor dies. This is more exaggerated than the corpses being kept and the armor being tied. Su Yi's mouth twitched, not quite understanding what these people in the other world are thinking. But when he looked at Wai Wei's calm expression, he felt that this woman might not be simple. It is estimated that defending Mengchuan City is not just to defend her own territory. When the civil war in the Xiang Empire really breaks out, it is not certain who will have the last laugh. Do you want to become the Empress of the Blazing Sun Empire? Su Yi asked suddenly without any warning. Why do you think I'm qualified to participate in this kind of thing? Wai Wei raised her eyebrows. As the youngest princess, the territory of Mengchuan City is still barren, and now she is in jail, unable to protect herself. What can I do to fight for the throne? Su Yi looked around. With this, it's enough. The initial territory is small, there are few people in the territory, the external environment is bad, and the political capital is insufficient. Are these problems? Of course it does, and it's a big problem. With so many buffs stacked on him, Blue Star would obviously not be qualified to participate in the race for the heir, regardless of ancient or modern times. But Wai Wei has one biggest advantage, which is enough to make up for her shortcomings. That is the trading platform. To put it bluntly, she is guilty. I'm afraid whether it's enough depends on how much support you can provide. Wai Wei joked. Just what you showed me before, that thing in your world, mushroom egg. Yes, this is it. Send me a few coins and I will be crowned emperor within a month. When the time comes, I will make you the Duke of the Blazing Sun Empire and give you a territory of hundreds of thousands square kilometers and tens of millions of people. What the hell is the difference between me being Qin Shi Huang and Crazy Thursday v I'm 50? Su Yi was a little speechless. You can't get this thing now. Stop dreaming and talk about reality. It's just guns and artillery. How many do you think are needed to make you ascend to the throne? He showed these weapons to Wai Wei through some videos. These weapons require too much logistics. If you can ensure that the logistics can keep up, then within a year, I should be able to capture half of the empire. As for the other half, it depends on luck. Wai Wei didn't say too much. Explain. Obviously, as an ancient empire that has been inherited for hundreds of thousands of years, the Blazing Sun Empire itself is not that simple. Even if she is the emperor's biological daughter, her strength alone is not enough if she wants to ascend to the throne. Su Yi remembered that the island he acquired from the Ozhu alliance should be handed over soon. After thinking for a moment, he said, at the latest, within a month, I will be able to supply you with various conventional thermal weapons in large quantities until I support you in fighting the civil war and becoming the Empress of the Blazing Sun Empire. As for what you have to pay, it goes without saying what the title is. I can't even go to your world, so what's the use of this thing? I need you to provide a complete set of theories and knowledge related to magic. How about it? Compared with things that are invisible and intangible, the mature magic system of the entire magic world is obviously more attractive. However, this kind of thing is also a treasure at the bottom of the box for Wei Wei. It is one of the biggest advantages of her world compared to Suyi's side. It's something like a technical barrier. Suyi had not even mentioned this request before. Now that the other party needs his help, he just needs his help. After a moment of silence, Wei Wei gave her own answer. Even though the Blazing Sun Empire has existed for so many years, the royal family's collection of books cannot be said to include everything related to magic. What I can promise you is to help me ascend the throne and give you the hundreds of thousands of years of magic and martial arts knowledge passed down by the imperial family of the Blazing Sun Empire. As for anything else, I can't do anything else. Alright. Suyi didn't choose. In short, just develop a complete magic system and practice method first. One of the reasons why he is too lazy to practice magic is that Yu Ling's elf magic is not very compatible with humans. Even if he wanted to learn it, he would get twice the result with half the effort. Totally worth the loss. The two briefly chatted about the general direction of cooperation in the future, and then talked about another serious matter today. Wei Wei was the first to speak. The star prayer is already waiting. Give me an intermediate life transaction permission card, and I will bring her over now. After buying the junior matching card last time, Suyi only had a few dozen membership points left. However, after the transaction just ended, the trading platform gave him nearly 100 points. The current membership points are more than 140. It takes 100 points to purchase an intermediate life trading permission card, and the remaining points can be used to give her a whole world language pass card to avoid language barriers when she goes to Blue Star. Without further words, Suyi bought the trading card and used it. Wei Wei, who had unlocked the permission to trade lives, immediately brought the star prayer that had been prepared long ago into the trading space. Even though he was prepared, Suyi was still shocked the moment he saw the other party. Just looking at their looks, she and Yu Ling can only be said to be on par. But there is a big difference in temperament. The moon is as gentle as water, and the star prayer feels an indescribable calmness and elegance just by standing there. You must be Mr. Suyi, right? After looking at each other for a short time, Star Prayer took the lead in saluting. Suyi also cupped his fists and said, "Yes, the first time we met, the famous Star Prayer really lived up to his reputation and was unparalleled in his magnificence. Thank you. I have read the letter that Princess Yu Ling gave me." Princess Wei Wei also briefly shared some information about your place. Star Prayer said straight to the point. "I want to confirm again. If I agree to your conditions and take my tribe to your place, will I really be free from any discrimination and oppression?" Discrimination and oppression are everywhere, and this is absolutely unavoidable. Suyi shrugged and said, "What I can guarantee is that after your people go to my place, the reason for discrimination and oppression is not because of origin and bloodline, and the status will not be lower than that of the natives there. Just like I said before, if you don't believe it, you can go and see it yourself, and it's not too late to make a decision after seeing it." Okay. The Star Prayer agreed without hesitation. He was even a little impatient. Because in the letter Yu Ling gave her, that place had been described as no different from the legendary Kingdom of God. This is especially true for their group that is discriminated against and excluded by the mainstream in the magic world. In this case, let's sign the contract first. Suyi took out the transaction contract that he had prepared long ago. The terms in the contract are of course different from those signed by Yu Ling before. Yu Ling went to Blue Star and didn't plan to go back. And if the Star Prayer found that Blue Star didn't match Suyi's description, he would definitely return to the magic world. He is also a top powerhouse in the magic world, second only to those magic gods and martial gods. He is not a fool, so he will not sign a transaction contract that is no different from a contract of selling his body. The content of the contract she signed is roughly that after she goes to Blue Star, she needs to obey all reasonable orders of Suyi, abide by local rules, and not do anything wrong. But Suyi cannot do anything wrong to her and force her to do something she doesn't want to do. Once either party breaches the contract will be terminated and the star prayer will be sent back to the magic world. It can be said that this contract is a certain guarantee for both parties. My name is Suyi, you should know it by now. Now that the contract is signed, we will probably get along for a long time, and I don't know your name yet. Lansing, in the bedroom, Suyi asked, looking at the goddess-like star prayer with long aqua hair and a tall figure who walked out of a painting. Name? No one has asked me this for a long time. The star prayer pondered for a moment and said, my original name was Weedeo. If you like it, call it this. Weeds. Suyi didn't expect that one of the top combat forces in the magical world would have such a casual name. But when I think about her life experience and the situation in the magical world, it seems quite reasonable. After all, this kind of mixed-race child is discriminated against and ostracized in the magical world. Grandma doesn't love those who uncle doesn't love. Isn't it just as humble as a weed? Whether Suyi likes the name or not is secondary. The main thing is that he can clearly see that the star prayer definitely doesn't like it. He's not stupid enough to actually call him that if someone tells him to. Looking at her purple robe embroidered with stars, Suyi suddenly had an idea and said, the name Weedeo is too random. How about I give you a name from our world? Star prayer didn't seem to care too much about this kind of thing. He was currently looking at the environment of the bedroom. When he heard this, he just said oh to indicate that he was casual. Names don't mean much to her anyway. There are really not many people in the magical world who can call him by his first name. After all, everyone only has one life. Who in the whole world doesn't know that star prayer hates that humble name that inherently indicates inferiority? Let's call him Zingan. Zingan. The star prayer had already used the world language access card, so he could naturally understand what these two words meant. Then he seemed to be a little interested, and turned to Suyuda. What's the meaning? No. Suyi shrugged. Looking at the tracks of stars all over your clothes, I'll call you Zingan. Mainly because it sounds nice. The star prayer nodded, but didn't say much. Then I will be called Zingan in this world. Suyi felt that this woman was really a bit of a girl without any emotions. She was like an emotionless robot. She didn't seem to care much about anything other than whether Blue Star was suitable for those mixed-race people to live in. Why don't you go out and take a look? Seeing her looking around so curiously, Suyi suggested. Zingan walked to the window and opened the curtains. It's so late, what can I see? This is a suburb, and the villa faces a lake. At this point, if you open the curtains, you will naturally see nothing but darkness. It's only around 11 o'clock in the evening, and the nightlife just started. Suyi greeted. Let's go, let Yu Ling take you out for a walk. I have something to do and need to go to the trading space. I will try to find a way to solve the identity problem for you tomorrow. Good. Zingan still had no expression, as if he was letting Suyi arrange it. Yu Ling had already prepared for the arrival of the star prayer, and as an elf princess and a girl, it was always easier for her to communicate with Zingan than Suyi. It just so happened that Suyi still had to go to the trading space to complete today's transaction with Bela, and now he had no time to chat with Zingan. After arranging the arrangement for this famous legendary powerhouse in the magical world, Suyi turned around and entered the trading space again. You're finally here, do you know how long I've been waiting? As soon as he entered, Bela's complaining sound reached his ears. Suyi quickly apologized and said with a smile, I'm really sorry, some things have been delayed. How do you feel about using the magic food and water of life I gave you last time? Remember to be punctual next time. Bailu snorted lightly and then said, the effect is indeed good, and according to what you said, different people absorb these things with different efficiency. According to my personal test, it is true. Now even if I don't wear power armor, I should be able to kill you with one punch. It's just late, you don't need to beat me to death. Suyi's mouth twitched. The other batch of magic food and water of life promised to you have been obtained. What are you going to give in exchange? Her situation is different from that of Weiwei. Weiwei has a high status in the magical world and can collect whatever she wants within the specified time. Weiwei basically knew that she couldn't get it together. Therefore, when Suyi is trading with Weiwei, he can make an appointment in advance, and then directly make the transaction when the time comes to get the agreed upon transaction items. But Bela's status in their world was obviously not high. Suyi basically had to grab the good things she wanted, so of course there was no way to make a reservation. What she can offer for trade depends on what she has grabbed recently. A few days ago, I robbed someone of the intelligence brain of a giant company across the galaxy. Recently, the arrests have been strict around the Jade Star. It is not easy to do this kind of thing. Bai Lu scratched his head in embarrassment. However, the armaments issued by the Federation to our brigade have arrived. I can give you 10 sets of Hale-class power armor standard for the Federation's low Earth orbit troops, as well as 3 Knight-class landing craft. I wonder if you are interested. Arms? Suyi was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes lit up. The armament is good? He quickly asked. What about power armor? What about landing craft? Hale-class power armor is not a good thing for us. Its main purpose is to send the Vanguard Orbital Airborne Brigade from low Earth orbit to the surface when dealing with enemies on other planets. It is barely good among power armors of the same level, and the armor defense is also okay. The built-in energy shield is also at a level of the same level. The advantages are mature technology, strong and durable. In extremely harsh conditions and without external supplies, it can also maintain combat effectiveness for a long time, and has strong self-sustaining ability. In short, it is a mediocre equipment that is neither good nor bad, but it is cheap and cost-effective. The standard weapon is an electromagnetic rifle with 500 rounds of ammunition. The power source is a third-generation microfusion reactor. The output power of this thing is okay. It is the most valuable thing in the whole set of power armor. It is also equipped with primary military intelligent AI assistance. It doesn't really matter whether it has this thing or not. As for the landing craft, it is fully loaded with 1,000 tons and can reach a maximum speed exceeding the third cosmic speed. It is usually used for landing when our airborne brigade needs to be sent to fight for ground control after the starship completes the ground strike. If you lack the ability to transport from the ground to space, this is a good thing. Like the Hale-level power armor, it has mature technology and is durable. Except for the core components, it is easy to repair if it breaks down. When Bai Lu talked about these data, he showed his professionalism as an officer from another world. When the little mouth opens, it won't stop. Suyi's eyes widened when he heard each parameter. What the hell, these things can't directly dominate the starry sky when they go to Blue Star. It's awesome, but seeing Bai Lu getting more and more excited, Chenya couldn't help but think of another question, and said with a little worry. This is something your Federation issued to your army. Is it really okay for you to give it to me directly? What are you talking about? Bai Lu said without caring. Those modified people in the Interstellar Federation are very wealthy, so why would they care about a few power armors and a few landing crafts here? What's more, banditry has been rampant on the Sapphire Star recently. As the Low Earth Orbit Airborne Brigade under my command is an important force in maintaining the security of the Sapphire Star, it is normal to lose some equipment, right? I directly killed those who were loyal to the Federation in the army and reported their losses in battle. I also received their pensions by the way. A few pieces of equipment are nothing. God, banditry is rampant, aren't you the bandit yourself? As for the people who were loyal to the Federation in the killing army, they still received their pensions after killing them. This was quite explosive even when the ancient warlords in Kyushu were fighting. No wonder Suyi always felt that there was something gangster about this woman. The co-author is a real bandit. But it seems right when you think about it. He is a rebel with a lot of power in the Interstellar Federation. No matter what you do, it will damage the image of the Interstellar Federation. I do the bad things, enjoy the good things, and leave the blame to my opponent. If Suyi went alone, he would probably do the same thing as her. This guy is up to no good. Your Interstellar Federation is so technologically advanced, is it possible that it can't control you at all? The Liuli galaxy where our Sapphire Star is located is the border of the Interstellar Federation. It is originally a no-nonsense zone and only belongs to the Interstellar Federation in name. You may not believe it, but on the Sapphire Star, our Orbital Airborne Brigade is already considered a die-hard member of the Interstellar Federation. Directly related. I also often help the Interstellar Federation clear shipping lanes, protect resource planets, and quell some rebellions. Bai Lu sneered. Other forces here are even more aggressive than us. The new Jade Star governor sent by the Federation a few months ago, his entire team was killed on the second day after he took office. His body is still hanging at the door of the governor's mansion. I am too lazy to collect his body. The Federation only cares about whether the Liuli galaxy can turn over resources on a regular basis. Those reformers only think about relying on machinery to live forever. How can they care about the security here? What a night city, everyone is evil, right? Suyi didn't know what to say other than saying that he had gained more knowledge. Who would have thought that a civilization that could easily conduct interstellar navigation would be in such chaos? It's simply a ruin of etiquette and joy. After discussing the items to be traded, Bela's efficiency was as fast as ever. He went directly to the warehouse and delivered the things Suyi wanted to him. It was not even unpacked when it was delivered. Even the instructions are still in the power armor and landing craft. All are 100% new, never opened. As for the question of what equipment Bela's own men use after trading these equipment, Suyi is too lazy to ask now. People are greedy even for pensions. Isn't it normal to take advantage of them? It is estimated that these equipments are extra. After the transaction was completed, when the two were discussing the items for the next transaction, Suyi couldn't help but ask. This landing craft looks a bit small. Do you think you can give me a few of your starships that can carry out interstellar navigation? They can be used for civilian or military purposes. I've tried it, but it's not easy. Bailu burst into tears as soon as he opened his mouth. Before I came here today, I originally planned to build a starship to trade these things, but I found that if there are people in the starship, there is no way to put it into the space provided by the trading platform. And there are almost always people inside any starship at all times, even if it is being repaired. If you want to build a starship, you have to clear out the people inside first, but the starship is too big and has many internal identification systems, and almost all starships now have alien plane contact systems. It is easy to stay in it for a long time. Once the true identity of me and those under me is discovered, it is impossible to block the contact system and prevent the message from being sent out. So if I don't correct it, my identity will be exposed easily. When the news reaches the Federal Center, my position as the Supreme Commander of the Orbital Airborne Brigade will be over. She actually tried it, which Suyi never expected. But it's normal to think about it. Anyway, the things she traded were either stolen or greedy. I don't feel bad for selling my field. It is certainly worth it to her in exchange for something Suyi can help her become stronger. And it is not difficult for Suyi to see from these two transactions with her that there are definitely many more powerful high technologies in their world. Her daring to do this is definitely not short-sighted, but there are too many good things that cannot be sold out. Okay, then when you have the chance, remember to help me build a boat. It's difficult. Bailu was quite honest, but as soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly had an idea. You have something like this that can make a person's body stronger out of thin air. I wonder if there are any very powerful human beings. If so, we can sign a lease contract. You send your people to my side, and I will show you the various types of starships we have. I will take your people to any starship you like, and let your people kill all the people or animals in the starship, and I will stuff the starship into the trading space, and the matter will be settled, right? People from another world have robbed the starship, and even if the CPUs of those modified people in the Federation are burned, it is impossible to find out who did it. Bailu became more and more excited as he spoke. He wished that Suyi could find a tough guy to do him a favor right now. Even Suyi's heartbeat accelerated when he heard this. If it was before, his high-end combat power was only a month old, and there was no guarantee that there would be no danger in such a thing, and he would definitely not agree. But it is different now. Didn't Zingan just come? Her combat power in the magic world is second only to the god level. Robbing someone's defenseless technological world, isn't that easy? Of course, he was not overwhelmed by the temptation of the starship. After calming down for a while, he said, "Give me the Starship Atlas and function introduction of your world first, and then I will use the power armor and landing craft you sent to study and decide whether to do this. Zingan will most likely be one of us in the future, so if it works, it won't be a big deal to let her go. But he still doesn't know how advanced the weapons in Bela's world are. What if they really have some powerful weapons that can deal with Zingan, then sending her there is like sending her away." This request is obviously reasonable. After Suyi waited for about half an hour, Bela returned to the trading space with a pile of information. There are information on more than a dozen starships of different levels here, including commercial starships, military starships, and civilian sightseeing starships. Actually, I can find detailed information on quite a few starships here, but these are the only starships I have personally visited and know that the information is credible. In addition, I can't confirm the authenticity of those Starship information, so I won't give it to you yet. You pick first, and let someone pick up which one you choose. Another fruitful day. Coming out of the trading space and looking at today's harvest, Suyi couldn't help but feel very good. It was actually already early in the morning. Glancing at the bedroom, Yu Ling had entered the room at some point and was sitting by the bed in her suspender pajamas, scrolling through her phone. It was no longer strange for him to suddenly appear in the room after returning from the trading platform. He just smiled and said, "You're back, go to bed early. Be careful next time when you torment Yi. It's not like you don't know your physical qualities. Her small body can't stand it. It's enough to give it a try." Suyi's mouth twitched. Although he was thick-skinned when he heard such words from his real wife, he still felt a little embarrassed. He was about to wave his hands and excuse himself to take a shower and run away. Unexpectedly, the phone rang suddenly. It was Tianxu who was contacting him. Suyi then remembered that he had brought his mobile phone with him when he entered the trading space. Of course, there was no signal from Blue Star in the trading space. It was probably that Tianxu had been looking for him for a long time, but he could not be contacted. That's why he contacted me again on some occasions as soon as he came out. Master, something happened, which may not be good news for the development of Tianyu Group. As soon as the call was connected, Tianxu's voice came from the phone. What's up? Just 3 hours ago, the Bald Eagle Kingdom released the latest batch of sanctions against Kyushu companies, and Tianyu Group happened to be on it. The reason is that they believe that Tianyu Medical's water of life is an unstable and dangerous drug. Unless we can provide relevant papers to prove it from a principal level, the water of life will never be able to be traded in the Bald Eagle market. And the scope of their sanctions is not just Tianyu Medical's water of life, but the entire Tianyu Group, including Tianyu Farm, is within the scope of sanctions. The 2 shipments of nearly 200,000 tons of grain that you asked me to reserve before now either do not want to fulfill the contract due to sanctions, or they want to take advantage of the situation and raise prices. Basically, major international grain merchants have made certain reactions to this sanction. I'm afraid you'll have to pay more if you want to buy from other merchants. And this? Suyi couldn't help being stunned for a moment. The water of life can overturn the entire medical industry, so he expected Tianyu Medical to be sanctioned by the Western world. But he didn't expect that these people were much more shameless than he imagined. The entire Tianyu Group was directly sanctioned, and even the grain purchased through fair trade with real money and silver on the farm had to be restricted in every possible way. It's so shameless. After pondering for a moment, he said to Tianxu, "What do you think? Have you prepared a solution?" Tianxu immediately replied, "After calculation, I think this matter may not be a bad thing for Tianyu Group. The current production of Tianyu Group's main product, water of life, is seriously insufficient, and it is not enough to supply the interior of Kyushu, let alone outside Kyushu. You yourself have no idea of selling the water of life abroad, so the impact of sanctions on the group has not been not big. On the contrary, it can also help the company gain greater fame, which is equivalent to the Bald Eagle giving the company free publicity. As for the treatment plans, I have prepared 2 sets at the moment. Option 1, ignore it and just pretend it doesn't exist. As long as we show that we don't care enough and prove that we can achieve great results without expanding overseas industries, it will be them who are anxious. After all, this is the internet age. Their stigmatization of the water of life cannot last forever. After knowing the truth, when the people of the country find out that their own government has refused this miracle drug to enter the domestic market, they will be under great pressure. However, this is a long-term plan. In the short term, I am afraid we can only stay silent and pretend that we don't know about this at all. I'm afraid this doesn't suit your personality, so I've prepared another plan. That is to express your dissatisfaction and disdain for the so-called sanctions in a high-profile manner, and use real technology to fight back this slap in the face. I would not have prepared this plan a week ago, but after you brought Blue Star's most advanced wafer technology and its production line, the situation has been completely different. Bald Eagle has been sanctioning Kyushu for a long time. As each restrictive technology is conquered by Kyushu, they actually have very few chips in their hands. It is currently the most difficult for Kyushu to break through the sanctions in a short time, but there are indispensable items. Jingyuan is definitely ranked first. Breaking their monopoly and sanctions on Jingyuan technology will definitely be a huge blow to Bald Eagle. And the technology you have is just right for that. isn't it? Besides, according to the original plan, the chip was actually supposed to be released in the past 2 days. Now it is only announced 1 or 2 days earlier than the original plan, which is harmless. You are really smart. Suyi chose the second option without any thought. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, but a villain's revenge is from morning till night. Suyi never claimed to be a gentleman, and he didn't have the patience to wait for 10 years. If he wanted to slap his opponent in the face right now, then carbon-based crystals would naturally be the best choice. He didn't even need to announce all the news in advance to disrupt the original sales plan. He only needed to use the official account of TNU Group to announce in advance that there was such a thing and it would be on the market soon, which would be enough to make a big splash. Of course, revealing this news now would definitely be ridiculed by all kinds of people, but when TNU Technology takes out the finished product in a few days, the whole world would be looking at it. Since he wanted to slap his opponent in the face, he had to wait until his opponent opened the champagne and attracted enough hatred, so that the slap in the face would be interesting. Under Suyi's instruction, Tianxu used the official account of TNU Group to release a message on the internet that night. Good news, TNU Technology Company, a subsidiary of TNU Group, has recently made a major breakthrough in the field of carbon-based crystal research. It has now produced finished crystals, and its performance far exceeds the international top level. 3 days later, our company will hold a product launch conference at Zhongcheng Stadium. The future is here, so stay tuned. Not many words, and not much really useful things. But just the little bit that was revealed was already very explosive. The performance of the crystal far exceeds the international top level, and it is still carbon-based. And the company that released this information is TNU Group, a company that sells water of life and is deeply rooted in people's hearts. This is outrageous no matter how you look at it. No, it's the middle of the night. Did I stay up all night to make my eyes blurry? Far beyond the international top level, carbon-based crystal? No, what is a carbon-based crystal? Can anyone tell me? Talking about trifles, the browser is free, and you will know to ask when you encounter something. What cyber-disabled people can't search because they don't have hands? Isn't this just playing word games? It is true that many people are researching carbon-based crystals, but there are not many finished products that can be used at present. The performance of carbon-based crystals far exceeds the international top level, but I am afraid that it is not as good as the performance of silicon-based crystals 10 years ago. Isn't this just playing word games to deceive those who don't understand? Haha, I can already imagine that after this news spreads, those brainless people in the comment area of various websites will say win-win-win again. That's right, Wolf Warrior is going to climax again. Carbon-based crystals, ha ha ha, it belongs to bragging that you can't even understand. Didn't TNU Group say that it made a lot of money recently by relying on the water of life? Why is it still so ugly now, doing this kind of clickbait thing? Isn't it disgusting? What's there to say? I guess the price of water of life is not high anymore. There are not so many fools in the world who spend 8,888 to buy a bottle of useless beverage. They are opening a new track, you know? Dude, you said water of life is useless after you used it? I really drank water of life. I was lucky enough to grab 2 bottles when it was released. I drank 1 bottle and gave 1 bottle to me. It has no effect after drinking it. Don't I know that I drank it? You can't say anything about your experience after using it? Only you water army can deceive people to spend money to buy wastewater, and the deceived people are not allowed to come out and reveal the truth, right? You drank Nimu? Water of life is limited to purchase. 1 person can only buy 1 bottle. Your brother risked his life to buy 2 bottles? Do some homework before you criticize. Whether you believe it or not, I believe it anyway. I didn't believe that the water of life was real before, until I drank a bottle and cured my hemorrhoids, athlete's foot, and wisdom teeth that I had suffered for many years. Then I became a die-hard fan of TNU Group. Let alone carbon-based crystals. Even if TNU Group said they were going to build a starship tomorrow, I would not doubt it at all. I am the same. It is hard for people who have really drunk the water of life not to be grateful. TNU Group only sells this good thing for 8,888. It couldn't be more conscientious. With the popularity of the water of life, TNU Group is now at the forefront of the internet. In addition, Tianxu controlled the internet fishing reel to deliberately add fuel to the fire. TNU Group was sanctioned by the Bald Eagle, and then announced that it had conquered the carbon-based crystal technology. It soon became known to everyone on the internet. With traffic, there will naturally be controversy. After all, the internet environment these days is no different from a cesspool. Researching high-yield crops to feed countless people who were enough to become saints in ancient times, can be scolded in this environment. Not to mention anything else. People don't even need any reason to scold you. If you keep scolding each other, there will be no undisputed things in the world. After deciding the direction of things in general, Suyi didn't bother to care about these shitty things. He left it to Tianshu to deal with, and he took a quick shower and went to bed with Yu Ling in his arms. He was a little tired after running around all day, but he still didn't sleep until he woke up naturally. The next morning, just after dawn, Suyi was woken up by a phone call from Old Man Lin. "Boy, is your carbon-based wafer real or fake?" Suyi looked at the time dazedly and said helplessly, "Brother, it's only 6 o'clock in the morning, I'm sleeping? Let's talk later. Don't hang up." Old Man Lin was immediately anxious. "How can you sleep at your age? I won't hide it from you. It's not that I'm curious, but many people above are curious. Do you know how much impact the news you sent out last night caused? It can be said that the whole world was shocked. But your company didn't release any useful information. Don't tell me that you got drunk in the middle of the night and played a joke on the world. Of course it's not a joke. The carbon-based wafer is real. It's also true that the performance leads the world's top level, and it's not a word game. Our carbon-based wafer supports 1 nanometer, can be mass-produced, and the output is not low. It is much better than the most advanced silicon-based wafer in all aspects." Suyi explained a few words casually, and then hung up the phone impatiently. "Early in the morning, if you call me again, I will block you. Beep beep beep." Listening to the busy signal from the phone, Old Man Lin, sitting in a bright conference room, looked confused. The gentle old men sitting next to him were stunned on the spot. "Lao Cheng, Lao Zhao, don't be in a daze. You should have heard what he said. Tell me what he said." Old Man Lin scratched his head anxiously when he saw the two of them in a daze. Ever since Tianyu Group released the news last night, officials have been paying attention. Originally, I wanted to contact someone from Tianyu Group to ask if it was true or false. But considering that it was too late, and this probably involved extremely important business secrets, asking the workers probably wouldn't yield much, so the higher UPS thought of sending Old Man Lin, who was most familiar with Suyi, to ask. In order to prevent Old Man Lin, an old man, from not understanding Jingyuan technology and knowing nothing about some professional terms, 2 experts in related fields were even sent overnight to observe to avoid missing any important information. But after he called and asked questions, the expert suddenly stopped talking, which made Old Lin feel very uncomfortable. "It's up to you to tell whether it's useful or not." Finally, after he asked repeatedly, the old academician known as Lao Cheng came to his senses first and replied with trembling lips. If what he said is true, Tianyu Group has really mastered mature carbon-based wafer technology and has been able to mass-produce 1 nm level wafers. Then, the West is interested in the semiconductor field. All our sanctions will become a joke." Another old man also said. "It's not just semiconductors, it also involves many precision processing fields. If you are not a scientific researcher, you have no idea what kind of technology is needed to make integrated circuits at the 1 nanometer level. But there is a premise for all this, and that is it is true." "Old Lin, are you sure it is true? Now I understand." Old Man Lin was confused by what the previous 2 people said about the technology and its functions, but in short, it was awesome. The last question about whether Jingyuan was real or not, Old Man Lin said without even thinking. "What this kid says is outrageous every time, but it turns out that he never lies. So I believe it is true." The public opinion on the internet was like a tsunami, but the Tianyu Group was still as stable as a rock, and was not affected by the public opinion at all. After all, the company was managed by an emotionless AI. Without Suyi's further orders, Tianshu would only develop the company in the way it thought was most reasonable, and plan for the future based on the existing company assets and market conditions. Seeing that the company's top management was as stable as a rock, the employees who were originally affected by the internet storm gradually settled down and were busy with their own things. The official was very anxious, not at all like the usual calm. In the past 2 days, he had repeatedly contacted Suyi through Old Man Lin several times. Suyi was so annoyed that he asked Tianzhou to give the anxious scholars and researchers of the official a green light and leaked some technical information about carbon-based wafers. There was no need to teach them what the principle of carbon-based wafers was. Blue Star actually had this thing, but the technology was not mature enough compared to silicon-based wafers. There was no need to teach them how to make carbon-based wafers and what technology was needed. Let them understand the feasibility of this thing, and know that Tianyu Group is not bragging, and it can really be made. After all, this involves some top-level decisions and strategic designs of Juzhu officials. It is definitely a major event that can affect the national strategy to tear apart the shackles that the West has put on Juzhu in the field of semiconductors. It is normal for them to be anxious. Suyi can also understand. In the case that it will not harm their own interests at all, it is nothing to give the official a glimpse. This little thing, with his instructions, is naturally very easy for Tianzhou to do. However, what Suyi did not expect was that when he announced the carbon-based crystal technology, the West, which was originally thought to be anxious, did not move. It was really no movement, not that there was movement and he didn't know it. After all, Tianzhou was watching on the internet, and nothing could escape Tianzhou's eyes. So there was an embarrassing situation that he originally released the carbon-based crystal to respond to the sanctions of the bald eagle and slap the face of others, but they were not moved at all. Some people in China who opposed Tianyu Group, or simply opposed Juzhu, were in a carnival again when they saw this situation. The internet environment was in a mess. But the good news is that Suyi asked Tianzhou to open all the information of these people. If you like to shout, you will not have a share of the water of life in the future. As for the fact that the carbon-based crystal was ignored by the person he wanted to slap in the face, Suyi didn't take it too seriously. If you are bluffing, then being ignored will naturally make you a clown and a laughing stock. But he is different. He has real technology, and even the finished product can be put on the market soon. By then, it will be clear who is the clown. At the same time, Clay and Gago, who had come to Suyi to discuss business overnight, also came to him again after returning to report. This time, they also brought a contract. The contract for the lease of the island. Ozhujan Nyukuo intends to lease a place called Delos Island on the Asan Ocean to Tianyu Group for 1 yuan, and completely open the entire Ozhu market to Tianyu Group, using it as a bargaining chip in exchange for the water of life that can prolong life. Of course, in addition to this, the contract also requires Tianyu Group to do some things. The messy pile looks very harsh, but in fact there are many loopholes in the content of the contract. Clay, who came with the contract, also pointed out the loopholes to Suyi one by one, so that Suyi would not implement these regulations at that time. There is no way, they also have to explain to the people, and they still have to do something. Of course, Suyi has no objection to this. But he has a bigger opinion on another matter. Originally, he agreed to give 5 bottles of water of life that can prolong life, and then privately give 1 bottle to Clay and Gago, who were doing the work, and the matter was over. But this time the contract became 80 bottles. According to these two, this is the price negotiated by the high-level parliamentary leaders of the Ozhu Alliance. To put it bluntly, it is a lion's mouth, and they don't expect Suyi to agree. Because they had received the most direct benefit from Suyi, the two brothers, as the people who came to discuss this matter from Ozhu, did not hesitate to reveal the background of the masters in the parliament, and also explained to Suyi very considerately why the bottom line was 8 waters of life. So, there are 15 families that are the most powerful and can lead this matter. At least 8 waters of life are needed, and the support of more than 8 families is required for this matter to pass. Suyi thought that according to the nature of the West, such a big thing is definitely not something that can be decided by a few people. The news brought by these two pointed him to a new way. If only a few people can decide the direction of things, then why should he give the water of life? Just let Yu Ling cast the whole magic to make these people agree directly. After all, this kind of water of life that can prolong life is a real good thing. Take out one and dilute it, it is enough to make tens of thousands of basic water of life. That's all money? However, after a detailed understanding, Suyi still gave up the idea of letting Yu Ling cast a spell on these people. It's very simple. Those who can make the final decision on such matters are all leaders and heads of various interest groups. They make their own decisions, and of course they will wipe their own ass afterwards to ensure that the matter will be implemented smoothly. There are too many things involved. If the temptation to increase their lifespan wasn't too great, they probably wouldn't agree to this. Just using magic to control these people to sign a contract would be fine in ordinary business, but it would definitely not work in such a major matter involving territory. Without the efforts of these upper-level interest groups in the Ozhu Alliance, this behavior that is close to ceding territory will definitely be rejected, and there will be too many troubles in the future. He couldn't let Yu Ling stay there and manipulate these people to deal with it, or kill anyone who disobeyed. This is not realistic. It is better to use their local vested interests to suppress those who oppose it. The benefits to people are definitely indispensable. It is impossible to increase the water of life, just the 5 mentioned before. As for at least 8 people to agree, how to get the other 3 votes is not my problem, Suyi said lightly. After they took the water of life, they didn't think they just needed to vote and that was it, right? These are my exact words. You go back and tell the gentleman in the parliament over there. That's it. Clay and Gago looked at each other, but they did not continue to argue. To put it bluntly, their greatest interest in this matter is the water of life given to them by Suyi. They are now on the same side as Suyi, and they are not on the side of the big shots in the Ozhu Alliance Council. The big boss has spoken, and they have taken the water of life. Naturally, they will have to think of a solution when they return. Instead of complaining to Suyi here about how difficult this matter is, Clay and Gago responded quickly. Didn't even return to Ozhu. The next morning, they found Suyi again. Tell him that the Lords of Parliament have approved the deal. As for how they divide the 5 waters of life within themselves, that is not something Suyi should be concerned about. All he has to do is ensure that he gets the land. A piece of land that does not belong to any country or region, does not have any sovereignty and justice, and belongs only to him alone. Of course, under normal circumstances, if you don't have enough strength, there will be constant disputes after getting this land. Suyi knew very well what these white-skinned guys were like. What kind of contract spirit? Bullshit. If he does not have the strength, I am afraid that when the water of life promised to the other party is handed over, the issue of sovereignty of this land will be put on the table, followed by various disputes, and maybe there will be a local war. This is probably the most important reason why the people from the Ozhu Alliance passed the transaction plan so quickly. They just wanted to deceive the water of life and had no intention of giving the island to Suyi. Of course, they agreed to whatever conditions Suyi put forward. But despite this, after signing the contract, he promised the other party to deliver the 5 bottles of water of life within a week. The Ozhu Alliance also promised to start relocating the indigenous people on the island from the date the contract is signed. The population above is not large, only a few thousand people in total. Migration is very simple. You can transfer a few ships from nearby and it can be done in one day. According to the agreement, after the people move away, the people from the Tianyu group will take over the island. Within a week, Tianyu group was probably rearranging the island and building infrastructure. By the time the water of life was delivered, the matter was already a done deal for Suyi. As for whether they would have any unexpected tricks after delivering the water of life, Suyi didn't care at all. He obtained the power armor and low Earth orbit landing craft from another world. Being able to carry out an airborne beheading in low Earth orbit in a matter of minutes is much more shocking than Yu Ling's extremely lethal but unknown blood magic. He is hiding it for the time being and does not want to expose it, but if the other party wants to die, he will not shock the world with a little black technology. Sir, the press conference about Ling Xiaowen Jingyuan has been prepared and will officially start in 3 hours. Do you want to ask CEO Ms. Yu Ling to host the press conference this time? Tianshu's reminder rang on Suyi's cell phone. News of carbon-based wafers has been leaked for a few days, and the entire production line from Bela has basically been put into production. The production line of this thing is fully automatic. With Tianshu controlling it, no one is required to participate in the technical aspects. Naturally, problems such as the lack of corresponding technicians to control the machine can be omitted. The speed of putting into production is very fast. There was enough waste heat before, and the entries on the internet about Tianyu Group's carbon-based wafers are still among the top searches on major websites. It's almost time to take things out. It also happens to give some strength to those in the West who ignore it. Do you really think I am bragging? What do you mean? Are you willing to go? The person involved was right next to him, so Suyi naturally didn't make any decisions. There's nothing else to do anyway, so just go. Yu Ling was relatively indifferent to this. The education she received from an early age allowed her to face any big scene without stage fright. And compared to the previous press conference of the Water of Life, which required her to talk about this and that, this time Tianxue has prepared all the speeches for her, and when she encounters some problems, she will tell her how to answer them in real time through the headset. There's nothing you can't go to. Okay, then you go. Suyi nodded and was about to tell Tianxue to arrange the corresponding clothing and makeup artist team, but before he could speak, Tianxue took the initiative and said, "Sir, I think with Ms. Yu Ling's appearance, we can make some different choices in terms of makeup and clothing design. We don't necessarily have to wear what outsiders call formal clothes, but we can make Ms. Yu Ling wear something more distinctive. This can also better demonstrate the internal culture and spiritual outlook of our TNU group to the outside world and establish a good company image. Of course, this is just a suggestion from me and will not have much impact on the company's product sales. In business, many times the company image is tied to the brand image. Although you have a steady stream of black people, technology doesn't seem to need to pay attention to these details, but as a commercial AI, I need to consider this aspect. Whether to adopt it or not is up to you. If you are willing, I have prepared several unique sets of clothing for Miss Yu Ling to order in advance." This surprised both Suyi and Yu Ling. After the two looked at each other, Yu Ling said, "What kind of thing? Let's take it out and take a look first." The next moment, Tianxue's body, which she hung as a jewelry on her wrist, released a holographic projection. In front of the two of them, he contacted some tailor shops in Kyushu that had been passed down for many years, and displayed several sets of clothes specially customized for Yu Ling. Suyi took a look. "Good guys, they are all in ancient costumes. And it's not the kind of ancient costume that is made of rough materials and shoddily made at first glance. They are all the best of the best, and the silk threads on them are extremely high-end silk threads that can be seen with the naked eye. How much did you spend on ordering these things?" Suyi couldn't help but ask curiously. If the unit price of this piece was placed on the market, it would be around 800,000 yuan, but I didn't spend any money. Tianxue explained. "Last time I asked Ms. Yu Ling if she would mind using her image for commercial use within a certain range, and Ms. Yu Ling gave an affirmative answer. I contacted several time-honored tailor shops claiming to have served the royal family on the grounds that Ms. Yu Ling is the spokesperson. They all readily accepted that these clothes were specially designed and made for Ms. Yu Ling at no charge. Of course, in the agreement I reached with them, Ms. Yu Ling does not need to personally endorse them for this. She only needs to authorize them to use your image within a certain range and within a limited scope. To put it bluntly, the most she can do is use Yu Ling's photo, and she doesn't even need to have contact with them. Why not just buy it with money?" Suyi asked curiously. TNU Group is not short of money either. Considering the characteristics of TNU Group, certain linkages with these ancient brands will enhance the brand image. And if you just buy them with money, you may not be able to buy these clothes in a short time. Tianxue gave its answer. Suyi glanced at Yu Ling. There was no big surprise in her eyes. It was obvious that Tianxue's previous question about her asking for image authorization was true. "Is my image so valuable?" Yu Ling said curiously. "Of course, Ms. Yu Ling, I have carefully studied all aspects of humanities and social sciences in this world. Your appearance and temperament perfectly match the aesthetics of humans in this world. Even if you only appeared once at the Oda Life launch conference, you already have a large number of fans and loyal fans on the internet. I'm afraid you don't even know how popular you are. It can even be said that at least 1/3 of TNU Group's current attention is because of you." "That's right. Can my wife not be beautiful?" Suyi also agreed. This made Yu Ling a little embarrassed, so she patted him lightly and said, "I suspect you are working with it to make me happy. Madam, please believe in my integrity as an intelligent AI. I will not lie," Tianxue said seriously. "That's right, you are more beautiful than it says. Let me tell you, a few clothes can make you an ambassador. Those tailor shops are making a lot of money." Suyi agreed with it. After all, even if Yu Ling was placed in a different world nourished by magic power and filled with countless handsome men and beauties, her appearance would still be top-notch. Not to mention the temperament blessing brought by the identity of the elf princess. Completely invincible. Yu Ling was visibly happy after hearing this. Although she also knows how beautiful she is, it depends on who says it. She wouldn't care how much outsiders praised her appearance, but it was completely different if Suyi praised her. Where are the clothes? I'll change them. It has been sent to the door. Tianxia replied immediately. And as soon as it finished speaking, the doorbell was rang. It was obviously well prepared. This is the power of AI. If a person takes one step and sees 3 steps, he is already very powerful. But Tianxia can take one step and see countless steps, arrange everything, and never waste a minute or a second. While arranging trivial matters such as what to wear for the Yuling press conference, it can also simultaneously handle reception and construction issues on islands thousands of miles away. And no matter how big or small the matter is, we have prepared 2 or even several sets of plans to deal with any unexpected situations that may arise. When Yuling changed her clothes and came out, even though Suyi was used to her beauty, she couldn't help but her eyes lit up. People rely on their clothes. This saying is valid for anyone, even Yuling is no exception. The first set of clothes she changed into was an extremely complicated and ancient palace costume that was extremely complicated to make. The clothes are overall bright red with complex gold lines on them. The people who sent the clothes were the teams from the tailor shops. Their people also specially gave Yuling a retro hairstyle and paired it with a bunch of expensive-looking jewelry. The main theme is a rich man. If you wear this kind of clothing on others, it will only look vulgar, and it may even give people the feeling of wearing a crown while wearing a monkey. But wearing this thing on Yuling doesn't give people the slightest sense of disobedience. It will only make the noble aura in her body even more noble. It's like she was born to wear this. Pretty. Suyi couldn't help but give a thumbs up. The female makeup artist who came over to help Yuling style her hair and teach her how to wear such clothes couldn't help but said, I didn't agree with the store manager's previous proposal to make such rich and luxurious costumes. After all, there are no queens in modern society. How can anyone wear such rich and attractive clothes? I didn't expect Miss Yu to wear them. It's so beautiful that it fits so well. We still have a few more outfits that are more casual. Do you need to change them and try them on? Yuling didn't answer, but looked at Suyi. Seeing this, Suyi directly made the decision. No need to try, just do this. The other few sets will be left here. You can make a few more sets when you go back. It doesn't matter if you have money or not. Before, he was curious about what kind of clothes could sell for hundreds of thousands, but now it seems that the price is really no problem. This is art, and it should be sold at this price. The key is that few women can hold on to this kind of clothing. The market is very small, and people have to sell it more expensively in order to survive. Since he is not short of money, they are really capable, and Yuling seems to like the clothes, then Suyi doesn't mind letting them make some money. Then I'll thank you on behalf of the shop owner. The makeup artist who knew the other person's identity thanked him repeatedly. While Suyi was still trying on clothes with Yuling, Tianyu Group made another sudden attack and announced that a carbon-based wafer press conference would be held in the afternoon. Online public opinion, which was already highly controversial about Tianyu Group, exploded again. And the news released by Tianxia this time is not only about the time of the press conference, but also the list of participants. Everyone in Kyushu is familiar with the above, or even if they have never heard of it, they will know from the job description that they are not simple bosses, and they immediately sent an earthquake to the entire network. It quickly attracted the attention of countless people. No, brother, are you really coming? I thought he was just bragging, or just trying to make money with the concept of carbon-based wafers. You told me to release it now? Haha, it's useless to think about it. Carbon-based wafer technology is not mature at all. There are no carbon-based wafers successfully commercialized abroad. This is definitely nonsense. The so-called press conference is probably just a concept to defraud money. It doesn't matter at all. Don't even think about it if you don't see the finished product on display. If they don't have anything, how dare they hold a press conference? Too typical. What your foreign father can't do, can't Tianyu Group do? They have the water of life. Do foreign countries have it? That's right. When the water of life was launched, there were also a bunch of people who said that Tianyu Group was a liar. But what happened? The water of life is not much more outrageous than this crystal. They can even take out that thing, not to mention these crystals that are theoretically feasible. Anyway, I believe in Tianyu Group, and my life was saved by Tianyu Group. It's so funny. It's as if you didn't pay for your water of life. You have to be grateful to others for buying things. What a cyber filial son. 8888 cured my disease that I spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on but couldn't cure. Isn't it enough to thank them? So they should give it to you for free? Haha, why don't you think about how many people don't have these 8 or 9,000 yuan? These people's diseases don't need to be cured? No, the fucking disease is not caused by Tianyu Group. What does it have to do with whether you cure it or not? They gave you a treatment plan that is much cheaper than before. Why shouldn't you be thanked? There are so many ungrateful people in this world. I have a lot of minor illnesses, and I don't know how much I have spent on various medicines and minor surgeries, but they are all useless. Now I am afraid that I can't get the water of life. If I can get one, let alone the crystal, I will believe it even if Tianyu Group says that the earth is square. Don't lick it. It depends on your ability whether you can get a quota. Oh, Mr. Yu, are you here too? 1 nanometer carbon-based wafers have been released, so why not come? Mr. Liu, are you also here to attend Tianyu Group's Jingyuan press conference? Yes, how can our company be absent from such a grand event? Mr. Ma, your company's software developers also came to see the hardware launch conference. Of course, software is always based on hardware. It is quite necessary to witness the birth of a new generation of technology in advance. The grand venue was already overcrowded at this time. The VIP seats in the front row are almost all big shots from well-known companies in Kyushu. Anyone who picks one and puts it in front of the camera can be recognized. After seeing the lineup of VIP seats, many netizens who watched the live broadcast even made a special table. It is difficult to estimate the connection between the big names in the table and the companies they represent. It can be said that half of the entire Zhuzhou internet and semiconductor industry has gathered in Zhongcheng at this time. And they didn't just send a representative or manager to do it perfunctorily, they all came in person from the leaders of their respective companies. Of course, as for the purpose of coming here, it is hard to say whether it is for the 1 nanometer carbon-based wafer, the protagonist of Tianyu Group's product launch, or for the water of life. Perhaps they came simply for the crystal element, or perhaps they came simply for the water of life. Or it could be both. Suyi even felt that some of the people here might have taken over missions from some Western countries and came here to test. But that doesn't matter at all. The important thing is that they came and made this press conference loud enough. It attracted enough attention. In this way, it will be more satisfying when he slaps him in the face later. Otherwise, no matter how good the product he has is, even if it is released, it will become completely popular very quickly and seize the original market. But when there is a lack of attention, the feedback he gets immediately will be much less, and he also loses a lot of the fun of slapping others in the face and watching others break their defenses. According to Tianxi's arrangement, the process before the press conference was actually quite brief. No specific technical issues were introduced. It was mostly about welcoming this and that. Then he briefly boasted about how awesome the 1 nanometer carbon-based wafer launched by Tianyu Group was, and then it was Yu Ling's turn to take the stage. As Suyi expected, Yu Ling, who appeared in an extremely gorgeous costume, gave everyone in the audience a huge shock. The people at the scene were either the bosses of large groups or companies, and they were basically all big shots. Although they were inevitably stunning, they were still relatively reserved due to their status. But netizens watching the live broadcast on the internet will not think so much. The first time I saw Yu Ling, the official live broadcast room of this live broadcast cleared the screen in an instant, and the screen was filled with barrages that could no longer be seen. Holy shit, oh shit, it's her, she's really here? Oh my god, this is much more beautiful than last time. It's too exaggerated. Isn't this really heavy beauty plus makeup plus filters? I really don't believe that anyone in the world can be so good looking. It can be said that the whole length is down to my aesthetics. I am a makeup artist. To be honest, let alone beauty filters, people barely even put on makeup. I can tell at a glance. At most, they only used a little lipstick. You've seen it all. This is my wife. Someone come and pee on him so that he can wake up. Don't come with diabetes. Don't let him taste the sweetness. If you want to eat your shit, you are right. You are the CEO of Tianyu Group. What a beast you are. Didn't you see human hair a few days ago? This beauty has a boyfriend, a very handsome guy. Haha, you are a soft-fed dog? How do you know that someone is a low-income person? He is so handsome and looks like he is only about 20 years old. Yu Ling is the president of Tianyu Group. He is fair and plump. Isn't this just a soft meal? That seems to be true. Who wouldn't want to eat this soft rice? Damn that thief, I have no sworn relationship with him. Whoever gets his eye out, I'm going to blow him up. At Suyi, this is the dog thief, go ahead. Damn it, isn't this the big boss of TNU Group rumored on the internet? Ah, the boss of TNU Group is so young and handsome? Suyi didn't expect that no one cared about what he looked like, let alone noticed. Unexpectedly, because Yu Ling's appearance is so incredible, she already appeared at the last Oda Life press conference and shocked the world, causing her to gain a lot of attention. Then someone took a photo of the two of them when they went out. Coupled with the secret efforts of the C language boss, his appearance was also exposed to the public. It's like opening the box directly for him. Almost everyone who pays attention to TNU Group now knows that although this company is so big, the boss and president are a pair of extremely handsome boys and beautiful girls. This time the attention is even higher. Tianshu, you should be able to easily erase the traces of this kind of thing on the internet, right? Suyi said helplessly. It is impossible that Tianshu could not have noticed the risk of him being dug out by the public before, but he did nothing. Why should we erase all traces and hide our identity? Tianshu seemed a little confused. The personality of the company's top management is sometimes an important factor in whether the company can develop healthily, especially in your era where traffic is king and idols are rampant. If you can create a better personality for yourself, the future development of TNU Group will be smoother. Blue Star Jizhu Rice Group is a good example. The company's CEO itself has great appeal. Even if the product is sometimes unsatisfactory, it can still occupy a place in the market. Although your company is different from other companies and completely occupies a leading position in the market, it seems that there is no urgent need for these non-product operating methods, but this is only temporary. Who can say what will happen in the future? Tianshu explained patiently. Suyi couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He just wanted to make money, easy money. After making money, he still hoped to live a happy life. Now he is almost becoming an internet celebrity. How can he live a happy life? If he has to be watched by people when he goes out, it will be a waste of time. No, as the person involved, I reject this plan. As for the current situation, let's keep it to ourselves. Don't suppress the news for the time being, and don't make any response. Netizens only have a 7-second memory. After all, the marketing has not officially started. After a few days, the limelight will pass. It's better for us to focus more on the production of carbon-based wafers. Okay, sir, I'm sorry to add fuel to the fire in this matter without your consent. I will eliminate the inconvenience caused to your daily life as soon as possible. Although Suyi's request does not conform to Tianshu's internal business logic, the big boss has spoken. Why should he, an AI, worry about it? Thank you very much for taking the time out of your busy schedule to come and watch the launch of our TNU Group Lingxiao 1 crystal. According to the speech prepared by Tianshu, Yu Ling briefly introduced the technical principles of carbon-based crystals and why the process can reach the 1 nanometer level. These technical issues are very complicated, but fortunately Tianshu is a genius, and his terrifying computing power allows him to learn any language extremely quickly. Even in terms of understanding text and language, it is now more proficient than Yu Ling, who uses the world language pass card. With Tianshu's powerful writing skills, this speech can be said to be written vividly, with rich voice and emotion, and easy to understand. Even people who didn't know anything about semiconductors before will probably have a general impression of this Lingxiao crystal after listening to it, and know how awesome it is compared to the current crystals. These things are said to be technical, but in fact, even if all the principles are told to others, there is a lack of corresponding equipment in the world, and others cannot manufacture them. For example, Juzhu, which was previously stuck in this aspect. Don't they know the principle of the crystal? Of course they know. But the problem is that this kind of thing involves precision processing. What's the use of knowing the principle if you can't make it? Not to mention that the technical aspects of Tianshu's manuscript are not complete. It's useless to anyone who hears it, and there is no need to worry at all. At the end of the introduction, in order to prove that what she introduced is true, rather than a bragging product on the PPT, Yu Ling even took out a finished carbon-based crystal. The crystal is too tiring. Her piece is a graphics card crystal made by TNU Group. This is also the thing that can most intuitively display the performance of the crystal. However, it is definitely not enough to have a crystal alone. Graphics cards need various driver support. The good news is that Tianyu Group has Tianshu, and even programmers who write code are saved. Tianshu can rub out a bunch of drivers that can be adapted to this temporary graphics card in minutes. Let this thing use it almost the same as the graphics card of Invista on the market today. Of course, this almost refers to the adaptation aspect. In terms of performance, the graphics cards available on the market are not even worthy of this thing. Have you seen a graphics card with 16 TB video memory? This thing was temporarily made by Tianyu Group for the press conference. In order to better show the performance of the graphics card, Tianshu also made a virtual engine. The effect is hundreds of streets ahead of the latest Unreal 5 engine on the market. Then, the people who came to the scene and the audience on the internet watched Tianyu Group use that pile of messy rags to interpret the extremely popular single-player game Black Goku. Compared with the original game, it can still be seen as a game. With this graphics card, plus Tianshu's contribution of its own computing power, the picture in the game is almost indistinguishable from reality. This is still the result of temporary patchwork. If there is really a game company that uses the capabilities of this graphics card and the CPU computing power of Tianyu Group in the future, and then uses the virtual engine developed by Tianshu to develop a game, the effect will definitely be countless times better than this. Of course, this level of carbon-based wafer technology is not only applicable to graphics cards. It's just that the performance of graphics cards is the easiest to show intuitively. After watching the simple demonstration, even those who don't know anything about it can clearly feel how outrageous the performance of Tianyu Group's temporary piece of stuff is. And those who know about it kept saying it was awesome after seeing it. The ultra-high image quality that is almost indistinguishable from reality, who wouldn't be confused after seeing it? If you don't understand, just ask, if this thing is really mass-produced and not put on the market, will it have an impact on the current gaming industry? It seems that you really don't understand. They are just demonstrating it. The graphics card is just the tip of the iceberg of this carbon-based wafer technology. It is no exaggeration to say that if Tianyu Group does not have any fraudulent behavior at this press conference today, then I think the technology they hold is even enough to change the world pattern. Semiconductors, what a huge market. If it is directly overturned by our Juzhu enterprises, we probably can also drink some soup. What soup are you drinking? Can Tianyu Group give you some money? Do you really think of yourself as a capitalist's dog? It is entirely possible that the economy that has been sluggish in the past 2 years has suddenly occupied such a large market and has achieved a huge growth. Do you dare to say that economic development has no benefits for ordinary people? The guy above is really a bit against the sky. To be honest, I don't believe that he is real. Unless it is shot in reality, who can shoot this level of picture quality? Is it possible? If this is a real shot, it will be more thrilling. That's right, the monsters in it are the same as the real ones, and there is no sense of disobedience. There are no flaws in the skills. If it is a real shot, you can't let people wear leather suits and hide in it, right? That's too fake. It's confirmed. In order to sell fake crystals, Tianyu Group specially found a few monsters to accompany them to shoot promotional videos? Ha ha ha, I laughed to death. The actual machine demonstration was so shocking that after Yu Ling finished the introduction, many viewers were still immersed in the scene they had just seen and couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. The first to react were those well-known domestic internet companies. After being stunned, Xiao Maji, who came to the scene in person from Penguin Group, didn't care about the reserve of big entrepreneurs and successful people. As a businessman who started out as a software professional, he knew too well how much impact this kind of hardware innovation could bring to software. And he was knowledgeable. Just now, he took a quick look and found that Tianyu Group was awesome not only in hardware. From graphics card adaptation to virtual engine, all the technologies used were incomprehensible to him. The effects were surprisingly good. If this could be used to make games, wouldn't it make a lot of money? He immediately stood up and said, Ms. Yu, how much does your company's graphics card cost? Can you tell me? What technology is this virtual engine based on? Why is the effect so good? I wonder if it is convenient to tell me. Yu Ling glanced at him after hearing this. Well, this is a big shot, and he had heard So Yi talk about this person before. But they were not good words. But no matter who it was, she had only one answer when she came to talk to him at this time. Hello, Mr. Ma, I can't reveal this. If your company has the intention to cooperate, You can let the professional team connect with Tianyu technology under our Tianyu group afterwards. Xiao Maji realized that he was a bit abrupt at this time. However, he looked back at other colleagues who looked unfriendly, and he didn't care too much. He chuckled and apologized to Yu Ling, and then sat back in his seat. He could ignore the hostility of others, but at present, none of the technologies of Tianyu Group were useless to his penguin. Naturally, it was not good to neglect it. Next, Yu Ling spent nearly half an hour, following the process arranged by Tianshu, and demonstrated the skills of carbon-based crystal from various angles that might be suspected. The more you look at it, the more frightening it is. Especially those foreign media. Those people from foreign semiconductor companies were basically invited by Tianyu Group. Suyi originally planned to call them to the scene to slap them in the face. Unexpectedly, they didn't think he was serious at all, and they didn't even come. But if the professionals don't come, the news media who like to join in the fun will certainly not be absent. With the huge momentum created by Tianyu Group on the internet, many well-known foreign media naturally came to see what was going on. When they came in, most of these people were still full of confidence, thinking that even if the so-called carbon-based wafers of Tianyu Group were real, they would definitely have a lot of water, and it would not be more reliable and more advanced than their current silicon-based wafers. Until they watched the performance demonstrations of one project after another led by Yu Ling. The more they watched, the more frightened they were. After watching, their hearts were almost half cold. Semiconductor technology. Today, when the automotive industry is gradually being eroded by Jizhu, this is already one of the few high value-added industries with a large scale in the entire Western world. Anyone with a little common sense knows how terrible the consequences will be if the semiconductor industry is overturned by Jizhu. Although Jizhu has been catching up before today, the gap between the two sides in technology accumulation is very large. No matter how awesome Jizhu is, it is simply unrealistic to catch up in a short time. Because many things are inherently slow and cannot be rushed. Even if the monopoly is broken one by one, it will take a long time. The West can still have a good time. And today's incident is undoubtedly a heavy blow to the head of the entire West, making those Westerners who had learned about the semiconductor industry before coming here dizzy. The most terrifying thing is that there was no warning at all. It was very abrupt, and they didn't even have time to prepare for it. Those semiconductor giants didn't even bother to take a look. Not to mention preparing any response plans. After confirming that this carbon-based wafer might be true, the reporters present, including those corporate bosses, almost guessed what kind of bloody storm the entire semiconductor industry would usher in after the news spread. Some people were excited, some had mixed feelings, and some were like bereaved parents. In a small press conference, all kinds of life were shown. And under the expectation of everyone, it was finally time to get down to business, the interview session. Without waiting for reporters or VIPs to ask questions, Yu Ling took the lead and said, "Before the interview begins, I have something to say to everyone. That is why we are so eager to bring out our carbon-based wafers. There are two reasons. One is that our company's technology in this area is already quite mature. We even have a complete team responsible for the supporting software development technology. There is no problem in listing it for sale at this time. The other reason is more interesting." At this point, Yu Ling smiled. "Our boss is a very petty person. His principle has always been that I will not offend others if others do not offend me. And a few days ago, the Bald Eagle country included Tianyu Group in the sanctions list for no reason. Excuse me, this thing has no effect on our Tianyu Group except for letting them have fun. The current production capacity of our company's water of life may not be enough to supply the domestic market, let alone the foreign market. But even if there is no impact, such barbaric and impolite behavior makes our boss very, very unhappy. In his words, if you don't let me live well, then no one will live well. That's why he released the news of carbon-based crystals in advance and moved up the original crystal release date by a few days. Anyway, this is harmless to our company, but for some financially powerful countries, such a black swan in the semiconductor industry may not be easy. Yes, our Tianyu Group is targeting the Bald Eagle and the Western Group headed by the Bald Eagle. So, here I need to emphasize what our boss told me to say. From now on, Tianyu Group will impose sanctions on the Bald Eagle Empire, and any products of Tianyu Group will not flow into the markets of the Bald Eagle and its allied countries. It sounds a bit ridiculous for a small company to challenge the world's strongest empire, but please believe that someone will regret it, and this person will definitely not be TNU Group, let alone our boss. Speaking of this, Yu Ling smiled and said, "Now, let's start the interview session. You can ask any questions you have." Silence. Not only was the scene quiet, even on the live broadcast room, there were only a few comments at this time. It was nothing, it was just that Yu Ling's words just now shocked everyone a little too much. In recent years, as the trade war has become more and more intense, there are countless Juzhu companies that have been targeted and sanctioned by the bald eagle. But most of the time, these companies can only cry out for injustice and occupy the moral high ground to criticize others. It's not painful at all for others. Everyone knows that TNU Group has been sanctioned. Everyone thought that TNU Group would definitely end up swallowing its anger in the end. Unexpectedly, after TNU Group remained silent for a few days and did not express any opinions on being sanctioned, it actually gave everyone a hard dish. At the press conference, it directly criticized the officials of the world's most powerful country, and it named and said that it would fight the other party to the end. It's not empty at all. Don't worry about whether this is true or false, but it's really inspiring to hear it. You have been bullied to the point of being pitiful and weak. What's the point of occupying the moral high ground? You should hit back hard, and you should scold them even if you can't beat them. Due to Yu Ling's explosive speech, the reporters who had prepared a bunch of sharp questions to embarrass TNU Group didn't dare to ask any more questions when it came to the question and answer session. Just kidding, they can fight back against the world's strongest country, but these little karami are nothing. What if they are unhappy and get slapped back? As for those who were going to lick TNU Group during the interview and build a good relationship between the two parties for better cooperation in the future, now they dare not ask any more questions. After all, TNU Group has offended a group of bald eagles. You are happy now, but what are you going to do about their counterattack later? Even if you are not afraid of the sanctions from the bald eagles, I am afraid. So Yu Ling, who originally thought that she would face all kinds of sharp questions, did not encounter any difficulties in the question and answer session this time. The reporters present asked some basic questions. For example, how much is the output, and what kind of wafer is the approximate price? There was no off-topic talk. In short, the interaction was completed very easily and the press conference ended. Even the explosive news that she announced that TNU Group's carbon-based wafers are not only cheaper than the current silicon-based wafers, but also have more than 10 times the performance of the same level wafers, did not attract as much attention as her remarks against the bald eagle. After the press conference, the words related to the president of TNU Group openly declaring countermeasures against the bald eagle in public quickly topped the hot search list of major software. Counter-sanctions, she is really bold to say that. People don't want to buy your things in the first place. Now you say that you won't sell them to them in anti-sanctions, isn't it a joke? Haha, a mantis trying to stop a chariot is overestimating one's own strength. Another group of people are about to come and win a spiritual victory. Note that the bald eagle sanctioned not TNU Group, but TNU Medical, specifically the drug of TNU Medical's Water of Life. Now TNU Group has implemented counter-sanctions and refused to export any products to the Western camp headed by the bald eagle, including carbon-based wafers. What do you mean by things that people don't want to buy in the first place? The performance of carbon-based crystal is more than 10 times that of the current crystal of the same level. You say the bald eagle doesn't want it? It's hard to say whether it's true or not. 10 times? I'm bragging and I dare to say that the performance of the crystal I made with my bare hands is 10,000 times that of the crystal currently on the market? That's right, and the Water of Life, I think it deserves to be sanctioned. You don't follow their rules, why don't they sanction you? What rules didn't you follow? Let me hear it. I read the reasons for the sanctions imposed by the Ministry of Commerce on the bald eagle. They just asked to study whether this thing is harmful and asked TNU Group to explain the principle of the Water of Life, but TNU Group refused. Isn't it deserved to be sanctioned? Good guy, you mean I have to give it to you if you want it? And explain the principle, otherwise let TNU Group give the formula of the Water of Life to your bald eagle father. If you ask me, this Water of Life should be banned in Juzhu. Where in the world can such a good thing exist? Only idiots believe it. It is obvious that they are cutting leaks. I don't know how big the background of TNU Group is, haha. If I hadn't seen that you had forwarded the dynamics of TNU Group's Water of Life lottery on your homepage, I would have almost believed it. Brother, it's not easy to get a salary if you see it but don't say it. For a while, all kinds of remarks were clamorous. A hat was also put on the head of TNU Group. This pile of hats has good and bad ones. In the eyes of people who love this land, in recent years, too many companies in Juzhou have been unreasonably attacked and sanctioned by the Western camp headed by the Bald Eagle when they went overseas. Previously, those companies could only swallow their anger for the sake of the market, and at most protested a few words. And TNU Group's wave of naming the Bald Eagle today is undoubtedly a strong counterattack, which greatly boosts morale. Because he is not just talking. The anti-sanction was announced after the release of the black technology of carbon-based crystal element. Not to mention that TNU Group still holds the good stuff like Water of Life. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that the Bald Eagle sanctions the Water of Life for greater benefits, not because it really doesn't want this miraculous medicine. Now TNU Group has directly cut off the other party's thoughts. You want to sanction me? Then I won't sell it to you? And for those whose spiritual motherland is on the other side of the ocean, TNU Group's remarks are equivalent to violating the law of heaven. They dared to speak so arrogantly to their father. It's completely treasonous. Now of course, they are trying all kinds of ways to attack TNU Group. Those who spread rumors, those who directly scold, those who make jokes, or those who pretend to be rational and make rational analyses to praise openly and criticize secretly. It can be said that they use every possible means. The most disgusting ones are those jokers. Seeing that the majority of people in Juzhou support TNU Group, they came out and started to praise TNU Group from all angles, exaggerating it to the extreme, and really attracted the approval of some people who don't have much opinion and common sense, but want to support TNU Group. Then these people will change their accounts, or let their companions intercept these remarks and post them all over the world, using them to attack those who support TNU Group for being brainless. It's similar to a game that was recently launched. Seeing that the quality of the game far exceeded expectations, it did not die suddenly. A group of people immediately jumped out, trying to tout this game as the best in the world, proving from all angles how awesome it is, how it beats other games of the same type, and how it is invincible. People who have never played other games of the same type rushed into the game, only feeling that this game is really fun, and after hearing what senior players said, they immediately felt that this is simply a wonder in the history of human games, and then followed suit to praise it. When similar remarks became more common, those who originally praised it changed their accounts at the speed of light, intercepted the remarks of those who were not familiar with the game and were led by them, and cursed them as this is a brainless monkey. This is the current situation of the internet. Many times, those who praise you with your brainless heart may not be your allies. Behind the chaos on the internet, the official response of the Bald Eagle, which was criticized by TNU Group, was not slow, and it quickly gave a relevant response. In view of the arrogance and rudeness of TNU Group, after urgent consultations, the Black Palace and the Parliament decided to continue to increase the original sanctions, refusing all TNU Group products to enter the Bald Eagle and freezing all TNU Group's overseas assets. The sanctions will continue until TNU Group publicly apologizes for its previous remarks and discloses the manufacturing principles of the drug Water of Life and the manufacturing principles of carbon-based crystals. This old woman is a bit too disgusting. Su Yi happened to see the live broadcast of the Black Palace spokesperson speaking, and couldn't help but complain. These words certainly had no effect on TNU Group. He just couldn't stand someone being so arrogant to him. Then let her die. Yu Ling tilted his head. It's so far, is it okay? I can't ask you to go there in person, it's unnecessary. Su Yi shook his head. It's okay for an ordinary person. Yu Ling pondered. As long as you agree, she will die in front of the camera immediately. Really? Su Yi's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said. Wait a minute. As he said that, he took out his mobile phone, found a picture of opening champagne at random, and then posted it on his personal account, with 2 words. Good death? Okay, now you can let her die. It's obviously not that easy to kill a person from a distance of tens of thousands of kilometers. Unlike the previous light-hearted use of blood magic, this time Yu Ling directly took out the staff, recited a lengthy spell, and then finished casting and sat back. Is it done? Will it be tiring? Su Yi asked with concern. Fortunately, it's just killing an ordinary person. It's just that there is no information medium about her, which is more troublesome, but it's not tiring. Yu Ling chuckled. Obviously, this is nothing to her. Well, I'm going on vacation tomorrow, don't get tired now, Suyi said and looked at the TV again. He didn't know how long Yu Ling's magic would take effect, but this kind of broadcast must have a delay. But no matter how big the delay is, it will only be less than 1 second at most. After the two finished talking, almost at the moment Suyi turned his head to look at the TV, the spokesperson of the Black Palace, who was arrogant in front of countless reporters a second ago, twitched all over the next second, and fell down with blood flowing from 7 holes. The surrounding reporters were stunned for a moment, and then became more excited. Are you kidding? Reporters at the scene of the assassination of the bald eagle president were not afraid of bullets that could be fired at any time. What else can you be afraid of? The spokesperson of the Black Palace suddenly fell ill at the press conference. This is big news. You must get close to take a clear close-up photo at this time. Surrounded by a large number of reporters, the staff and medical team of the Black Palace took more than 10 minutes to drag the poor spokesperson out for emergency treatment. At the same time, they reacted and shut down all the interview and live broadcast equipment at the scene. But the news had spread like a storm. The news that the spokesperson of the Black Palace suddenly fell ill when announcing sanctions and condemning the Tianyu Group became the focus of the world in an instant. Even the Tianyu Group became popular on the internet around the world. Some reporters who were close to the scene even publicly stated that the spokesperson must have suffered from some acute disease, and the condition after the onset was very serious. He was definitely dead. Even before these reporters were kicked out, a reporter with some medical knowledge took a look and said that the spokesperson had a drop in body temperature and stiff limbs, and even his pupils began to dilate. Not dead, but already dead. This kind of heavyweight news spread to the Juzhu network almost in an instant. Then someone with a keen eye immediately discovered the dynamic that Suyu Fa posted. Mr. Su is really a man of temperament, so funny. It's okay to just open the champagne. Wouldn't that be too rude? After all, the dead are the most important. It's okay, doesn't the dead have any opinions? Why are we in a hurry? Good death, open the champagne? Wait, didn't you find something terrifying when you think about it carefully? What? Look at the time. The time when Mr. So posted this dynamic does not seem to match the time when the Black Palace spokesperson died during the live broadcast. Brother, there is a time difference in this world. People are on the other side of the ocean, so of course the time is not right. Are you stupid? I just calculated the time wrong. The time when Mr. So posted the dynamic was more than a minute earlier than the time when that person died. As soon as this was said, it immediately attracted the attention of many people. The time difference between Kyushu and Bald Eagle is no secret. When the spokesperson of Haegong died, it was live broadcast, and there was no suspense about the time of death. Combined with the time when Suyi posted the dynamic, a simple calculation, many people were surprised to find that Suyi posted this dynamic 1 minute earlier than the time when the spokesperson of Haegong died. Damn, this is not right. Coincidence? It should be a coincidence. What a coincidence! How can there be such a coincidence in the world? If it is not a coincidence, how can it be explained? Could it be that someone or Mr. So killed him? Hard to say. It can't be that he really killed him? How is it possible? This is not an assassination. He was live broadcasting at the time, and no gunshots were heard. Haegong said that he died of acute illness. It is definitely not a gunshot. As for whether it was poisoning or other means, it is not certain. As for Haegong's statement, just take a look. If you were in charge of Haegong, would you say that your people were killed in your own home? For a while, conspiracy theories were prevalent. Suyi did it on purpose, so he naturally wouldn't explain. Not only did he not intend to explain, he even posted a so-called clarification status. Let me clarify the reason why I posted that dynamic. I was playing a game just now and encountered a wild dog barking at me. Then I kicked the wild dog on the roadside to death. I posted a dynamic to celebrate. As for the so-called wild dog of the Black Palace, no, the spokesman's death was indeed a good death. As long as I have no morals, you can't morally blackmail me. As long as I have no quality, if you dare to disgust me, I will scold you back. Decent, decent. Suyik doesn't care about these. When you have the ability to change the rules, you don't care who makes the rules. This is the case in the business world, and it is the same in so-called words and deeds. Don't say that he cursed a few words online to hint, even if he directly said that he killed the spokesperson of the Black Palace, what would it matter? The president of the Bald Eagle directly used a nuclear bomb to blow him up? Don't joke. Compared to the life and death of this person, it is more likely that he will attract nuclear bombs if he continues to touch the interests of the entire Bald Eagle Empire. But it doesn't matter. Last time, he had asked Bailu to help him find some surface interception systems that had been eliminated in their world. Once this batch of goods arrives, no matter what planes, missiles, or nuclear weapons, they will be useless if they can't hit him. As expected, his clarification not only failed to clarify, but also because his words and sentences were too ambiguous, many people thought that he did it. For a while, even those who felt that this matter had absolutely nothing to do with Tianyu Group after careful and rational analysis became a little unconfident. Not to mention them, even Haegong was a little unsure for a while after getting Suyi's response. Boy, did you really do it? As expected, not long after the incident, Old Man Lin called. Does it matter who did it? Suyi asked back. Anyway, the dead are Bald Eagle people, just open the champagne and it's over. This. Old Man Lin hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but say, Boy, I won't hide it from you. In fact, since the Zhang family incident, someone above has been eyeing you. It's better to do less similar things. Many times, killing can only intensify the problem, not solve it. Although Old Man Lin felt that Suyi's killing across thousands of miles was outrageous, he was not too surprised. After all, when the Zhang family was wiped out before, the clan members across the ocean died suddenly for various reasons. Later, the Tao family in the Magic City was even more terrifying. Although they were not dead yet, the family members had contracted different strange diseases one after another in the past month. On the contrary, Tao Weiman in prison was fine, but every time a member of the Tao family got into trouble, the people of Tianyu Group would go to inform the other party of the news. With so many factors combined, if the Juzhu officials still can't guess that Suyi has a way to kill people invisibly and quietly even if they are thousands of miles apart, then they are stupid. But you don't have any evidence for this kind of thing. What can you do to Suyi if you guess it? Not to mention that Tianyu Group has become bigger now, and Suyi seems to be on the official side. In any case, they have no reason to touch Suyi. Those bigwigs who know about it can only tell their children to keep their eyes open when they go out, and never provoke this living father. It can't solve the problem, but it makes me happy, Suyi replied. This is also considered not pretending, admitting that he killed the spokesperson of the Black Palace. People have guessed it, so there is nothing to deny. Anyway, the Juzhu officials can't have evidence. A few words are not evidence. You kid. Old Man Lin could only change the subject helplessly. Carbon-based wafers, are you really going to sell them directly on the market? Yes, the products sold include mobile phone wafers, computer CPUs, graphics cards, etc. As far as I know, things like graphics cards and CPUs all need to be adapted, right? Have you done the adaptation and put them on the market directly? You are so old, I didn't expect you to be quite knowledgeable. Suyi was a little surprised. Basically, they have been handled. As for those adaptation issues that took a lot of effort, you don't need to ask how they were done, and I won't tell you even if you ask. Anything else? I heard that you signed an agreement with the Ozhu Alliance, and they are going to lease an island on the Asan Ocean to you for 99 years. Old Man Lin mentioned another thing. Suyi couldn't help but sigh that they were well informed when he heard this. Although the island was privately handed over, and someone from Tianyu Group had already gone to the island, it was not made public. It is impossible for the people of Tianyu Group to leak the news. The signals on that island are now monitored by Tianshu, and everyone who goes on and off the island is under strict surveillance. So the official news can only come from the Ozhu Alliance. This means that there must be people from Juzhu official in the senior management there. It's true. Suyi admitted it openly. It's exchanged for a few bottles of water of life, why not? I plan to move some more dangerous experiments and projects to that island in the future. Aren't you afraid that they will go back on their words? Those Westerners don't care about face for the sake of profit. Old Man Lin advised. You can buy it and use it as a resort. Putting key technology there will definitely be big trouble in the future. The transaction between you and the counselors of the Ozhu Alliance is not formal. There will be a lot of controversy about this island in the future. Even if those Western countries want to forcibly seize the island at that time, they will have reasons. If you really have any dangerous experiments and projects, you can tell me. There are many in China. You are allowed to build it in the human area, there is really no need to go so far. In Zhuzhou, if you point your finger at the nose of the bald eagle and scold them, they can only scold you in impotence and rage. If you go out, you will have to face their fleet at that time. Don't worry, I know my limits. Suyi certainly knew what Old Man Lin meant. After thinking about it, he added, "This island will be of great use to me in the future, and since it has come into my hands, it is not up to them whether they return it in the future. The lease period is 99 years. I just feel uncomfortable. If they dare to tear up the agreement, I will just remove the word lease." After a conversation, Old Man Lin didn't know what to say, and finally had to hang up the phone helplessly. Although I don't know where Suyi got the confidence to say such a thing, I don't know why, but he inexplicably felt that Suyi might really be able to do it. As for where this feeling came from, it is hard to say. Perhaps it was the confidence that Tianyu Group had produced 2 epoch-making products less than a month after its establishment. Or was it due to Suyi's strange way of killing people without being seen? It was hard to say, but he felt that if those Westerners really planned to break the agreement and rob Suyi's things, they would be in big trouble. After hanging up the phone with Suyi, Old Man Lin used a special video device to make another call. As soon as the call was connected, he entered a video conference room. The other shots were all of old people who were well known throughout Zhuzhou. "Old Lin, what did that kid say?" According to the results of the connection between the Academy of Sciences and Tianyu Group, we can currently confirm that Tianyu Group has mastered a very mature carbon-based crystal function, which can be used commercially to replace all silicon-based crystals currently on the market. Old Man Lin took the lead in answering questions about business. Hearing this, one of the old men nodded and said, "It seems that the semiconductor industry can be reshuffled. Many of our previous layouts will be invalidated. Let the relevant departments draft a new charter based on carbon-based wafers. Will this be too risky?" Someone raised an objection. "If we accept carbon-based wafer technology in its entirety, all our previous layouts on silicon-based wafers will be invalidated, and the loss will be trillions. If this carbon-based wafer technology is in the hands of official enterprises, then of course it can be done, but it is in the hands of Tianyu Group, a private enterprise, and there are too many uncertainties. So what? New technology has emerged. Do we have to continue to invest in technologies that are about to be eliminated and let the domestic semiconductor industry die with that silicon-based wafer? That's not what I meant. What I meant was, okay." While the argument was going on, the old man in the middle suddenly made a decision. "Give up silicon-based wafers and turn to carbon-based wafers. As for technical issues, I'll have a good talk with that young man when I have time. It's definitely not okay to steal other people's technology, but signing an agreement is always necessary. I have studied Suyi's experience. After an agreement has been drawn up, as long as we don't take the initiative to break the agreement, he should not rashly break the agreement. This young man seems to do things without considering the consequences, but in fact, every time the opponent tries to play tricks outside the rules with him, he will completely overturn the rules and fight back. And he dares to be so unscrupulous, mainly because he holds the powerful enough to ignore the consequences. Judging from his performance, most of the time he is willing to follow the law. I think we should reach an agreement with him on the carbon-based wafer trade. On this basis, send the relevant team to contact Tianyu Group to help them quickly expand the market for carbon-based wafers and their derivative trade. Semiconductors are a big business that Tianyu Group and its family cannot afford. They want to seize the market quickly without official support. We don't want much. They master the core technology, and we master the technologies and businesses derived from carbon-based wafers. The two parties are firmly bound together, and the interests can allow Tianyu Group to take the lion's share. In this process, our scientific researchers can further cooperate with Tianyu Group, and even if they cannot fully understand the technology of carbon-based wafers, they can still learn something. Even if that kid Suyi really breaks the rules and falls out, we won't be left blank in terms of carbon-based wafer technology. We don't necessarily have to be more technologically advanced than Tianyu Group in this field, as long as we are more advanced than other countries. Having said this, the old man knocked on the table in front of him, looked around at the others and said, "Remember, we abide by the rules, and on this basis we will be deeply bound to the Tianyu group. Obeying the rules is the key point, don't forget it. The old man's words were the final word and basically set the general direction. The others didn't argue anymore. At present, it seems that this is indeed the best way. As for plundering and forcing Tianyu group to hand over its technology, this is almost impossible. With such disruptive technology in hand, where can Suyi, the most powerful person in the world, go? Not to mention, even the bald eagle, who was sanctioning the Tianyu group just now, can learn how to change his face in Sichuan opera in minutes and treat Suyi as a guest of honor as long as Suyi shows any intention of getting over it. What? Suyi assassinated the spokesperson of the Black Palace? Where did this treacherous villain dare to use such rumors to slander the entrepreneurs of our bald eagle empire? In the face of such huge interests, the current contradiction between Suyi and others is not a contradiction at all. By the way, that guy bought an island from the Ozhu Alliance. Should we intervene in this matter? Old man Lin said worriedly. He became famous at a young age, and once he succeeds, he is used to everything going smoothly. I'm afraid he still doesn't know the ugly faces of those people in the West. If he really thinks that he can get a territory that is close to an independent kingdom so easily, I'm afraid he will have to eat a lot. Losing money? No need. The old man in the middle shook his head. With his unscrupulous style of doing things, he will indeed feel constrained in his long-term development in the country. If we are in trouble, he will not be able to use his hands and feet. We can ignore things like the Zhang family once, but we cannot ignore them again and again. If things go on like this, we will inevitably, if there is a conflict, it is better to let him go out and see the dangers outside. When he suffers some losses, he will naturally understand how important a relatively serious but rule-abiding social order is. Those industries in his company, such as the water of life, have a strange origin and are not easy to evaluate at the moment. But he will definitely hold it firmly in his hands. The Jingyuan industry cannot do without the support of our Kyushu industrial base. Both of these are it can't be moved away casually. As for the other properties of Tianyu Group, let him go. If he wasn't stupid, he would definitely not leave Kyushu casually. She is not a 3-year-old child, and we are not her parents, so there is no need to be so lenient. Is this our island? On the vast ocean, a shuttle-shaped spaceship is suspended in the air several hundred meters above the sea. There are only 3 people in the spaceship, Suyi, Yu Ling, and Xingen, who has been rapidly absorbing various knowledge from Blue Star recently. 50 square kilometers doesn't look too small, Yu Ling said, overlooking the island. As far as living is concerned, with reasonable planning, it will be enough to house around 100,000 people. Chenya looked at Xingen beside him. Didn't you say before that there are about 10,000 people from this tribe? How about this island be given to you in the future? Of course, it will still be quite depressing for 100,000 people to live on such a small island. In the future, I will cooperate with Kyushu, or ask another technological world if there is relevant equipment to expand this island. If it doesn't work out, I will find a way to buy all the other islands around me. You also know the rules of the trading platform. It will take a while to collect enough points to take over all your clan members. Within this time period, whether it is modernizing the island, expanding it, or purchasing surrounding islands, there will be enough of time. Just make your arrangements. Xingen looked up at the island below, his tone calm. Then she continued to look down at her book. This woman was almost like a bionic person. She looked like this without any desires at all times, and Suyi was used to it. Let's go down and have a look. The landing craft landed slowly and floated over the sea less than 2 kilometers away from the island. Suyi found an inflatable boat that he had prepared in the storage space and threw it into the sea below. Then he was taken by Yu Ling to land on the boat and landed on the island in a moment. There were only more than 1,000 aborigines on this island before. These people lived a very primitive life, which led to little development of the island. Most places still maintain their original ecology. I have to say that the scenery is really very good. After walking around the island and taking a close look, Suyi was quite satisfied. Then he landed directly from the east side of the island. This was the gathering place of the Aborigines before, and it is also the temporary residence of the people who took over the island from Tianyu Group. Various machines and equipment related to the transformation of the island are still on the way. The first batch of people who went to the island in advance mainly carried out terrain surveys and other work, so there were not many people. There were less than 300 people in total. Among them, there were 100 guards. All of them were hired by Suyi from a large security company in Jizhu. In order to ensure the combat effectiveness in the jungle area of the island, they were all retired Marines from Jizhu. Since they entered Tianyu Group, they have no relationship with the previous security company and are now employees of the Tianyu Group Security Department. The most important thing is that these people are all armed. Not only individual weapons, but also some special vehicles such as amphibious armored vehicles, mainly responsible for the initial security work of the island. The security team of 100 people doesn't say how powerful it is in combat, but at least it can guarantee that they won't be robbed by some random pirates. Whether they are real pirates or pirates pretending to be pirates from some people around them, they are fully capable of dealing with them. Without dispatching a real army, it would be difficult to deal with hundreds of elite soldiers armed to the teeth. Under normal circumstances, unless someone is crazy, they will never send out military force to attack such a small island. But the current situation is grim, but it's hard to say. Suyi came here today. In addition to inspecting what his island looked like, his other purpose was to strengthen the island's defense. Everything is in his hands, so anyone who wants to snatch Suyi will have his mouth full of teeth broken. From this perspective, it is definitely not enough for the security team to be equipped with only some individual weapons and some special operations vehicles. Warships and other things are not easy for Suyi to deal with now. It's not that there is no way. With the value of him and the Tianyu Group, if he wants to speak, it will definitely be no problem to find a few warships from Kyushu. There is a foreign trade version of 52D. It makes no sense that it can be sold to other countries, but not to him. But the problem is that he can't afford this thing, and there are not enough people to operate it after buying it. So instead of making it so complicated, it's better to make it simple. He just got 10 power armors from Bela. What you are seeing now is the latest product of Tianyu military industry under our Tianyu Group, Tianbing 1 type power armor. In a warehouse on the island, Suyi pointed at the 5 powered armors standing in a row behind him and said to the 10 strong young men in front of him, "This powered armor is completely different from the labor-saving exoskeletons you imagine used in modern armies. I won't bullshit you about the specific technology used and the principles. I guess you won't understand it. Mainly because I don't understand it myself. You have to ask the people at the research institute for this kind of thing." As soon as he said this, the 10 people in front of him laughed a few times without feeling offended. This is often the case. The same meaning expressed in different ways gives people completely different feelings. Suyi waved his hand and continued. "I'll give you a rough idea of some of the parameters of this thing. The first is battery life. There is almost no battery life anxiety. Even at full power, the battery life is enough for you to fly around the Earth hundreds of times. Don't ask about the technology used, and don't guess. You just need to know that it is durable. Even if the battery life is really over one day, it will remind you long in advance that even if you are performing the most dangerous mission, you will still have enough energy redundancy to deal with it. Then there's the power. There are 4 small refrigerant-free engines behind it. Converted into a unit that you all can understand, that is, the 4 engines add up to a maximum horsepower of 240,000 horses. Of course, this description is not necessarily accurate. In short, you just need to know that this thing can fly, and its maximum speed can exceed 6 times the speed of sound. As for its protection, the external armor is made of special alloy. The thickness at its thinnest point is less than 3 mm, but it has a protective effect equivalent to 800 mm. The thickness of the armor at the most protected place reaches 70 mm, which is equivalent to 5,000 mm protective effect. Equivalent to 5,000 mm? Doesn't it mean that the armor-piercing bullets on the tank's main gun can withstand it? Someone couldn't help but exclaimed. The armor can definitely withstand it, but it's not certain whether you can withstand it, so I don't recommend that you show off in front of the tank gun. Suyi shrugged and continued. In addition, this power armor also has an energy shield, which is mainly used to resist electromagnetic interference. Even if it is in a nuclear explosion area, the electronic system inside will not be affected by the electromagnetic storm generated by the nuclear explosion. Except in addition, this thing is also very effective in resisting energy weapons. Lasers are basically ineffective against you. Weapons such as bullets and shells can actually be blocked. It mainly depends on how much energy you are willing to input to maintain the shield. One thing to note here is that this energy shield is the device with the highest energy consumption in the entire power armor. If it is left on, the energy of the armor will drop rapidly. Under normal use, the battery life is almost unlimited. If the shield is turned on at full power, under such circumstances, it can only last for less than a month at most. This is the defensive part, the weapon part. It comes with an electromagnetic rifle. The magnetic track is on the wrist of the armored right arm. It has 1,000 rounds of special alloy steel needles inside. It has extremely strong penetrating power. It can penetrate the tank with one shot. Frontal armor. In addition, the power armor shoulders are equipped with 10 micro-missiles on each side. The explosive energy loaded inside is 30 times that of TNT. The explosion power of a small one is greater than that of a 155 howitzer. Of course, considering that under some extreme conditions when these weapons and ammunition are used up, our armored left arm is also equipped with a high-energy laser transmitter. The energy consumption is not bad, not too much. The power is also reasonable, more powerful than now. The most powerful laser weapon in the world is just a little bit more powerful. But this thing is easy to break, so when you encounter the most extreme situation such as the electromagnetic rifle having all the bullets fired, the micro-missiles running out, and the laser transmitter failing, you have one last option, the high-frequency chain sword. This thing vibrates millions of times per second. The blade is made of a special alloy. Tank armor is not much harder than tofu in front of it. It is usually sealed under the right leg armor in the form of an iron chain. When you need it, just hold the hilt and pull it out. The super strong magnetic field will make the iron chain aggregate into a tightly fitting big sword. It is definitely sharper and tougher than any cold weapon you have used. It is your last weapon. Of course, even if the chainsaw sword is broken, you are not powerless to resist. With the blessing of power armor, the power of your punch exceeds 20 tons, and you have the ability to tear a tank with your bare hands without weapons. This is the approximate ability of the Tianbing 1 power armor. Of course, its ability is far more than that. The 3 defense system of fireproof, waterproof, and anti-poison is definitely the best in any equipment on the entire Blue Star. It's beyond your reach. It's no exaggeration to say that even if aliens appear on the moon now, you can wear it and fight them now. The built-in aiming system is no different from the cheating in the game. The 1,000 bullets of the electromagnetic rifle can kill 1,000 enemies under the right conditions. In short, wearing this, you are basically invincible on this planet. You can withstand most weapons, and even if you can't withstand them, you can dodge them with terrifying mobility. Of course, nuclear weapons are an exception. If you are hit by this thing and are still in the center of the explosion, then I can only say that your family will receive a huge pension for 3 generations. He served in the army before, and became an elite employee of a security company after retiring. For these men, death is not a topic that cannot be discussed. If they did not have the courage to face death, they would not do this business. So they did not take Suyi's final half-joking and half-serious ridicule seriously. The tough young man named Zhang Qingshan, who was in the lead, laughed and said, "If I am killed by a nuclear bomb, then this life is worth it. Boss, we all trust your character. We are also relieved that you will handle your affairs after your death. Now there is such a heaven-defying equipment. As long as you give an order, even if you let me go to the Black Palace to capture the sleeping emperor alive, I, Zhang Qingshan, will be a softy if I frown." He is the captain of the security team of 100 people. He is also one of the most trusted people among the security personnel recruited by Suyi. Trust is not obtained out of thin air, but has a basis. Among the group of people he dug from the security company to his own company, Zhang Qingshan's ability is not the best one, but his current position is actually closely related to his resume. When he was still serving in the army, in an operation to crack down on fraud and opium trafficking abroad, he killed 6 criminals who were supposed to be captured alive with his bare hands in order to save his teammates. The process was extremely tragic, and he was seriously injured in the end and almost died outside. However, there was insufficient evidence of the crimes of these criminals, and they could not be convicted. Moreover, they were not important leaders of the organization, but key clues. After he was killed, there was no evidence, which made the superiors who organized the operation very angry. So after he came back, he was punished, and his bright future in the army was over. He had no choice but to choose to retire. After retiring, The military originally arranged a job for him, but his mother suffered from uremia again. Although the treatment of the job after retirement was good in all aspects, and the salary was higher than that of most ordinary people in small counties, it was still not enough to face the endless medical expenses. Therefore, he had to quit his original safe job and choose to join a security company with higher salary. There are two main types of work in security companies. One is domestic, which is basically not dangerous. There is basically no danger at all. Every day is just a mess. The other is long-term activities abroad. The risk factor soars sharply, and sometimes you really need to go to the battlefield. In order to make money, Zhang Qingshan basically does not accept domestic security tasks, but puts his head on his belt and runs abroad to perform various dangerous tasks. There were several times when he escaped death, but he never complained. Every time he made money, he would transfer the money to his mother for medical treatment. When Su Yi was recruiting people, he asked Tianshou to check the details of these people in the security company, and he fell in love with this buddy at first sight. After using the water of life to easily solve his mother's illness, Zhang Qingshan was grateful and said frankly that this life would be his in the future. Such a real man who can give up his future and life for his comrades, and even give up a peaceful and comfortable life for his mother, is a real man who goes through fire and water. Su Yi doesn't believe that he has cured his mother's great kindness and has not treated the other party unfairly. Apart from him, the experiences of the other 9 people here are not much different. Su Yi is not only their employer, but also basically has great favors for them. Of course, favors are also illusory. It is useful for many people, but there are people who know the appearance but not the heart. They say they are grateful for the favor, but turn around and stab the benefactor. So of course he did not take it for granted that he would not betray these people because he had done a great favor to them. They only have the right to use these power armors, and there are 2 higher levels of permission above them. One level is with Tianshou, and the highest permission is in Su Yi's hands. When they use the power armor, Tianshou will always keep an eye on their every move. If they really have any thoughts and actions that they should not have, Tianshou will report to Su Yi as soon as possible. If Su Yi cannot handle it in the first time, Tianshou will mobilize the permission to deal with it on his own, forcibly recall the power armor, and lock the person in it, waiting for Su Yi to decide. So it is definitely no problem to give them the armor. It can also greatly increase the defense power of this isolated island overseas. Don't say that. After joining the group, we are all family. Just do your own thing. Su Yi waved his hand and announced the arrangement for the power armor. There are only 5 prototypes with mature technology. I mean that the 10 of you can be divided into 2 shifts and use them in turns. During daily training, you can train and study together, find out the functions of the power armor as soon as possible, and discuss scientific ways to use it. The functions of the power armor are very complicated, and it is difficult for me to explain it to you at once. The meaning of the research institute is that no matter how much I say, it is not as useful as you wearing it and using it for a few hours. There is also a built-in AI inside the armor, so you don't have to worry about the problem of not being easy to use at the beginning. That's probably the situation. You can discuss it with each other. 2 people in a group, the armor is the same, just choose it yourself. At this point, he seemed to remember something and added, by the way, in case you don't know, this power armor itself has a load-bearing capacity of more than 10 tons. If you want, each of you can carry a cannon and fire a few shots at the opponent before the battle. With these 5 power armors here, even if the bald eagle really drives an aircraft carrier formation here, it may not be able to take over this small island. At most, it will destroy some infrastructure on the island. As for personnel safety, the core of the first phase of the island transformation project is the underground bunker. Su Yi requires a nuclear bunker that is hundreds of meters underground and can withstand nuclear bombing on the island. After it is built, once a war occurs, the residents of the island can evacuate it as soon as possible. Nuclear bombs may not work directly, let alone the aircraft carrier formation's bombing. If that happens, the residents hide underground, and these armors are enough to kill the entire aircraft carrier formation. Even if the power armor is allowed to board the aircraft carrier, Su Yi may have to make a big job of capturing the Bald Eagle aircraft carrier and capturing the naval commander alive for the whole world. Not to mention, he was even looking forward to this scene, ahem. After explaining the business, Su Yi left the warehouse and came to the beach. Yu Ling and Xing Hen were sitting on a rock, looking at the endless sea, whispering something. It was not until Suyi approached that he heard Xing Hen, who had been expressionless before, looking at the distance with a look of longing, and murmured, "Such a world, how wonderful it is."